Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
작년에 후회되는 점은 일단 저희끼리 의사소통이 부족했던 점과 제가 너무 부진했던 거. 초반에 4연승을 달리고 있을 때도 저희가 분위기가 그렇게 좋진 않았어요. 저희끼리 치고받고 싸울 때도 있어가지고 그렇게 해서 그냥 무너진 것 같아요. 올해 젠지는 멤버들이 다 똑똑하고 그리고 개인적으로 총을 진짜 잘 쏜다고 생각하거든요. 이번에는 진짜 무서운 팀이 되지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
사실 처음에는 거의 메테오 텍스처 같은 경우 확정했어요. 사실 머리가 좀 아팠어요. 왜냐면 둘 다 듀얼리스트고 타격대 출신이고 둘 중 한 명은 무조건 포지션을 변경해야 되는 상황이니까.
그 중간에서 저희 감독님이 어떻게 잘 조율을 해주셔서 일단 지금 제트를 플레이하고 있는 게 좀 많이 재밌어요.
감시자로서는 처음 하는 것고 아직 저도 제 플레이를 제가 어떻게 해야 되는지 모르는데 옆에서 이제 먼치킨 형이 좀 도와준단 말이에요.
아, 이 친구도 정말 배우려고 하고 열심히 하고 잘하는 선수구나 느낍니다.
다른 선수들은 일단 피지컬 위주로 많이 뽑으려고 생각을 했고요. 총 잘 쏘고 피지컬 좋은 선수 중 한 명이 카론 선수?
카론 선수.
카론이?
카론 선수는 순수 에임.
저는 이제 카론 선수를 원래 몰랐어요. 랭크에서 만난 적도 없고 이 선수를 테스트를 본다 이러고 얘가 누구야? 이러고 있었는데
근데 총을 진짜 잘 쐈거든요. 그래가지고 아 얘다 하고 이제 데리고 온 경향이 있죠.
모르시는 분들께 저를 소개하자면 군대에서도 총을 잘 쏴서 명사수로 인정받은 카론이라고 합니다.
지금 당장에는 백지긴 하지만 충분히 포텐셜 있는 선수라 생각하고
인도 대회에서도 보셨다시피 헤드율이 64%가 넘었기 때문에 이례적인 선수가 아닐까 싶습니다.
그리고 좀 기어 올라가지고 얘가 스크림 하다가 나온 썰이 하나가 있는데 제가 막 장난식으로 아니 이것도 못 이겨? 이러면 막 형이 먼저 죽고 왜 내 탓이야? 막 이런 식으로 너무 기어 올라요. 조만간 손을 좀 봐야 될 것 같습니다.
라키아 선수 같은 경우는 그나마 경력이 있고 먼치킨 선수도 챔스를 거의 무조건 지금까지 2, 3년 정도 봤었기 때문에 거기다가 IGL인데 비해서 총도 잘 쏘고 그래가지고 뽑게 된 것 같습니다.
T1에서는 완전히 다른 방향성을 추구하기 위해서 제가 나가게 됐었거든요. 그 방향성이 문제가 아니었다는 거를 저는 젠지에서 증명하고 싶어요.
탑급까지 떠올랐다가 완전히 밑에까지 다녀왔거든요. 저는 그가 다시 돌아왔다? 이런 이미지를 남기고 싶어요.
사실 이번에 인도 이벤트 대회 나갔을 때 좀 많은 걸 보여드리면서 좀 안심도 시켜드리고 싶었고 기대를 더 하게 만들어드리고 싶었는데 일단 그건 성공적이지 못한 것 같아서 조금 많이 아쉽고
차라리 기대를 하지 않고 보셔도 기대보다 잘할 수 있기 때문에 믿고 응원만 해주시면 될 것 같습니다.
저희 팀을 애니메이션에 빗대자면
좀 성장물 같은 느낌이 될 것 같아요.
만년 2등만 하는 놈들이 모여가지고 이제 결국에는 1등을 탈환을 해내는 그런 스토리가 이제 젠지 스토리로 마무리되면은 되게 좋을 것 같아요.
이번 연도는 특히 간절한 선수들만 남았다라고 표현을 할 수밖에 없는 게 누구는 지금 처음 시작하고 누구는 자기 커리어의 마지막이 될 수도 있는 순간이기 때문에 모두들 간절한 시기거든요. 그렇기 때문에 더욱더 저희의 시간이 아닐까 싶습니다.
제 자신에 대해서 좀 많은 기대감을 좀 부응시키고 싶어요, 사람들에게.
제가 IGL로서 다른 팀들에게 저희의 팀을 쉽게 생각할 수 없게 그렇게 게임을 하는 게 제 IGL 방향성입니다.
이제는 젠지가 트로피를 질 시간이다.
이제는 제가 누군지 사람들에게 보여줄 시간입니다.
각자 다른 팀에서 가장 잘하는 선수들만 모아놨기 때문에 올해 퍼시픽은 저희 젠지의 시간입니다.
앞에 서지 마라. 다 죽는다.
I think 2023, it's not too bad, but very sad for us. It was not good because we didn't qualify to single master.
Not good enough. My performance wasn't great.
Quite tough year at first, but with more time we can bounce back and become like dark horse to everyone.
I think from the outside perspective, we were quite underrated. So in that sense, we maybe performed better than some people expected. But from our in-house expectation, we definitely didn't reach what we wanted to. We felt like we needed to make improvement.
We built a new roster now. We have the confidence with this roster, that's what I think. We just need to practice now.
The first thing on my list was we need a consistent entry fragging. That's something that we lacked, and I've spoken about it openly. So the first name on my list was Maxim, aka Jemkin.
It feels good to move to Korea. It was hard to make visa, but I'm glad that I'm here right now.
This guy is insane. Every time on attack, I just do something and then he just entry and then he just kill 4 and then kill 3.
Sometimes you see a duelist like after he get 3 kills or 2 kills, they just gonna rush go more to find some kills, right? But Yamkin, he never overhit. He's very disciplined. Like after he got 3, he wait for his teammate and then maybe we decide what's next.
I bring more firepower to the team, and I'm very talkative. I speak a lot during the game, so I can help my teammates. So yeah.
The other thing is that we're looking for a flash initiator player that can actually frag and can potentially help IGL.
RRQ 팀의 에스트레아라고 하고요. 저는 이 팀에서 세컨드 콜로로 이제 플레이하고 있습니다.
Mechanically is like very talented in aim. Second calling also is like very good decision making, when to call this, when to dog, use util. Overall is like best initiator player in Apex.
제가 생각했을 땐 제가 약간 못한다고 생각을 안 하거든요. 곧 데뷔 시작하니까 보여드리면 되지 않나.
One of our first trials we did was Jemkin and Estrella together. I don't think I've seen a team have that level of chemistry for the first time playing together. So that made me really excited. I feel like I can work on top of that and then make it like a champions qualifying team.
RRQ에 때라고 이제 생각할 수 있는 이유는 저를 사인했기 때문 아닐까요? 두고 보면 알겠죠.
I'm always excited. I want to play against something because he's also a Russian guy, and I already played against him in Japan. I think it will be a good match if you play against him.
We found what we wanted, what we needed. I hope we qualify for everything. Yeah.
We are still like the underdog in Pacific, but 2024 is for us to make it to all of the masters and champions.
Now we're becoming young adults. We're not perfect, we're not complete at all. We're trying to prove that we belong and amongst the adults of the league, and I think we could surprise some punching above our age class.
This year gonna be our year.
I think we had some good runs in the beginning of the year.
ตอนแรกก็คาดหวังไว้เยอะครับกับหลังจากที่เห็นไลน์อัพมาก็คาดหวังไว้สูงเลยว่าอาจจะได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนไปมาสเตอร์อะไรอย่างงี้แต่ก็ผลก็ไม่ได้เป็นตามที่คาดหวังไว้ครับ
I think it all came down to teamwork. One of the core values that we really liked when we work as a team is how we could be more vocal about each other, but it didn't really happen as much in the previous squad. That's why we look towards having a mixed roster. Some agree, a lot of people disagree. There's no better time to prove ourselves than now.
I know a lot of people in Pacific are probably unfamiliar with me and they see me as I came from Challengers, Tier 2 and A, right?
Even though he came from a Tier 2 team, I think his comms, ideas, and everything is on par with other Tier 1 pros.
The way he plays is very off the books.
I definitely think I'm smarter than most duelists. Actively reading the game, I'm looking at orbs, ults, I'm looking at tendencies. It's good to have a duelist that, thinks
out of game. He likes to disturb Ban.
Governor and Ban, to me, both of them are like brothers.
It was my idea to bring him here. I'm really happy he's here. He surprised me a lot, especially in the practice when it comes to focuses and what we want to work on.
Sharing how much work you need as a team to get to that level, I think is super important.
จริงผมว่าชอบแบนสุดเลยนะแต่ ก็อยากคุยกับเขาแหละแต่เรื่องภาษาด้วยก็คุยไม่รู้เรื่องแต่ก็ในเกมก็ผมคิดว่าเขาใจเย็นดีแล้วก็อ่านเกมได้ขาดก็ชอบเลย
Shid, mechanically, is probably the best on the team. He's what I would call the rock of a team. Someone who just is consistent, is always, hitting their shots. Someone whose emotions are always in check.
Your boy, respect him, like changing to a whole new language. He's still trying his best, helping the team, being the solid player that he is.
อยากจะพิสูจน์ตัวเองด้วยครับว่าคนไทยก็ไม่แพ้ชาติใดในโลก
Lenny, I've known him for quite a while.
I think Lenny has really good potential.
He's very good with accountability. If he makes a mistake, he'll call himself out immediately and apologize. As a player, I was surprised by his ability to play make.
Because I'm the IGL this year, I want to make sure that we have everything like drilled, structured. I want us to play together as a team. I want to show my individual skills too.
We all know that he's working really hard in both studies and in game. It feels pretty good to have someone who is that diligent in his work to be the leader of the team right now. So our last addition to the team is Surf. Surf is kind of like a goofy kid, but he looks different when he's on stage.
ก็ที่เข้ามาช่วยก็มาเสิร์ฟทับครับแบบเรามาเติมเต็มทีมเราขาดอะไรก็ผมก็มาเติมเต็มครับก็จะเป็นการเดินยิงความกล้าเล่นหรือว่าความมั่นใจครับบีทสแกรี่ครับคิดว่าทีมนั้นก็คงไม่เท่าไหร่ครับน่าจะโดนผมยิง5คนก็อาจจะผมน่าจะคนเดียวก็ไหวทั้งทีม
Last year, people were calling them the new Paper X, I don't think that's what we're going to do this year.
We're bringing in something new.
We have different players from different parts of the world.
We're definitely going to be way more structured, way more disciplined, playing out rounds clean, playing rounds optimally.
I think it'll catch a lot of people off guard.
I think for most of us, we didn't get a chance to show what we have last year. It's just watching from the sidelines. Definitely a rough year.
Honestly, this opportunity, I guess, you can see it as a second chance.
ความหมายของผมก็แชมป์ทุกรายการอยู่แล้วถ้าเป็นไปได้ก็อยากให้เป็นอย่างนั้นดีใจครับที่จะได้เล่นเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดแล้วก็จะเอาแชมป์ครับ
We know that it's make it or break it. I'm just gonna be honest, we don't feel like we're at the top yet. We're not even close, but everyone is just as committed as everyone else in the team.
We have to prove the doubters wrong.
And I just want to give good results to the talent who trusted me, the coach who gave me a shot, and I feel this year is going to be our time.
ก็อยากฝากเชียร์พวกเราทารอนเนี่ยครับถึงแม้ว่าจะไม่ใช่ไลน์อัพเดิมแล้วก็อยากให้ตามเชียร์พวกเราอยู่ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่ยังตามเชียร์พวกเรานะครับ
There was a lot of hype behind the old roster, but this roster, it feels like we're a bunch of no ones here.
Mostly everybody's opinion was just, oh, there's not enough firepower, how are they going to do in the league? So I think the main storyline is just us trying to prove those people wrong and us building together up as a team.
Having incredibly skilled players doesn't necessarily guarantee success. This year we took a bit of a different approach. We wanted to make sure that we got the team environment and the culture correct so we could develop them into players that would be great players. We wanted to facilitate that by having an environment where the players develop each other, and it's been our core focus when we were choosing the players.
This project was fully fresh, new faces everywhere. We had to go through hella things, so many different experiences, so many different cultures coming in, so many different ideas coming in, and we had to kind of just put it together and pick out what's best in all these different areas.
I can say this is the best team I've ever had before in terms in the atmosphere, the closeness between each other, and then there is no negativity in the team. So everyone is just focused. Going back, this was my goal for the year, that it was a sad part for me that I couldn't be in the playing five and I couldn't have the play time. So I set myself as a goal that by the end of the year, I want to be in the playing five and I want to be playing.
So we had 6 weeks just now before convergence, and then we'll have another 6 weeks or so before we start the league. We felt like that was enough time to give Lanifas the time he needed with the team to develop. His confidence is much higher than it was. I think he's developing in all the right areas.
With Polvi, he's someone that would just go in, not care in the world, make space.
If you're the entry, you go. I don't really care if I die or if I get the kills, I've done my job and finding the gaps for my team, so.
Russ's firepower is extraordinarily underrated. When he was in Guild, he was playing just the hard flex role. He was doing all the hard jobs.
we play with like star players, I guess you could say. You know? Me playing with like Leo Safe, right? It's just one of the things people don't really realize. We're all good at shooting, like we're actually good at aiming. But the thing is, you know, when you play with stars, you don't shine as much, you know?
Pras helped me a lot. His calls are insane. It just makes us feel more comfortable the way he calls.
He always has his mindset on something, and he knows like how to get us there.
The people are like, oh my God, Ben Kai, really? He's coming to G? Like, it was the perfect fit, right? He's got fresh ideas, he's a Masters and Champions player, and he's got the experience of, you know, the highest level. So it was kind of a no-brainer for me that G would go for somebody like him because he was on the market and nobody was looking at him.
So one thing he said when he came here is kind of a big part of the reason why he's not main IGLing is, you know, I like being creative, I like coming up with rounds, I like being able to help in the call-in, but I have a lot more left to give individually.
I'm just looking to build myself more as a player, I think, because not a lot of people know me as like this like fragging powerhouse or something. But I know that I'm capable of that, and I'm trying to push myself to accomplish that as much as I can.
Blaze King, we picked him up, he had an insane performance in Ascension. We felt like individually he was at a very high level.
I'm surprised nobody's talking about his firepower. He had amazing individuals for his role.
On Haven, there was this one round where Blaze King got an ace and the other team was an eco. And yes, sure, it's not an ideal situation to be in, but you saw the fortitude that the players carried. You saw the sort of faith they're willing to put in on their teammates. You did not see that last year.
G, after announcing the roster itself, we have a lot of haters, of course. I don't really want to say anything about the haters, but the fans is just crazy. They don't actually support who wins, they actually just support the teams, you know.
Them chanting your name, chanting G, like always, it's like you can feel the vibrations when you're on stage, right? And that makes you just feel like, wow, the fan buff, it actually is, it's real.
Global esports has been that one ray of hope that the Indian community needed, because I can't seem to imagine the Indian VALORANT scene without global esports. It's not possible. The sort of things they've done for the community, it's phenomenal, and I think the relationship that Indian fans share with global esports is one full of passion and one full of aspiration.
I'm tired of fighting, I'm gonna win now. G winning.
안녕하세요. 카메라 보고 인사해.
안녕하세요. 젠지 메테오입니다.
벨리저스.
Makeup and new hairdo.
Wow, 멋지다. I do it on the fly most of the time, so I don't really have like something in mind, but like if something is trending, I'll try to do it. 제 셋업이 많아요? 조금 창피했어요. Perfect eye? Full version on stage.
촬영할 때는 그냥 그 제스처나 이런 거 서로 이런 게 좀 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요.
맞아요. 오디오 안 들어가죠?
오디오 안 들어가요.
자, 레디, 액션!
T1, our time is now.
오케이, 컷! 근데 원래 에너지가 많은 친구입니다. 진지한 애들이 많다 보니까 저희 팀에는 근데 또 이제 분위기 전환을 주는 그런 선수인 것 같습니다.
Makes sense.
Last year, it's just a whole new roster. He was the substitute, and now he's the main five. So a lot of change. You know, it's a whole different game for us. Yeah, overall new thing.
I think the chemistry is going well because he fits along with the team dynamic and is able to fit in very well. And he's really good player.
퍼시픽에서 뛰게 되는 건 처음인데 사실 첫 퍼시픽 자체가 한국 팀이 아니라 외국 팀이라서 더 기대되는 것도 많아요.
As an individual, yeah, I think a really good player, and that's why I think it's really fits on our team.
So good. Ready, cue. 조금 더 놀라게 액션을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요? 자, 레디, 큐! 큐! Okay, thank you.
I don't mind content usually, but today was like really cold because they like have us in the jerseys only. These are very thin. I don't mind content. I think it's fun, but just kind of cold today.
제가 예전에 있던 팀이 T1이었는데 T1에서는 형들이랑 많이 게임을 했었는데 이젠 여기서는 제가 형이거든요. 제가 어떻게 보면 좀 챙겨주는 그런 롤이 되어 있어서 색다르고요.
3, 2, 1, 하!
Okay, good.
Can you say second?
去年もやったんですけど結構なんだろう設備とかセッティングがとてもワクワクするようなものばっかでとても楽しかったです
일본 팬분들은 저를 좀 보셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데 이번 리그 처음 하는 거니까 열심히 해보겠습니다.
액션! 큐!
손 한쪽 잡아줘. 손 한쪽 잡아줘. 이거 뭔가?
片足で立って足の裏の映像を撮るっていうのだったんですけど、なんかある程度までやった後になんか撮り直しみたいになって、でも足の裏だったら俺じゃなくていいよなってうすうす思ってたんですけど、結局スタッフの方がじゃあラズじゃなくていいねみたいになって皆さん、2024年も頑張ります、試合見てくれたら嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
저희 팀원들이 너무 잘하기 때문에 젠지에서 아직 이룰 수 없었던 결승전의 꿈을 꼭 이뤄보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 있는 T1과 제가 없는 T1의 성적의 차이를 증명해드리도록 하겠습니다.
I'm in Korea for the first time. I'm trying to find the New Jeans members right now.
Strong thing about him is that he has a good aim, and he was like the best player in 2022. So his back attack is very good, and he has some good ideas also. So.
Are you shooting? Oh my god. Come on.
올라가야 돼. 민정 저기 올라갈 수 있어? 아니?
Hey, Carly. You okay?
It feels very scary for me because I don't like tall places, you know. So, and for second keep like shaking, you know. So the cabin was like wobbly.
디아벡스 선수도 더 올게요.
올라가나요?
아니요, 안 올라가요.
저희가 아니라서 참 다행인 것 같아요.
Just jump.
Okay, my turn. Ready, cue.
It was my dream to shoot with DRX. I don't know, because last time they was the best team in Asia, and that's why I guess.
다들 좀 게임 잘하게 생겼어요. 무섭네요. 시즌이 좀 기대됩니다.
I mean, I did that because they asked me to do that.
촬영을 너무 재밌게 했고 선의의 경쟁하기 전에 또 이제 같은 게임하는 동료이자 친구들이기 때문에 또 더 재밌게 촬영할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 서로 더 높은 곳에서 같이 만나길 응원하겠습니다. 파이팅.
We're gonna take it like one by one, like slowly, like maybe just to qualify to international event. So yeah.
Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we in here. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really me? Bring it on. Enemies all around. Ready for war now. Standing on his ground. And we will not give up the ground. Fight. We ain't got no fear. Into the jungle. What in the world, huh? You all of my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
볼게요. 네. Hello everyone and welcome back to day 5 of 2024 VCT Pacific Kickoff. Now before we get the match started, I really wanted you guys to see this awesome life-size Icebox pop-up store that we have. So here you go. We have the agent camp where people can line up to receive merch. We also have this little event where you can show off your aims, also win other merch, photo booth, and a photo booth with Agent Select where you can be inside the literal barracks of the Agent Select within Valorant. And also, we cannot not mention this awesome spike that we have. The fans have been coming over here into a photo zone so they can plant their own spike, diffuse their own spike. Now we have awesome Jet and Chamber as well. I'm just gonna take a minute to talk to Jet. Hello, Jet.
Hello.
Can you introduce yourself?
자기소개 부탁드려요. 한국어로 해도 되는 거죠? 저는 지금 제트 코스프레를 하고 있는 틱토커 겸 스트리머 겸 네오라고 합니다.
네오요?
네.
Hello everyone, my name is Neo. I do TikTok, I stream, and I also do a lot of cosplaying, and today I'm cosplaying as Jet. Well then, do you play Valorant yourself? 발로란트 하세요?
네, 발로란트 하고 있습니다.
Of course I do play. Well, do you play Jet? Are you a Jet main? 그러면은 Jet를 혹시 메인으로 하시나요?
제가 지금 제트 코스프레를 하고 있지만 주요 챔프는 세이지를 주로 하고 있습니다.
Even though I do love Jet and I'm dressed up as Jet, I play Sage most of the times. 그럼 혹시 티어가 what's your elo?
최근까지 실버였는데 이번 경기 져가지고 브론즈로 떨어졌습니다.
Well, I was silver, but then I lost my recent game, so I've been demoted to bronze. But you know, you can only go up from bronze. But thank you, Jed, once again, and thank you, Chamber, for being awesome and handsome. And that is about it for today, but actually we're gonna have another video of me tomorrow showing you more about this awesome life-size icebox, so stay tuned. Bye!
my
We
cable
can't.
will reach
So,
that far, but yeah.
Prod's gonna say like, hey, stop passing things around, right? But speaking of Prod, that amazing set that our wonderful production team has built here in S Factory in Seoul, right? That's amazing. And Jen just gave a wonderful tour. That's only a little bit of what you can see here in our very own Icebox.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff. I went down there yesterday, might have bought a
What'd you
Killjoy
get?
figurine
What'd you get?
and a
Oh.
Wingman plushie, so I had to go down and get a little bit of stuff, but it's awesome. There's like food, there's drinks, there's everything you could want to come in and hang out and just have a good time and enjoy the day, especially like a day like today where it's raining and cold. Get on in, stay warm inside. Even though it's called Icebox, it's actually nice and warm inside.
It's nice and warm, so that's the key thing. Escape from the cold, come into our little Valorant arena.
Yeah, and I gotta find some time to get down there. Of course, I haven't had time. I've been talking to all of you guys and keeping you guys entertained, especially yesterday since we had a bunch of very interesting matches yesterday. We had Team Secret versus DFM, and unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to DFM, but hey, that was such a better, DFM than we saw from last year.
Yeah, I think especially against DRX, we saw signs of improvement. Against Team Secret, I thought there was some regressions to kind of some bad habits for them that I was a little bit surprised by. A lot of kind of isolated play where they're kind of running around the map by themselves trying to accomplish things that way. Yeah, it might have worked once, but for the most part, it didn't seem very effective. I really hope that this team DFM can really kind of come together in this extended break that they're going to have before Stage 1.
And I think like Talon, for example, Quack, they did show quite a lot, but up against DRX, falling short just a little bit. Maybe not quite for Kickoff, right?
Yeah, well, who knows? I mean, that's why they're playing today still, but that's the thing. I mean, it's DRX, come on. I think I kind of had a feeling, an inkling that this was going to happen because we saw a really strong Governor, but then you can't always pull off the same aggressive plays against a team like DRX.
Yeah, eventually there are going to be teams that are going to catch on to that. As we see, we do have our matches for today. All rematches, by the way. We are going to be seeing Gen.G versus RQ, Talon versus Team Secret, and we're going to see ZETA versus Global Esports. What are we thinking now that we're seeing these teams a second time around against each other, Paper Thin?
I mean, I don't know. I think this can go either way in all three matches. I really had a hard time making predictions today. It's hard to say because like every match is close. Every team has made improvements. Like we saw GE a lot better the second time they went into things. Team Secret looked better. Is that going to continue today? Our team's going to get fatigued? These kind of things are like big questions that you're going to have coming into a day like this, a grueling day. And not only that, you got to come in and play again really fast on short notice and play a couple matches potentially twice in one day. Like RQ was telling me, like if they win, okay, cool, but then they got to play 2 matches tomorrow.
Rematch, right? Like part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Gen.G versus RQ again.
Gen.G versus RQ strikes back, everything.
Gen.G strikes back. I don't like sand. But, I mean, the thing is, they also have had time to kind of like relax and, well, not really relax, but study how Gen.G plays. They probably watched and studied that Gen.G versus Paper X game. So there's a lot to think about as to how, some of these teams like RRQ and also Talon Team Secret, for example, who have studied up against their opponents.
Yeah, and you guys mentioned how close these matches are, and I know that we have our predictions and sometimes it looks really one-sided. We were talking with Seth the other day. We should have probably a percentage of just how close our predictions are. They could be very coin flippy. It's like, for example, yesterday DRX and Talon, right? We were like, it wasn't exactly like, oh, DRX all the way. We're kind of like 50-50. It could be Talon, and that's the same exact thing for all of these matches that we're seeing today.
Oh yeah, you put me, I'm at like 51%.
To 49, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. For like almost every one of these matches. Like maybe I favor like ZETA a little bit more than that over GE, but other than that, I think they're extremely close. I mean, today comes down to mental fortitude and firepower. I mean, like that's what we've seen so far, is that really that, there is some level of strategy and preparation and fundamentals that are important in these matches. But at the end of the day, like it seems like some of the duelists and stuff are really dictating these matches.
It's also like adapting to the game on the fly, right? That's another thing. I mean, you're thinking maybe you'll favor ZETA a little bit more. I was really on the fence on that one too. I mean, I might actually be like 50.555%.
What? Where does that come
very
from?
exact.
It is extremely exact.
Throwing random numbers.
It almost seems like you memorized that exact value to bring it out here on the desk. But of course, as we're seeing our players arrive right now, you mentioned how everybody is getting kind of a preview of what these teams have to offer today, right? And it seems like this is only the beginning. This is not even the final form for so many of these teams that we're seeing right now. They're still getting their groove in here, and part of that is Gen.G and RRQ, who of course have done very different things for their roster.
No doubt about it. I mean, I think, even though this is going to be RRQ's 3rd match in a row against Gen.G, that's the only team they played the last 3 matches. Like, they're still very different rosters, right?
Right,
Like, even though
right.
going back to last year when they lost to them in LCQ, it is still going to look quite a bit different.
But check out our power rankings here. What do these players have in common? They are performing at the top of their game right now. You gotta have Devi on top there. I mean, that performance that he had, even on, like, I believe it was on the Sage at some point,
Yeah.
right? It
Yes.
does work.
On Sunset, I mean, he knew how to make use of those walls, and not only that, he's clutching out rounds for the team. You know, slightly underrated player for Paper X, but he does provide a lot of value. And at the same time, you know, you got the classics, you got Mako in there, you got Saya player, but some of the rookies as well. I think Texture this year, for
Okay.
example, Flashback coming in, they really showed us so much more.
Okay, yeah, I agree, 100%. What are people doing that they're voting Mako over Flashback right now? Like, I think 100%
It's like,
Flashback
you know,
should be over Mako right now.
Mako is kind of like, you know, standing back just a little bit for this young gun to shine, right?
And that's
more
fine.
familiar with Mako.
Yeah,
Right. I don't know. I think it's more like
He's
just
cuter.
like the pedigree of Mako is like
Right.
giving him extra points.
It carries over.
Yeah.
It carries over. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Flashback is just performing so well. And it is so cute in his interviews. He's just so happy to be here. He's so happy he gets to finally show all of his talent on this world stage. And like, you know, he's smiling. He's like, I can't wait to play. I can't do that, you know. So it just makes me so happy that you have an academy player really getting the best training possible with one of the best teams out there.
Yeah, well, this is something that DRX is really good at. A lot of people kind of forget because they've had some up and downs that when it comes to like off-season preparation, when they're given time, they're one of the best teams in the world, and they're actually really good at developing talent. Yeah, last year with Foxy 9 was a little bit rocky, but they've continued to show that they can adapt and improve.
Right, but Foxy 9 is playing really, really well now, so it's part of that evolution. And speaking of evolution, we are seeing this match once again. And it feels like for RRQ, it feels like Gen G is just that boss battle that you can't quite pass to get to the next
Well,
level.
not
And you have
yet.
to fight him again and again and again, right? It just seems like these guys, they can't move on until they get past this team. But it's a different team now for both sides, Quack.
Yeah, it's a completely different team. We've seen some improvements. We also did see this exact same matchup on day one
Not
of
too
these
long ago.
Pacific Kickoffs. Exactly. And although there were improvements on both sides, I think, you know, right there at the bottom of the screen, you can see the score lines along all three maps kind of tells you quite a bit. Although it was 13-11, RQ did make it really close towards the end. I don't know if it's like a bit of mental exhaustion from day one, but they kind of ran out of steam. Today's a new day, though. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a rough day with all the technical issues and things, so it was a long day for those teams, and that was kind of like we talked about. Mental was going to be one of the biggest factors in that, so Gen G able to weather that so far, but still, like, you know, talking to Ewok, the coach of RRQ, after the match, he just said, I don't know what it is, man, they're just our kryptonite. Like, we keep coming so close, but not being able to get over the line against Gen G, and they're going to be really hungry coming into today. Certainly, this is like the match that I think if you were going to ask them, like, one of their biggest matches of all time, this might actually be it. This might be it.
I mean, wasn't that there that social content where teams were asked who they want to face off in the grand finals, and it was everybody's like, oh, Paper Rex, you know, DRX, and then I think it was RQ was like Gen G. You know what? Gen G. We'll just go for
But
Gen
I
G.
do feel like that's another thing because, you know, the Gen G from last year is different from the Gen G of this year, and one big key has to be that main duelist Texture. I mean, we're seeing the highlights, and he is the key player for this team. He often, you know, at least for this entire week of kickoffs, he's been getting so many consistent performances. In that exact matchup against RQ, I think on Icebox as well as Sunset, he got top fragged. 30 frags across both maps, and that's a very big thing. The only map that he didn't quite perform so well on was the second one, the one that RQ won.
Yeah, I think for Texture, like, what's impressing me is, I think he's even better than he has been. I have long considered him to be the second best Jet player in Korea since basically like the early days, like 2021, other than Buzz. Like, I think Buzz is probably the only player that I would rank higher than him. But with Texture, the thing that always kind of concerned me was his raise. His raise was always kind of a little bit off compared to his jet. You can tell he was so much more comfortable on the jet. He had that extra maneuverability. He was really great with Blade Storms. And then the raise kind of felt a little bit off. You know, his blast packet was great. Changed this year. He looks way more comfortable, way different. I was going to say, like, coming into this year, I thought for RQ, they should try to target maps where Texture would be on the raise. It doesn't matter now. Yeah, so we saw it on Sunset.
Crumple the piece of paper, throw it in the waste paper basket. That's not a plan he can really pull off now.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work, right? And as you mentioned, Texture performing so well, but part of that is also because how his teammates are able to set him up in this way, right? And it's curious as well to see how Meteor is sharing that duelist role with him, right? Compared to last year, how Meteor was just pretty much hard duelist. We're seeing how some of the pressure is taking off of Meteor and how much better his performance also is.
Exactly, I was about to say, because Meteor comes in as that sentinel. So if you are about to crack open a site, you got to first go through this guy. And then the other thing is also, like you mentioned, the duelist roles. Sometimes Texture goes for that raise, Meteor's there as a jet. And it's a very tough team for RRQ to play against. So the question becomes, how does RRQ really play up against Gen G? And I think the main things that we got to focus on is a player, of course, like their new pickups. Jemkin, Estrella, for example, they have to work together. Jemkin, we know him to be a very disciplined guy. He's very capable. But we've seen that, sometimes if he doesn't get that first pick, it starts to go down, and wow, you can see who's doing all the heavy lifting.
I mean, speaking of Texture and Meteor, right? That's exactly what we were bringing up. And Paper Thin, we can see here, like these pentagons, by the way, for the uninitiated, they kind of show like where, I guess, like, how much these players are contributing to each round win, right? And we can see that Texture and Meteor, definitely their performances are really, really leading the pack here, but it doesn't mean to say that Lakia, Munchkin, and Karen aren't doing much.
Precisely. I think, like, one thing to take away from this, if I could give like a simpler view of this, because this is obviously a very like complicated stat, is that everybody went negative against Texture except Xpharaoh, and he went like +1. So like when it comes down to like how he's performing individually, he's shutting everybody down, and Xpharaoh's the controller, right? So he's like that last line of defense. So that means Texture is getting through multiple layers to get to that player already, and that's really problematic. So it's gonna have to be on Jemkin. It's gonna have to be on some of the other players to step up and shut him down.
Yeah, not just that, but it also gives us a better idea of the playstyles of each team, right? You see RRQ with pretty much a more perfect pentagon there, and it just goes to show that maybe they may not rely as heavily on their duelists, but we can see that, you do have stats skewed in front of like Xpharaoh and Elmi more, and I do want to bring that up because, of course the duelists get a lot of attention, but we do have to bring it back as well to that core of RRQ that's stuck together, Quack.
Yeah, to me, actually, it's also just the fact that you got that core. They got to follow in on Jemkin. Jemkin, he's performed really well. But on that game day against Gen G, 10 first kills throughout all the board, 12 first deaths. Not really the score. That means there's not, maybe he gets the kills, but that's it. He just dies right after. There's got to be a follow-up after that. And Estrella might be one of those players that can, provide a bit of that backup. He plays Sky sometimes. He's doing the calling for the team. Get more information, really figure out which site is going to be easier for Jemkin to break through. And then at the same time, got to watch out for, some aggressive plays from Gen G. Texture sometimes gets that first opening pick, and then it's a slightly weaker attack.
Speaking of which, where have we seen these two before?
Oh, we're familiar, huh?
Right?
They used to be on the same team.
Exactly. They were on D plus Kia not too long ago. They were playing together at VCT Ascension, and that actually makes me wonder, like, how much of Lakia's IGLing does Estrella remember, and is he going to be able to call that out for his team, especially since he is the one IGLing for RRQ as well and helping shot call?
Yeah, certainly that's going to be a big part of today. With how close it is, the IGLing could be one of those things that pushes one team over the line versus the other. So how well do they remember each other's tendencies? How well can they adapt and predict off of those kind of things? Individually, Estrella had arguably the best performance of anybody on RRQ, so now he needs to get it going as both the IGL and continue to have solid, fragging and other things as well, because you're going to need that to get over the line of this team.
Yeah, it feels like he has to do a little bit more so than Lakia at the very least. Lakia, performance-wise, he doesn't, provide that much in terms of tangible stuff, but intangible stuff, right? That's where he's providing a lot more strategies and stuff for the team, as well as playing Sova, getting a lot of information. So although Lakia, we don't see him as often on the server, his value is still there. Estrella, on the other hand, we just need to feel it a lot more, because right now, as soon as like Jemkin starts to fall, maybe you got flips coming in for a second, but then at some point, it's not quite enough.
Yeah, I think that's going to be like, a big thing as well, right? You have Lakia and you have Estrella. How well are they going to be able to set up their duelists? Because as we saw in a matchup like this, it's very, very important to set that up, because you do have Texture, who's probably going to make the plays, probably going to get a few more aces this time around as well. And we need Jemkin to really pop up. He hasn't had his moment just yet. So we're gonna find out if that does happen. But what better way to do so than taking a behind-the-scenes look by taking a look at the coaches. We do have Jen standing by with a coaches interview, so let's throw it to her on stage right now.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with two coaches. 네, 오늘 젠지의 솔로 감독님 그리고 RQ의 이혁 감독님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. First off, I'm going to start with 솔로 감독님께 먼저 질문 드려보도록 할게요. Now, Texture, he's been unreal in the past couple of games. How have you worked with him to kind of get him to improve that much? 텍스처 선수가 정말 어마어마한 활약을 보여주고 있습니다. 사실 정말 엄청난 성장세를 보여주고 있는데 감독님께서 특별히 좀 텍스처 선수의 성장을 어떻게 도와주셨을까요?
원래 기본적으로 기본기도 좋고 좋은 선수라고 생각도 하고 있는 선수인데 일단은 또 나라 선수가 개인적으로 제가 다른 팀에 있을 때 감독으로 오면 좋겠다라고 많이 생각을 했던 부분이 제가 굳이 와서 그렇다기보다는 제가 좀 부족한 부분, 팀적으로 부족한 부분을 제가 좀 더 채우려고 좀 그런 게 도움이 그래도 없지 않았나, 없지 않지만 네 있다고 생각해서 그래서 잘했던 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, Texture, he's just naturally a very talented player with great game sense. He's just such a strong player as well. But I think the part where Texture really wanted me on Gen G when I was coaching the other team, I think that kind of came into play because it was in terms of the synergy. And, I've tried to work with the guys, tried to add to our games, and try to pinpoint what we were lacking. And I think that's part of the reason why Texture grew so much and generally the team grew so much. Well, speaking of Texture, a lot of people say maybe the team is too reliant on Texture and Meteor, and when it comes to the days when they're having a slow start or when they're just not feeling it on the day, the team might struggle. Is that part of your concern as well? 텍스처 선수도 그렇고 메테오 선수가 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는데 한편으로는 좀 팀이 너무 이 두 선수의 의존도가 강하지 않나, 이 선수들이 좀 몸이 무거운 날에는 좀 도전하지 않을까라는 우려도 있거든요. 감독님 보시기에는 어떻습니까?
절대 저희는 그렇지 않고요. 저희 먼치킨 선수나 라키아 선수나 카로 선수도 그 두 명의 선수만큼 잘 하고 있거든요. 근데 다만 그게 대회할 때 안 나왔을 뿐이지 충분히 저희 5명 다 잘하는 선수들이라서 그런 걱정은 없습니다.
No, it's not any of my concern. I don't think that's necessarily true because Munchkin, Karen, and Lakia, they're all very good players, and it's just that they're ready to step up. I have so much faith in them. I feel like maybe on stage they have not been performing up to par, but in scrims they've been doing really great, and I just believe in the 5 members of Gen G to be able to pull through no matter what. Lastly, the last time you played RQ Icebox, you guys were perfectly coordinated. You took it away from RQ, but on split though, RQ almost won most of the duels. So can I get your thoughts on that as well? 일단 지난 RQ전에서 아이스박스는 준비한 전략대로 좀 완벽하게 승리를 가져가는 모습이었지만 스플릿에서는 교전이나 미니게임에서 좀 RQ가 우위를 가져가지 않았나 싶기도 하거든요. 여기에 대한 생각도 부탁드립니다.
저희가 스플릿을 굉장히 자신 있어 했고 지금도 자신 있지만 저희가 공격으로 시작했는데 원래는 그 스코어가 반대로 예상을 했었거든요. 저희는 그 정도로 자신이 있었는데 저희가 진짜 연습할 때도 안 나오던 실수도 하고 커뮤니케이션도 많이 안 되고 그냥 저희가 못해서 졌다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, Split, actually we went into that map very confident because we think it's one of our strongest maps. And we started an attack and we actually expected the scoreline to be the other way around. I guess we weren't just performing as well as we did in scrims, and also it's just little mistakes here and there that the players made, and I think we still have a very strong split and that we should have no problem. Thank you very much, Solo. And now I'm gonna turn to you, 이웍. 이제 RRQ의 이웍 감독님 만나보겠습니다. You forced Gen.G to map 3, won a lot of aim duels against them, and but at the end of the day, it just wasn't quite enough. So what were you able to pinpoint from the last series against Gen.G? 젠지 상대로 풀세트까지 끌고 갔고요. 또 교전에서도 확실하게 승리하는 모습을 많이 보여주기도 했는데요. 하지만 승리를 놓쳤다는 아쉬움이 남습니다. 지난 젠지전에서 좀 어떤 부분을 진단할 수 있었을까요?
So for us, when we went and analyzed our games, it felt like when we were fighting together, we felt like we were doing really well. And we felt like we were the stronger team when we were fighting together. We feel like that we had a couple of duels where we're too solo, we're a little bit too stretched out on the map, and maybe taking some duels that we shouldn't have. And it kind of reflected in the first kill, first death, where it's mostly when we're on solos, not when we're as a group. So that's something that we hope to improve for this match.
사실 이 RRQ가 팀원들이 같이 싸울 때는 많이 그 교전에서 이겼는데 그 스탯에서도 볼 수 있었다시피 좀 퍼스트 킬과 퍼스트 데스 스탯을 보면 혼자 싸우거나 아니면은 이제 싸워주지 않아도 되는 교전을 싸우거나 아니면 또 한 명이 너무 멀리 있었을 때, 너무 멀리 퍼져 있었을 때 좀 그런 데스가 많이 나왔고 교전에서의 아쉬움이 나왔던 것 같기 때문에 그런 부분을 이제 지난 젠지전 돌려보면서 분석을 했었고요. 또 그런 부분을 오늘 경기에서는 좀 더 고친 모습, 나아진 모습을 보여줄 거라고 얘기를 합니다. Well, then communication will be very important today, especially because it's do or die. But you picked up Estrella as the secondary caller, but the language barrier isn't something you can entirely ignore. How much of that language aspect affects your communication and more so the team's performance?
So the language thing is always just something that's going to take time. It's something that we learned through last season as well, where we went through the same things. And now for Gun, Estrella, he's just the next one that is now dealing with sometimes a little bit of a struggle on the language barrier. But for us, it's important to be understanding. And with the more playtime we get, the more matches we get, the better it gets. So we just hope to continue that trend.
제가 이제 오늘 특히나 팀의 커뮤니케이션이 굉장히 중요할 텐데 사실 에스트레이어 선수가 이제 서브 오더로 팀에 들어오게 됐지만 언어 장벽이 아직까지 존재하기 때문에 좀 그런 언어적인 요소에서 얼마나 조금은 힘들다는 점을 체감하고 있는지 여쭤봤는데요. 사실 이 언어 장벽이라는 게 작년에도 RRQ가 좀 이슈가 있었던 부분이고 그리고 언제나 이런 선수들이 새로 들어오면 좀 커뮤니케이션에 있어서 조금 더 보완을 해야 하는 부분이었고 또 에스트레야 선수가 올해 들어왔기 때문에 이제는 에스트레야 선수가 당연히 이제 그런 좀 힘든 역할을 맡기도 했었는데 그래도 팀원들 전체로 모두 이해를 해줘야 되고 조금 더 전체적으로 기다려줘야 하는 부분이기 때문에 끝까지 지켜보면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. Well then, last but not least, last time Texture gave you a really hard time with his super plays. Any plans to shut him down today? 지난번 젠지전에서는 텍스처 선수의 슈퍼 플레이에 RRQ가 고전을 했었거든요. 오늘은 좀 텍스처 선수에 대한 대비책이 있을까요?
Yeah, in the days that we have off, we've made efforts to try and analyze his gameplay and the style that he will actually play. If he's being predictable, then we're going to try and punish that. So for him, I think he needs to be unpredictable to stop that from happening. I think he's been playing extremely well, but it's something that we definitely look into, and we feel like it's a big win condition for them. So it's something that we definitely looked at.
Okay, Texture's right there listening to you. So 일단 텍스처 선수가 굉장히 잘하는 선수이기도 하고 그 지난 젠지전에서 RRQ가 상당히 고전했기 때문에 텍스처 선수의 스타일이나 좀 좋아하는 각들, 좋아하는 포지션 등을 연구했다고 하고요. 그렇기 때문에 텍스처 선수가 오늘 예상 가능한 플레이를 보여준다면 이제 RRQ가 그것을 최대한 잡아먹을 준비를 했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 또 텍스처 선수가 젠지의 크나큰 승리 조건인 만큼 오늘 예측 불가능한 플레이를 많이 보여주는 게 좋을 것 같다고 또 조언을 해주셨습니다. Well, thank you, coaches, for your insights, and back to you guys on the desk.
You gotta love that from Jen. Hey, how are you gonna shut down Texture? Tell him. He's
Yeah, he's right over there.
He's right over there. Tell him
Tell it to his face.
Tell it to his face. But yes, I think even our plushies over here kind of seeing the theme of what we're going through, right? The power of friendship for RRQ. Can they actually come together? I did do that, Quack. Can they actually come together in time for this match?
It is that story. Whether or not they can do it in time, that's a whole other thing. I do feel like if power friendship really is your, strongest suit, then you have to make sure that you operate as a team, operate as a unit. Don't let Gen G pick you off, because if you're in a 4v5, then you don't really have the numbers, you can't back yourself up, then the whole game's lost. That can't be the story, right? So you still need some individuality.
Yeah, it is a bit concerning though, because you saw like in our pentagram, right? It was almost full the whole way. Like it almost became a pentagon, right? Yeah. Like it was very close because there's very equal distribution of the win conditions and all these things throughout the team. That's great, but still Gen G out-assisted you the last time you played, so they were even having better teamwork than you. Even though Texture and Meteor were like performing like crazy, it was because the rest of the team was setting them up for success. So we need to see more popping off from Jemkin. We need to see more individual firepower along with that teamwork.
And I feel like for the side of RRQ, clearly they have anticipated this, right? They know that eventually Gen G was going to get a lot of first bloods. So what is their backup, right? How can that core that we were talking about, right? Elmi, Moore, Flips, and 2GE, how can they band together to make sure that even though maybe there's maybe Jemkin doesn't get it, right? How can they ensure that that still does convert to a win for them?
I mean, I do feel like kind of that's what Ewok was talking about. Maybe kind of get a feel for get a feel for Texture, anticipate his movements, get a read for how he's about to operate on the map. And if you know if he's going to peek out against you, get that opening pick, whole defenses against him, whole defaults against him. And if you can disable players like Texture, Meteor, then you're going to have a much easier time. So that could be an idea.
And as we can see right now on our predictions, we can see that there are some here in favor of RRQ, even though it seems like Gen G right now, they may have somebody who is in the running for like top duelist of the year, right? But we can see that William, I think he's watch partying this, by the way.
William's picked RRQ.
He's wearing his RRQ jersey.
Yeah, he's wearing his jersey.
He's wearing his jersey.
He 100% is. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
I see you.
He's like, come on, guys. What are you talking about?
His brand new jersey. But yes, I mean, like, again, I think it's still 50-50 given how close the matches between these two teams can be.
Absolutely. I had a really hard time deciding today because I think I have a lot of faith in Coach Ewok. I really like this RRQ team. I think they're great players. I'm just still a little bit concerned about the overall firepower that Gen G brings. I know that Ewok has identified, tendencies of Texture that he wants to shut down. I don't know that you can.
Yeah.
Same here. I mean, that says it all. Just gotta see and hope that RRQ maybe can do it, but right now, logically, Gen G.
Yeah, I feel like RRQ is just that kind of team that builds team over time. I mean, we did see it last year, right? So I feel like for Kickoff, maybe not quite yet, but I do believe I will vote for RRQ one day. I mean, I owe you guys that, okay? So eventually, maybe later on in the rest of Pacific. But for now, we are going to get right into this match. We're going to check out our teams walking out on stage and see how they are as we get into Gen G versus RRQ.
네, 안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠에서 활동하고 있는 텍스처 김나라입니다. TRX랑 하면서 좀 많이 느꼈던 게 저희가 1세트 때는 분위기가 되게 좋았고 그렇게 스타트를 했는데 2세트 때 좀 실수가 많았다 보니까 이길 라운드를 좀 계속 지게 되다 보니까 좀 기세가 기울었던 것 같아요. RRQ가 다시 만나게 되는데 사실 뭐 최근에 이기면서 올라왔고 저희가 손이나 뭐 머리나 다 풀린 것 같고 팀적으로 합의나 이런 것들이 더 좋다고 생각을 해서 이번에 다시 붙을 때는 2대0으로 그냥 깔끔하게 끝내겠습니다.
Hi guys, my name is Xfero and I'm from Team RRQ. My role in the team, I think, is to make everyone laugh, make the practice a bit fun because they are so serious. Gen G is a really great team, and for me personally, I think we're gonna beat them now because we have so many strats in the game that we can do like tactic A, B, C until Z. Like starting with our victories to Genji, we're gonna win this kickoff tournament. I'm gonna show you guys who is the stronger.
With 3 matches won and an all-time map score of 6-2 over their opponents, they're looking for the 4-peat. Please welcome to the stage, Genji! And their opponents, always the bridesmaids, never the brides, but is the 4th time going to be the charm. Let's find out as we welcome RRQ!
Teams are here will begin the map ban of today's first match.
All right, here we are in the map picks and bans. And the biggest question, of course, is if we're going to get a remake exactly of what happened just a few days ago, Quack.
I don't know. I mean, you definitely want to avoid some things, and not only just that. You watch how Genji played that Breeze against Paper X. It was really good, so I think RQ might want to, avoid some of it.
Yeah,
not really early on.
It's like basically the same bans. Okay, so Lotus, you got to see that, you know, with Genji against Paper X. So now you've got some tape on this map. Again, it is something that wasn't horrible at all for Genji. It was like 10 to 13. So, you know, it is a map that, again, Meteor and Texture were popping off on, really pushing Paper X to the limit. Is this going to be something that RRQ is going to truly have well prepared here, because last time their pick of Icebox didn't go their way.
Just check out how they're scratching their heads. They're really playing the mind games here. And this is why I think it's interesting to also see the coaches with the map picks and bans, right? You can see where they kind of struggle. Are they going to bring this out? Are they not going to bring this out? And this one, they're really scratching their heads on this.
really like considering all their options right now. But yeah, back to that Lotus, right? You know, RQ did pick it a few times, several times last year. Wasn't the greatest either.
No.
So I am a little bit scared. And now that Breeze is definitely being selected by Gen G, unless RQ has done their homework, unless they really do have something that we haven't seen before. If they don't win Lotus and they go into Breeze and Gen G plays that same Breeze that they did against Paper X.
Kind of makes you wonder why they were like really struggling. Like, do we put out Breeze already? Do we not? Kind of makes you wonder what they have planned for this.
Yeah, I think they're a bit taken aback by the Lotus pick. I think that one definitely made them kind of scratch their heads and go, wait a minute, we were maybe expecting them to lean into Icebox again or something like that. Okay. But basically, it's the two maps that were left open last time that got banned in the second phase of the ban that are being played here this go around. So, you know, both teams kind of, obviously with Gen G having success against Paper X on Breeze, feeling a lot more comfortable on that. And for RQ, I think just feeling we need to change something up. We need to do something different to get over the line today.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to do on all fronts, right? But as we know, you know, the maps can basically enable or disable a player entirely, right? And I do know that RQ, of course, they have their eyes on texture, but I'm not sure, especially with that Breeze. I'm looking at that Breeze map, you know?
It's always something that you want to wonder about. And Breeze is such a big map. There's a lot more space for texture to work around. Unless RQ, you know, really has a way to counter him, it's not going to work out great. And I was just wondering about this. And we're left with Split and Icebox. It's very likely that Gen G is going to ban out Icebox. They won, I mean, ban out Split and play Icebox. They won Icebox against our RQ. So this is a very perturbing map pick and ban coming out from RQ as well. I mean, I really hope that they have something planned for this.
Yeah, this first map is going to be very, very, very important for RQ. You don't exactly want to go over to Icebox, especially if they remember what texture did there last time.
Yeah, no. I mean, again, this is why I talked about it earlier, is that Texture's so good on Jet. He's so comfortable. He can do it all. He can op, he can Bladestorm, he can rifle. He's the full package when it comes to Jet. So those are maps that generally you want to try to avoid. That's why I think both times we've seen RQ lean into maps that potentially might go a little bit
Ooh,
oh, the chamber, finally!
Yes!
Okay, can I change my prediction?
Clinton's gonna flip-flop now.
Solely because they're actually playing chamber.
Very interesting. And we do have texture on the Raze, which we were pointing out earlier, might not be as flashy as his Jet. So we're going to see. It's going to be Jemkin and texture. Who gets the one up on this?
There's a chance. There is a chance. Not just, you know, Jemkin and texture too. I mean, the way RQ operates with Jemkin is very different, but at the same time, I mean, this is a very big thing. You've got that chamber coming through. Chamber, if Elmimore can actually, you know, make use of those abilities and find those frags against these Gen G players, especially up against someone like Meteor, open up that C site, you know, allow the whole team to go in. This will be great for RQ.
And he's a Sheriff God. Like, so the Headhunters are perfect for him. I love this pick. I'm so happy to see this. I was really hoping we'd see this more from, for example, ZETA Division, maybe later today, but this is a really good, I think, chance here for RQ to really show that not only do they have the tactics, the strategy, the teamwork, now they can showcase some of their firepower as well.
Not to mention, I mean, Meteor, he might be on the Killjoy. He's still cosplaying as a duelist sometimes.
Yeah, oh, he was nuts last time. He was nuts.
I mean, like, okay, you might be Sentinel, but we all know where your heart really is. So that's still something to look out for. And it's going to be interesting how that's going to match up against the Chamber, right? Because you could be having Meteor on the op occasionally, which could be a very, very interesting showdown indeed. Any final thoughts, gentlemen? No, you cannot change your predictions.
Dang, come on. You're such a tyrant, Mika.
No,
First time
no
just
change
getting
your
with her, and she's
No,
like...
don't make me second guess myself either, you know? That's what I'm saying.
Look, I'm going to stick to Gen G because I still have faith in how, you know, they work as a team, how much individual firepower they have. But I will just point out one last thing is that, you know, you've got the single soul initiators, Fade, Lakia, Estrella. I would like to see more from Estrella. We know that, you know, Lakia can have a lot of lineups and provide a lot of information for the team, but for Estrella, I want to see that follow-up. We don't have flashes now, so gotta follow it.
I need to see more from Munchkin. That's it, last slot.
Definitely. Will today finally be the day RQ gets one up on Gen G? We're gonna find out as we head into Lotus, over to Achilles and Aserai.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go again. Fourth time. Is it the charm here for RQ, or will Gen G continually deny them access into any form of playoffs? We're going to find out as we get ready to get into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to see how this is going to kind of unravel now, because it feels like now that we're a little bit deeper into Kickoff, a lot more of the teams are getting warmed up. They're a lot more confident of themselves, and a lot of, I think, evolution throughout the days has been happening with a lot of these, again, with a lot of the ones that we have seen in the past couple of days, sorry.
Yeah. I do find myself frustrated, though, as we get ready to go into this one, because it's really exciting on the side of RRQ. They're going back to Lotus, which at the beginning of last season was something that they continuously tried to do, and it kept not looking good. I have a hell of a lot more faith in it this time around. But we have Elmimore coming out on the Chamber. Why isn't Meteor playing Chamber? We could have had this head-to-head. This is just like Laz versus Extra. Why are we not doing this? Because Meteor, he made his career. He started his career on that pick. That's what launched him to fame when he was playing on Northemption. He's not coming through with it, but all the same, let's go ahead and get ready to get into the game and see who is going to be coming out on top, because Chamber or not, Meteor has looked good. As the desk was saying, this guy, he's basically a duelist, but wearing Killjoy's clothes.
Yeah, and don't forget about how much impact he was able to do with those lurks of his. Even just on this Killjoy, he does not miss a beat. Even, again, him not being on that Chamber. Another thing I just wanted to point out here, Achilles, real quick, is Jemkin, when they were up against Gen G last time that they faced against them, he was losing a lot of the crucial fights against Texture as the series progressed. So that's something that they want to, you know, kind of counter coming into this elimination match.
Sure. I mean, we saw the really fast start for Jemkin, but then just wasn't really able to maintain that performance that he was putting up. Went like 12-3.
Yeah.
And next thing you knew, it was 12-9, and then he just wasn't climbing nearly as much. So that momentum did not last very long, and that's something that RQ, they need to have him very much moving forward here.
Definitely slowing down. Bit of contact already here as Link is open. It seems like Gen G able to push in quickly onto that A site.
A couple shots going to be exchanged there. Munchkin going to be whittled down to 62, but put some damage out onto Astray as well. Haunt finding some reveal, swing onto the corner. Astray able to find Texture. He can take it down, but now Charon will find Xfero. So Omen battle going his way. Meteor swinging the corner, able to come up with 2 more kills as Jemkin and Astray both fall. Now just flips an Elmimore left standing. Elmimore still trying to make his way over. Flip shot, needs to try to stay alive. Tucks into the corner, the double face coming through, and Charon's going to be able to find the kill. Low HP, 1 headhunter bullet and a frenzy in hand. The jump peek there over at drop. Lakia trying to spot him out. To be able to find anything there with that frenzy. The swing around coming through from Charon. Trying to peek, they don't see him. The slide down. 10 bullets locked in. They're looking for the double face. The headshot comes in.
Doable.
We're swapping now over onto that headhunter. But as he tries to go for that tap on the spike, he's not ready for Lakia to already be wide swung.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Again, the pressure on Jemkin to really step up the pace when Gen G goes for those presses. You saw that they doubled up on the back of the site, but somehow he wasn't really able to convert the kills, whether it's the positioning, whether it's, again, the nerves hitting him. He really needs to get that step up. And just looking into the other replays that we had here, Gen G, again, showing how confident they are using Texture as that spear tip into the site. They've done it in the past couple of days, and they're keeping that momentum here and now.
Alrighty, well, maybe it is me. It's just, you know, I've been trying to shift the blame over to the likes of T1, but maybe ultimately it's my fault.
Why?
I have nothing else to say on the back end of that, but I mean, just because every time I'm here.
Is it just the Achilles curse? Yeah.
It seems to be the case.
It's like 3rd day. I haven't had, like, you know, those long tech bosses, but I was telling Paper Thin, you know, when you see it, don't give it any light of day. Just don't think about it. It'll eventually pass.
Yeah, maybe it's the combo. Maybe it's if Paper Thin and I are both in the same building, that's what makes it happen. Because the other days have been smooth, but he hasn't been here, which is why it's been so enjoyable the last couple broadcast days. But maybe
he's
that's
not
what it
watching
is.
this.
Oh, he is. I know he is, and that's fine.
We're so sorry.
Are you really a duo with somebody if you can't just really grind
Roast
each other's gears a little bit? I think
All right,
not.
I've been there. I've ridiculed my duo plenty of times already.
Any friendships, you know, when it hits a certain point,
yeah,
you feel that comfortability to just be able to really just take stabs at one another. But we'll, if we get any update as far as what is going on here, we'll of course push that information forward to you guys. Hopefully it's something that can be dealt with very quickly so that we can get back in, because obviously so far we've only seen that pistol round, very narrowly won by the side of Gen G, but potentially a worrying trend.
True. Another thing, again, you know, just looking into this, I think Des was also talking about it, is how the change of the maps truly have been. It just feels like both RRQ and Gen.G banned out Breeze and Lotus in the previous match that they played against, maybe just to save a couple of the strats, maybe just to not really show anything. But now that it is again, I told Mika to say this, but I don't think she did on the desk, the qualification day, you know, qualification and elimination day at the same time.
I see. I wonder why she didn't say
Is it the
but I mean, it's very true. I mean, this is the last legs for a lot of these teams. Obviously, still that play-in is on the horizon, so there's plenty more opportunities to potentially be eliminated. Even the playoffs itself, if you make it there, is still going to be that, you know, non-double elimination. It's just that single elim, so you have to be able to win out from here if you want to be able to go over towards Madrid.
Yeah, the absolute amount of stress that these teams will have to go for. And again, just being able to adapt to what they had issues on in just the span of a day or so, and then you're put into the fire once again. All right, at least we're coming into this, it feels like it should be Gen.G getting that big advantage. I think it's only me and Will. I actually don't know why. I forgot the reason why I actually predicted RRQ. I mean, I saw the players that I remembered. You know, Flipsider, he was one of the players that I really liked when he was still in the Indonesia scene. So, you know what? This is just gut check, gut feeling. But we're back. Let's go.
That we are. It seems like everything is taken care of, and that's just going to be Meteor finding a quick kill. Outlaw into his hands. Ellymore eliminated. Right over outside of C-Mound where that double push was looking to come through. Flipsider still inching forward, but with the alarm bot set up, the turret there, as well as Meteor still in the wings, as well as only having a classic. I'm not sure if Flips is going to be able to find too much. For now, orb take outside of A. Texture, the shot through, the Prowler reveals, and there you go. High pen weapon, Munchkin able to take down Jemkin.
There's a big flank that's coming from Flipsider here, but Meteor is already just, again, pretty much aware of that, as he is using that Outlaw. So that means like Xferos is going to hold the site by himself as the paranoia hits him.
Tucked away alongside the box, but as he looks, hearing the entry coming out from Tree, Munchkin swings the corner, manages to catch him in the head with the Guardian. So right now, on for a flawless anti-eco is Gen.G.
You just have to recall Flipsider, because he really can't do that battle against Meteor with the one-shot, one-kill, even at body shot. So, other direction they go.
Swings back around, but it seems like RRQ very much happy to just kind of sit back, wait and see if anyone does happen to push into them. The Texture says, okay, I'll take that fight. Swaps over the coast, just he strands a weapon, but ever so snappy with his aim, Texture comes up with one. Let's see if he can stay alive. Stands it around. Flipsider will be able to find the headshots. The Flawless not quite going to be able to come through. And ultimately, Flips can just sacrifice himself over towards the spike.
This is where I think teams start to get, you know, a lot more, at least looking to buys, a lot more aware of the Outlaw. Because, again, if you buy on your save round, even just an upgraded pistol, and you're forced to half shield against an Outlaw, we've seen how very powerful that can really be. And speaking of powerful, Gen.G, you know what? It feels like there's no resistance from RRQ on the defense. There's no heat check whatsoever. It's really just Gen.G walking up, getting these quick kills, and then transitioning or getting more advantage after that.
And one of your biggest tools for trying to, you know, spin around like that would be that chamber, but having Ellymore go down first and foremost certainly hurts their odds. Looks like he's going to be looking for a similar push out, gets himself tucked away behind Mound. And for now, Outlaw is getting ready to swing the corner and takes the shot. It's just a hair off there from finding the opening kill onto Texture. Makes it out with his life intact, however.
They can press this, though. That rendezvous is going to be offline for a couple of seconds, so they want to go for that contact without Ellymore getting out of harm's way with his TP out. This is the perfect time for them to do so. But for now, it's just, again, slowly checking the angles, making sure that every crevice of C does not have any traps laid out by RRQ.
That's the thing, just having that chamber, you know, the trademark, really the only trap that you have. You don't have to worry about those standard Killjoy setups here on C. Try to use the paint shell to clear out a couple nanoswarms, etc. Instead, you're more than fine to pretty much just plow onward, especially given the trademark is not even here. So Texture for now moving forward, does grab that spike for the plant here. Just at the base of the ramp. And now on RRQ, the 5-man retake.
Yeah, smokes are going down, though, and Viper Toxic Stream was used on A. Here they come.
Snake wide to try and delay.
Oh, he
off
spotted
the shoulder there for a brief little moment. Jemkin, however, pushing forward, does manage to find Locky. Traded back now by Karen. Elmi Moore finding another. Back and forth between the two squads.
Oh, wow.
Karen now,
What a
one of two
crossfire.
left standing. 22 HP remaining here on the Omen. He's up over top of the box, and somehow he's been missed.
Can't
He's got
find
a
him.
big backstab opportunity. Xfero trying to get himself over here towards the spike. Taps it, but he is not ready for the flank angle. Just absolutely beautifully piloted here by Karen. The movement so very perfect to get Gen G a converted bonus.
Not just that, it's him and Meteor working so well in tandem that you saw that every single time that RRQ was trying to go for the kill, you know, secure that site, they have these, again, quick trades, not even trades, just quick punishes to let them stay in the site and keep that spike from getting diffused by any player of RRQ.
Just jumping on top of the wall, not looking down, not expecting. The enemy Omen just resting beneath his feet. Sees nade combo attempt over here at A. No one there to receive it as Elmi Moore quite far forward, and it's a very shallow rendezvous, so Arrays can get on top of him very quickly. He sees the hand, the Prowler chasing, just tries to go for the blind shot. Let's see if he can find anything. Fortunate for him. You're not exactly trying to rush this one down, but still put a good amount of damage into it.
Look at this, RRQ's just rotated already. They know that there's an opportunity or a possibility here where Texture just throws out his showstopper now that it's available for him. Just chase down Elmi Moore that's already injured, already used to get that rendezvous. They've been using this to just hard press their opponents. Here on the other side though. Yeah.
Punching really far forward against that wall. Now just drifting away, and looks like RQ kind of getting a decent sense of what is going to end up happening here. Smoke comes down. It flips a little bit of added protection. B-site pivot certainly is possible though for Gen G.
There is very little firepower for them to work with. Ouch.
Yeah, might have actually gotten a headshot through the Prowler. Either way, Munchkin does get whittled
30
down, but
seconds left.
Sparrow unable to hold the door, but flips, yeah, spotting him. Managing to find Meteor. If he can recover the weapon, that would be an outlaw, but B-site is going to be a bit more close quarters. Jimkin backing away, that paranoia helping to save his life. Now RQ, see if they can try to take this site back.
Look at the positioning though. Everybody from Gen G has gone towards Link, so maybe they can get separated here and start defusing that spike.
It's just right here around the corner. Now the showstopper further delaying, just buying time here for Gen G. RQ, they know that they can't even go close to this damn thing. It's going to be sent forward. Damage not really going to be pounded. Current actually just putting his aim, ends up getting taken out. Jimkin finding the kill. Time, however, still dwindling. RQ still in a rough spot to try to be able to find this round win. Elmi Moore going to be taken down. Estrella able to get Munchkin, finishing off that low HP Viper, but they can't get this spike. They can't hold on to this one. They need to try to clear it out. They finally do, but it's just going to be weapons not even recovered. The spike will erupt. All of RQ get taken out. Gen G win the round, but their bank, it gets broken slightly.
Yeah, I think that was just a round where Gen G realized, yeah, we're not going to survive this, but we can win the round very cleanly if we just do exactly this. The contact that they've done wasn't really to trade efficiently for themselves. It was them to efficiently trade themselves from stopping to have that defuse. Again, deleting any chance of RRQ from taking one round in.
Operator now here in the hands of Elmi Moore. See what value he can find. You can see Cash still decently strong here for multiple members on the side of Gen G, as that's going to be the seize nade, and ooh, Elron lucky to be alive. 43 health remaining on him. Haunt going out. Jemkin snapping with it. Takes out Munchkin as he swings the corner straight away. Just spamming, managing to find one. Xfero gets a piece as Jemkin finds the second. And suddenly, Meteor, the last one left standing. Orb going to be taken. They push up far enough to actually spot him. For now, he's just staying quiet. Smoke dissipates. Swing onto the corner. We'll find one. Would have to be an ace clutch, though, but Sparrow won't allow for it. One member lost, RQ. They finally get themselves on the board in the 5th round.
This is what RQ is just kind of hoping for. That Gen G trips up their slow, methodical approach, just quickly transitioning out into rubble, getting punished by that combination that we've seen time and time again happen from defenders on Lotus. Again, utilizing the traps, utilizing the nades to really put Gen G in an unfavorable, undesirable situation. And as you saw, very clean round for them to only losing one. So they keep their weapons coming into this next one, which means Elmi Moore, look at this. He's got an operator.
Yep, still able to keep that one in his back pocket as the Haunt does get the reveal, and yeah, Texture needs to drop off the top of Rubble there. Nightfall now going to be thrown out. Texture able to find one before he gets taken down by X-Sparrow. Jump across the side, turning Nightfall, pushed out, shoving RRQ back. Only more gaining a decent amount of space, but look at the wraparound here from Meteor, getting himself tucked just alongside that C-Link door. Prowler not doing much there, Lock.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping that maybe that would have chased something when the Nightfall Tracer still was available. Anyways, wall to separate. Xpharaoh is isolated here, so he has to hold by himself.
Prowler swing over the corner and can't quite get that transition to find another kill. Showstopper in and Flipshider able to mow down two. Now Meteor in a bit of a rough spot, knows that he's being pinched here. As Elmimore taps the door, holding that hard angle here with the operator. Meteor can separate this. If he can find this opening kill, cannot. Swings out wider as the door reopens. Elmimore will get himself on the board as well. RQ will get themselves a second round win.
This might be the time for Gen G to not keep pushing out of Rubble. It just doesn't work. And this is the same thing that happened. Maybe they were a lot more confident because they had that Nightfall, because maybe this time they were just mentally prepared. But RRQ, they show to us why they have this locked and loaded. They just are able to execute and win that for days.
Pit available here for RRQ, but that lockdown, it's been built up for Meteor. See whether or not that's going to come into play in this round as Elmimore again, just looking to push forward, take some early space here for the team. And, oh man, nearly got himself a collab there as they were just all jiggle pig in the corner. Elmimore comes up with the goods. Lakia now eliminated as he continues to re-peek, just trying to see if he can get an angle. Meteor in the meantime pushing forward in towards B, able to catch Jemkin completely unawares.
Good call the rotation too from Gen G. They have options here. They can just slow the pace down, wait for the utility. Door is always opportunity to go straight into C while Elmimore is holding. If he misses a shot with that operator of his, he could be in trouble now that we see that Texture still has the quick transition into side with the double satchels.
I mean, look at the setup here. I mean, the rotation over. Flipshider drops the pit onto B, stopping them from pushing there. Smoke comes down to the A. They really want to filter Gen G further in towards this C site. Very much relying and trusting in Elmimore to be able to get the shots and slow them down. Spots one. Quick adjustment downward. Finds Munchkin. Looks for a little bit more. Lockdown now coming in. Elmimore good for the second shot, but soon he's going to have to back away. The lockdown is enough. It has to be respected. It buys enough space here for Gen G to push forward.
It's damage done already by Elmimore, right? It will secure that site, but there's so many positions to be to deal with, excuse me. As now Meteor, I think he realizes this, so he wants to be put in a position where it's a little bit forward, it's a little bit off angle, it's very aggressive, but he does get a chance to maybe get a kill early.
Oh, and he is ready for the swing.
Player standing.
Says, I used to be a chamberman. I know what you're thinking. Does manage to strike him down, but that leaves Charon, the newest member, in a 1v3. A couple low HP bars. Snapping on the first shot. This is trying to take him down, but then is surrounded. Flipshider will find the kill. Xpharaoh will find the operator, and RRQ will now get up to touching distance, 3-4, just one round separating.
Elmimore lighting up the house with that operator of his. So this time RRQ, they're creating foundations of what is there to defend each and every site. For C, it's been Elmimore. If they can't deal with this, they have to go through the, again, the string of utilities that RRQ has on A.
My OP, take my OP.
Yeah, don't forget. Sniper's important for Elmimore. But yeah, they have at least defensive answers against Gen G at every single site, for now at least.
Nice setup. Gen G now seeing it a couple times in a row where they prepared to try to counteract it as the nade goes out. Texture in a bit of a rough spot. And actually, it's not even the nade that finds him. It's just going to be Jemkin spraying through. That does take him down.
Did they realize that he got hit by the C's and then just pop shots through the smoke?
No. Maybe just a happy little accident.
Very good, because Texture's down. This leaves Gen G just stuck outside of tree. And RRQ, they've already gathered like 4 players here and now. Xpharaoh, he's just okay holding the angle at this point on Link. But, the timing.
Xpharaoh, he caught with that util in hand. It's gonna be no, but as he redraws, Charon is holding out for more, being able to find that kill. Straight gonna be good for 2, but Lock here responding with a headshot now, upgrading the weapon. Grabs the Phantom off the ground. Still though, 3v2, power and numbers here for RRQ. But Genji can isolate, take out Jemkin. This keeps him in with a chance, but Jemkin trying to hold the line, readjusts the spray, picks up 3 as RQ tie it up 4-4.
Cause and effect here for Genji because they lost Munchkin early in that fight. Yes, they did get the takedown on Xfero. They could have transitioned in, but again, losing him that early didn't allow the toxic screen to be up, so the walkway of Genji going onto Link was very much exposed as to how you saw Estrella get those 2 kills. And of course, Genji, not really having too many options, wanted to go for A, and Jemkin's there just to receive very, very efficiently.
Multitude of ults though, here for Genji. Still not a timeout inside. Both teams very much close, I should say, very much trusting in their teams to be able to make the adjustments. Turret set up eventually has to be cleared. Swap over to the Headhunter. Oh, Elmimore really wanting to pull off the play. Now going to be backing away as he sees a Meteor continues to creep forward over towards Mount. Meteor feeling very confident in that battle despite, on paper, being outgunned.
Yeah. I think it's just more of, I also like how Meteor is so aware of the angle that Elmimore will recheck, so he goes to the other side. Estrella, Odin strong.
Unfortunate. Just really utilizing and abusing these high pen weapons. Those paper thin walls. Elmimore still just holding the line here. As it feels like, I guess Genji feels like they are once again essentially forced to come up in towards his position. And again, Elmimore. Last time he was adjusting down, this time he was adjusting up.
Wait, what?
Finds a shot. Mows down the rest. Hello.
Wow.
Gonna need to see that one in the replay because, good God. Xfero.
I actually thought that Elmimore hit the mid-air shot on Texture. That would have been sick, but
would have been absolutely disgusting had he been able to get that one.
Hatrick still very much. And look at that. I think it's just telegraphed too, right? They put up the toxic screen. Estrella just immediately reacts to it. And speaking of reactions, Xfero holds the angle, not allowing anyone to cross without getting punished. Absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous hold here for RRQ, and what looked like to have been such a strong string of rounds for Genji here has been flipped up on their sides. They cannot find a reaction here to RRQ. Again, as I mentioned, RRQ, they have all the defensive answers against the offense of Genji here.
And mind you, with this scoreline, yeah, it looks tight-knit, but it's been nothing but streaks on either side. 4 rounds to start things off for Genji. They got that bonus conversion. They win round 4, but then they just start dropping them, and RRQ have been racking them up. It's now up by 1. Genji, Solo wanting to pump the brakes. There's a few more seconds to try to find the adjustments necessary to get themselves back into this one.
What can that be? Oof. Hard question to answer, definitely, when, again, you've got players of RRQ zeroed in. I don't think they were expecting, really, that Elmimore went onto this chamber. Everybody from the desk seems like they were very much aware of it. In any case, it has been paying off a lot.
Look at how tight-knit and how shared of an effort this is right now, though, from RRQ. 2 kills separating the top from the bottom. Everyone has been a part of this run back right now.
Yeah, they've been dipping in. They actually moved Flipsider towards C. So now that they realize this, maybe they'll press further. Look at the positioning, though, from Elmimore. He opens the door. He can TP back onto Waterfall.
Showstopper entry.
And he even finds Karen.
Hasn't spotted him, but finally does. Flipsider going to be taken down. And Elmimore not going to be good for the second kill. Pushing in through Waterfall. This gets taken out. Meteor here to intercept the rotations. Comes up for 2. Texture gets the 3rd. And it seems like Coach Solo said, hey, Blast Pack and Showstopper in to see. We'll end up winning the round. They do. They stop the RRQ win streak and they tie us back up 5-5.
It was also the round that RRQ just mixed up their setup too, right? Where we saw, again, Flipsider holding C. They might actually just bring back Elmimore on C because it did not work. As you mentioned, Dexter just whizzing into that C site. Everyone dropping right in front of them. And Meteor finally gets a chance to go for his lurk. And this is that one round that Genji was looking for, as you mentioned, to equalize things.
Cash aplenty here, though, for RRQ. So it's going to be tour de force into this round, and then plenty of cash for the op in the next. This Jiggle peek out. Jemkin just trying to check around. Oh, it's Meteor. Wants to take the fight, but Jemkin steps to him, headshot coming in. Starting things off with that man advantage here is RRQ.
Another raw talent, right? Aside from Bleed, coming in from Ascension Pacific.
Would have been a flick and a half had he been able to nail it. Moore looking like he's not done yet. He still wants to take a forward aggressive position, gets himself around the backside of Rubble. They heard the rendezvous, so they might think that he is not here anymore, and now he strikes! Managing to find two, Lakia finally answering back, but it's just he and Caron left standing. Okay, expiring. Try to step across behind Rubble. To try to take any amount of space that they possibly can, but this is looking like an absolutely done round here for Gen G unless they can find a miracle.
Yeah, they don't want to push Estrella here. He's just holding it angle. He doesn't want to even check it. You know, they're the ones going to have to push. Now that they open the door, there still is
30 seconds left.
some form of confirmation. RQ.
Oh.
Gen G going on A.
Got a headshot, still left standing. Knocked down to 55. Push forward, they get themselves
Spike planted.
away from that trademark, now into the site, the spike planted. Certainly, even with the nightfall in their back pocket, Gen G would want to save that for the last round of the half. TP forward, Xpero spotting him out. So one over towards Tree. Tap onto the door as Flipshider comes in from behind. So rotate over to backside here from Lakia. Trying to take a nice position, but Jemkin hounds him down. Now they know that Caron is up on Heaven, and that's going to be the kill coming through. Jemkin with 3, the fuse comes in, and RQ get themselves to 6.
Man, what a lapse of judgment there for Gen G to think that no one was going to be holding Rubble, right? But Moore did make a very, very good feint that he played away. Look at this, no one was even checking him. Thankfully, if Lakia just wasn't able to, or wasn't able to react in time, that would have been the 3 kills. I love how Moore is just, chill. Just chill with all the highlights as he's been doing.
Oh, God. All right, well, last round of the half, Gen G. I mean, so close to 4 ultimates. If Meteor can collect some orbs, find a kill, that lockdown can come into play. Now Paranoia across the TP underneath. Has Jemkin realized? Yes, he does. Showstopper now out, set, looking for the kill. They bounce away. A smattering of damage found on the Lakia, but he does manage to stay alive. Only more in the time. Getting revenge from Flipshider. Takes out Meteor as Jemkin continues the plus board, but now Lakia responding with 2 kills of his own. 2v2, the Nightfall in the back pocket.
Face your
All
fear.
other ults used.
Bring them down.
No one got hit by it too.
Big pump of the brakes, Elmi Moore. Wanting to go for the shot, tries to get the flick. The Boombot, he's eating the damage, but he can't find the headhunter shot. And now it's a 1v1. Xpero in texture. Spike down. Xpero watching for this one. 2 smokes yet to still utilize.
Texture is smart. He's using the time remaining to make Xpero move elsewhere. Now he's cooked a little bit. Should decide to just try to get that spike out in the open. So it's a guessing game.
He grabs it. He knows that it's been taken. But where is he gone? No tap on the spike quite just yet.
30 seconds
Still
left.
suspecting that he might be within the side itself. Texture, however, with time on its side, he might be able to actually creep over and get himself in towards B. It looks like that's almost exactly what he's going to do.
They're just... Wow, they're about to hit each other. Just barely at the corner, Achilles.
Just pulling back, and now, yep, footsteps going to be heard. Little time remaining.
10
Xpero
seconds
still
left.
trying to play this one out as quietly as he possibly can. Texture with the setup. But can he get the win?
There's the smokes.
Cover going out. One
There
smoke
it is.
sent. The tap, the hold, a blast pack getting sent forward. He knows exactly
doesn't
where he's at.
stop.
He actually didn't clear him off. He thinks that he cleared him off. It didn't happen. Xpero! The absolute Chad just stays glued to it. Gets the kill on the back end, and RRQ are up 7-5.
Imagine the mental exhaustion from both Xpero as well as Texture to kind of outread each other. Again, Texture was the one that had to make the noise and start going to B when that timer was going down. He went the other side. He thought Xpero might have gotten all the way around to spawn and was playing a lot safer. Xpero just chased him the same route that he did. But of course, him being the Omen, having the smoke, I was looking at the utility here for Texture. He only had that satchel. And I mean, you can't blame him for thinking that it could boop him away from stopping the defuse, but it just didn't.
I think it just pushed him back against the wall. It wasn't far enough to decide to actually knock him off the spike.
Yeah.
Not enough distance, and he just stays on it.
What a lapse. And I mean, it's 5-7, but every single round has been so important for both of these teams that I think that was a huge win for RRQ.
It absolutely is. But here's the question. Which way does Lotus sway? We have typically in Pacific seen that this is more of a defender-sided map. That's a strong defending start there for RRQ, but not really a runaway beginning. Yeah. So if Gen G can also have that strong defending side, especially with Meteor now, being able to have his full preset KJ util down on the ground, Gen G certainly could try to run this back, especially if they can find themselves another pistol round win.
I was about to say that Jemkin felt sort of quiet. He stopped fragging, right? But this is his chance to show what he has got, that raw talent of his, that raw firepower. There. Now that RRQ is going to be the one grabbing, you know, these sites on the offense.
Made out, Elmi Moore quickly has to jump back with the rendezvous. And you can see already, Texture, I mean, just wanted to go for the combo setup, see if they can find anything, get some nice opening damage over at A, and then he's instantly rotating over towards C.
Charon here. Waiting on doorway to throw out the util. I think RRQ realized that it might be too much of a heated push on C, and they're just coming back here, especially with the toxic screen already set up. It's not a bad idea to do that. They can find Lakia and actually get the trade on him. That's going to open the C site fully and, well, just really for RRQ. Oh, that spots nobody.
Oh, no, it does not. It landed inside of tree there. Lakia now going to be drifting away. He might himself be thinking, okay, I don't think they're coming to A, or at least taking a more defensive fallen back position. But now the util starts flying. He's going to still go for a timing shot through the smoke and managing to find Estrella. The push in, looking to try to capitalize. Knowing that he was going for the reload, will just be a snake bite to force him back. Finds some damage. Lakia for now going to be held at bay.
What an angle, too. You can see already here the post plant for RRQ kind of got mixed up a little bit. Elmimore's going to be holding on drop here as he has teammates to hold the crossfire, but the paranoia allows them to just drop in.
Paranoia drop down, but Munchkin does manage to find Xmero. Elmimore, the classic, trying to jump peek, trying to get those shots across. Doesn't find much of anything, but Jimkin comes up with two, and now he's the last man standing. And Gen G will be able to take him down. Second pistol round goes their way. And barring a thrifty win here, it seems like Gen G are going to be able to tie us up once more.
For sure. That round, I have to say, like, very much favored because of what Lakia was able to do. Sure, he got the one kill off of that, but that is a huge kill in this post-bat when you only have the pistols. That being able to survive, give that information. I do not know what he said, but yeah, works in the favor of Gen G just because, again, of the heroics of Lakia.
I didn't quite catch it, fortunately. Texture now back.
We'll just laugh with him.
He's got the outlaw in hand, defensive sightlines as well. Seems like Elmimore may be, you know, learning for the first time out, but never mind. Try to give him the benefit of the doubt. Sticks around, gets taken out.
Toxins going up. No
Very solid early kill coming through, and it feels similar to what was witnessed in the first half. Munchkin now spraying away, finds Xmero, just into the meat grind, and arrow swarms down to the ground, smokes everywhere, Spectres in hand. Not much to realistically be done here for the side of RRQ. Looks like they're just going to stay tucked and wait for them to try to push up.
It's just, again, RRQ also trying to sprinkle a little bit of that lurk, but it's not going to happen. Seems like they're about to just go push, end this round already. Try to get a trade if they can.
Maybe Munchkin with the bite will try to use it in the corner, but that's going to be the Hawk to jump in, and Meteor collects 2 kills very swiftly. A flawless anti-eco here for Gen G, as they do, in fact, tie it up. So 7-7. Can they convert another bonus? We'll have to just wait and see, but Elmimore just sticking around way longer than I thought he would.
There was no reason not to just try to be a lot harder to read, play the off timings as well. Here it is. And now that they know that there is, again, that outlaw, can't really go for the half shield, so you see RRQ with the utmost full buy. Jemkin is 2 away from his ultimate. That could be something that they can use to break into the site here. But there's a 4-stack on Gen G right at the other side of this toxic screen.
Oh, Locky gonna be taken out. He does a good amount of damage there on the flips. Actually 8, even more damage there. Now down to 15. Texture not wanting to push up into this one. So toxic screen does fall. Flips going to be able to just drift away, but could be 2 players hot on his heels here as the rest of the team trying to enter in towards that C site. Decay out, nanoswarm damage found. Tumbak gonna go chasing forward here from Jemkin. His Meteor currently set up, waiting for that smoke to dissipate at Waterfall so he can get a shot with the Outlaw.
Flipsider's like 15 on this anti-lurk.
Oh, but it's so snappy. Meanwhile, Munchkin got 2 back over the site. That's gonna be Jemkin and Elmimore taken out. It's just Estrella and Xfero left standing now. In a 2v4. It seems like Gen.G, they might just be able to do it once more. Smoke coming down, Munchkin creeps his way forward, catches Xfero completely off guard, takes him down, and as he swings back out, Munchkin gonna be good for the 4K. Paper Thin was asking for him to step up here in this game, and so far he has.
Definitely need that POV on the replay for Munchkin there, because it looked like at the start of that post plant, it looked like RQ should have been able to transition into a round. Here we go. That's how, wow, the smoke dropping and no one from RQ actually noticing it. What a punish from Munchkin.
Seemed like maybe just too reliant on that boom bot, because that was sent out by Jemkin to try to check that spot. And nothing noted, so
yeah,
kind of slipped their minds, and that is going to be another timeout called. As RQ now, Koji Walk wanting to slow things down and get the team back into the right mindset.
This is what RQ definitely needs. It's not, I think, the change of strategy. It's more of just being able to remember to not forget about the attacking side beats, right? Once you know, and again, the changes to the smoke, you see it fizzling, you know it's about to drop, somebody has to check it. You can't really have these lapses up against a team like Gen.G that will not miss a chance to punish you for it. And again, go back to that, Munchkin with the 4K really is a big punish against RQ.
Solo looking very animated here as we get ready to go back into this one. I mean, a reminder, this is RQ's map pick. Something that the org became a hell of a lot cleaner on. It came down to Lotus last season. It was those early day Lotus picks that hurt RQ so very much, including, I believe, the first time that they ever played against Gen.G.
I will have to double check that. History check again.
See now, though, bit of a half investment here, as Elmimore just going to be relying on those 4 headhunter bullets that he has. No armor in sight. Maybe trying to bank up as much as possible to try to get an attack operator into his hands.
I love this triple stack from Gen.G. If RQ pushes for B, they're going to be able to exit out and have the numbers to kind of fight with it, right? Flipsider somehow manages to pick off a bit of the utility from Meteor here, but realizes that it could or should be able or should be there on the side itself. They haven't checked tree, but they are planning it on the other side. They're not even checking it. They don't even know.
No, they are not, but somehow Meteor actually only going to be able to come away with 1. Still puts a lot of damage down onto Elmimore, who's going to be finished off by Texture. 3 players left standing. Jemkin, however, though, with a showstopper. That could be a major linchpin in being able to convert this round into a win. Trails forward to try to clear out tree. Need at the ready, sent, gets them off the defuse for now, buying more time. Snake bite in the corner, showstopper comes down, managing to find 1. Munchkin's gonna be taken out. However, now they're onto the spike and they're looking to hold this one down. Texture finds flips, gonna be taken out. The fight goes forward, it's held to half though. Locky getting back through, just gonna be able to hold this defuse, and it's close, but not enough. Gen.G, they will be able to win the round.
Man, imagine if that showstopper was just slightly placed a bit more on the center. That could have gotten 2 of them, which should have been enough.
1 enemy.
But not. Oh, man. Clutch snakebite, though, from Flipsider, but again, it was half defused already. If it wasn't half defused, again, all of these what-ifs, that is really hurting RQ. And again, another one. Just wanted to add as well. Not checking Meteor, not thinking that someone was still holding tree. They cleared a bit of his utility, sure, but you didn't know where he was specifically. Wishful thinking for RQ here, and it does not pay them well.
very slow, very quiet here so far. Op v op. Opposite side of the map is Texture in a very far forward position.
Bring them down.
Waiting pretty much out in the open. Now the shot does go flying. The off is going to be in this spot. Texture backpedaling, but do they want to keep playing into this is the question. Seems like they'll wait for a bit of a report back. As there's a swing and Texture somehow wins that.
So aware, so quick.
Holding the line is just way faster than Elmimore. Showstopper still held on to as well.
Yeah, the question right now for RRQ is, are they going to start pushing onto C now that they know the Texture is on the other side of the map?
Blast packing forward right over top of that snake bite means the Jemkin is a quick and easy target. Xfero able to trade it back, however, finding Munchkin, but now Meteor tripping his way down, and he's able to find both.
Wow.
Gets himself the third as well. Slips comes through the door. Gen G now starting to run away with it.
You can really see the thought process that was coming there from RRQ. They were mustering their courage, I guess you could say, and then just YOLOing onto that C side from the looks of things. They knew that the utility from Meteor was there, but they had to try to do something unless they want to start to reclaim that map control. Unfortunately, look at this hold from Meteor, just absolutely beautiful. The second Nanoswarm doesn't really get any kills, but it stops RRQ from pushing all the way onto Ben, allowing Meteor to take a breath and then just pushing out, getting that 3K for a nice photo finish.
Bring them down.
Prowler check outside of B. Okay, noting at least one. RQ, I mean, they need something, and they need it damn soon. Caron, however, not looking to give it to him here. It's Elmimore picked off by Texture.
Oh, he opened the door.
Second, Estrella just bang through, eliminated. Paranoia does find him. The spray coming through. Lockheed trying to get the kill on Xfero. Just barely managed to persevere. Jemkin will put some damage down. That's about as good as it's going to get. Maybe just the one kill here. As Xfero, spike in hand, drifting around the backside here. Through that defender's spawn. Maybe, at the very least, to just see if he can try to get a plant.
If any of that turret is active from Meteor. Oh no, it's not, so might be able to go through. Alarm bot is gonna spot him though as he comes closer, especially now that he doesn't have any utility except for maybe just the one dark cover. Tries to backpedal onto top B here. Texture is waiting on the edge.
And he's got it. 3 kills in the round. Is Gen G. I mean, what's it been? 6 consecutive now for them.
Yeah. Actually,
sponsors.
Yeah,
I mean, look at
it
it.
is.
They take the pistol, they take the bonus conversion, and now they're looking to take the map.
Wow. Just opens the door. It opens the opportunity for a couple of kills there from Texture.
Open the door, RQ on the floor.
Placing swarm grenade.
There's no answer for RQ now. They've been trying a lot of things, but it's all just been counteracted. I think they're playing too much afraid of Texture.
That would have been a pretty insane shot.
Yeah.
But they do
100%.
manage to make it across the rubble safely. Small comes back up. Only more force up the angle for now. Prowler chasing up. They work their way now in towards Tree. Nanoswarm, however, there to slow them down. Smoke on a rope, but I mean, look at all of the ultimates available here to Gen G. Even if they dump everything here, should just about guarantee they get themselves up to that map point. That call around the back. Hit down here on the site. The jump out. Elmimore can't find the shot. Takes the TP out the safety now. In the meantime, lockdown, trying to clear out the site.
Estrella.
Look how big that zone is. They have to try to force their way out of this position. But time is ticking. RQ, are they going to be able to escape from this one at all? The door opening up. Flipshot able to find one, but it detains. Coming through. Jemkin taken down.
One enemy remaining.
Elmimore now trying to stay alive, but there's just nothing more that he can do. Caron will find 3. As Gen G completely overwhelmed them with ultimates.
That was just rough for RRQ. They had to use the lockdown earlier on their end before Meteor did. Quick little check on the replay. And then look at this. There's no way for him to escape. Gen G was just holding doorway, waiting for his exact moment to happen. Either you exit out You go into the straight gunfire of RRQ here, or you get trapped into detain, and you're just screwed. And now RRQ, or excuse me, Gen G is already at map point. Such smart calls, great punishes overall. And there's just, again, no answer for RRQ, no rebuttal at all from this team.
It's really slipping away from them here. Now, just going to be hoping to see if they can tie this up, take it into OT. Something that had eluded them in the previous series. I mean, it was close pretty much every single map the whole way out in the opening match versus Gen G. 13-11, 13-11 into a 13-8 on Sunset. But right now, it just feels like RQ panicking in these mid-rounds.
And these are, again, obviously to us, different maps from that last series. And if this is already a done deal for Gen G and we go to Breeze, we've seen how strong, again, Texture has been. Meteor's Lurks have been absolutely phenomenal. So RQ really are pressed to try to, as you have been mentioning, is right, try to hit that overtime if they can. But 5 rounds, it's a tall ask. More though does have his third to force on C-Long, but Texture's always just been one step ahead.
A pixel out of place, Texture. Takes him down again. That showstopper still in his back pocket. The pit as well, not needing to be invested by much. Get the last round. Lakia pushes up to the smoke, and he takes out Jemkin. He gets Xfero. The triple kill. As Lakia looks to finish things off. Munchkin will swing the corner. The transfer cannot come through. He takes him down, and this time it's even more dominant than the last. 13-7. Gen G take RRQ's map pickup Lotus away from them.
That just hurts. Man, they were already pushing for a site. Lakia comes out for a beautiful punish, for a beautiful counter of push, and just secures it entirely. Gen G, it was a back and forth in that first half, but this second half, they have not dropped a single round. Texture, Meteor, everybody doing so much to make that happen. My goodness, RQ, they gotta have to dig deep because this elimination match looks like it's heavily favoring Gen G. Oh boy.
That was so damn good for them, but like I had, as I said, I had concerns. Is this just gonna continue to be a defender-sided map? Seems like so far it is, but that's enough from us for now. We'll go ahead and throw it back to the analyst as to break down the action from game 1.
Is history going to repeat itself? It's looking like it is going to be the case as Gen G seal out another map. What can RQ possibly do to stop this? Especially
Quack
since...
is broken.
It's okay. They're there, my friend. They're there. But yeah, RQ though, they had good momentum initially.
Yeah. They did, and it looked like they had some really good reads. I mean, I thought Gen G was a little static. They weren't really adjusting the map very well. They were kind of just relying on that individual firepower, which certainly on the other side of the coin got them over the line. But in the beginning, I had a lot of hope for RQ. It was looking really solid. It looks like they had some good adjustments, some good reads, and Elmi Moore was locking down that C site really nicely.
He was! He had some like really nice op kills. I think round 7 in particular, he had 3. And like anything that Gen G tried to throw at him, you know, they tried to peek him one by one. He just got them all down with that chamber, with that operator. It was pretty nice. They had a 7-5 lead. What happened in the second half? 7-5 lead, dude. Like, oh my god.
Again, it's like losing steam, right? It's so painful because they had that great start, right? I did, by the way, enjoy that like little mini game between Meteor and Elmi Moore.
Yeah.
There was like a little 1v1. There was that like mini tournament within the map, right? But again, this is quite painful for RQ because they were on the right path, I feel like, right? Especially since Texture, as we mentioned earlier, can be a bit more, I mean, like his entries aren't as death-defying as they are on the Jet, right? So this was their best window. Unfortunately, they couldn't close it out.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, again, going to the fact that Texture has improved his Raze a lot this year. He looks a lot better. He can still op on the Raze. We saw this once they're on the defender side. He was so clean with it. I mean, yeah, look at the post plants here for RRQ. That's tragic.
Oh.
Tragic.
Don't mean to cut any of you guys off, but like, just I want everyone to pay attention to what's at the bottom of the screen right now, like the very bottom, right? Round 12 onwards, everything, all Gen G. That's says a lot. And again, it was that 7-5 lead, and you're talking about Texture. He was a big factor on their defensive side. There were so many rounds where, of course, we had Elmimor when RQ was playing defense in the first half. But then as we swapped over to the next half, Texture picked up the op. He started to pop off. There was that Raze and Fade combo as well. And although, in terms of post-plant's first kills, it's fairly even, but Gen.G just offered so much more, especially when you had, players like Lakia starting to step up. Remember there was like a round where I was like,
Final round.
Lakia does not look good. And then
suddenly he's like, I heard you, Fat.
Oh.
Do not try me. But you're absolutely right. When the side switch and Gen.G was on the defensive side, it was just RRQ, right? They weren't able to really push forward in the way they did because Gen.G just seemed prepared. Not to mention, everybody on the side of Gen.G just seemed to have that moment for them, right? At first it was Munchkin, probably holding the C side. You had Meteor, of course, shutting down Elmimor and so many others. And then you had Texture and you even had Lakia. And everybody just had that moment on their side. Unfortunately for RRQ, they couldn't really push it forward on that defense, especially when they started to lose that mental game too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just seems like it all started to fall apart when they couldn't really break through the defenses. I mean, and they lost both bonuses on both sides of the coin. Like, that's really concerning, where not only are you losing both pistols, but then you're losing both round 3s in each half. Really concerning stuff here. The fragging isn't there for Estrella like it was in their first matchup. That's another part of the puzzle that's really not going so well. If there's any glimmer of hope here for RQ, is that Jemkin looked pretty good. 5-0 in First Bloods versus First Deaths, so he had a really good impact in that role. However, it didn't translate to too much success.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Again, the follow-up just sometimes isn't quite there. And I get that it's like a little bit more difficult, especially when Gen.G are feeling this confident, when it's not just Meteor, it's not just Texture getting all these frags. Munchkin had a round where he started to pop off as well. So, although we are looking at this right now, and Jemkin has higher numbers, for like damage per round, for example, higher ACS, it's still not the RRQ that we need to get that win over Gen.G. You cannot afford to be losing both pistols, and also the bonus round. Like, how could you give that to Gen.G? This is your map pick. You go on to the next one, and I certainly hope that they left Breeze open for a reason, because Gen.G's Breeze against Paper X looked darn good.
I don't know, man. I feel like this was their window. This was their window to be able to close out this series. But, on the side of RRQ, you saw Jemkin right after, right? He was sitting and he was deep in thought. He was discussing something with
Ewok,
he was talking to Ewok. And despite this performance that we're seeing right in front of us right now, he knew that something was off. Something wasn't quite right with how they tackled, especially when they were on attack, right? Especially since, as the duelist, you do have that pressure along with your initiator. So that sync up that we keep hearing from the side of RRQ, where was it this time? Unfortunately, they couldn't bring it out against their Kryptonite.
Yeah, and frankly, it was missing the first time around. Again, if you look at the assist stats and the coordination with Gen.G, yeah, the majority of the fragging was on Texture and Meteor, but they were still working together as a unit. It was still a lot of selfless play. It was still Lakia setting up his teammates, and now when Lakia is called upon to have some big moments, when Munchkin's been called upon to have some big moments, they stepped up today, and that's super concerning for these other teams, because top to bottom, again, this firepower for Gen.G is through the roof. Maybe the highest in our league outside of Paper X.
Yeah, for now. I mean, Gen.G, we saw, the top roles that we had before the entire game started. You can see so much that Gen.G does, but, RRQ, got to see those numbers up. We talk about power friendship. Yeah, it's there. Need more of it, but also like the individual power, I think. You can't always just rely on that teamwork alone, especially on a map like Breeze, I think. But at the very least for now, I mean, just enjoy the highlights, because what a show Gen.G put up.
Right, and of course, Gen.G, I cannot wait to see them on Breeze. It's a map that demands such confidence, the same kind of confidence that we saw from them, and so many times, especially for Texture. So I cannot wait to see them. But again, big question mark on the side of RRQ, because I don't feel like they could be prepared for what Gen.G has to offer on Breeze, which demands such individual top-tier performance.
No, I'm with you. I'm very concerned. I mean, I thought Elmimor on the chamber would be something that could give some energy, bring some fresh air to this RRQ playstyle, and it did look decent on defense. You could see that Gen.G was afraid to pressure Elmi more on that C site in particular. And Asarai pointed out during the cast that, you know, the one time Gen G had success was when they shifted the chamber into B instead of onto C. So, you know, it was very difficult for them in that regard. But then on the attacker side, you don't have that impact. You don't have those first kills that you need. You're not able to outduel, whether it be Texture or Meteor, whoever you need to be beating when you have those opportunities as a chamber to use the advantages of your utility. It wasn't there. So that's very concerning here for RRQ.
Yeah, and Quack, and now we're heading into Breeze. What are we expecting here? We don't need to look any further. We don't need to wait anymore because we have Yoru on the side of RRQ on flips.
Whoa. Okay, this is, wow.
Whoa.
Never seen before, of
Double
course.
duelist, and it's Jemkin and flips.
Starting to see a trend of the Yoru being picked up more, right? But then again,
Age of
just
Yoru, man.
very curious as to how this would work, especially when Gen G has that double controller. Meteor anchoring down sides. There's so much more that they can do to really work against it. So unless, you know, there's game tape study, this Yoru is really something that's that spectacular. I don't know. It might be interesting.
I don't know about this, but we're going to see indeed. It's going to be exciting as we step into Breeze. Over to your casters, Achilleos and Asarai.
Well, well, well. Thank you very much, Desk, for the breakdown on game number 1. But not sure what to anticipate here. Is Flipscheider coming out with the Yoru as we move into Breeze? Now, this is something that he has only played once in his career. So certainly going to have our eyes trained on that one. But from what we've seen so far at the tournament here, Asarai, it has been that the double duelist comps, when it comes down to Breeze, have been the ones finding the most success. We'll see if that trend continues now going into map 2.
Yeah, again, because you just have so much more offensive posture, whether, whichever side you're on, and a lot more mobility, which is so important when you're thinking about how much power, how much impact mid-control really does bring. In any case, though, RRQ looks like they're just going to go straight for an A split here. 2 coming in from Halls, a couple of A main, and then everybody from Gen G is just going for the massive flank all the way through mid. We'll break that trip, but, I mean, they have to be prepared for this. RQ will have to hit the brakes on A main.
I was going to say, they can wait for the cam setup here. Trying to see how many players are going on the rotate, but RQ already taking the fight to them. That's going to be the concuss into the corners. The push forward comes in, and Texture's able to claim 2. They starting to get away from them here. Now it's still just going to be this 4-man push out, trying to work their way up into the site through main. Flash goes for Jemkin. All of that left side flank. Able to gun down 2. Lock-in now going to be the last man standing, but not for long. Sparrow will get the final shot, and RRQ will get their first pistol round win of the series.
No hesitations from RRQ here, just 2. Again, run rampant on that A site. I didn't like the call here from Gen G to go for that massive flank, but once RRQ figured that, wait, no one's here on the site, let's just check real quick on mid as well as A main, just in case, and the timing was slightly faster for RRQ to get those positive trades in. Gen G had to deal with everyone prepared to fight them all the way, again, on that A main position, and that's just all done deal for that pistol round. Ooh, very close use of flash and recon dart on A main again.
Now, a bit slower on the take, as Flips is the one with the spike. Looks like he was going to be inching forward there into Halls for a brief little moment. Has dropped back. But, I mean, also worth noting, the Astra, not something that we have really been seeing on this map. So far, it's either been the Viper kind of by itself or the Viper Harbor that has been coming through.
I was actually about to point out, too, it's only been Charon that has used it in their last game with Team Secret on Breeze. So it's only Gen G that's actually used the Astra. And I do like it. You know, you have so much utility to use with the stars because you have your primary controller, which is the Viper. It should be able to use those stars for a lot more punishing rather than the smokes. They do get the flank on Lockya, though, or the counter flank on Lockya.
The grab wall will try to slow things up on that approach, but they're already well into the site, given the firepower here. Quick picks on the site there, but Texture with a nice headshot will be able to find Flipscheider, putting that Yoru down and delaying the plan for a little bit longer. Low HP on Xfero.
Spike planted.
Either of these guns will be able to take him down, but Texture now going to be noted wrapping around through elbow. So what is the call going to be? They could just sit back, try to wait for that spike to detonate, sacrifice themselves to it. But I think Texture, given that he has this Sheriff in hand, he's going to be looking for blood. Whether or not he can find it, it's going to be a different quandary. Jemkin does get tagged. He'll drop down off the half wall.
They can just keep him inside the site. Interestingly enough, Charon's just holding on elbow, maybe because Texture is making all of that noise. He's waiting for someone to wrap around as some form of trap, but fortunately, looks like RRQ's just not going to bite. They're going to exit out an Arch, and that's going to be that. 2 swift rounds from RRQ, but we've seen this time and time again. It has to be that second half that we have to look for both teams, or especially for RRQ here.
Simple as that.
All right, well, fairly clean there. RQ moving forward, they hold on to a blind share of the weaponry here for themselves. And final pick on the Texture, really enabling them to safely get out of the site. Because prior to that, they didn't know where Charon was going to be, so making the exit was going to be tough. But as soon as they get rid of that jet, everybody else able to get out scot-free.
Now, with both of the teams having somewhat, stronger weapons, are we going to see Flipsider's Yoru pick really come into full swing? Oh, just, okay. Secure all the trips, or excuse me, the ult charges.
Just grab what he can, try to get that mask ready to go. Straight a bit further behind, obviously, though. So won't be able to really couple it in with the Hunter's Fury. Couple shots coming in, and oh, his head right outside the Poison Orb. Charon able to take it off. Jemkin taken down. Flips still here. Flash to the wall. Catches one up close, and Guardian's just not able to stabilize that aim fast enough. Out of the corner, Texture taken low, 35 HP remaining for him. As Estrella also with a nice adjustment will be able to find Lakia over at stairs.
Still isn't the, worst round for RRQ. They can't come back into, or they can't just find a bit of that rotation, as they do still have all of their players except for the duelists. Look at the lurk coming in from Estrella here. Left to make something happen on Halls. Well, they hit that B site. It might be a good idea because if you look at the traps on B, he's not actually at the entryway. The only thing that can screw them over is if they start going into the site, but it seems like because Meteor is far away, he might not be able to capitalize with this, but he is running back to maybe make something happen with it.
Sparrow's gotten himself back into the site, and Meteor will be able to take out Elmi more. Time dwindling, and they need to get that spike planted here. There's the backstab. Estrella going to play this one out quietly, but Texture, oh, he's so wise to it. Managing to find the kill. Spike planted, but Sparrow now all on his lonesome. Texture pushing forward, swings in, and somehow, some way, has been 35 HP since 30 seconds into the round, and he'll be the one to defuse the spike.
Yeah, just give him the reward already. That's going to be the jet blades available for Texture here. You're absolutely right. Dude isn't supposed to survive, but somehow he is defying death every single time. Are we going to see it here on the stream? No, not yet, but this one's huge. Charon able to find the pick onto Jemkin, who I'm pretty sure wasn't able to spot Charon in time as well.
What ADS?
Also, big lapse on RQ's side, and yeah.
I mean, still, odds were stacked against Sparrow, obviously, in that position. But it at least would have been some extra damage dealt in the bonus. So now a weapon gets passed over because of the defuse. The blades are available, so Texture still very much deadly.
I'll handle
as the mask going to be coming in. Not much to combo it with, but just wants to try to identify player locations. Sees one, sprinting forward, pings it down. Yeah, he's got a good idea. It's going to be within that cyber cage. Popping out, judging in hand. Meteor able to take one down before falling, but now Flipsider continues to open things up. Man advantage here for the set of RQ as the spike gets planted.
Look at how far Estrella is just back at base. Does he have some kind of super light up that we don't know? As well as, just holding the flank altogether.
I mean, we do have some pretty deep white lineups. Maybe you could try to replicate those with a shock dart, but the trajectory on them has to be pretty damn precise. Either way, it looks like he's just wary about a very deep flank coming through all the way from that beach side. They're both turned away from. Lakia not able to find much, and given the pit investment, it seems like, Gen G making the wise call to just back away from this one, so they will allow for RQ to close out the round.
I mean, that's the value of the Dimensional Drift for you, right? You're able to spot out all of the traps here of that Cypher, which is the most important thing, obviously, when you're pushing into a site that he owns. And again, I love how he immediately just came out of the Dimensional Drift because they had it pinched in, because they had Elmimore almost, or sorry, not Elmimore, but Meteor almost dead to rights. So might as well just get that quick trade, get the upgrade on the weapon, and start working your magic on that post plant. It did use a lot of the ultimates here from RRQ. They had to also use the Viper Pit, but I mean,
This goes here.
2-round advantage. They'll take it against Genji.
Typically, whenever we do see the investment of the Oriole, it's going to be alongside something else. It's kind of the expectation that you're going to have that double investment. The Pit does feel maybe a bit worse to use compared to something like a Hunter's Fury. Oh boy, the spray into the orb there. Good damage down on the Jemkin. As Elmimore is actually going to be the first one to fall. Taken out. Xpera, however, finding Munchkin, getting that trade back, getting some revenge here for his comrade. And Locky and Charon both going to be taken down. That forward position inside of A main completely broken down here.
Enemy remaining.
The Stray getting Texture up on bridge. Leaves just Meteor here to his own devices.
Absolutely.
Spike planted.
So Meteor, all right, forced to save once again. I mean, he has a neural theft. He can fight for something, but I mean, Genji, very economical. You know, they're gonna have a hard time buying into that next round without Meteor saving this and then being able to purchase him another weapon. But now that they spot where the camera is, might have an idea that he is hunkered somewhere down here on B. As you can't see the players of RRQ on the minimap slowly creeping up. A little bit too slow though, but they do have the time to hunt someone down, which they are looking to do so.
We'll just go ahead, wait for that spike to detonate, and see if anybody can come across this Cypher. A little bit of noise, but I don't think that it would have been noticed. Drops down as the recon dart comes through. Go pushing in towards him. Looks like he'll be able to tuck away long enough to stay alive. So Meteor retains his weapon. And that is going to be a pump the brakes here for the side of Genji.
Haven't really seen Texture really get that value here. Again, we're seeing, again, as you mentioned, right, the two duelists, the quick ability to pressure from two angles because of the speed that the duelists do give. And Genji is just not able to either reposition or hold the quick offense that is already brought up to their plate to try to deal with. So, that being said, this timeout's probably there to just address that if they can. Texture's been, again, as I mentioned, just dealt with so quickly here by RRQ in that Yoru, or from Flipside, has been pretty effective when he works with the team.
So far, looking good for RRQ, but you know, Breeze, this is one of the ones, especially when you're running that double duelist, where we kind of anticipate to see a lot more dominance on the attacker's side. For Solo, trying to get as many rounds as humanly possible as they can before they swap over to that attack side themselves.
Yeah.
It's going to be very imperative.
Yeah. They're not able to use Charon's Astra too. I think that's what Genji is, or excuse me, what RRQ is also banking on, right? They already know that there are some trap setups with the Cypher in combination with that Astra, but if they can do it fast enough, right? Oh, I like this. An anti-updraft tripwire, expecting maybe the quick B main push again here from RRQ. Huh. It's a mid push though. Are they gonna try to go once again through double door?
Revealing area.
Swinging forward, seeing if they can catch out anybody out here into the open. It's Texture and Charon for now, just lingering around A main. Swing onto the corner, and Texture playing off the back of Charon's shot, finds the kill. Estrella going to be taken down, and that's a huge amount of their info gain, as well as some post-plant setup taken away from the side of RRQ.
Portal closed.
Question is, can they continue to push the issue here and have this spiral out of control for RRQ? The answer is going to be yes. Texture able to get Elmimore, catching him outside of the cyber cage, swing onto the corner, Carrot putting a sheriff shot there into the chest of Jemkin, taking him low, but Jemkin managing to answer back. Locky now going to be taken down. The flash sent forward, gets the catch, but Munchkin gets the headshot. Suspect that one more kill. There you have it. Actually put this into a winnable position. 40 HP remaining here for Jemkin, and he's got no idea where Meteor's at. Spike down, the dash used. He'll collect it. But Meteor could be coming from any which way. All they know was that he was situated on B site. Swinging her out the backside of the pyramid. He's about to have him, and he does. Genji somehow come up with the round win after the timeout to get themselves a second on the board.
Okay, two things. I'm not going to take this away from Genji. They had just the better aim, and again, stylistically, RRQ, every single time they spot Genji, you know, the utility punish is great, but look at this. Flipsider's POV, he committed to this spray by also crouching. Bro was asking out in the open to be shot down by Munchkin, and that happened multiple times with the players of RRQ here on that thrifty round, which again, Gen G generously took for themselves.
Flash in, trying to force it back. Hunter's Fury now coming through, just trying to really flush out Meteor, but he is just staying effectively glued. Flipshider into the backside, however, does manage to find Munchkin arriving through tunnel. Meteor now catching Jemkin on the entry, throws down that neural depth, gets the reveal out, but Straight finally able to take him down, but still damage dealt. 3v3, the Seekers let loose. Lakia making his way up from the cannons. Pushing alongside this one. Estrella now needs to try to hold the line. Seekers get cleared. Looks like they miss each other. Lakia gets himself into window. Texture situated here. The arches finds Helmimore. Now the man advantage in the hands here of Gen G.
Fake teleport.
TP bait. Try to draw some attention, but Texture not really falling for it. Flipshider just eating this util. Staying still, but Estrella puts that operator down on the floor. Tap onto the spike. Flip. There's the clear out. Flip trying to get the angle. Wants to make sure that he can get the spray to connect. We'll find the headshot, and RRQ will rescue the round.
I love that approach from RRQ. They know that again, Meteor is going to be tucked somewhere on the site, so it's more of the duelists just doing their job right. They're brushing every single corner of it. You see Flipsider able to bypass Meteor, get that backside control, and Meteor just cannot relay the information to his team. He gets a couple of the picks, sure, but because of that quick trade, because of how they're able to secure that backside with the help of Flipsider, it just does not matter. RRQ realizes and have been pressing Meteor on that B side very frequently.
Really good movement from Estrella as well in that last round, rotating out from elbow, not wanting to try to challenge over towards window, get the punish there on the lock. It just goes for the flank out in tunnel. Texture, however, now going to be darted up. Does make his way out to safety. Mild amount of damage taken from him. As Munchkin, classic in hand, looking to try to hold the door, and Helmimore will just go ahead and lock on. Locky in the meantime is finding Sparrows. It's going to be both Vipers eliminated from the equation here, as Flipsider really wants to try to break open this corner, but it's actually going to be a combined effort as Estrella and Helmimore both get involved. Again, finding one, swing onto the corner. Ooh, yep, that's going to be a dink right through the corner there. Still found, swings out into the chest shot. Jemkin takes him down, and that leaves Meteor on his lonesome to see if there can be any additional damage dealt here to the economy. Taking it slowly, but as he's jumping up over top of the box, I mean, this is just an impossible stack to try and clear. Push up the corner. Shot's just not quite connecting. Gets Estrella in the leg, but now down to 39 HP. It just seems like it's an inevitability here. Meteor just wants to try to keep them involved around the side as much as possible, but eventually he will die.
It's a slow death, right, for Meteor there. They weren't going to chase him anymore. I think RRQ finally got the lesson. Don't chase any player of Gen G. I know you wanna show how much macho you are, how much dominance you can bring, but this is Gen G. Something can always be turned on you when it's them. I have to say though, you mentioned how Estrella's been good at those rotations. RRQ, when they go for these side pushes as well, he always finds the timing on that recon artifice to get at least one pulse in. That's good enough.
Rush. Oh, Lakia taken down right there in the front lines. Everybody else now needing to pull away. Good punish there from Jemkin, and not much damage found as well. Flipsider, 78 now puts on the mask. Into the dimensional drift to push out, and Jemkin is ready for it. Things now can come down. Several knives being expended there from Texture, and that leaves him with nothing but a classic to pop out. Texture will be able to find Flipsider, actually. Knocked down low. Ends up getting finished off, and hey, deja vu. Might not be a sheriff this time, but same position. Meteor this time killed off considerably faster by RRQ as they will continue on their merry way now. 7 rounds to 2.
Again, same thing, right? It's the ability of Estrella to scout cleanly here for RRQ. Really that information, whether it's verbal or, again, just being able to tag someone. And then immediately as that happens, you see Jemkin, you see Flipsider, go, go, go. Just charge in, get that contact, get that trade, and RRQ does not let up.
That goes there.
This is a great rally back to see from RRQ. They look to make this into a 3-mapper.
Revealing area. My ult is ready.
Takes up the orb and everything.
Toxins going up.
Fury back online. Elmi more if they can find that opening kill. Try to set things up with the neural depth, and there it is. Flipshider just spamming away, catching Munchkin now. Identifying, locking here backside. The Guardian does come up with one, so Flipshider going to be taken down. Jimkin whittled low. Either of these sheriffs in the hands here of Gen G would be able to find the kill, but Elmi Moore jumping up on top of the wall. Does he look down? Texture right here in front of him. He eventually finds it. Neural depth still going to be invested. They know that there's only a couple rounds left, and they want to secure this as the 8th.
Cage triggered.
These guys are gonna push that. I love the pinch coming in from this one, and they didn't lose any control on A. They just had that great lure coming in from Elmi Moore, so might as well just keep the press on A, right? And now look at this. He's gonna have that flank in supposedly mid-good timing, while the rest of RRQ just wait for that contact as Gen G's already on the site.
See if sidelines on both. The answer is going to be yes, he does. Xfero will find the last one. RRQ, I mean, now building up a 4-round win streak for themselves, 8-2. Complete and utter dominance. Gen G, we're talking about, you know, how many rounds they need to try to get here on this defender's side before that flip comes in. Right now, they haven't been able to find any more.
And a stylistic difference of Gen G facing against Team Secret that was very slow, very timid, to an RRQ that is aggression personified here on Breeze. And it's working out so well for them. Again, there's going to be the timeout called here. Once again by Gen G, they've used basically everything that they've had on this, not basically, but they've used every, timeout that they had on this first half just to try to deal with this stellar RRQ offense. And it hasn't really worked out. You're seeing Gen G slowly start to slow down a little bit here in terms of those falling back into sites. Munchkin, as you saw, RRQ pushing out. He threw out his wall sure for safety, but then RRQ's like, he's still there, just shoot it through the smoke. Works out, opens up the site, and then it has happened multiple times. So the question here for Gen G is, now that they actually bought the operator on Texture, yeah, he did, how proactive is he going to be with this, or how successful will he be with this when there's just so many factors to try to deal with the flashes, with the smokes and everything?
Well, speaking of operators, Estrella has one as well. Could end up being a swap off if they get into a post plant, hand that over to Jemkin, but Estrella himself, in his past, especially as a player in ranked, going to be very well versed with this operator. Cam for now, Meteor just watching. Probably not fully believing, but now there's that gate crash, spam into the corner, and it does take a little bit of damage. There's the reveal.
Wow.
Pitching forward, Meteor so very patient, eventually finds his prey. Jemkin in the meantime going to be able to find Munchkin. The Hunter's Fury called in from Estrella for a target, but I'm going to be found. So far, just the 1-for-1. Jemkin worked dangerously low on HP. Swing onto the corner, Texture again. Out aiming, out reacting his opponents. Comes up with yet another one. Meteor will find the finish. Jemkin gone. It seems like the second timeout burn here in the first half is going to result in his win streak broken here.
That's what they were just looking for, right? The traps in the back of the site. Especially when Flipside goes in with that gate of his.
Oh, Meteor had spotted him, but he gives away his position. Elmore swinging out, finding one, turns back, and he was ready for Karen. That 50-50 that was trying to be set up, not going to be finding much. Texture right over his head. Trying to identify where the plan was at. Second too late, can't find it. Sphero on his lonesome inside the pit. The bites are available. But he doesn't want to try to give himself up. Flash comes in, full blind connecting. Nobody on Gen G making a peep. Push forward, spots him. The headshot coming down. The first bite going to be let loose. Texture pushing forward. Does he have anything else other than just this operator? Or is he going to try to just barrel stuff him? Second bite let loose. He knows where he's at. The pit now being dropped at the time dwindling.
Toxins going up.
Swing onto the corner. Texture gets the shot, but I don't think he has the time. No, he does not. He's realized that he'll have to just sprint away.
Clutch.
What looked like Gen G, a round that they should have been able to win. It is taken away from them by Xpharaoh in a pit.
Last round before the switch.
Excuse me, first, before I go with Xpharaoh, Texture, what? I want to see him versus Xcurit, please, in terms of just being amazing op players, right?
It very well happen.
It probably will. And now let's go to, okay, great heroics for Elmimore there, but look at just how well Xpharaoh was able to create that tempo for himself. He knew that his opponents were just gonna come somewhere in front of him. As he got that first kill onto Lakia, gets out of his own Viper Pit just to make sure that Texture can't trace where his positioning was outside of that one kill.
Okay, Jemkin on the dash in, did spot Charon, at least for a brief little moment, but Elmimore going to be taken out. Meteor catches Flipshider at the same time. Xpharaoh able to find Munchkin, pushing his way in towards the double doors there. Jemkin, quick react, gets the headshot. Meteor goes down. Jump peek. Noting Charon trying to get him, but his knives just kind of connecting inside of the pyramid. Now Xpharaoh going to be taken out, so it's just these two players left here on the site. Vandal as a backup for Jemkin as the Cosmic Divide comes in. Jemkin, he gets the headshot on the Texture before the wall can come up. Looks for another one, quick dash out. One line though, Estrella was stunned up, ends up falling. Now it all falls to Jemkin to see whether or not he can clutch this. Pushes out, the right click, he gets him, he swings to the corner, but Lakia says no. He denies the clutch, it would have been gorgeous. But in the end, Lakia will be able to get them a third round win.
Could have even waited for the wall to go down, I think, right? To deal with the 1v1 against Lakia?
Switching sides.
I believe so.
Yeah, what
a bit of an overheat moment there from Jemkin. Was really feeling it perhaps, but decided to try to push the tempo. Believe in himself.
Man. I mean, that was all still placed as well by just how well I feel like Texture's pressure has been. Again, I know, guys, I didn't see too much of the kills from Texture on that round, but it ultimately led to a lot of the players of RQ trying to go even faster than they have been in the previous rounds, which in kind also allowed Charon, has also allowed the Astra to get, or Meteor and Charon to get these picks for Gen G. And then it's just a matter of still having better utility to put Jemkin in a position where he either had to overheat or whether he had to go big or just overheat, as what we saw. Tier 9 though, on that half, still solid advantage from RQ.
Yeah, a really monstrous one here for them. But not impossible for Gen G either. It could all start here. Pistols.
This goes here. Yes.
We're able to close out both on Lotus. Drop the opener here on Braze, but any comeback could begin with a pistol round win here in the second half.
Set for RQ's pretty set standard. Get your wall for A main. It dips enough on mid that you should be able to push pillar just in case. Gen G realize this, so they're gonna go for that mid hinge. Whether it's going to be a transition onto tunnel to B or double door would probably result in if they can get these early picks as well as they start coming in.
Quick lob out there. Dawn Dart swiftly cleared, but multiple players had shots, so they know that there's forward presence here. Swap out of the weapon, Lakia trying to get it, but actually going to be Charon, who is the savior of Gen G. Been a bit of a quiet game for him thus far here with this Astra. But as Elmimore, as the smoke dissipates, get the finishing shot there on a Munchkin to rescue the round.
Huge stuff from Charon, but think about it, they were still trapped on mid, had to deal with so many angles of re-attack from RQ here, which RQ did not miss the chance to go as soon as possible, because if they let Gen G rotate out of there, their chances to punish dwindle down significantly. So as we see here on the replay, Xpharaoh, knowing the timing, pushing out, having his teammate on that nest position to pinch, just allows RQ to secure that pistol, even again through the 3K of Charon.
Bite down, Xpharaoh just offering up an orb in exchange. Texture with the Marshal in hand. Always a bit concerning for his opponents when he has it. Lakia just peeking halls for now, not going to be spotting too much of anything. Estrella set up there, waiting to see if anybody is pushing forward in towards that outlaw.
Saw that flip, just went and straight up looked on his feet.
Ahead.
Straight with a dart and checking to see if anybody has crept close. Meteor, he's crept close out here in mid. Turn on the flash, the drone coming down, gets the tag. Goes the back pedal and swing a little bit late there from Flips to try to get the punish. But for now, just keeping Gen G honest and trying to keep them tracked. So the ping's coming in. Straight well aware that this forward push could have come through, and that's going to be the spike.
Spike down.
Gets himself a second. Texture gone. Now swaps over to the reload. And this is
30
dire
seconds
straits
left.
here for the side of Gen G in the eco. They're on needing to try to recover this one.
Revealing area.
Recon Dart not going to spot Meteor yet there. Will now expire. Spot on the Munchkin.
10 seconds
Flash being
left.
sent out. Tucks away behind the pillars there.
Last
Even at long
player
range, he will be able to win that one out with the Spectre in hand. But
Down B.
the Spike is still stranded. Estrella able to readjust to take out Meteor before he can find him with the Sheriff. 4K here for the Sova, and RRQ up to 11.
And that Outlaw is turning to be the eco round king. That was also, I guess, a bit awkward that the Spike was first taken away from Gen G.
Spike
And then
down.
Gen G realized this, yeah, we gotta try to pick it up again. Still though, there was a world where the pitch that was coming through Arch was gonna maybe make that value, but Estrella is just too good on that Outlaw to really be a true possibility here for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, look how far ahead he is right now as far as that ult charge is concerned. He's been absolutely fragging here on this map, especially in the second half. Very forward push from Flipshatter, though, creeping all the way up through the hall. Meteor in a spot where he could potentially get jumped on. You can see Flips just trying to tuck away, see if anyone's going to come walking forward and not check that trap door.
His Gate Crash did expire already, so he has to either reset it up or just push forward. He is getting checked though by Munchkin. Munchkin's about to actually hit that peak on Flipsider.
Doesn't go far enough, though. He actually backs away from it. Meantime, Texture, I mean, just absolutely convinced that there's somebody on the opposite side of that wall. He would be right. Looks like for now it's just going to be the steady creep up. Nebula pop as they push their way up here through the double door. Jemkin pops the flash, takes the full blind, has to try to dash back, but Lakia able to find the kill. Karen getting himself a second. What does Estrella does put that outlaw to use, finding another kill. Before getting taken out. Flips out.
No.
Wrapping around from the back. Gets the first headshot, looks for the second. Meteor does pull off the plant for a brief little moment there. Selmy Moore arrives. Suddenly a 1v1. A Guardian recovered. The camp finding the dart, the swing onto the corner. And he just can't quite line it up. Meteor. Fancy footwork evades the shots. Gen G will be able to find themselves a fourth round.
It's that Guardian cha-cha-cha. Just to see who gets the win on it. Man, that was so close too. I thought that Jemkin hit enough on Fence that he wasn't going to get full blinded by that guiding light. And you saw the panic in his eyes, or the panic in his movement. Once he actually got that, he couldn't just stay there. He was going to get scanned, so he had to counter-burst himself out. Again, Tailwind as well. Tried to hold for a fight. Unfortunately, he dropped the Texture and just could not hold the site. There were some great trades from RRQ here, but if only Jemkin could have held a little bit longer, that could have maybe been something for RRQ.
Opening dart there from Estrella, not going to be spotting much of anything. For Gen G, Cosmic Divide, as well as a Neural Theft, that's what they have to work with here. Looks like after poking and prodding a little bit around mid and around A, bringing the spike over towards the B site, where for the time being it's just Selmy Moore standing guard. Drone not going to see anything at all over in the hall.
Scanning ahead.
This is still fairly split here from Gen G. You still have Charon and Meteor just sat inside of A main, just statuesque, not making any sound.
Flipsider's position is going to be key here. At least if Tunnel gets pushed, he's going to be able to react in time, and they're so aware of that. Look at the push and the rotations from RRQ.
Hunter's Fury and Texture tagged down to 5 health. Hunter's Fury not going to be able to find the elimination. The heals have to come through there from Lakia. Can get Texture back up to full HP. Xfero swinging back around the pyramid, spotting one. Meteor does manage to counteract, however. Neural Theft now going to be slapped down. Cam at the ready, toggles into that one. Jemkin dashing back, throws in a cloud burst. Gets himself moved up over towards the bridge now. Texture breaking things open, finds one in and mid. The drop down off the bridge. Meteor finds Jemkin, gets it straight in the door, now tapped. They know exactly where Elmi Moore is. The spike planted. Meteor taking the round into his hands, comes up with a 4K to get Gen G up to 5.
Man, what a feint from Gen G too. They couldn't find any picks on B, but they still had 2 players able to push in on that A site. It's Meteor and Karon here. Karon does get traded very quickly, but Meteor just holds an angle, and RQ are so unaware of that. You saw the draw from Jemkin. He was thinking, maybe Meteor just doubled up with his teammate, went back onto A site. No, he holds Orange, gets that 1 kill. Again, RQ unaware of this, picks up the second, and just cleans up for the third. Absolutely beautiful stuff here from Meteor and Gen G with some godly calls just to confuse RQ's rotation.
Probably a bit of a sigh of relief right now from the coaching staff on Gen G, because they burned both their timeouts within the first 10 rounds of this map. So they have been leaving Gen G to their own devices. But now with RQ, Ewok feeling the pressure, not wanting them to get back into this map, even though it's still a 6-round deficit, Solo can impart some knowledge here and observations over to the team. Let's see whose information is going to be more valuable. It's RQ certainly at least wanting to just get that map locked in, get themselves up to 12 so they have map point.
Yeah, they're just 2 steps away, right? All they need, but get the economy here from RQ. Take a bit of a beat down, as it is just going to be the half buy somewhat. Estrella, he wants to showcase how much accuracy he has with these more one-tap, one-kill weapons. So he's got himself the Guardian. Everyone else is somewhat underneath that in terms of firepower.
Camera taken out.
Close to a couple tools here. Zelmimore is creeping forward, but as the util clear comes out, he manages to jump over the top of it. And Meteor spotting this. He's going to swing back into him, and he's not ready for it. In fact, it's going to be Texture. Cannon's able to find the kill. Shutter now arriving around that corner, but with the Stinger in hand, he wouldn't be able to do too much of anything, and Xfero also has his head taken off. Jumping around, Lakia able to find Jemkin. Will send out a bit of a warning shot there. With 3 players alive, this is a very awkward split here for RQ. Gate crash, not available.
Flip side is the only actively looking for picks.
My God.
Yeah. So long, Estrella.
Yep. Outdone by a Guardian. Now the full push. Gen G feeling comfortable. Just go ahead and rush over towards this B site. Word now being sent over to Jemkin to try to make his way, but that Trailblazer is going to deny everything. He doesn't even get the opportunity to fire his weapon. Jemkin with the Guardian. He's got cash. I mean, he could try to save it, but dealing some damage might be what's on his mind. Either way, he'll start making his way back over towards that defender spawn. See if he can find anything.
Yeah, Jemkin's, I think he's been hit or miss this entire second gear, actually this entire series. He's gonna get those sick highlights. Then there's kind of like this. Yeah, he sure wins the fight against Munchkin, but takes too much of that damage. Maybe hit more exit frags, but I could be proven wrong.
Not able to get it. Still advancing forward as Lockheed goes for the wide swing. And you can tell Jemkin, he was wary about it. He had a good understanding of what the movement could be, but unable to find the reaction or the shot. Gen G now, 3-round win streak. Trying to claw this one back. Still 5 to go to tie it up.
That was a push though from Elmi Moore. It could have been honestly something if he wasn't spotted through that jump on elbow. Why would you recheck that? But you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. RQ back up to full, and Jemkin actually picking himself up the operator. Where is he playing at? Oh, Halls, but that mid smoke will possibly allow a double door push.
Estrella not really spamming that smoke. We saw Texture doing very much the same thing, but he sends out a couple shots, misses everybody. Now Texture entering, finds Xfero back orange. Kill confirmed. Jemkin with the operator, just trying to make sure that nobody's going to be pushing up Halls here. Swift Shutter does have the dimensional drift available. See if it comes into play, but no, Lakia shutting him down, finding the kill. Elmimore caught Texture, finds himself a second. And now they just have to go for the save with the dash forward. They're in such a rough spot. Estrella will be able to peel some pressure. Takes down one, Cloudburst sent. They both just try to peel back over here towards this B site and stay alive, but look at the rotation here from Meteor. He is going to look for this catch. They want to take all these weapons away from RRQ.
Last player standing.
Oof.
That's one more gone.
It's making a lot of noise too on this B side.
Stomping around. I don't think he's ready for this at all. He's just behind the wall and he's looking towards his spawn. Shot goes out. Okay. He drops down and Meteor is there to collect. Asking his teammate, do you want this? They say no. Op will remain on the ground, but Gen G will continue plowing on.
And Gen G just feels like, you know, after these timeouts and everything, one step forward every single round. And it's putting RRQ in such a decrepit state. Jemkin was kind of hoping that he gets some value off of this operator on Halls. Absolutely not. And I think the problem here for RRQ really stemmed from that one starting round where you could have just sprayed, you know, a couple of seconds more on that smoke just to maybe dissuade, maybe even hit a couple of shots. But no.
Oh, Elmimore, he's so far forward now. No creep up from elbow to threaten him, but right up in front. Snappy shot, Elmimore finding Lakia. Sends out the Neural Theft, the pings needing to come through. But already he's going to get dropped. Caron able to find the kill. The rest of the team not in a position where they can really try to capitalize. So in the end, it's just going to be the 1-for-1, but information gained for RRQ.
Flips getting pushed through the tripwire. You can see the Texture is aware that someone might just be lurking in that position. And RRQ's so passive in this. Yeah, sure, there's that forward push from Elmimore, but that's about it.
There's a lot of pressure down here on the Flips, who needs to deliver at least a trade to give the team a hope. It's very fast with the shot. Texture this time, not getting the better of him. Gets the kill, pulls back. Dimensional Drift still in his pocket should he need it.
This double stack on Double Door has to pay off. They were here
30 seconds left.
for the span of like a minute.
Creep forward. Yep, Xfero going to be able to collect the kill. Finds Meteor. And RRQ and thrifty attempt of all things. Look like they're finally going to be able to stop this momentum from Gen G and get themselves up to 12. But Gen G still playing to win. The pit comes down, the plant coming in with just 7 seconds to spare. But the Dimensional Drift, they could use that just to try to identify Munchkin's location.
They're safe than sorry, right? Especially with how the separation for both Munchkin and Karen have been. Karen's actually gone on Orange, and yeah, there it is. Activate that drift.
Okay, sends out the decoy. Even though they know that they wouldn't be able to see the Yor. Munchkin finding one. Jim can take it down. They know that he's going to be here. And center pyramid, Munchkin!
Last player standing.
He finds 3! Sparrow, solo, the tap on the spike, he gets the headshot! 3 of his own! The defuse comes in, RRQ will move up to map point, looking to tie this with a thrifty win. Good God, the heroics from these Viper players.
Oh. Okay. Let's just take a breather, check out the replays. Great tactics all together here from RRQ. There were also some positions where they had to risk something. Again, Elmimore's forward spot near the entryway of elbow, and that double stack between the two players of RRQ just to get the catch onto the lurking Meteor. And of course, the coup de grace, which is that kill from Xfero. But man, Munchkin made a damn good case that that might have not have happened.
Flips spotting Lakia there on the little rope jiggle. Pop flash in, Munchkin, well, he eats the full thing.
Okay.
Some minor disjointedness there. As RRQ very much trying to just shove them away from this site. They're very much wanting this hit to just dissuade them. As Flips holding wide, Lakia is able to open things up here. Hall now broken open. They start creeping forward. It's actually going to be a 4-man push through Hall. This allows them to avoid the pit and get themselves out onto the site, especially as that Neural Theft now comes through. The Wizard at the ready, chasing forward. Spots Estrella for a brief little moment. Dart in for the pings here is Meteor out onto Bridge and is straight out unable to stabilize the aim. He puts some damage in but cannot get the kill. Jemkin holding forward, sees the gun barrel, sees the shot. Hold still for the time being. This is just a back pyramid plant here from Texture. Johnson coming in, an awkward spot there. Jemkin meanwhile back on site, finds one, sends it the Cloud Burst. Texture pushes forward before it blooms, finds the kill, gets Sparrow around the back. And Gen.G, they want to take this to overtime.
Now what about a chicken too between RRQ and Gen.G on Halls? You saw that Flipsider at the first contact didn't use any of his conventional or his gates, and then once he starts moving up, that's when Lucky also did the same. What timing here for Gen.G to go again and get that contact, immediately opening things up. The Naruto to follow up, the Halls, everybody from that A site that committed the close A main defend, which was, I think that was Jemkin and teammate, because of the Viper Spit being used, was completely null and void. They had no control in that backside whatsoever because they lost Flipsider that early. So Gen.G was like, let's just keep pressing on. We already know we got this, and they did.
Very big round for Gen.G to win. Not being fettered by that thrift that they had just given up the round prior. And RRQ desperately wanting to close this out. Use their second timeout, so no more intervention here from the coaches unless we do in fact end up going to overtime.
4 rounds for Gen.G, right? 4 very difficult rounds, but now that they've broken the economy of RRQ from the looks of it, this is looking a lot better for them.
It's just the knives there for Jemkin. It's going to be their second biggest piece of firepower. Flips does have enough to invest down onto a Bulldog. It's like maybe a double push over towards double doors. This Recon Dart will get cleared by Meteor. Jemkin over the top, sends out a couple knives. Target not found.
Was a risk though too. That means that they know that he's already used up all of his mobility tools. So they can start to, I think, just compress and fight together in a certain spot here so that they don't risk giving Jemkin any resets.
Now it's a check in here towards A main. Flipsider just flush against the pyramid, staying put. You're just trying to see if he can spot anything at all, but RQ, they're not giving up any tells.
Now the ball
comes
gets
down,
it.
gate crash and send. A little bit of spam coming through. Looking for that stun, and Texture pulling his knives, rushing forward, trying to get the chase. Push up into the side of Cage Sparrow. Gets the jump, managing to find one, trying to find another, but he cannot make it happen. Texture, the quick headshot comes in, and Estrella will fall. Elmimore now, last man standing. With one shot into Munchkin before getting taken out. Thrifty this time around, not going to be coming through. We have to suspect that as we get ready to go into the next buy round, this is what the timeout is all about. But can RQ make it happen?
There's a Cosmic Divide on Charon too. That's going to make it infinitely more difficult as we've seen how strong that separation is. Charon just knows exactly what specific Cosmic Divide setup they want. And it has been such a blight upon RRQ's retakes. Big issue here too is they haven't really dealt with Texture's operator on attack because they have to hold these, you know, angles for information. Texture's just like, yeah, sure, I know where you're gonna peek me, and he's always somehow managed to get that shot off.
He's looking forward again. Sparrow and Elmimore both have their attention trained here. In towards main. No swing out. Try to get the punish. They just let him go back. For now, just going to be the camera cleared. Forward position here for Meteor. It's outside the door. There's a trap wire on the far side that he would have to deal with here. So Upshot goes in, trying to see if somebody pushes up into that corner. So far, Sparrow widely able to avoid all of that. Just takes a little bit of damage. Right side down, he's out in the open. Texture swaps over to Vandal, managing to find the kill. Up on top of the box now, pushes out, flips out, not ready for it, and Texture collects himself a second. Hunter's Fury was fishing, but it found absolutely nothing. Gun barrel might have been spotted there. Either way, it doesn't matter. Charon with that shorty drawn out, takes out Elmimore. it's just Jemkin and Estrella left standing.
They're running away.
They have to.
Here.
Yeah.
So much money here from the side of Gen G, though. They can very much afford to go for this hunt. You can see Karon starting to sprint over towards that side of the map. Any punish is just monstrous.
And this is another iteration of Gen G's push on Halls, right? They didn't have to over push and break that tripwire. All they were really hoping for, as what we saw with Meteor, is he throws out the cyber cage, then opens up the door so that, again, it threatens anybody from RRQ that's playing at the back of the site. Once that happens, they separate the site, they have Texture swap up to that Vandal of his, and just start shooting him down.
Oh, 5 HP. Jemkin lucky to be alive. The rest of Gen G not going to be able to get into position to finalize either of those kills. As you can see, though, cash-wise, not great. Maybe a Guardian there for Elmimore.
They really have to have somebody hold that Hall's position.
That's how that kill happened.
Okay, they just bumped heads.
This isn't like
I mean, they used Flipsider. He lost to Lakia. Texture's been peeking it from time to time with an operator. So RQ, there you go. Look at this read from Gen G. They're like, RQ's, surely they start putting more bodies here, which they have. And RQ's just, or Gen G's rather, on the other direction on the map.
Start drifting back over now. With no sights on mid, the Poison Orb cutting off Nest Division. Can't be sure if anyone's actually crept all the way forward, so being wary of that for now. Seems like once more, may just end up being this A-site hit coming through as we see Karon Lakia start drifting back over towards that side of the map.
Stereo State has a dart, so he's just checking it. He's just face checking it for now. But probably once we hit like around 40 seconds, they might start to think something's wrong.
Okay, well, objective number 1 achieved. They have noted and figured out where Texture is at. Push out. Sparrow able to collect one on a Meteor. He's pushing over top of that Poison, so does get vulnerable. Kill comes in. Texture burns the dash. Already a bit of a win here for the side of RRQ. Just getting that opening kill. Gen G now turning the sights over towards B, which needs to be matched here by RQ because they have completely abandoned it.
There's only a tripwire there too that's holding the position. Nobody's rotated for RQ here. They're so set in their ways that they think it's going to be the A push.
I think they're so worried that somebody had already deep lurked in towards B, playing split away from the rest of the team, not realizing that Gen G was a full 5-man, getting ready to attack that A site, but now they have to work their way over towards B. Can they do it? Cam now cleared, defensive position set up here. Pretty good overall for the side of Gen G. They got Karon out in main. The elbow push from Lakia. Swing out, 2 players gonna be spotted. Texture unable to collect the kills on either, but still puts in some good damage. Elmimore leading the charge. Trying to stay elusive. Munch getting the first one to fall. Xpharaoh swinging around the back of the wall. Texture now taken down. They're looking for the hold. And it all comes down to Lakia, and he can't get it done. Jemkin gets himself a 3K as RRQ make it up to 13. We are going the distance here in our opening series. They do not want to go down without a fight.
Lakia had a chance to actually flank from tunnel, but then there was a weird interaction where he spotted Flipsider, started running back on elbow, and he lost time to help out his teammates, ultimately leading to Gen G just not having enough firepower to break down the full force of RRQ retaking that site. This means we're gonna go to a game number 3. What a series this has been.
It's just something about these two teams fated to face off against one another time and time again, fated to go to game 3 in both of their series against each other so far here this season during kickoff. But we'll go ahead and hand it back down to the analyst. Dessner standing by to break down the action for Breeze.
Of course we had to go to a map 3 in this Gen G versus RRQ league that we're having, right? Paper Thin, it had to go this way.
Yeah, it feels like it for sure, and it's really encouraging here that out the gate, it's a really strong start for RRQ. On their attacker side, they look really clean. The Yoru worked a treat. Flips was really disrupting, especially Meteor on that B side. He was having a really tough time dealing with it. I really liked what they dialed up for this map.
I really like that Euro too. I mean, the guy just really knew how to kind of make use of the dimensional drift at times, or even the fake out to cut into space and really, like you said, disrupt your opponents. I think those are one of the main things, because even though there were times that you have the Viper's pit up, or Texture's trying to get a good angle on his opponents, as soon as Flips comes in from the sides and keeps annoying him, there's always that other factor. You're always wondering in the back of your minds, is this guy going to flash against me? Is this guy going to pop up? So that was a great first half. Second half, though,
I was
why
gonna
don't
say,
you tell us?
but, right, they nearly lost it. Yes, they were able to close it out, but that was because of the massive lead that they had in the first half, right? They nearly lost it when they switched over sides, because Genji, again, that aggression from Texture, the first kills that he was able to get, and that would like shake up RRQ, right? They don't have that ability to just, rally back together just yet. It's not as confident just yet, but we did see shades of it in this map.
Yeah, exactly. And it helped that they got some pistol wins. Like, that was a really, really big factor here. Again, on Lotus, they couldn't find any pistol round wins. Here they get some, so that kind of sets the tempo as well to really give themselves that extra cushion going into that second half, even though there is a pretty good run back. It is kind of an attacker-sided comp, though, right? Double duelist, you kind of expect that you got to get that damage done on the attacker side. So for RRQ, mission accomplished. Send it into map 3. We're going to take another look at Icebox, so this is going to be really exciting, because last time it was a very, very close map.
That's right, and that's why we were worried about, this going into map number 3, because we did mention that, if RRQ want to close this out, they might need to take the first map as well. How are we feeling now that we're going over to Icebox, Quack? I mean, last time wasn't exactly good for the side of RRQ.
It's pretty shaky. Very close, though, right? I mean, that's the one thing that they've got going for them. The composition was rather similar. One difference being that Estrella was on the Sova, and then you had Munchkin on the KOs, which is a little bit different as well. Munchkin not normally on like a Sentinel or the Viper, like what we're seeing right now. But that's the main thing, because Texture popped off on that map. Texture is popping off right now. 13-10. Although Genji lost, you still got the top score in terms of frags. And yeah, it's that power of friendship from RRQ. So can they continue to bring that power through to Icebox and really correct the mistakes from day one? Because if not, you can expect the same stuff from Texture and Munchkin. Munchkin always sets him up. Texture just comes in and does his thing. 30 frags easy, and that's the game bye-bye.
That said, I do like this double duelist look on the side of RRQ, especially for Flips, who I believe has only played the Yori like only once before, and it's been quite a while indeed. So this new look is actually, it's experimental. It was a bit of a gamble against, Genji, of course, as they always say is their kryptonite, but I like that they're showing that they have this card in their hand, right? For Icebox, though, wondering what else they have to pull up against Genji.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is that both teams just run the same comps that they did before. I don't expect, because it was so close, that there'll be a lot of, in terms of agent changes, there will be a lot of strategic changes and things like that. The only thing that concerns me about RRQ is I'm seeing some mental mistakes here and there. Like, they'll call for a save and like Estrella decides to go for a long-range fight with a Phantom versus a Vandal. Things like that were a little bit concerning. However, what isn't concerning is Jemkin's play right now. Today, he's been very solid. Even though they lost on Lotus, he had a really good showing there with his individual performance. Now he's on the Jet. He has another stellar performance. So the good news here for RRQ is that your duelist is keeping up with Texture. It's just, can the rest of the team keep it up behind him? That's what was missing on Lotus.
Right, we still got that Gecko. You still have Estrella on the Sova. Don't know how much really, unless you can really time the recon bolts along with Jemkin to come in for some like retakes, for example. But it's going to be difficult to say the least. To say the most, it is RRQ's best shot at winning this, age-old rivalry against Genji. So they've got to make it happen.
Are they finally going to make it happen?
Finally.
That's going to be the big question, especially since this has been going on since last year, right? But this is a good sign. Jemkin definitely keeping up with Texture here. And they kind of have, they're mirroring each other's problems in a way, right? It's kind of cool to see that Jemkin is keeping up with Texture, as you mentioned, Paper Thin, especially since, you did have Australia. I do agree that sometimes you felt like he was falling off a little bit or not quite in sync with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, it's more, it seems like, of a communication issue potentially, not, and this is something that Ewok alluded to in the pre-match interview, right? He said that we're still trying to integrate Australia into communicating with us using the English, as their primary language as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's very understandable. And again, this is Kickoff, right? This is only just the first few cards that we're seeing out of the hands of these teams. Now, just to refresh everybody's memory, on Icebox last time, the score came very, very close, and it was 13-11 once again. I feel like it could go this way once more. We may even see an overtime. Don't kill me just yet. I don't know, but between these two teams, they just know each other's, so well. Even though these are new rosters, you do have that knowledge, on the side of the players that have stayed, and especially since, again, Kickoff, it's showing that you definitely want to make a mark of, especially since this is your debut on the specific stage.
It really is. I mean, you want to be able to start things out right. We're going back towards Icebox. Back then, the first day, they had 6-6 in the end of the first half. It was just that Gen G had a little bit more. Now, we were talking about Texture, we're talking about Jemkin. Of course, they're really strong. Also, by the way, Den the Penguin is here because
he's lonely now. What happened to his friend? Why did you take him away from his friend? I blame you.
Is this a sign? What happened to the power of friendship?
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
That's the curse? Is that what this is? I hope not, but that's the thing.
I had no part in this.
I didn't touch anything.
I'm thinking about the Gecko pick for this one because we had flips against Lakia on this Gecko. Lakia, it was a little bit middling, I think, but then in the end of the first map, he really popped off. Is this performance going to carry through to Icebox now compared to day one where he wasn't really doing as much? If it really does, then RQ's going to have a really, really rough time. Flips has to, really do a lot more.
No, I agree. And I noticed during Breeze, at least, that it seems really crucial for Gen G to have Lakia alive because he's the one that's like setting up their executes, setting up their plays. When he would die on their attacker side, it was like round over because obviously Sky, the only initiator, right, with that comp that they ran, that's kind of problematic for them to begin with. But also, on Lotus, he was the one setting the stage with the Fade utility. He was the one who was able to clear out, some of that space that they needed. They're going to need him to do that again on the Gecko. It's really crucial here for Gen G that Lakia keeps himself in the game, isn't the one leading the way. I don't know what was going on in that one round in Breeze where he had the spike and he just walked up mid and died to Elmimore Sheriff. Like, that was very weird to me. But if they could keep him alive, the rounds went very, very well.
Speaking of Elmimore Sheriff, he definitely had quite a performance indeed on this series, right? And he's definitely, you can see also the energy levels of RQ, right? You can see that he's the one usually cheering the team on, being very, very loud, smiling as well. And you saw the body language of RQ after this series. It's a bit more toned down, it's a bit more somber because they know what this map win actually took out of them.
Yeah, so I mean, if they can start things right, pick up the pistol round just as they've done on Breeze and do things like that. We were thinking that Breeze was such a strong map for Gen G based off their performance against Paper X. Now we're seeing the same old RRQ, getting the pistol wins, getting Sheriff kills, Thrifties. Oh my good, that's like RRQ from last year. If they can keep that up, and you're hearing them shout and cheer every time they win a single round, they can continue to bring that momentum forward and keep that morale up. If that can happen, then, you really stand a chance.
Yeah, definitely need to keep that morale up, especially since we are going into Icebox and it looks like no changes. They do want a second take at what, happened previously, just a few days ago.
Yeah, and so obviously the difference is part of the initiator battle, right? With the information gathering initiators, using those knives to great effect for Munchkin. Like we saw the other day, Quack mentioned setting up Texture with the flashes. We saw some really good pop flashes from him. I can remember one behind Yolo that was so perfectly timed. It was crazy good. So things like that are going to be the advantages that Gen G is going to lean into, going to need to press to get Texture going, to give him that extra boost to kind of best Jemkin, who's having a really solid day.
I just want to see RQ start things off right with the pistols.
Let's go.
Yeah, we cannot wait. And here we go once again, this time into Icebox. Let's pass it over to your casters, Achilles and Azurai.
Thank you very much. Here we go once more into the breach. Icebox again between these two teams was the opening map just a couple days ago. Now it will be the one that determines who is staying in the tournament and who is going on a bit of a holiday.
This also was the map I said that Jemkin had the most impact on for RRQ when that series started. But to be fair, that was the first map of that series from a couple of days ago. So this will definitely test the stamina of this man. And the reason why I point this out is just because of how impactful some of the rounds have been because of Jemkin's push alongside Flipsider. So we'll see. We'll see. Oh.
Now, out.
what a bait!
Spiro, yeah, baiting him in, managing to find one, but cannot get the follow-up, so Texture able to equalize. That's going to be, one of the flashes taken away here from the side of Gen G, but now they make their way over to the site. With that wingman, the plant can come down. Shiner spotting Meteor here on the back end. Here's the double footsteps coming through the Dizzy as well, getting the catch. Swing in, getting ready to come through though, is Caron trying to bail him out. Feels back some of that pressure. The re-swing, Jemkin gonna be good for one. Pushing up, Meteor, however, good for the other, but Jemkin now finds two. Identifying as well. That position from Lakia. That's his way over underneath tube. 3 remaining players here from RQ now on the site. Tap onto the spike, Texture. Staying quiet, spots one, now it's gonna be noted, needs to hit the headshot here as they look to wrap around on top of him. They managed to make it happen, but now Lakia re-swinging back here, gets the dink, gets the kill. Finding one, they're gonna have to try to stick to this one, he gets them off in it. And Lakia looks for the clutch, it's already been done, but he still gets the headshot. The 3K to get Gen G, yet another pistol round win.
Wow. Gen G burned so much time. RQ just had no capability to even have the defuse on that. There was this one interaction too where 3 players of RQ was chasing Texture on yellow. Possibly not the wisest decision, as they had to run all the way back where Lakia was waiting, and he performed surgery by taking them down one by one to secure the pistol. What a round from Lakia.
Only more trying to get up in front. Seems like they are very well aware. Yeah, they are. They know that there's going to be somebody lurking here. The Dizzy shot helping to give it away. Helmy Moore trying to come up with a cheeky play, ends up falling very quickly.
There.
It's now recovered. Sparrow trying to lurk forward. Has been noted by that 0 point. Swing onto the corner. Texture putting some damage down, putting in the kill. The one shot on the shoulder there, so Munchkin still very healthy here as the shots come flying. Lakia dragging him down. Is he up over the top, helping to keep himself safe? As covering fire comes in from his teammates, Estrella will be able to get the headshot there to put him down, but with 1 HP and the spray coming his way, he will fall. Gen G, very fast rounds back to back as they move up 2-0.
At least Dizzy value for both Gen G and RQ. I mean, yeah, no kills for RQ though, but the amount of targets being blinded, right, has been pretty substantial here, and quite impactful too.
Decent value being found, but especially for Lakia, who now does have that Thrash online. And you can see, I mean, going into opponents, the firepower here for Gen G, it's not too bad. Guardian, 2 other rifles, Spectre, pretty much the weakest thing that they have. Sparrow this time, no bait attempt, just going to be sniping that one out of the sky.
Meteor using the smoke to sneak his way in under orange.
And Sparrow just around that corner.
Is he aware?
He's cutting around over towards Snowman, but now Meteor with the jump. Able to find Estrella. Quickly punished though, the 1-for-1. Elmy Moore does get the kill. RQ for now, not fully convinced that this is still going to end up being that B hit. Now that they hear the wingman coming in, the Dizzy up over the top, they are looking for Xpero, and they will find him. Set plays to just really take deep positions here on the map, on these sites. Looking gorgeous for Gen G, and they're going to convert yet another bonus.
I really love the use of these Dizzies. They follow up so beautifully well with the charge out from Texture at that very last tick just before the Dizzy expires. Texture's already there to go for the punish. And again, they realize that they've lost control of Orange, so if they really want to secure this plant on the with the wingman, they had to push all the way on Snowman and get that value, which they did. So Gen G just knowing how to follow through so efficiently and quickly that, again, RQ is just not able to really catch up.
I mean, and it's another bonus conversion, their 3rd one so far. They converted both back over on Lotus in map 1. And they managed to do it again here on Icebox, and they don't have to use the Thrash for it either. So that ult still very much held on to, and as you can see from RQ, everyone is still staggeringly far away from their ultimates.
And what an expensive round for RRQ. That really hurts them too. Thrash is available for Lakia, and they want to try their setup here on A. Toxic Screen is on B though, so they always have that backup plan, but We'll see how this goes. It's Jemkin right on top.
Dizzy to check for a forward spot. Jemkin for now. Staying put, drifts back, gets himself up on top of screens. Really wary about anybody coming out from that belt push. Oh, standard icebox play, investigate A, rotate to B, or vice versa. Now the push starts coming in. Decent defensive setup is here, though. Nano swarms to try to really slow up the advances, plus that alarm bot.
They're playing so close, too. They only have, what, one smoke from the Viper here on B?
That 0-point catch is, no, it's a nice little backpedal there. Only more not getting caught. Nano swarms now coming in. Xpera, however, going to be blinded up. Molly out onto the side of Xpera. He's just melting down as Texture gets on top of yellow and finds two in the meantime.
They're backing away again.
Meteor does manage to find that kill, and that's going to be RQ saying, okay, we have to go to B now. Start working their way over, but Texture, I mean, he's still just holding forward here. Doctor not finding much. Texture going to be spotted. Wingman gets the plant. Dart gets the ping.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Thrash now going to be let loose. Still going to shove them all back, but Lakia trying to bring it back over to himself, maybe for a recovery, but given the positioning, don't think it's going to be possible. Munchkin now rotating in through mid, gets the backstab, flip shot, it goes down. And they would love to make a call to go for a save yet again, but they know that they are being encroached upon, so that becomes so much more difficult. They're pushing out. Jemkin's going to be good for one, but Sova gets taken down. Jemkin trying to make this a bit of a punishment here for them. Winning the round, it's not going to be able to happen. He just barely misses the opportunity to take down Karon as well.
Spike.
Munchkin swinging out. Snappy comes up with a headshot, stops him from escaping as Gen G move up 4-0.
This is what Gen G want, right? The options. You saw how they weren't even sure if they want to keep pushing for B, because Meteor already found the opening to A, so they could just gone there, and then there was a call just to go back. But first things first, this is what I was talking about. You said it already, because of that KO blade hitting yellow and dropping all the utility of Xfero, he was put in a position where he was so near, couldn't really get out of harm's way because he's the only smoker, so no smokes of coverage for him to reposition, and Gen G just had lineups, just kept pressing in, and again, if he couldn't get any kills, Gen G would have just trampled the site, which they did.
Turn set up. Jemkin not wanting to peek into that, not wanting to give away this position. Lakia just jumping back and forth. He's perfectly aware that somebody could have moved up into this spot. As now it will be confirmed. Takes the rope out. No attempt at a swing from Lakia, knowing that there's going to be somebody trying to cover for Jemkin on that excursion. So once again, it's just a little inch around, but this time, as they get ready to move towards B, I mean, the call being sounded, it would seem here from RQ as the rotations do begin. They are not forward onto the site.
Yeah, that blade's gonna clear everything on the side, so it should be a safe plan whatsoever. And if they try to have any lineups, there's the push at the back of Snowman once again.
It's a triple push, but now Jemkin arriving, managing to come up with two. Texture, his work cut out for him. Just catches one. A 3v3 so far. Thrash comes in. There's the clear out. Texture backing away. Keeps himself safe for the time being as the Dizzy goes chasing but finds nothing. Texture swinging back. Spotting Elmi Moore. Knocked down to 50 HP. Drops down off the top. Looks for the headshot. Can't make it happen. Elmi Moore taking him down. Fragment now going to be invested. Just trying to clear them off. Keep them off of this spike. Getting the half defuse. As Meteor finds two and brings it into a 1v1. Swings onto the corner, but Flipshider stands his ground. Has the wingman defusing. And RRQ will be able to pull off a near thrifty win to get themselves on the board.
Huge round for Jemkin too. Those two off-camp kills were so important for him. You saw how much effort Gen G used just to chase down Ultra Estrella. That's the kills that he got. That is perfect too, because that means that the players of Gen G that was supposed to have control up until the back of Snowman is already gone. They immediately got reverted to B main, which made it easier for Flipsider here to set up his wingman and himself for that defuse and for the clutch on the round.
Blades for Texture. Oh no, actually holding up. They opt to pick up the Phantom anyway.
Enemy tag.
Push out a tube, get for the clear out onto the turret, and Elmi Moore is just gunned down so far forward. No hope of bailout and nowhere to go. Was maybe anticipating one player to be watching this rather than a full firing squad from Gen G.
Dude just could not escape the bad situation. And even use a turret, right, to, I don't know, maybe kind of some escape tactic or something. Just not gonna work. Flipsider.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Could be something.
Does get stunned, but Jemkin in a position where he can try to peel for him if that pressure were to come through. But Munchkin is just bouncing his way up on the belt, finds the kill. Now Flipsider has to hightail it out. No utility he can use to try to offer up a smooth escape. As that null command does come through. Tries to just re-aggress through the wall. It's cut down. Texture finds the kill. Estrella as well. Back on Raptors, dead. The headshot is bound. Xpero comes up with one, spots another. Clears out the Dizzy, but Caron just continues to wide swing, avoiding the spray and getting the kill. Gen G right back into the driver's seat as they move up to 5 already here on the attack.
And RQ look like they're just playing through the motions here. I understand the bait and switch there between Jemkin and Flipsider, but Flipsider re-peeking an angle when the null command is used, when the toxic screen is up. I mean, that was way too risky for him to take, especially when his teammates were still very far from really helping him out in that case. I mean, it could be a heroic play, but when Gen G are so dialed in, that just turns into a quick -1 that RQ do not want when they want to retake a site.
Knives out. Shorty is a backup here for Jemkin.
Here.
This is time. It seems like Gen G might not be backing away from this site. Not too much that they have to respect ultimately, given that they know their opponents are on a weaker buy. Lockdown is available. Let's see if they actually want to try to invest in here, though. The drop down. Getting able to find one, swings back out, nearly takes out Lakia, but can't confirm the kill. Estrella, surprisingly enough, not actually trying to get the clear out onto that wingman. Could have disrupted the plan, but those find Caron. As the dart goes in and Lakia can back away. Flipsider in the meantime. Himself in around the back.
Ooh, chance.
Thrash coming through the alarm bot. The jig is up. Lockdown invested now as the Hunter's Fury crashes across. Estrella is able to find Lakia. Sparrow getting himself another kill. Now it's all on a Meteor. Lockdown was cleared. Time still ticking away. Does he read the left side approach? There's the rope across. Flipsider avoiding every and all shot. Estrella will be able to find the kill in the end. RQ somehow coming up with the goods here.
Thrifty.
All those small decisions leading into a very, very good Thrifty round here. Was that 2 Thrifty round wins?
The one wasn't mathematically won, but it was effectively won.
Okay.
They had a carried over rifle, and I think they bought
yeah,
like a Guardian or something into the other. So but basically, they have 2 Thrifties.
These rounds that they got into are very scrappy, right?
Oh yeah.
The flank from Flipsider to get that, the ultimate from Estrella to kind of supplement and break the lockdown too. Plus, as you mentioned, not stopping the wingman, but rather looking for a more effective kill onto Caron, which I think ultimately just helped him out.
I mean, they did end up removing a lot of that potential post-plan utility. One extra person that isn't going to be watching from behind to stop that flank from coming in from Flipsider, but at the time, it seemed concerning that the plan went through to begin with. 0 Point does get the catch here onto Xpero. As the plant begins, Texture swinging onto the corner, shots goes his way. A little bit of damage, it backs off. Blade still held as Lockdown going to be invested in screens here by Elmimore.
Gonna force everyone back, but
nope, fragments in on top of it. They have the destruction. Munchkin ready for the play. Dizzy goes up, Texture trying to tuck into the corner, ends up getting caught. Knives come back out. He manages to expend all of them without getting too much damage through, but still, kills being found. Classic kicks out Xpero. Jemkin finally with a shorty. Gonna be able to find one, but then it's a blink and you miss it moment. As the pit does drop, so too do the hearts of RRQ. Gen G swiftly cleaning up the rest of the players, now lock in 6.
Was that really a Viper Pit that helped RRQ or helped Gen G in the process? Right, because that was Xpero using his own ultimate for things. Look at the replay real quick here. Yeah, everybody was somewhere placed on either belt or rafters. And obviously, because of the plant on that spike, they could just shoot through the Viper Pit, and everyone from RRQ would have to be checking. They were kind of just hoping that everyone was fighting inside that pit, but unfortunately, high ground advantage for Gen G ultimately wins them that round. The struggles, man, for RRQ. They're trying to make these quick, on-the-fly decisions that is ultimately just hurting the entirety of the round for them.
earliest timeout we've seen from RRQ thus far. Not feeling comfortable at all in this position they find themselves in. 6-6 is the most that they can hope for here. And even then, just given the pace that's being set right now from Gen G, not sure if it necessarily even feels possible for the players to be able to get back up to 6, but they're certainly going to try. Economy, again, weakened, broken down. Just 2 heroes here. Flips goes back and forth between that Phantom and the Vandal, trying to determine which one he wants. Does land on the Vandal in the end here, it would seem. But otherwise, 2 Sheriffs and a Stinger to accompany.
Locke has been such a great initiator player. What a Swiss Army knife of initiator roles that he's been able to do, right?
Been around pretty much since the very beginning here. As there's the chase in, and Elmimore, great peek out, managing to find 3, looks for a 4th, can't make it happen. But good God, what is it with RQ right now? And Thrifty's on this map. Again, it won't count, they buy 2 rifles. But good God, Elmimore.
It's these broken buys, putting, I think, Gen G in a false sense of security, or RRQ just hide. You know, they like the danger of not having all of these good, better weapons or these better buys, and they're just honed in. Look at that.
I mean,
could he have? Yeah.
Disgusting.
Could he have done better on a Vandal? That's the question.
You know, I want to say yes, just given the disparity in firepower between those guns, but given that it's Elmimore, he's just, you know, he made a name for himself coming into last season because of his Sheriff plays. I've said this before, I'll say it again, just stop buying rifles, Elmimore. Use a damn Sheriff.
There's
every
3
time.
different snipers right now for him to choose, right?
There's only one, it's the Sheriff. It's a sniper in his hands. Well, triple push up now, a lot of space. Given over here for free as Jemkin is the only one on the site. Swing out, he noticed it. Swings in, finds Meteor, tries to make his exit, but Texture quick on the punish. The spike now being brought forward. Lakia can begin the plan. Ollie is at the ready, trying to slow them up. Not get the clear out onto the wingman, which it does. Stun now coming through, but no one able to push up and really get the punish here.
Coming back.
Flank on flank.
Elmimore around the back. How patiently doesn't play it? Not Barry, but still gets the kill. Now their attention is drawn. Texture pushing, catching Xpero, advancing over from screens, but Elmimore now up top, and as he tries to jump, Texture gets the punish! And he'll get the 4K. Texture bailing them out once more. Gen G just not allowing for RQ to get any consecutive round wins.
Yeah. And sadly for RQ, this is still a buy round for them, so no Thrifties. I kid, I jest, but look at the timing for Texture too. There was such a small window for him to face the site, deal with the flank coming in from Elmimore, and face the site once again, and he just does it into swift, decisive motion. Texture has been such a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, he really has been, and this is it's a devastating position to be in for RQ. 2 more rounds to be played out. Really only maybe 1 more ultimate to be seen before the half. Xpero, though, with a nice swing out, does take down Munchkin. Solid early kill to be found, but Charon with this pit. Makes for a very simple post-plant situation here for Gen G.
Welcome to my world.
There's the investment. Just far enough just to clear. Thrash now chasing forward, looking for a target. It actually might have caught somebody, and it has. Lockett going to be detained there for the brief little moment, but Texture with some covering fire. Managing to find one already. Right into the pit. Flip Shadow puts a bit of damage down, but now the Thrash going right up into his face, and it catches Texture as well. They're both detained, but can anybody find the kills? The answer's going to be yes. Meteor coming up big. Picks up 2. Lockett finds 1 and flips. Can't get anything done. The last one to fall. Texture gets the weapon back into his hands, and Gen G will take very chaotic, cartoonish round victory to now lock in 8.
I mean, no matter what happens, the Viper Spin's still there. They have to go inside it to defuse it, and it's still effective cover for the other players of Gen G that were not hit by the concuss of that Thrash. So, effectively, it still works in their favor. And RQ, the players that weren't concussed themselves, were so confused or just couldn't really have that push power to get into the deeper portions of B main to effectively remove players of Gen G that were holding for that post plant. Oh, very close.
Well, maybe we were trying to see an orb play here from Elmimore, but seems like RQ is assessing that it might be a bit too risky for it. Otherwise, he is just one off from that lockdown that could be absolutely paramount for them. Speaking of lockdown, there's one going to be used, but Flipshider is trying to go for the kill. Instead, gets melted down, so now the players are just going to have to go ahead and back away, get out of the sight.
Got too antsy. Very antsy. As soon as that lockdown dropped, he started moving.
You can see the adjustments here for Gen G as well. The double setup on the util behind, trying to make sure that those wraparounds cannot come through. Jim with an opening kill, able to find one, able to find three! Meteor and Texture seemingly lining up for him, end up getting taken down. Karon up over the top, spots him, finally has the headshot.
Last player standing.
The 1v2. Karon to the young gun, trying to make it happen, can't get them over the line. So it's 4 rounds and a half for RQ, but Gen G still cozy, still out in front with 8.
And what a double kill there for Jemkin to really stop that offense. Thought, you know, once Karon was already in that 2 versus 1, thought he was already playing for the post plant, but when you look at it, the spike wasn't even planted, so he had to make something happen first, knowing that there were players of RQ already either super near him, right in front of him, or just somewhere in the vicinity. Either one of those things, he cannot plant the spike without getting punished immediately as soon as he makes that sound cue. So he just had to go for the Hail Mary peek. Fortunately for RQ here, they doubled up perfectly the back of sight and then got that clutch in to end us into this 4-8.
We saw the near run back. Gen G, after having that 9-3 scoreline on Breeze. RQ, can they do something similar with a similar scoreline of that 8-4? Pistols continue to be something that, you know, Gen G has had the better of them. 3-2 in that regard. Does that trend continue, or does RQ start things off with a win? Elmimore is going straight in. Util, screw it. I've got a Sheriff.
Why not, right? Again, he's been just so honed in with that. And usually you do see a lot of the Killjoys just use that turret as their only bit of utility. It's free on the pistol, right? Just have that better firepower in the end. Anyways, it seems to be like a full-blown A execute, which may work as it's only Munchkin holding. He does have the safety of the wall with Karon. Quick little blade at the start of the round should expose what RQ are thinking to do.
Pressure on it too. Munchkin not greeting for the orb. You can tell how badly he wanted to try to just grab that. He attempt to fast track defensive null command. Volley into the corner. Wall comes up, drone. How far forward can it make it? Not very, because the blind comes in before they would spot anybody. Jemkin finds the first blood though here in the pistol round, but Karon and Munchkin big 2 reply. Jemkin finds himself a second before falling, but Karon is just on a tear. Classic in hand, still finds the kills, and Locky will be the finisher. 2 players left standing, and Gen G will go 4-2 in pistols here in the series.
I mean, that was a risk for Gen G, no? Because first and foremost, that was a full gassed up toxic screen. So the duration of their push as they're coming into that A site is just gonna, again, separate the players here of RQ for the entirety of it. And look at how slowly they came through that decay damage, not having any clear line of sight of the players of Gen G tucked at the back of the site. It's just so many things that go against the favor of RQ here.
Texture now. Set up here, Outlaw in hand. Clear onto the turret, and oh, he's just so close to swinging into this one. Texture now advancing forward a little bit further, desperately trying to get that line of sight, but wisely, Elmimore, at least for now, does back off. Tailwind expires. Texture now, knowing that he's playing with fire a bit more. Pulls back, but it's like eventually they will move into his range, and they do. Elmimore taken down. It's knocked down to 70. Texture still hungry for the kill. The swing out, now down to 7. Jemkin with a frenzy of all things at that range is what takes him down. Molly thrown in as the Moshpit comes down and blocked. Xferro up over the top, gets the kill, but then gets done and makes for an easy kill there. Forward Meteor. Right into his hands, but Jemkin managing to double up with a Frenzy. 2 players left. The Outlaw recovered. Flips. Scopes in. Check swords back Raptor. Takes out Munchkin. Now with a spike in hand.
30
Start
seconds
shifting
left.
their way over towards B, and there are no more warning signs set up here for Karen.
What's for Karen, right? The other 2 players are somewhat tagged, but wow. What an entry here for RRQ too. Was only really Texture that was holding the angle. He did have some help from Lakia, sure, but dude was too far to really influence this. And Texture was holding for such a long time. Confidence abound, having an Outlaw. They just kind of blow up in his face, so this might turn into another RRQ Thrifty.
Flips, he's pulling off the angle. He was set up for it, but now they're worried that he might have come in underneath tube, and I think by the time he swings out here, Karen might have broken the line of sight. No, he spawns him for a brief little moment, so now they're both well aware. But this is still a precarious position to be in. The HP bar's low. It's going to be point blank. He's trying to rush him down. Swings around, ring around the Rosie here of yellow. He swings back out, puts him low, and Jemkin will have the finisher. Outlaw now scooped up into his hands. The Bulldog recovered. And RRQ with a very much needed round win.
Reminds you of Thrifty round win too again. How many has that been? 4 for RRQ here to secure them these rounds?
Something like that.
Yeah. Look at that too. And this is just, again, maybe just a slight lapse on Gen G's side, right? Just holding too long with Texture. Sure, I mean, Texture can hit those shots, but without proper support, too many players of RRQ might be too much to handle, which it kind of did.
Yeah. Well, Meteor does have that Marshall. Has worked magic with it in the past. See if he can here, but nope. Flips. We'll be able to just take him down using that enemy Outlaw against him. Now the full rotation coming in from Gen G. Looking to see if they can do at RQ what RQ just did to them. As long as he's on the far side of the wall, can't bang through that one there. Straight out, we'll be able to get Munchkin. Shots flying, lines abound. Lakia with that Sheriff in hand will be able to take down Jemkin. So some damage dealt. Spike not planted, but now it is all on Karen. Hear the weapon get dropped. Some shots go his way. See, they're on to Elmi Moore. Everybody now pushing in towards him with Flips picking up a 3. Thrash now online. A bit of extra money there off the plant, and RQ just 3 rounds separating.
That is Outlaw. This past 2 rounds, so much value. The ROI is insane. Because of that too, because Flipside was the one that was fed all of the kills for the most part, he's already gotten his Thrash. So very, very big utility use on the offense. Lakia too, but you know, we'll see.
Outlaw not carried forward. It's just going to be full rifles here as we go into kind of the delayed bonus round here for RQ. See over the top, not finding much, but oh my goodness, Estrella just spamming through the wall. Takes down Texture, who does not drop off the rope fast enough to try to stay alive. Munchkin still looking to get aggressive though. What can he find? Oh, they're all drifting away. If no one watches for this, which currently Jemkin is, this could be dangerous. They turn back, the swing out. Jemkin is prepared. Fantastic awareness here from RRQ.
Everyone else from Gen G just backing away. I thought there was going to be another one that was playing with Munchkin right behind him. Was that Meteor? But I think he decided to just hold mid just in case anybody was pushing that general vicinity. Now RRQ just, yeah, setting up for B.
Just over the top, nothing spotted. Everything just chopped up here by these Viper walls. It's the mosh pit going forward to try and delay the plan. So far, held on to. Wingman still available here for Flipshider. Jemkin dropping off the top of yellow. Bringing up around the side to push up through the wall. Lakia on the attempt. Ends up getting cut down instantly, as does Karen. Jemkin with 3. Spike now planted. Meteor, the last one standing with no cash. He needs to try to just push them back and maybe even make the exit. We'll have to swap over and start drifting away to try to hold on to this rifle.
Yeah. I mean, he could have decided just to save with the rest of his team, but if he can save a rifle, possibly for Texture in that next round.
Straya might catch him.
Timing is good.
Depends on where he wants to try to tuck. Looks like it's going to be right into mid.
Placing alarm
Alarm bot as well, it screens. If that was heard, which I believe it was, they're going to be ready. Not necessarily for him. Never mind. Jemkin will fall.
He knows someone's behind.
Oh, yeah. They're looking to hound him down. Shoots at his own turret. And that's going to be Elmi Moore. Able to find the kill. Weapons not held on to. RQ now move up to 7. 3 rounds consecutively for them here in this second half to close the gap. And with that timer pause, I think we have a timeout coming our way.
Silence.
That was only one round won by Gen G in the second half. Just the pistol and everything else, as you mentioned, even through this delayed gun round, has been taken swiftly by RRQ. This was some sick reads. Like the setup for Gen G was to, as we saw at the start of the round, was to allow Texture to safely and quietly get into Nest, and then Estrella's just like, just to clear him out. Works out.
Of all things. Wasn't even, you know, like a Guardian, an Odin, a Vandal even.
Yeah.
Just spraying him down with a Phantom. And I guess Texture just fully believed, like, okay, he's just doing a spray check. He's going to stop.
Yeah.
Any moment he'll stop shooting me. Oh,
yeah.
I'm dead.
And I think that was the first time we've seen that specific angle be spray checked by anybody from RQ. It's usually just the kind of left and right on Nest. But anyways, mentality. They thought something was up. Maybe Estrella was thinking, somebody broke our dart very early. I feel like there's something happening here. His instincts were correct.
Well, it's one time out of piece here between the two teams. Gen G hoping that they don't need to use another here, at least not for a while. Let's see what they can cook up though, as it's a full Sheriff purchase, half armor for basically everybody other than Lakia, who does have that Thrash at the ready. 0 point locked in to begin. As the drone goes up, we'll get the tag in the spot there on a bunch.
Oh, wow.
And now the Hunter's Fury going to be let loose. Really just trying to hound him down, but can't quite get a beat on where he was, but it doesn't matter because Elmi Moore does. Chases in deep enough to be able to get the line of sight. Kill coming across. Jemkin spotting for a brief little moment there. Meteor as he gets his way up towards those back rafters. And the Swarm's now situated, and Meteor wide swings out into a shooting gallery. 1 round separating.
Estrella committing the ultimate, right? Just goes to show how much they want to.
There's the tailwind popped. Swinging out. Tries to send it, but flips. Not ready to try to go for the punish there. As he gets the blind out onto 1, the Thrash going to be playing up close. Texture has to exit. Jumps up onto the high ground, trying to stay safe. And Thrash is going to be brought back over. So you can just go ahead and scoop that. Wait the 10 seconds and try to go for the ult once more.
They are calling them back though.
Here.
They only left Xfero to just find some contact. It could work actually, because if anybody's pocketed somewhere on A, that Thrash is going to have, I feel like, a lot more value compared to it pushing up onto B, where any quick follow-ups from RQ really won't come there until Gen G's already ready to receive.
This could play out either way. Xfero trying to go for the catches here into the back, or just making noise and trying to get them interested onto the site, but now check around. This time Thrash not going to be recovered, but clears the site. Gives RQ the opportunity to maybe try to go for the rotation now. So full attention drawn. This is just layers of back and forth here. The Thrash even drawn out from Lakia, as Xfero's going to give himself very far forward here in Kitchen. The mind games being played here. This tug of war between these two teams. RQ looking mighty fine on it, as Xfero will strike. Heron going to be taken down. 2 back at Snowman. Lakia trying to breach back in towards this kitchen. Accompanied by Meteor, who's able to find 1, but he's not ready for the close swing from Elmi Moore. Takes him down, Texture dipping into the Cloudburst now. Gun barrel spotted. Munchkin finding the 1 kill, but then Elmi Moore swings back out, finds him. Jemkin gets Texture, and we are tied up at 9-9.
What a masterclass here from RQ, showing to us how strong being able to dictate the rotation of Gen G was. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think Jemkin was also able to hear most of the players of Gen G on the other side of that smoke, especially the Thrash being committed.
I believe so, yeah, at that point, yes.
Yeah, so at that point, RQ was like, yes, 1 big ultimate that we have to deal less with if you go to B. So that's that. And then as you mentioned, you know, the very, very early lurk from, or forward lurk from Xfero paid so well.
And I think, Lakia wasn't able to really bring the Thrash back into a position where he could have quickly recovered it and then gone for the rotation. They knew that they were just already so far behind and set up in time that they had to just kind of rush it, so it was very much out of the equation. 3 ults to work, though, here for Gen G. Pit available from Karan, and he is set up over at A, so if they hear any noise, perhaps he's just going to full send that one instantly. It's a Dizzy over the top. Doesn't spot anything. Texture still sat here, knives in hand, thinking about if he wants to try to go a little bit more aggressive than he already is.
Wasted a lot of time to do that too. They even deactivated the turret, maybe to get a coax out of Gen G.
Whips. He's pushing up, and oh, the knife goes into his shoulder. Clear onto the Dizzy, they force him back. Lakia watching here behind the crate, finds one, Karan gets the other. This round's starting to very much slip away here from RRQ. Nice from Texture, not connecting in the meantime. Munchkin going to be taken down. Xpero making his presence known here in mid now, trying to break things open. Back at screens, nearly gets himself a 3rd elimination.
30
Karan
seconds left.
managing to stay alive.
Gotta start running.
Cutting through. Meteor hearing this, relaying to the rest of the squad. Coming in here from Estrella.
Oh, right on top.
Spike planted.
I mean, can they even try to get away from this position? I don't think they can. I think they have to play right up close. He doesn't confirm the kill, but there we go. Will manage to make it happen. That could have been catastrophic otherwise. Flip Shutter now. The 1v3. Finds the first. Gets the headshot. The 1v1 versus Karan. 7 bullets. Can he get it? Yes, he can! Flip Shutter goes absolutely massive! The 3K to get RQ up to double digits.
I mean, it was a game of hide and seek, right? They had to figure out where he was, but at that point, he was so ready. But oh man, Xpero's heroics with that lurk. You said it already, right? They were starting to lose grasp of this round, and then Xpero, he heard Karan's footsteps. That's why you saw him jump and try to pocket himself in the corner, so he can get composure back and start working his magic on that 1v1. What a clutch from Flipsider.
Shimmy at the end. You can tell how much RQ is feeling it right now, and also how much this win will mean to them. Because not only is it just, would it be keeping them in this tournament, it would be them finally defeating their demons in Gen G.
Okay.
Toxins going
So for
up.
RQ,
Poison orb emitting.
now they're gonna have to deal with Texture on this operator. Texture's alone by himself on that A site. Not sure if RQ was able to spot that earlier in the round. But for now, they are gonna start working their magic here. Could be doable as Estrella does have that dart. So if it's thrown anywhere at the back of the site and spots out Texture, this could be catastrophic for him. No contact just yet.
Oh, there's the jump. Falling to push him off the angle. But still, Xpero swinging out. Jimkin was not able to find the angle. He is taken down. He's looking for the quick peek there onto the 3rd. Can't make it happen.
30 seconds left.
As the lockdown comes rolling through, and this is going to be completely catastrophic.
Oh, the detain!
Yep, the detain is in. Just stuck, hiding up above, and somehow no one is actually finding him here. Flips could still be a force to be reckoned with, but he's only going to be able to find the first kill. Karan quickly neutralizing the threat. Suddenly, it is just Estrella left. 10 seconds remaining, no hope in hell. Looking for a target, but everybody from Gen G just playing back and not giving him the opportunity. As he pushes up onto heaven there, he will end up falling. Gen G, they break the win streak. It had been 6 rounds in a row from RRQ to get the 10, but now we are tied up once more.
Texture is such an artist with this operator. Look at how well he is just able to isolate fight after fight, force RRQ to go to where he wants, where he's prepared. And basically, what was that, 3 kills plus the cancel on the plant with the wingman?
Yeah.
All with just the operator? Absolutely massive from Texture here.
It's still something they have to be concerned about. He's going even further forward this time with that op. Thrash being sent. Racing looking for a target, drags it back into a more neutral position for the recovery, but Texture's actually watching for this one. Drone spots him. Now they know. Lockdown going to be invested as well. Backup comes through. Munchkin obviously not on the site, so can't try to go for the nice little bounce setup to be able to find the destruction. Wingman set up to try to get a daze, try to get a delay. Flipshider now just going to be getting the plant. The swing onto the corner. He's going to get caught. Oh! No, Elmimore gets the headshot. Shuts him down and saves Flip's life. 1 for 1 thus far. The rest, however, can still come through, and they're looking for it. The swing onto the corner. They need to get the punish, and they do. Elmimore once again putting him down to the ground this time for good. Sreya fallen. The pit invested. As they come creeping forward, it's going to be a counter pit here from Karon. Things start getting more and more chaotic. Elmimore now finding himself his 3rd kill. The pit from Gen.G taken out of the equation. The 2v2, the ace attempt. Elmimore going to be taken down. Texture taps the spike, but time is dwindling, and Xfero stands his ground. RRQ once again take the lead by 1.
So what's our best way to break down against Texture? Throw everything at him. Just make sure that he does not get even a chance to prepare a shot off. And they throw, again, the lockdown, the drone. It does secure the site too, because there was no one actually there to truly help Texture, even though he had a couple of teammates on that site itself. And then, as you mentioned, it turned into such a confusing battle. The flank coming in from Estrella on mid. Xfero still having to keep himself alive so that the Viper's pit would threaten Gen.G's retake on that site, ultimately leading to that 1-round advantage for RRQ.
What a round for Elmimore. I mean, he's already over halfway to that next lockdown. Gen.G continues to kind of, start up this back and forth. We very well could see that invested, but for the time being, it's just the Jet Knives and the Thrash between the two teams.
Just pocketed on this corner here. Man, imagine it's just Texture pushing up for a bit of that map control, right? Both of them just patiently waiting, excuse me.
He wants Lockett to come get that Dizzy, but he's not going to.
Yeah, too risky.
Backs away, suppression on the 1, Jemkin getting caught by that. Everybody else, however, successfully avoiding, so this doesn't paint that big of a picture as far as how many players from RRQ are here. And Elmimore taken down, actually. It's a fake. Still going to try to rotate over here towards A. Xfero applying some pressure in mid. Gets spotted out. Karon as low as he is. So he needs to nail the headshot, but no, Meteor out from under 2.
30 seconds left.
Managing to find that kill. Now Texture tucked away into the corner, drops the spike, looks for a little bit more.
Spike down A.
Flipshider using that vulnerability. That leaves Jemkin in a 1v5, and he can't get 1. Texture will have 3. A flawless round from Gen.G as we stay neck and neck.
Should still be a healthy buy here for RRQ. But wow. I mean, Elmimore got through the back of the side. He almost got Karon there too. The word here is almost, right? The almost flank from Xfero on mid. But Gen.G always, every single corner, every single peaking position, they are ready. They were prepared. The fake out from RRQ, they realized it already, start backing away from the site, and while RRQ was moving slowly back onto A, they were already prepared to counteract, to punish, and to win that round.
Final timeout used here by RRQ. Gen.G still have 1 more in their back pocket. Curious to see if Solo just calls it immediately or if he waits to see what happens in the next round. Probably the latter, but it's high pressure time now. 11-11 with your tournament life on the line. Neither team wants a vacation. They want to keep playing. They've waited long enough. Don't want that early departure.
Yeah. Big chance too, right, to stack up those champion points, and of course the qualification for Madrid. It's all on the line here, and this has gone to the utmost limit. Like, this has been the closest it's ever been between these two teams in this series.
Pretty much. Recon destroyed. Much of a ping there as rotations very much beginning here for Gen.G. Drone and the Dizzy. Just leaving Texture in a very far forward position, so he'll play first contact in case that rotation does come through. The early alert system for them to start rotating back to A, and otherwise, this is being played very nicely from Gen.G so far as the read is concerned. Follow up Dizzy again, nothing spotted. Everyone playing fairly far back, just respecting the position here.
no one from Gen G has actually showed themselves. And as you mentioned, because Texture is so far forward, they know that at least the majority of RQ's players should be here on B.
Your point goes out. Set out. Going to a few players here, but Media now going to be coming over to Jem getting Sparrow, going to be taken down. Karen as well. Fighting Flipshider. Estrella, the last one standing. He falls. Meteor with 3. And that is going to be match point here in the hands of Gen G. RRQ, their timeout, it is burned, is entirely on the players to determine whether or not this goes to overtime.
What a trap. Beautifully set up here by Gen G. As I mentioned, they already knew that everybody from RRQ is just going to be here, and they tucked themselves so well. They didn't show themselves up until RRQ started making that noise that they're about to take that B site. And Gen G just strike fast and hard.
2 orbs for Elmimore would give him a lockdown. 1 for Estrella gives him a Hunter's Fury. They have the Blade Storm, which is likely going to be popped. You see Jemkin coming out here with that Spectre.
Get out of my way!
The opposite side, as is the lockdown for Meteor. 0 Point gets the catch onto at least 1, stops the drone from pushing forward. They have to read that there's going to be an operator in this position. Crash goes out, but actually doesn't check close, so Lakia, he stays tucked away. Push out into the hole, Lakia mowing down 2, up into the air goes Texture. As they push forward, they swing the corner, they're all blind, they're all dead! A flawless finish, Gen G once again deny the satisfaction from RRQ. 4-0 all time, they knock them out of contention.
It's always when you're nearest the goal that you have that one lapse of judgment. Sure, they use that Thrash, RQ, to check one corner here, but there's 2. Lakia tucked away. Texture, all he had to do was make sure that he can sell, that he was the only one playing on that yellow position, and Lakia strikes for the win here for Gen G.
You can see still some smiles persevering on some of the players here from RRQ, but this has got to be such a rough feeling. Every time they've come up against Gen G, they have been bested. They have been their last 4 opponents. And they have not been able, or last 3 opponents I should say, and they have not been able to get that win. Closer, yes, the progress is there. They continue to combat them more and more with each facing, but that win still yet eludes them, and so too will their first non-lock-in international appearance.
Wow. Now Gen G, strong as can be. Texture really cements himself as, you know, the definitive duelist player of Gen G. His operator, his contact, his jet, the positioning and everything. He had single-handedly won very crucial rounds here for Gen G, and it goes to show man is on a mission, and he puts Gen G into qualification for the playoffs here in Kickoff. What an absolute mad lad to be in your roster.
Fantastically done here from the side of Gen G. Hard fought from RRQ. We definitely look forward to seeing them when stage 1 does come around. For now, they have more time to go ahead and try and improve and get ready to maybe take down Gen G in the future, but let's go ahead and throw it over to the interview.
I'm standing here with Lakia for post-match interview. Now, congratulations, Lakia. Now, with this win, Gen G advanced to the play-ins. You gave us multiple heart attacks throughout the series. Just how thrilled and relieved are you right now? 라키아 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 이렇게 오늘 승리로 젠지가 플레이인으로 올라가게 됐는데요. 사실 보는 저희는 정말 심장이 쫄깃해지면서 좀 심장마비 올 뻔했는데 라키아 선수 지금 승리 소감이 어떨까요?
일단 심장은 저희가 더 터질 뻔했던 것 같고요. 저희가 어떻게 보면은 좀 쉽게 갈 수 있지 않았나 싶었는데 전 경기도 그렇고 이번 경기도 그렇고 조금 어렵게 계속 가고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 더 제가 또한 잘해야 될 것 같다 생각을 하고 네, 조금 어려운 경기였으나 그래도 우리 팀이 경험치는 매우 계속 잘 얻어가는 것 같습니다.
Well, if the audience had many heart attacks, we had mega heart attacks over and over. And I just feel like we could have closed this out a little bit cleaner and easier. But same goes for the last match against other teams. I just feel like we could clean stuff up. And in order to do that and for us to pick up a clean win, I feel like I just need to step up for my teammates. But overall, it was just a good day for us. Well, Lakia, you proved the doubters wrong today. You really, really proved yourself. So, you know, anything you've done differently today, or what have you been working on for the past, I don't know, 2 days? 그러면 라키아 선수 또 오늘 정말 많은 의심을 지워버리는 하루였던 것 같습니다. 아니에요. 스스로를 증명해내는 모습을 보여줬던 것 같은데 오늘 특별히 신경 썼던 점이 있었을까요?
일단 제가 첫 경기나 두 번째 경기나 매우 부진했다고 생각을 하고요. 오늘 RIQ전 말고 그 전에 경기들이 좀 많이 부진했다 생각을 했고, 제가 어떻게 보면 이 퍼시픽 무대를 아직 잘 적응을 하지 못한 부분도 있는 것 같아요. 그리고 또한 선수들이 다 잘한다고 느끼고, 그리고 제가 좀 많이 부족하다고도 느끼고 있고, 좀 부진한 경기력을 좀 많이 보였었는데 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같고, 오늘 마음가짐은 우리 팀 잘해주니까 그냥 침착하게 할 것만 하자라는 마음가짐을 했던 것 같습니다.
Well, no, I think I've been underperforming for the past 2 matches, and I just feel like part of it is because I'm still getting used to the stage, used to such a big stage like the Pacific. But today coming in, my mindset was just everyone in my team is stepping up and it's there for each other, so I really need to do my part, pull my own weight. And I just feel like I still have more to prove as well. Well, RRQ today really made you fight till the end. They floated Icebox, and it felt like they had cool comps that they pulled out to maybe counter texture. What do you think made today ever more challenging compared to the last series that you played against RRQ? 오늘 또 RRQ가 아이스박스를 풀어주기도 했고 또 젠지를 카운터 치려는 좀 새로운 조합들을 들고 오기도 했거든요. 오늘 특히나 좀 RRQ를 상대하는 데 있어서 경기가 더 팽팽해진 이유가 뭐라고 생각하시나요? 좀 확실히 준비를 잘 해왔다 이렇게 느껴진 부분이 있을까요?
일단 로터스 브리즈를 하면서 얘네가 우리 카운터를 준비하구나 라는 걸 어느 정도 느꼈었고요. 그리고 아이스박스 또한 저희가 조금은 읽혔다라고 생각이 들었을 때가 좀 있었어요. 근데 그래도 저희 열심히 할 거 하면서 그렇게 준비해서 이긴 것 같습니다.
Well, playing Lotus and Breeze, I could definitely tell that they did their homework, and RRQ came in heavily prepped with their anti-strats. And even on Icebox as well, they had a really good read on our play, but we just decided to play our own game and make sure that we stay firm and perform and stay consistent. Well, heading into the play-ins, it's going to get tougher and tougher from here. What's your mindset for the upcoming matches against other teams that would qualify for play-ins today? 이제 플레이인으로 올라가게 됐잖아요. 이제 경쟁이 조금은 더 어려워질 것 같은데 마음가짐 부탁드립니다.
일단 제 본인이 더 잘해야 된다고 느끼고 있고요. 저희 팀은 지금 다 잘해주고 있다고 느끼고 제가 조금 더 잘 부활을 해서 이제 플레이인에서도 좋은 성적을 거둘 수 있도록 좋은 노력하겠습니다.
Well, I feel like my other teammates, they're doing their part, and they have, they've been doing really well. So I just think I really need to pull my own weight, perform better, and step up for their team and for the team. And I'll try my best to show you the best performance and come out with the best results. Well, congratulations, Lakia. Once again, 라키아 선수 다시 한번 승리 축하드리고요. And we also have the 6th member of Gen G for today on stage. 오늘 6번째 멤버 열심히 어디 가세요? 열심히 스파이크를 심어주고 해체해준 윙맨 데려왔습니다. 사인 부탁드릴게요. This is the 6th member of Gen G today, definitely trying his best to plant and also diffuse the spike. So we're getting the plushies autographed by Lakia. Thank you very much. Awesome autograph. Okay, hold on. Here you go. All right. Got you, little buddy. Where is Wingman going to go? Hands up. Hands up. Okay. Go wingman. Whoa. A little bit of accident. Hopefully that gets figured out. Okay, Lakia kindly going down to stage. Getting the wingman, the Bova. All right, once again. Okay, the bubble tea kind of fell off, so they can share. Well, congratulations once again, Lakia. A great job throwing the wingman over there. Now with that, I'm gonna toss it over to the desk.
Oh, you just gotta love that segment. You just gotta love how Lakia was really working up the crowd and then telling them, quiet, I'm gonna toss the wingman, hold on. That's a massive celebration, especially with this win. That was so close against RRQ.
That was nuts. I mean, it was so back and forth. On that icebox, it looked like Gen.G was gonna run away with it. They come into that second half, they win the pistol, and then right after that, it's the eco round win for the side of RRQ. They string together 7 or 8 rounds in a row, whatever it was. All of a sudden, it is game on, and it looks like maybe RRQ actually has a much better read this time around. I was just on pins and needles. It was crazy close.
Delivered, absolutely delivered. But then, you know, that last round, it's like, there are some rounds I'm just like, wait, and wait. Opa said, don't peek out right in the open like that. But then they just do. But then there were some rounds, you know, especially on that attacking side for RQ. I like what Flips did when he got that clutch, using the Thrasher to check. Flip side, sometimes you use the Thrasher go in and out of a side. Very good. I like her. What's your WeChat? What's your WeChat? I'm kidding. I'm playing, of course. But, you know, that was like really good. Not bad. But just the main thing is still, last round, you could have almost made it into overtime, but then that one, just like what Asura was talking about, slight, you know, tunnel vision or mistakes, you peek straight into Texture's operator. Lakia was in an off angle. Great setups by Gen.G, of course, but just slight little things that just can't, again, bring you over that finish line. And this is now like, what, the 5th head-to-head that they've lost against Gen.G?
This is the 4th. They're about to head into the 5th. And yeah, that's what makes it so painful. It was so close, and you could see the reactions of the players as, you know, they were wringing their heads. They had their heads in their hands, you know, afterwards, because they were so frustrated. But, you know, you did see Australia did break out into a smile. He does know that, like, okay, yeah, they got us this time again. But I think, like, you know, for RQ, this is one step closer for them. This is, again, a new roster. They are making adjustments, as is Gen.G. But for now, it just seems like this is a starting point, and that's how RQ have to take this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is the same result, even the same result on this map, for example. So it is still really close. There were adjustments on both sides, particularly on their attacker side. Clearly, I think that's where both coaches kind of identified where they wanted to be more impactful versus the previous matchup that they had against each other. So the attacker sides looked really strong for both teams. The defender sides were a bit weaker. It seemed like they kind of left that to go, say, okay, we can default, we can play defense well. Let's get our attacks down clean. And certainly Jemkin was breaking down doors for RRQ. He was absolutely insane, put up a monstrous, you know, first half plus a few rounds into it. But he had like 22 kills. I want to say it was around like round 18 or something like that. So the last couple rounds he fell off a bit, but he was popping through most of that map.
Definitely. And speaking of players that are popping off, I do want to commend Flipsider, who has been playing like consistently well all throughout Kickoff. You know, he did have, you know, even the first series, right? There were several maps where he was really hard carrying, and he does also know when to get back. And come on, he now he's on the Gecko. He was previously on the Yoru. It's nice to see players that can flex this much in Kickoff, and this is just like, you know, again, this is the first tournament, so it's nice to see how wild these players can get.
Precisely, right? I mean, this is just specific kickoffs. You know, we're starting things off with the VCT this year. It's not the whole thing yet, but it is a bit of a pattern, and we're seeing that RQ, you know, still struggling a little bit. But because they made it this close, I do have a bit of hope.
Yeah, and now this means that Paper Rex and Gen.G move on into our play. Well, Gen.G not quite yet. They are not done yet. They do still have to go into the play-ins, which will be tomorrow. More details on that a little bit later, because we're not done with our series just yet. Congratulations to Gen.G, but now we move over into our second series, which is going to be very, very interesting indeed is going to be Team Secret and Talon. We will get into that. We'll dive into that just a little bit more. Again, all of the matches that you're seeing today are rematches, and these winners of these matches will be going into the play-ins tomorrow, which means that they have a very busy day for them ahead.
No, no doubt. It is going to be a hectic day. You have to play 2 matches tomorrow for everybody. Everybody's got to play each other once. It's a ground robber group stage, so it's going to be absolute mayhem. It is going to be a brutal day for these teams and players, but you got to do what you got to do to get in.
Yeah.
Gotta do it. New teams, you know, you gotta study the VODs from like today, yesterday, every single day. There's not a lot of time to rest, and if they can actually make it work, that would be huge.
But it's a good teaser for what is about to come. And speaking for what is about to come, Team Secret and Talon coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Muntik lang. Muntik manalo sa VCT, muntik manalo sa LCQ.
Kalaban na lang din namin that time is yung sarili namin.
After ng game ng ZETA Finals, umiyak ako sa waiting room. Sobrang blank yung utak ko. Parang nawala yung motivation ko maglaro.
Siyempre may nababasa rin ako na critics na yung dapat isa din daw ako sa nawala, ganun. Hindi ko na pwede hayaan na mangyari ulit yun.
This 2024, feeling ko makakarating kami sa mga Masters and Champions.
We learned a lot from 2023 and lahat gutom manalo.
Mas gusto ko pang i-push yung limits ko. Alam ko naman ma-surpass ko yun if patuloy-tuloy lang ginagawa ko.
I think this year will be different for Team Secret because we want to take the next step forward and we expect to take the next step forward. What role did we want? Jeremy played a little bit of Sentinel and he also played a little bit of Duelist. Which one did we want to go with? He was grinding a lot during the offseason on Duelist. So we'll look for a Sentinel. We looked not only in the Philippines but elsewhere as well.
Since yung result namin last year is hindi naman siya sobrang negative, feeling ko hindi naman namin kailangan ng big changes. Yung isang changes lang na ginawa namin, malaking impact na siya. Nakakuha kami ng player na sobrang sipag maglaro.
Hello everyone, my name is Noel Yudikia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel.
Si NDG parang madami siyang potential. Sobrang different na niya from before since mas aggressive na kami at ganun.
Feeling ko kailangan namin is someone na mag-influence sa player namin na mas maging masipag maglaro ng Valorant. Nakita namin si Noel, consistent siya, top 10, top 20.
May papakita ko na yung talent ko sa buong mundo. May laptop kami sa bahay na medyo luma-luma na and tinry ko maglaro. Umaabot siya ng 60 to 75 FPS. Sobrang naglalag pero tiniis ko kasi wala naman ako panlaro sa computer shop. Since then, umabot ako sa Radiant nang hindi ko inaasahan.
Nabuboost niya yung moral and isa siya sa sumasabay sa akin sa energy lalo na pag nag-hype yung buong team.
He does shoutcast his own game. He's very loud, but it's needed because I think last year we had a pretty quiet team.
Main duelist na for Team Secret. So kailangan ko talaga hindi mag-overthink tsaka hindi ma-pressure. Dapat confident talaga ako eh.
Nasa condition na kami to win something. Napakita namin na well-deserved namin yung VCT slot.
Going to this year, a lot of the focus was on stability and having set roles as opposed to flexing 3 or 4 people. Trying to not put as much pressure on each other is really important for this upcoming year.
May times din talaga na nag-struggle kami. Composure and yung energy. Kahit lamang or under pressure kami, kaya namin i-handle.
Sabi lang nila yung gusto nilang sabihin.
Let them think whatever they want and papakita ko sa nila kung gaano ako kabagsik.
Kami yung parang isa sa mga unang naging pinakamalakas sa Asia, nag-represent sa Champions. Feeling ko ito yung year na magkakamba kami.
It's time for Adobo Gang.
series coming your way, and it is between two of Southeast Asia's finest, Talon Esports and Team Secret. Now, of course, Talon made quite a splash indeed here in Pacific, right? While Team Secret, they had a rocky start, but they were able to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's the real concern here is, was it enough? Like against DFM, were they able to figure things out enough? It looked a lot more stable. You know, we saw some cheeky plays from Jesse Vash and those kind of things where he was really able to kind of outthink his opponents. It's hard to do against this Talon squad because they seemingly are pretty aggressive. They're pretty willing to throw caution to the wind, to throw Governor out there and let him make plays, and he certainly was able to do that against Team Secret.
I mean, they're really strong, and not to mention also the calling from Lenny, you know, seemingly improving for the entire squad with their new coach Frost as well. So I do feel like Team Secret, they didn't have the best start, but after that showing against DFM yesterday, there is that idea, you know, maybe with NDG coming in, maybe the fact that they're sticking to some of these roles, Jeremy on the duelist, and Jeremy also having a pretty good day yesterday, they might actually have a better chance against Talon today.
That's a big question, right? Jeremy having a good day seems to be very dependent, or seems to be a very important factor for Team Secret, especially since with Governor was a factor that I think they weren't exactly prepared for, but now that they know the cards that Talon has out there, can Talon do it again versus Team Secret that is far better prepared?
Yeah, I think so. And I think a big part of that is going to be not just the mental preparedness, but also sort of the emotional preparedness. Like, I think NDG in particular had a rough
jitters,
day.
Yeah?
Yeah, there were jitters for sure. And that's changed completely when they went against DFM. So I think this time around it is going to be a different Team Secret. Talon's still an absolute force to be reckoned with. I think probably our most surprising team to all of us. We were kind of unsure how this was going to work out. A lot of players who have been IGLs and other things on other teams. A lot of players who are very vocal on this squad. And that is kind of one of the things that did cause them some problems against DRX. There's a little bit of chaos. I thought Lenny did a good job kind of shifting their weight around the map. But overall, it needs to be a little bit cleaner here if you're going to go over the line against Team Secret.
To me, I mean, we're seeing some of these highlights. There are some kills from Governor, but the bigger ones come from Jit Boys, who absolutely had a pretty good day as a Sentinel as well. So anchoring, you know, it's starting to come back alive, and it's the Jit Boys that we saw last year as well. If you can continue with his consistent performance up against Team Secret, of course, then again, it would be a lot better. The other thing is just Governor was that one big factor against Team Secret a few days ago, right? They weren't really prepared for him, especially at the Yana freeze. But now that they're more prepared, DRX was a little bit more prepared, Governor's effectiveness wasn't really felt, you know? So it makes you question, like, was that win against Team Secret a bit of a fluke? If they can actually do the same thing and still beat Team Secret again, then it's definitely not a fluke. Talon has proven that they are the better team right now.
That's exactly what they have to prove here, right? Because even, like, you know, Jesse Vash said himself, happy birthday to you, by the way, Jesse Vash. It's his birthday today. Does that play a factor in here? I don't know. We'll find out. But yes, that was a factor indeed, right? You know, it may have been the first day. You're still adjusting to so many things on the first day, and you may not exactly be at your best, or you may not exactly have your best foot forward. But now, again, both teams are far better prepared. There's the birthday boy. And I do want to point, you know, you mentioned Jit Boys, right? And you look at his counterpart on the side of Team Secret, and you have the NDG, and he didn't exactly have the debut that he wanted, right? But he even joked that his monitor was off the entire time. It's nice that he's very self-aware. But yesterday, we did see NDG wide awake, as we did Jit Boys, right? So his performance, Jit Boys' performance yesterday against DRX was what made the fight so close, you know? So now that we have both of these Sentinels in top form, what's it gonna be?
Yeah, I mean, and there's going to be pressure on NDG in particular as a guy who's going to have to anchor those sites versus these explosive Talon attacks. So if he can start doing that, if he can start setting the tempo, kind of putting Talon on the back foot, I think that's going to disrupt Talon. Again, part of the problem with them is the confusion in the comms sometimes, the confusion in who's got the better idea round to round, who's going to be able to make the adjustments and the calls and that kind of thing. So yeah, sometimes it does work out, and other times we saw that against DRX, it faltered. Now, if they just come out the gate swinging, as we've seen a lot here in the kickoff for VCT Pacific, if your firepower is just better, that is kind of getting you over the line right now, because teams are still kind of figuring themselves out, still integrating these new players and things like that. And what is desperately concerning for Team Secret for me was the average damage per round that Talon was putting up last time. Almost everybody on their team was outperforming even the second place player. Yeah, you know, Jeremy had a decent amount of ADR, but everybody below him was like almost well below everybody else on Talon.
That game, Team Secret definitely just, you know, you can't really feel much of their impact, any of the players, truly. So the numbers definitely speak volumes as to how their performance was in that game. But apart from that, you know, I think you're absolutely right, Clinton. It's just if NDG can really outperform, if NDG can step up to the plate. Governor is a crazy player, sometimes very aggressive, oftentimes on a map like Breeze, which is why I think map picks is going to be another important factor too. Governor would peek out as that Neon into areas like A main, get that opening pick, run off. If you got someone like NDG who can, you know, find that frag against Governor, get that punish, or work as a team instead, then of course you would have a better time. So Team Secret, hopefully there is a lot of preparation for this matchup.
We talk a lot about, you know, the new blood, the new talents on every single roster. I kind of want to focus a little bit on two of the guys who we haven't really been seeing much of in the spotlight too much, Cruz and Borkum. You know, these are two who have been with the rosters since, I don't know, since VCT began.
Yeah, literally.
Basically, right? Since VCT began. Lately, they've been a bit quieter here, but, you know, they still are there for the rounds whenever, like, you know, let's say everything falls through. These are two players that you can count on to deliver the round. It's just that we haven't really been seeing them, neither of them, pop up.
When is Borkum time?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Borkum time yesterday. Like,
different time
there was one
zone.
time I remember saying, "Oh, I checked my watch and it's Borkum time," but I think it was only once yesterday.
What time is it right now? BST, you know? Borkum Standard Time. But you see how it's skewed right now. You don't see it swinging in any which way for Cruz and Borkum. On the side of Team Secret, though, I feel like this is actually where they want to be. They want to skew it for Jeremy because this is exactly what they lined up their roster to be.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it kind of has to be a little bit more of everybody getting involved, and it's also really concerning that Envy's not involved more inside of this, considering the impact he had in 2023 in VCT Pacific. So, yeah, Borkum and those guys, like in Cruz, we need to see the controllers be a little bit more stable, a little bit more steadfast. But I think for Cruz, I'm willing to give him a little bit more leeway because of how much they've been leaning into the rest of the players. You know, Jit Boys and Governor in particular. So he's playing more of a support style. He's playing more of probably a side caller type role. So I'm willing to give him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt, but Borkum definitely going to need to step it up today for Team Secret. They're going to need extra firepower.
For sure, and everyone kind of has to, you know, it's definitely going to be Borkum, you got Cruz, but then also you're thinking about players like Envy, for example, compared to last year, and maybe now even Ben, who is supporting Governor. So our star duelists for both sides, you know, we've seen a lot of impact for both the teams, but how is that going to face off today? Because although we've seen Jeremy play, you know, such an incredible game against DFM yesterday, Governor was the one who really broke the back of Team Secret in that first game. So you have to find some form of adjustments, right? I think Team Secret, maybe it's a little bit more control, whereas Governor, you also kind of need to know exactly like when not to push out, when to be a little bit more controlled, because that does not work against a team like DRX, and Team Secret might have adopted some strategies from that.
And you're seeing the numbers, right? You see the headshot rate on Jeremy, you know, almost twice as, you know, that Governor. But the problem is the conversion, right? How does that even convert into a win for Team Secret? We're seeing here that oftentimes it does not, and it usually sways in favor of Talon Esports.
Yeah, I mean, in general, when I think of these two players, I think of Governor as the explosive one. Jeremy's like more of that sturdy, steadfast Jet who's trying to play with the team, who's trying to be that guy kind of working together in Jesse Vash's system. So it is a very different style, and that's kind of why he gets more headshots, I think, is because he's not as loose and as wild, so his aim's more like disciplined. He's more, you know, getting those crosshair placements right where he needs to be, whereas Governor is off the fly. He's trying to do what he can. Talon, in my opinion, really needs to set Governor up better today, even better than they did the first time. They got to work with him. They got to get those flashes and other stuff in place to get him success.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you're exactly right. It all depends on, again, the setup. That seems to be the theme that has to happen here for Pacific. So it'll be great if we get some insight, by the way, from what's going on in the team's heads right now. And what better way to do that than to toss it on over to our coaches for a quick interview with Jen, who is standing by on stage.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with Warbirds and Frost. 네, 오늘 경기를 앞두고 있는 워버즈 감독 그리고 프로스트 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Robert, I'm going to turn to you first. I'm pretty sure Team Secret won a lot more out of this tournament and also could show a lot more. What do you think you need to address? 먼저 감독님, 일단 생각했던 것보다는 고전하고 있는 팀 시크릿인데요. 감독님 보시기엔 좀 어떤 진단이 필요한 것 같은가요?
Yeah, for us it means a lot to win, especially today. Today's Jesse Vash's birthday, so we really want to do it for him and also get some revenge while at it.
Happy birthday, Jesse Vash. 먼저 오늘 특히나 승리가 중요한 이유가 제시 배시 선수의 생일이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 반드시 승리를 하면서 좀 좋은 생일을 보낼 수 있게 해주고 싶고 또 오늘 복수를 한번 해보고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Well then I want to talk about NDG because we see that the potential is definitely there, but sometimes it's the inconsistency that comes into play. Do you think it's just the nerves and that he has more to show? What's it like in scrims or when he's feeling entirely comfortable? 일단 NDG 선수 이야기도 안 할 수 없는데요. 정말 말도 안 되는 활약을 보여줄 때도 있지만 좀 기복 있는 모습이 아직 남아 있습니다. 좀 긴장해서 그런지 아니면은 뭐 또 스크림에서는 어떤 모습을 보여주는 선수인지도 얘기해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
Yeah, for NDG, I think the first match he had a little bit of nerves. Second match he had a little bit, but it was a lot less. So we're just working to help him and make sure he's comfortable and able to play his best.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah,
Yep.
third time.
NDG 선수가 사실 첫 경기에서는 굉장히 많이 긴장을 했던 것 같고 두 번째 경기에서는 좀 긴장이 풀어진 모습이었는데요. 그래서 최대한 NDG 선수가 좀 편안하게 느낄 수 있도록 팀원들이 많이 도와줄 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 이제 세 번째니까 더 좋은 모습을 기대해보면 좋지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Frost, I'm going to turn to you next.
Hello.
Drastic change in play style, so much firepower. How on earth were you able to transform this team into a completely different team? 탈론이 정말 드라마틱한 변화를 보여주고 있습니다. 화력도 엄청나거든요. 도대체 뭘 했길래 이렇게 환골탈태할 수 있었을까요?
So I think it starts with first the acquisition of Governor and Ban was pretty much the catalyst of the team. Both of them had a lot of chemistry. They're also very aggressive. What I did not expect was for Lenny to be as aggressive as he is. He's probably the most aggressive solo I've ever had. So I had like Hiko, definitely not aggressive. I even had MW Zera last year. And MW Zera on Sova was not anywhere near as aggressive as Lenny. I didn't expect that either. So it was really nice to know that fear wasn't going to be part of, I think, the equation. Versus DRX yesterday, we played a very slow style. So that was probably the hardest thing to teach. But I think over time, if I can get them to play as well playing slow as they do fast, it will be very hard to beat.
일단 벤 선수와 거버너 선수의 합류가 좀 큰 이유지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이 두 선수가 굉장히 화력도 좋지만 또 공격적으로 플레이하는 스타일이기 때문에 그런 점이 또 이런 스타일 체인지에 있어서 많은 변화를 준 것 같고 근데 또 예상하지 못했던 건 레니 선수가 소바를 정말 공격적으로 잘 운용한다는 점인데요. 사실 MW 제라 선수와 함께 일해봤던 프로스트 감독인데 이 MW 제라보다도 레니 선수의 소바가 굉장히 공격적이었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 이렇게 좀 팀이 두려움이 없을 거라고는 예상하지 못했기 때문에 좀 팀이 슬로우 템포로 게임을 운영하는 방법도 잘 가르친다면 충분히 좋은 경기를 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 지난 DRX전에서는 조금 더 슬로우 템포로 천천히 경기를 풀어가려고 했었고 또 그런 부분은 아직까지는 조금 더 힘을 줘야 되는 조금 더 배워야 하는 부분이기 때문에 시간이 지난다면 더욱더 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있는 탈론이지 않을까라고 얘기를 하는데요. You mentioned Sova, and I want to get a little bit technical if that's okay with you. Sova on split, very unorthodox. Is Lenny being the aggressive one the specific reason why you're sticking with Sova even on maps like split? 일단 소바를 얘기를 해주셨는데 스플릿에서도 소바를 기용하고 굉장히 소바를 좋아하는 모습을 보여주고 계시거든요. 아까 말했던 레니 선수의 소바의 공격성이 이 소바를 자주 운용하는 이유 중에 하나인지 아니면 다른 이유가 있는지 물어보겠습니다.
So you're asking a very good question that I can't answer completely. What I can tell you is Sova was specifically for DRX. We assumed they were going to pick it. We had it planned. We actually had a specific game plan in mind with it. we have multiple comps on multiple maps. So that was more towards DRX. Whether or not we play Sova for the rest of the tournament is pretty much up for grabs. That's more like a team technical thing. But yeah, that was very specific to DRX. We thought we should have been able to pull out that series with the map pool that we got and everything, but we just did not actually do our job there. So yeah, so Sova was a specific counter, the things that we saw, and what was very fortunate for us was that they picked double controller on it. Sova's a hard counter to the double controller, so they basically did what we expected. We just unfortunately didn't close the deal.
오케이. 일단 굉장히 좋은 질문이라고 저에게 얘기를 해주셨는데요. 이 소바에 대해서 다 밝힐 수는 없지만 사실 스플릿 소바 같은 경우에는 DRX를 저격하는 픽이었고 또 이 DRX를 위해서 특별히 준비했던 픽이기 때문에 이제 앞으로 스플릿에서 소바를 보여줄지는 모르겠다고 얘기를 했고 또 저희가 지켜봐야 하는 부분이라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그리고 DRX전에서는 아무래도 DRX가 투전략과 조합을 꺼냈기 때문에 소바가 더 카운터를 잘 칠 수 있지 않을까라고 얘기를 했고 준비했던 전략도 잘 먹힐 것 같았는데 저희 경기력이 100% 준비했던 부분을 수행하지 못했기 때문에 그 부분이 아쉬웠다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 양팀 감독들 만나봤습니다. Thank you, coaches, for the interview. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll toss it over to the desk.
My name is Peter. My in-game name is Governor, and I'm the duelist for TLN Esports. Definitely, disappointed. And if we beat DRX, we would have gone to playoffs and been one game away from qualifying for Madrid. So, very sad for sure. My biggest, excitement is that I hope we can get as far as we can and just play as many teams as possible, get like a lot of match experience under our belts, and then, hopefully we beat Secret. 반드시 Team Secret 이기겠습니다.
Hi, I'm Borko from Team Secret. Even though we win against DFM, we had some difficulty in the match. We know we have some man advantage, but we lost it. So I think that cost us like 2 rounds, 3 rounds. So the match went like very tight at the end. Against Talon match, not gonna be like that anymore. By preparing it, we just fix our mistakes and communications and small details about the utilities we have and what utilities enemy had. Today, we're gonna beat Talon and we're gonna get our revenge.
Ooh, revenge is on the line here for Team Secret. But you know what? You gotta love Frost being so generous with his answers. He's like very, very careful. It's like, I can't say too much. But the fact that they had something prepared specifically for DRX leads me to think, what could they have prepared specifically for Team Secret this time around?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's really interesting to hear that they have different comps prepared for different teams. So what's it going to look like here? We got to see that double duelist with the Neon and the Yoru on Breeze. Are we going to see that again here? Maybe they feel like they can just press their advantage. Maybe if Split comes through again, maybe they shift Ban over to a duelist potentially to run a double duelist as well. So I'm really curious to see what Talon wants to do.
If I were like Secret, I might just ban Breeze. I don't know if I want to challenge Governor's Neon and that Yoru again. So I'm not too sure because Secret is a team that loves to prepare. Warbird studies a lot and has anti-strats prepared for the team. Maybe they'll just go for it, and hopefully it kind of becomes like this game of rock, paper, scissors. Who's going to have the edge upon the other opponent? So maybe Frost kind of adjusts to that as well. I'm thinking Lenny has to adapt on the fly. If he doesn't, Secret has something up their sleeves, it's going to be a tough game.
Speaking of which, we have to address that. Frost and Lenny are both closely tied to Team Secret, with Frost and Warbirds being so close. And I think Frost did have, some history with Team Secret as well. And of course, Lenny, we do know that he was on the team last year, right? So all of that learning, like how familiar they are with the team, is definitely going to play into here. And as we saw in the first match against Team Secret, how that paid off, right? Lenny finally saying, okay, all of this I can use against you. Is that going to happen this time?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because it is sort of in Lenny's favor, in my opinion, right? Because he was the one mostly as the 6th man on Team Secret last year, so he got to sit there and watch and learn and understand the tendencies of Jesse Vash in particular. So is that going to be something that comes through? A lot of us think so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to explain myself. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm wearing a Filipiniana here, so you guys know. Asaray and I have have to. We have to, okay? Tita Mika's got you, okay? But yes, I mean, like Lenny, of course, he is showing a master case of how good of an IGL he is. I think it was very, very impressive against Stax yesterday of all IGLs, right? DRX isn't exactly an easy level team to play against when you're talking about IGLing, and I think it's like it looks really good when you let Lenny lead.
Like in Frost's words, he's an aggressive IGL, he's an aggressive Sova. So I mean, you can do the same things against Secret. Maybe again, just having to adapt on the fly. You need to be able to read what Secret is about to do to you, and if Lenny can pull that off against like someone like Jesse Vash, that would be a huge counter, and it would be very effective. If they can do that, I mean, I have a lot of faith in what Governor and Ban can pull off. So let's see what the rest can do.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, right? It's gonna be Lenny up against Jesse Vash, right? And by the way, happy birthday again to you, Jesse Vash. What a way to spend your birthday here, you know?
Even better if they win.
Even better if they win, of course. But like right now, dealing with the pressure, it's like, oh, I can't celebrate my birthday right now. You know, we gotta first defeat Talon Esports before any kind of celebration happens. But here's the thing with Team Secret, right? When it's good, it looks really good.
Right.
But when it's bad, it kind of looks really bad. It's kind of coin flippy with this team, and fans know this, right? Fans know this, that they oftentimes give us heart attacks. You know, like as with any team, you kind of can't tell just yet until the first few rounds, and then usually the momentum of the team is determinant of that.
Exactly. It is kind of hard to gauge Team Secret's power level sometimes because they'll run some games together where you're like, you guys are really good. Like, I am definitely all in on this squad. I'm really appreciative of the way that you think about the game and the way that you approach the game. And then sometimes they come in and it looks like all of that like fundamental mental fortitude that they built up just comes crumbling down. And so it is very concerning that could happen here again. If Talon comes out swinging, if that aggressive style that Frost talked about that is the nature of these Talon players can come through and get them over the line, or if they've been able to, even in this short amount of time, find a way to play slow as well, a little bit better, this is going to be a fearsome Talon team to deal with.
That's a big thing, being able to play as slow as they can play fast. So if they can do that, I think they have a lot of potential. But of course, it's still early. I want to see if Talon, really is able to beat Team Secret, or is it a fluke? Because Team Secret has that experience. Team Secret knows the game that well. They've been playing forever as a squad with the addition of NDG now. I still feel like, maybe Team Secret might be able to do something, but if they stick to old habits, then again, I just prefer what's fresher right now. Talon looks really fresh, really cool. It is, chilly in Icebox right now, so maybe, that's why my vote goes
Too
towards
cool.
Talon.
Gotta give me a little bit of
Gotta give me a
little bit of heat there. You can see like my fingers, like I don't know, I'm turning
Some of
blue
my
or something.
energy.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. We do need that fresh start for Team Secret, right? They have been doing this for a long time, and that's my fear as well. Have they, have they run dry in terms of the playbook? Are they doing anything new? Not quite yet, and it's been a very long time since we've seen Team Secret reinvent themselves. But speaking of reinventing yourselves, you probably will be reinventing yourself if you do have some thrilling moments over here. We have an audience survey, and it says, what is the most thrilling moment? Didn't we see somebody bringing over like
somebody's like taking our opinions.
Yeah. Which is it? Is it a Sheriff one tap, or is it an Operator single bullet, double kill, one shot, 2 kills? 2 birds with 1 stone, so to say. So audience says that Sheriff one tap is more satisfying, and I think you agree, Clinton.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, to me, this is like, if you get a double kill with an op, it's more like luck than it is necessarily like skill.
That's true.
Whereas like a Sheriff one tap is a little bit trickier to do, and it feels
intent.
so so satisfying.
Yeah,
when you hit
it
that
has intent, it has skill. What about you, Quack?
Same, actually.
Yeah.
Not to just like copy paper thin or anything. But that's the thing. Sheriff one tap is so cool, especially if you can chain it into even more kills like what Elmi Moore did from the previous map.
Yeah.
I mean, Operator collaterals are always fun, but yeah, it's not very skillful. Oftentimes, you just get that one collateral. It doesn't necessarily always translate to a round win. So.
Right. Usually the reaction is like, oh, that happened.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know he was standing there. But you don't like, okay, I'm gonna wait for them
Thank you
to
for
line
lining up for me.
right here. Hold on. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I'm gonna hold this angle all around and wait for you to walk into my gun. Like,
I'm
great.
like, nope, I'm not moving. It's gonna happen. I just need this, But yes, I do agree. The Sheriff one taps. We saw that, as you mentioned, Quack, from Elmi Moore earlier. I do hope we get to see it from Envy this time around, because I do remember last year he had so many good rounds where he just had like 3 Ks on the Sheriff, 1 taps, 3 bullets, 3 kills, right?
Exactly, and this is another part of the equation that needs to come through for Team Secret today. We need to see that Envy from 2023, who is oftentimes top fragging. I'm not saying he has to do that. You'd still prefer it to be Jeremy as your duelist, of course. You know, most teams are going to want that duelist to be the guy, but last year Envy was oftentimes the guy for them as that initiator, so we need to see him come through with some stronger performances. He needs to be enabling Jeremy as well, of course, but he needs to be that guy when Jeremy goes down to come in and get those big vaulty kills.
Exactly. I think that's what Team Secret needs sometimes. You need a playmaker. You need someone who's outstanding enough. Jeremy does get those moments. Jeremy, you know, he got an ace last year that was really insane on Haven. One of the fastest aces maybe ever in the game, but is he, you know, hesitant sometimes? He's still a little bit young, still a little bit new, or a little bit fresh. Envy comes in to, you know, help as the big brother, right? I want to see that Envy again. So, again, Team Secret, please don't stick to old habits, please.
Yeah, especially since Jeremy and Envy work so well together. They've been playing together for so long, even on previous teams. But you mentioned about Envy being the playmaker on the side of Team Secret. On the side of Talon Esports, I think that's Jit Boys. You know, how many rounds was he able to turn around just because he was in the right place at the right time against the RX?
Oh, and he made some crazy swings, too. I mean, some of those 180s and stuff that he had were absolutely bananas yesterday. Some of those 3K, 4Ks were out of this world. I mean, right up there with anybody in the league in terms of, like, some of the most impressive highlight reel plays you will ever have. So, yeah, absolutely, Jit Boys is going to be crucial because he outplayed the heck out of NDG last time. Let's just be honest. I mean, the difference in skill is, at least in that match, was a gulf. It was massive.
Oh yeah, definitely so. And you know, the stats don't lie. NDG himself also knows it, right? And yeah, it's a matter of like who is going to come online for this match. It seems to be very, very important to see who gets that early momentum, Quack.
Yeah, they really need to be able to bring that up, and it always starts off with the pistol round. And strategies matter so much here, and that's why, again, you know, we can talk about the teams for days. We can talk about players like NDG. You need to find that mental fortitude to really just play your game today. That day one, again, just they looked rudderless, directionless. I don't know if it was the calling or they just really weren't prepared against Talon. But right now, we've had a bit more time. Hopefully, everyone has adjusted to one another. Let's see some good Valorant. I mean, we had a 3-mapper. We had an almost overtime between Genji
We had 9 maps the other day, too.
What's going to happen today?
Yeah. And you know, you mentioned that, like, yeah, we're ready to see some good Valorant. We're ready to see if NDG's monitor is on, you know. Last time, it wasn't Jesse Vasher's birthday. This is how much copium I have right now, especially since Talon. They look so good. So I am ready for it. Again, these are some of Southeast Asia's best that are going to be playing for this series. So let's get right into it. It's going to be Team Secret versus Talon Esports in our second series today. So let's ready to welcome our teams on stage.
It was a hot start into a defeat at the hands of DRX, but this squad is here looking to reaffirm that they are a force to be reckoned with here in Pacific. Please give it up for Talon Esports. They are out for revenge, which sounds like a damn good gift for their captain, Jesse Vash's birthday. Please welcome Team Secret!
Of the second match.
All right, here we go. We are entering our map picks and bans for Team Secret versus Talon. This is going to be very important indeed. As you can see, both coaches have their notebooks out and their IGLs right beside them.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think if Ascent is going to come through, I think it'll be the last map potentially. I wouldn't be the one to pick Ascent this time around. Team Secret says, nope, split. We heard you guys talking in the interview. No, of course this is done. Yeah. But we don't want to do that. Yeah, Breeze, okay, going to be selected by Team Secret. I mean, it was the closer of the two. I will say that, so maybe they feel like they can handle that pressure that we saw last time from the Neon Yoru combo.
It was close, but again, I'm thinking about Governors. Neon is scary. You know, if they really do have a counter plan against that, then it would work out great. But then, of course, you know, you got to think about the next map that was played that day as well, which was Ascent 13. Oh, wait, hold up a second.
Right away.
Wait. Are we really playing the same maps?
Well, the teams are saying, you know, we got to do that again. Wait, take two.
I was a little concerned about this pick coming through for Talon because this time around Team Secret gets to start on the defender side. That's where Talon did most of their damage. Obviously, generally, it is a defender-sided map. Sometimes in Pacific it is not, but in most other regions, it is absolutely defender-sided map. So that's why I was kind of maybe thinking they might shy away from it. Lotus going to be the decider, so really interesting. It's the same two maps. Is it for the first two? I'm not going crazy here, right?
Did Frost and Warbirds like talk? They're like,
we're doing it again. We're running it back.
Let's do it again. Come on, go on. I mean, it's possible, right? Well, look at that. You know, they have to give a hug. It just goes to show how close these teams are. And we saw earlier on stage that Frost even gave a little wave to the Team Secret boys, right? And now, as we are back to day, what was it? Day 3, day 2
I can't remember anymore.
We're back here, and it's the same.
No.
It's we're in the time loop here, Paperthin.
Yeah, that's okay. Why not? Sure.
We're starting at Twilight.
I mean, I'm sort of fine with this for Team Secret because, yeah, they at least kept it somewhat respectable on this map. Maybe they have some ideas of how they can utilize the Sova and things like that to slow this aggressive pace down.
Yeah, we know what to expect now, or do we? I don't know.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back to the desk. I'm running back, and again, no, over to your casters, Azurai and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go again. Match 2 out of 3 on the day. Rematches the whole way throughout. Secret versus Talon. Once more, we go on to Breeze.
I'm so surprised that this is still the map selection that we had, because right before we start the pistol, one of the, I think, glaring issues that Team Secret had was really how underperforming NDG was on the solo side hold that he got. And again, it was a thing that Talon really put a pressure on that Team Secret really has to learn how to counter, find a solution for.
Governor was going crazy. Jeremy wasn't hitting his op shots in that game. But we saw just yesterday. Secret qualifying to get into this position to have this rematch, that things were looking better. So perhaps just those day 1 jitters, a bit of a fluke there. Time will tell as first contact gets ready to come through, and Borkum got the headshot into the kill. Looks for a little bit more, but does get surrounded and taken down. Cruz getting himself on the board here as this A site does get taken.
Nice release of the wall there. Cascade just to clear up some positions here as 2 players in Team Secret coming in to knock on double doors. Too many smokes from Talon here to blot out vision.
Darts being let loose there from Lenny, trying to find some damage. Envy going to be tagged down to 66 as the approach from double doors does come in. Nice pop flash, catching Cruz. Full blind. Dart is just absolutely pinging the hell out of him. The kills come in on the back end. Jesse getting 1, Jeremy with 2. The fuse will come through, and that is going to be Secret getting themselves on the board nice and early.
And Jeremy popping off early here. That's at least a good sign for Team Secret. Again, another one. so many problems, right, from that first series that they played against Talon. When your front end and back end get into trouble, that's when you really have to reevaluate things on how you're going to approach it. Anyways, this pistol, pretty much done and dusted. You're absolutely right that Recon Dart Pink from Jesse Vash got so much value, so much information, alongside the Pop Flash from Envy.
All right, well, NDG just looking to get that set up squared away over on the B site, but it looks like once more Talon. Ice set towards A. Recon off the rip, 0 point comes through. Going to be detecting at least the 2 players. For now, it's just going to be a grab on the orb. Lenny wanting to get that Hunter's Fury up as quickly as possible.
Look at this. Again, just figuring things out. No real need for Talon to use all of their numbers. I think when you have agents such as this Yoru and this Neon, especially when Bond still has both of his flashes up, you don't want to risk losing one person. You kind of want to go for that big execute, right? Preserve yourselves up until that very last moment, which is, I think, what Talon is trying to do here. Looking for any maybe out stragglers, and here he comes. B-push.
They're going to work their way in. It's going to be Recon cleared out, slide through, and a great distraction. Span will be able to collect the kill. Jeremy now trying to make his exit back around to the half wall. Does manage to escape. Outlaw in hand. Marshall backing him up here with Jesse Vash. Can still deal a significant amount of damage. Spike not planted yet. Push into the back. Man going to take it down. Governor as well. Falling, and the cleanup will come through. Just going to be the one casualty. Envy getting close, but still staying alive. Secret overall fairly clean anti-eco.
Not sure if that was a miscomm for Talon here. They had their own wall up on B, and they still weren't able to bring the spike, at least for the extra income, right? That means that at least Talon coming into this one might be shy of a few utilities, which could ultimately hurt them. But then again, at least they still got that 1 kill away on NDG.
Not sure if Cruz caught first or if it was Jesse with a really good sense to look back over towards bridge side. Either way, Governor, oh man, getting wrecked. Ban is dead. Snakebite kills him. Governor with a nice headshot though. We'll go ahead and even up the numbers. Either way, there's some spam in with that Snakebite and just got the finishing shot.
Yeah.
But already explosive action off the rip as everybody gets corralled over here towards this A site. Jit Boys, however, still playing around halls. Does manage to come up with yet another kills. Looking for his second here in the round as MDG just swing through, but as he re-swings, Marshall in hand, he does take him down. Keeps the numbers fairly evened up here. As Governor goes sprinting over towards this B-side elbow.
Yeah, they realize NDG has already given up his space on B, so a quick rotation onto B main might not be too bad of an idea. Readjusts the tripwires here, so Governor is pretty aware of it, but those tripwires are pretty deep and off angle onto the side, and he's kind of just hoping that it's going to tag someone for that kill all the way through Nest, but it's just going to be a full-blown retake here for TS as Talon plants the spike.
Wrap around. Now arriving over at main, clearing the trap wire. Comes in from behind. It's a killing blow, but just a Spectre in hand has his work cut out for him already. Very solid round here for Team Secret. And the bonus, and now it gets even better. Warcup finding the one. Governor will be able to keep Talon in the round, close it out, but 4 weapons lost.
Go, go.
It's a very expensive round for them too. What a lineup, right? For both that Snakebite as well as the Shock Dart. I thought Governor was just the most of the casualty with a bit of damage, but Pond being taken out so early in that round really reduced the capabilities here of Talon. But other than that, Governor still converts. He still at least has that impact on that on the buy round for Talon.
Well, they're able to scrape it together again, so fairly even here. Oh man, Envy, the great shot, shutting Governor down, and that's one piece of that 2-tipped spear here. Span now up to live, just still on orb collection duty, trying to get that Dimensional Drift online, because I mean Lenny's been sitting here with the Hunter's Fury for a while, and if they want to roll that combo, they need Ban to try to catch up.
They don't have anyone running into the site now, so that's going to be problematic for them.
Okay, well, that's just going to be the fake out coming through. Drone up over the top. Doesn't get the ping, doesn't get the dart out, but Spotted the positioning. Now it looks like it's going to be a call to change up the plans. Jesse already starting to creep back across. See if he wants to try to rotate maybe over towards Nest or so.
He could use a drone right now just to check Nest or maybe even on the top mid, but since he is all the way at spawn, probably just, again, holding the longer angles, that's not going to happen.
Borkum wanting to try to go for that snake bite to delay. Flash connecting there on to Envy, pushes them over the top, narrowly misses the opportunity to take Ban's head off. Oh, Zompo has Util in hand, but Borkum swings around. Back orange to be able to take down Lenny. This recon ping coming through, and now as they arrive into mid, Jeremy able to take out Cruz as well. The spike just now being ushered over, and Ban is taken down. It's all on to Jit Boys, and he doesn't have any time, he doesn't have any life. Jesse Bash will find the final shot, and that is going to be 3-1. Team Secret out to a nice early lead.
Was that another recon dart from Vash that opened up onto Lenny as he was planning the spike?
I believe it was.
Wow, again, timing on these darts have been pretty immaculate, giving, you know, these free kills for Team Secret and just, again, punishing Talon's try to get into these sites. You can't see that they're second-guessing themselves now, especially when NDG has been playing with his tripwires a lot farther back into his own site. So these initial shock darts from Lenny don't really get the breaks on those trips that they're kind of hoping for. It's forcing them to rotate back, and it's not really, that rotation really isn't been paying off here for Talon for the most part.
Governor with that orb take does get the overdrive available. So potential deadly weapon obtained now for this eco attempt. Still 2 charges off from having that Dimensional Drift Hunters combo. He once again just watching out of double doors in towards mid. It's Deadly on the shot there versus Governor on the wall last time. There's the jump across. 0 point now going to be let loose, but it does get cleared, so everything could be opened up, but overdrive is not in. Beach is going to be able to stabilize the aim to find Governor. Taking him down, but Van quick on the reply. The Sheriff shot finding one. Jesse Bash going to be taken down. Borkum in his corner, coming up with 2. Down to 15 HP, however. This can be recovered. Lenny changing that plant position as the Cloudburst gets thrown down, and Jit Boys behind the double door. Swing around the corner, Lenny finds a headshot, caught with Util in hand, however, but now gets the recon ping out. But Jit Boys has no weapons. Just has the snake bite.
It's taking so much time.
Jeremy looking around, just trying to bait him out, but the call coming through where Jit Boys making the decision. He's going to stay put. Himself firmly planted. The creep up, the 1 tap, the 2. Jit Boys gets the kill and gets Talon a second round win.
He got too much into his head there. He was so sure that Jit Boys was going to be coming out of A main, right? Because, again, he kept tapping the spike. In his head, he's probably thinking, sure, he's going to have to peek out through mid here because I have all the cards, right? I have the weapon, I have the HP, I have the positioning to actually threaten that spike defuse. But Jit Boys just got into his head, and Jeremy's like, no, I just got completely outplayed. Wow.
Very excellently done by Jit Boys. I mean, this is one of the things that we were talking about yesterday in their series versus DRX, was that Jit Boys was really stepping up, really leveling up compared to that opening day. It was much more like him from the beginning of last year. And he continues to deliver. Times here from Jeremy, but as we just saw, did get pinged by that recon dart. Fast enough with the Cloudburst to deny the vision. And now creeping forward, but Envy waiting in nest. Just waiting for this wall to drop. And surprise, he's got the shot. Fly swing out, not there. Here's the jump out to safety. Oh! Jesse Bash actually comes in from behind, managing to find it. Jit Boys, however, hearing this, swinging. Eventually drags that crosshair over to the left. Kill found, man advantage still here for the side of Talon.
Running low.
As they start rotating their way over towards A, and it seems like they have a pretty good idea that this is going to be the case here, as at least Jeremy is also going to look to try to reinforce his position alongside Borkum.
No flanks with any Sentinel though, since Jit Boys is already down. Or excuse me, there is no Sentinel for Talon here. What am I saying? This could be a perfect timing flank for Borkum if he gets this correctly.
Jit Boys is very, very low, but yeah, they're not suspecting this at all. Oh, sees the Sova. Lenny, a bit of damage. Snake bite now going to be lobbed in. And he finds Shitboys as the pin down.
Last player
And
standing.
now just Cruz, the last one standing, is Jeremy able to find Lenny, and Cruz can't even get on the flank fast enough. NDG pops out around the corner to take him down and keep them in the lead.
And again, everything disrupted there. I mean, Ban got it, right? That was such a smart move for Talon, using that high tide to conceal his push up on Nest and just wait for it to drop, thinking that someone would pocket themselves at that corner on Nest. And then Jesse Bash does what he does best. Outmaneuver, outbrain his opponent.
Well, first time out of the map and of the series going to be called, seems like. And Talon not exactly happy that they're not in the lead here at the moment. So Frost and Boy both wanting to pump the brakes a bit, trying to get everybody squared away the rest of this attacking half here of Breeze.
Just love how, well, not love, but like, I'm not biased or anything because, you know, the predictions and stuff, but but it is a definite change of pace with how this first map has come into play, because again, Governor was just steamrolling when they were on the defense. It is a switch on the side. That is the only difference of the series start here, that it is Talon that is attacking rather than defending at the game start. But is that truly a big enough difference, or has it been, you know, Team Secret again just waking up, heating up, and able to finally understand how to deal with the zipping and zapping of Governor here?
So far, they've been swinging around it and, you know, not letting him be able to get into that position where that momentum really ramps up and he just starts being dominant.
Yeah.
So far, so good. And I mean, god damn, Borkum, 11-4 too.
He's been also good at the reads too, right? Because
really
the timing.
Really deep dart, I should say. As Ban, eventually does catch Bash. I mean, second time, Jesse does get caught here in Halls. Ban getting some revenge from that previous round.
They did take some damage for that. Cruz tagged significantly, or tagged somewhat, and then Ban's pretty low too.
Who's next?
Oh, it's just gonna maybe try and pick up that weapon with his ultimate.
Now needs to lead the team forward. Envy just around the corner. And Governor is able to find the kill. Jeremy going to be taken down by Shitboys. And it's very much here now in the hands of Talon as Borkum completely blinded up. So classic or no, Ban, there was no way that he was not going to get that kill.
True enough, right? NDG, a definite chance for him. And that's all kills on the A site. So every player of Talon that was looking to buy a weapon in that next round, free upgrades all abound. And that was such a sick play too. Just able to use that dimensional drift as a surefire way to ping your teammate where you just have to shoot. There was also a risky play that we saw Envy do, where he threw out the fragment and actually pushed through his own molly just so that he could try to make a fight happen.
Okay, well, Lenny giving up the flawless. The Talon don't care. They want this kill. You know that NDG, even the cash that he has, he'll be decently strapped if they could take this one out of his hands, but it's like no further pursuit going to be coming through. So Lenny's death does mean that he'll have a Hunter's Fury coming into the next round. It's what, the second Thrifty here for Talon now?
Yeah. I mean, look at that. He really risked it just because he did have his own teammate. Having that angle for a potential crossfire, that was very unfortunate too. You're right. Lenny does have that Hunter's Fury of his. But they're not. I do like this from Talon though. They haven't been pushing that hard at the start of the rounds on the mains. It's always been mid that they've been looking very prevalent with pushing.
Oh boy, Governor tracked.
Ooh,
very fast here on the Neon. Slides out of the way, but still does take a decent chunk of damage. Has to use the fast lane just to cut back across. That's one of the entry tools gone, as everyone right now from Talon is inching up here towards this pit. If they can get eyes, maybe the drone in onto Borkum. Hunter's Fury from Lenny might be able to flush him out, but even still, finding him in this mess is going to prove to be difficult. Decides to hold on to the bite. Spots one. Turn around, the swing out. Governor already so low to decay. Working against that. Borkum comes up with 3. Looks for the 4th, and he's got it.
I mean, they cooked in the pit, right? The decay just depleting HP second by second. And unfortunately, as they wanted to get that instant multiple peek out, but as soon as Borkum gets that first kill, Talon started panicking and wanting to get that quick refrag, which Borkum in kind used to his advantage. So again, it's a vicious cycle of, I get killed, I have to force a peek, and then they just went down one by one.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic round there. It was in fact Borkum time.
Cutting through.
That indeed it is.
Quick shutdown though, Talon. How do they respond? Looks like again, just trying to force their way in towards A. Flash does get the catch there. On the Envy, it stairs. And hold as well. Look at the stuns. Slide in. Governor able to put Envy down. It's pressable if they can clear him out. Borkum's going to find the kill. Leon eliminated. Pulse is still going out. That's going to be the res coming through. Jesse Bash bringing him back into the fight now. Hunter's Fury, a little bit late to actually try to get the follow-up kill. Can he find a tag? The answer is going to be no. And actually might have clipped by that one. Now the neural theft invested. Everybody spotted. Cruz knowing that he can't really try to play on this flank any longer. Borkum wants to try to force his way in. The flash timing looks good. Lenny going to be taken down. That's going to be the dart coming through. They pulled off of the defuse. They got it halfway. So much work to be done here as Shipboy's the last one standing, but it does not matter. He will end up getting taken down. The half hold is good enough to go ahead and finish this one off. 6 rounds now locked in on this defensive side.
Really thought that was going to be a bigger threat for Talon because they still kept Jitboys alive up until the very last second. So he had multiple of his lineups being thrown, as you can see, but the retake of Team Secret, specifically on A main, was just so detrimental for Talon. As you mentioned, Envy's pop flashes here every single time have resulted in a successful Talon kill. On that one, it was Ben, leaving Lenny by himself in the corner, and then everyone else from Team Secret just waterfalled into A main to make sure they had time to defuse that spike.
Gun going out. Governor sprinting his way down hall. Gets forward, taps the door, sends out the fast lane. Flash goes in, relay bolts out as well. And now can't quite steady the aim. Envy able to shut him down. Van swinging through. Finds Borkum, but then is punished by Jesse Bash as the bite comes in from Borkum. The kill off Jitboys right at the top of the stairs. Suddenly, it's just Cruz and Lenny left. Lenny holding onto a Spectre. The triple face out. Lenny can only get one. Team Secret, absolutely dominant thus far here on Breeze.
I don't think you could call it an overheat for Governor, though. I think it was just Envy being smart enough to use the smokes against Talon. That was Jitboy's own wall that he played around on, and he wasn't even tagged by the recon dart up until he started fighting Governor, as you saw there. So Governor was looking for an opponent on orange, but none. He was kind of hoping as well that maybe a stun would concuss, stop any rotations from happening, but again, Envy was just too fast in realizing that he needed to reposition quickly and won that fight straight from just that quick and instantaneous read.
Talon in a really rough position here. Through 3 rounds gained so far, the buys continually getting whittled away at. So Marshall in hand can deal some damage, but Singer, that Sheriff, look to try to find some upgrades. I mean, the Thrifties have been good to them so far.
Very true. They have gotten a lot of success on halls, but they're not doing that this round. Mix up the weapons though. So they're giving a lot of the heavy firepower to Governor and Ban. So they might try to poke their way into this B side. But look at the difference of the tripwire setup once again from NDG. More compressed or concentrated nearing that tunnel entrance, which could be bad for Governor here if he pushes to the left.
Flash out on the Jeremy, still maintaining his position here on the high ground. They likely think that he has dropped down. In the meantime, Governor taken out by a trap wire. That finds the kill. Now Jeremy just tracking Lenny on the way in, gets Ben as well. Spots Cruz down underneath. The dash out. Now NDG capitalizes. Finds Jin, swing on the corner. Jeremy with a one tap, finishing off Cruz. 8 rounds now locked in for Secret.
That was so dirty. That was also the first time I think we've seen NDG actually mix up his tripwires on the right rather than in the side itself. And then Talon's just like, you know what? We haven't tried going to swing wider on the outer portion of that B side, and it actually worked out. Look at how Governor was just trapped even through that fast lane of his. It's not going to work out. Also, just as a quick hyper or deep dive, I like how there was the 2 cloud bursts from Jeremy here. He threw the one on top of himself, and then he drew one down below to fake out that he actually dropped from where he was.
Very smart. Orb here at A main, going to be taken, banned now. Dimensional Drift is available. Combo's just not quite there. Lenny needing a charge of his own to really kind of have that 1-2 punch. But they might just have to make do with just the one ultimate here. Certainly feels like a must-win round.
For sure it is, right? Because it feels like they haven't gotten any momentum swing whatsoever, which has been the selling point of Talon on that first series. Once again, oh, a quick dimensional drift. They're hunting for something.
He's coming down, spots one here at backside. Jeremy in the meantime finding Lenny.
Oh,
taken out by Jet Boys, but NDG takes out Governor. Now Ban is here on the site. Jet Boys providing some covering fire. Managing to take down the enemy Cypher. Hit invested. Jesse Bash thinking about pushing the wall. Does so. Just to his left is the Harbor, and Cruz is going to be eliminated as the Reckoning gets used. Shock Dart just going fishing pan, nearly clipped by it. Manages to elude.
No recon though.
No recon, no drone, no nothing, but they have the advantage, and Ban is low on HP. For now, they're just trying to get on all angles of this pit. The swing onto the corner, Ban going to be taken down. Borkum dead. It's all on Shit Boys to see if he could do what Borkum did before him. It is going to be held to half, and Shit Boys now on for the ace. The push shot, he's got it! Shit Boys gets the ace to lock in the final round of the half. What a performance.
What a shot too. Vash had to Hail Mary a chase. He didn't know exactly where Jet Boys threw out the snake bite, so they were kind of hunting. They knew the general vicinity, but not where he was, and then Jet Boys just went to town. It was a very difficult task, but he got the double spray down. He was able to reposition again, and he was able to hit that ace against Bash. What an absolutely stellar hold here from Jet Boys. A masterclass in showing to us how to hold a 3 versus 1 inside that pit. Boy, oh boy. Sorry, that's a super important 4-8 here for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, the 9-3 certainly would feel considerably worse, but I don't think that Talon is celebrating the ace or breathing too easily here. They have their work cut out for them as they get ready to swap sides. But the Chit Boys continuing to show dominance here, even in losing situations.
Whose rabbit is this? Ah, it's Lenny's. Sick. But absolutely right. But this is, at least, you know, looking back at just that previous series, supposedly the side that Talon are kind of hoping for, right? Since Governor did want to go for those zoomies of his. Speaking of Governor, 4-10, man has been struggling in that attacking side. He just could not find anything. And what was kind of interesting about that too is there was that very nice kind of back and forth between him and Ban in that first series against Team Secret, but it's not visible now within the start of this first map.
Side swapped, Lenny. Picking up where Jesse Bash left off, just being this over to go ahead and watch the halls. Coming forward, it's going to be pings there, and even with that Sheriff, going to be cut down. Governor able to equalize at least one. Envy fallen, damage out onto Jeremy, as well as here, perhaps he's taking, okay, never mind. So maybe he's taking decay damage, but Governor is able to go ahead and confirm a kill. Snakebite going to be lobbed in here by Borkum, but Lenny's got a shock dart. And it looks like Talon should be able to even up the pistol round win count.
You see, Vash, I do like the reposition here on Tetris coming into stairs. Might not expect that he's this close though. So he could sneak in a couple of kills, but everybody from Talon is about to swing.
Oh, a shot. Still going to be good for one. Had he gotten that transfer?
Poison's gone.
It looked damn good, but Jeremy! Oh, the quick taps. Finding those headshots made it look so real. But Governor finishes him off, gets the kill, and Talon get their pistol win.
Man, Jeremy was lighting up. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They
Almost
took
out.
too long as well to kind of hit that mid spike that they were hoping for here for Team Secret. They already got the kill, but they lingered a tad bit too long. And as you see here, Governor was able to get not only the kill onto Envy, but some massive tap damage on Jeremy, which I feel like ultimately led to, well, you know, I'm just making it easier for him to win that 1v1, as Jeremy had to at least look where Governor was swinging out of. No information in that 1v1. Talon put themselves a point on that second half.
Governor's putting some pressure down here in mid, but no one really there to receive it. Borkum now cutting back around to join in with the rest of the team who are getting ready to try to assault this A site. Shots flying. Tags found. Jeremy down to 35. Governor swinging out behind the pyramid. Finding a second as Borkum will fall. Shock dart not going to dissuade him too much. Triple kill and a flawless here. Talon bringing it back to within 2 rounds.
Again, Team Secret
I'm out of here.
just kind of, it feels like they just wanted to finish off that round quickly, right? To go straight into this gun round. Especially when they just started going out. I didn't even notice this, but that high tide coming in from Cruz definitely separated here the majority of Team Secret. So maybe that's also a reason why we saw Governor just be able to take down kills left and right very easily.
Now into the bonus. Governor also available. Full rifles, full buys here with the side of Team Secret to try to stop this run back from Talon.
I do like how they're just letting Talon simmer, you know, stew in their own head processes here as to where TS are. Borkum's only holding halls, excuse me, just to make sure no one takes that high ground. Spike isn't had as Jesse Vashlo, and he hasn't pushed up with the rest of his team. It's a 2-1-1-1 split. If he brings this Spike all the way through mid and he drops it, that might be cause of concern here for Team Secret.
I think that would definitely be one. But they're not spotting much, and now they're going to work their way out here into mid. They're kind of splitting off away Cruz for the moment, but NDG in a potential spot where he could deal some damage, because right now Lenny does not have eyes on mid.
30 seconds left.
Cruz setting up the wall, trying to dissuade the push in to this A site. He's playing around such a really narrow gap to try to spot anyone. As Borkum continues to have some flank pressure here in Hall. So cutting across, damage exchange between the two. Bash down to 37. Shit Boys gets the catch there onto NDG, cutting off that flank. Governor getting tagged up, however, has to pull back, and Envy's able to finish off Jit Boys. Swap of the weapon, the jump, the spot, sees them. They bolt not getting connected. Now Borkum strikes. Swings out from bridge, finding one. Leaving Ban on his lonesome. There's the location of 2. Heard the drop down. Borkum swinging back out. The reface is there. And with Envy's backup, he'll find 3 kills, and Secret will find 3-round leads.
That's huge timing as well from Borkum there, just to kind of make sure that they can get that easy 1 extra kill against Talon, because Ban was looking to heat up already. There's also that winner interaction between Envy and Cruz, where they were just, or Envy and Jesse Vash, where they were just shooting on that wall, hoping that someone's going to track someone, and I think it was Vash that won that. In any case, yeah, you're absolutely right, it's 9-6 already. Governor, as he was only using a Stinger now round, I think he wanted to use the overdrive once they have that positive contract. He's gonna at least be on the full buy here with that full shield and Vandal.
Playing a dangerous game pushing into here when Jesse's just free-firing it through that high tide. Now staying put, looks like a quick jiggle peek there from Cruz as well. Oh, yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yep, the call for backup there from Jeremy. Get a good amount of damage in. Governor's still going to try to float in this spot just in case they do end up pushing in. Try to catch them off guard, but Secret starting now to drift over here.
Ooh, they heard that.
Yeah, Borkum nearby. Stays tucked in. He doesn't get pinged.
Go, go, go.
They don't see him. So he can just go cutting forward in towards Hall, but potentially to get himself into a nice backstab position.
Vash might not get caught out here on mid, though. He's about to transition, but he takes the safer route to
just barely got past before they saw him.
Yeah, that's huge. I should think the B side taken, but Team Secret, I thought they were going to push B like 10 seconds ago, but they're using a lot of time. To be fair, they don't really have the exact contact of where they want Talon to be on. Jesse Vash only as that tripwire keeping him alive for the moment.
Well, Lenny able to find one before getting taken down, and Borkum catching Cruz just outside of Nest.
Oh,
however,
time.
Interrupts it. Yeah, time is dwindling. Okay, now going to be overdriving here as they take that spike over to back pillar. Playing close to fast lane, coming through, just trying to rush forward, get ahead of that one man. Behind Borkum, Governor swinging around the corner, put some damage down here onto NDG with a full flash, connects Ban! Ban doesn't get the both! How is he still alive? How did he win that?
Instant replay, please.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Drop it out for us, please. I thought he was dead to rights.
He should have been.
Dude was flashed. Ban. Oh my goodness. I thought it was Governor, you know, that was going to start things off, especially when they were entering that site. But in hindsight, it was truly bad. So he wasn't. What are you guys doing? Well, what are they doing is falling down to such a clutch play from Ban.
Unreal.
Yes, this should do.
Unbelievable. I mean, if that's the round that allows Talon to get back into this and then take them out, that is something that's going to be haunting
Team Secret
for a while. So
they
need to not have that affect them whatsoever. Let's wipe the slate clean, but Ban, it looks like that was enough to get him fired up. He pushes forward, catches Borkum just at the end of Hall.
You're absolutely right. I mean, dude's not overheating. Might as well keep using this win streak of him, hot streak. And it's not done.
It's not done at all. Takes down, okay, now it's done. He takes down Jeremy. NDG.
I know exactly where you
doesn't manage to finish him off as there's the swing in, and Jesse Bash gets the catch on Lenny, taking him down. Tries to go to rotate. Boys revealed now, needs to try to back away. Seems like all of Team Secret is going to want to encroach on his position. The drone leading forward, checking over towards Arches as Jet Boys just secured the spike. Hunter's Fury, however, from Jesse Bash finally found his mark. And right now, Talon not in a position to actually get the catch here. Trapwire goes off. Now they know. DG gonna have to rotate all the way around the back here of Pillar. As the wall comes in, and Jesse Bash for now waiting to see if that push out from Cannons was somebody on their lonesome, or both players are here. Now they know. Fast lane out, relay bolt not connecting onto anyone. He sends another one in this corner though, NDG. It very well mess his day up. Governor dropping.
One enemy remaining.
G faces in, finds the kill. Cruz turning back, catching Jesse Bash over at elbow, and knows NDG's rough position, but still needs to win the fight. Up over top of the wall, spotted for a moment. NDG, time on his side. Drops down, tries to swing around the opposite side. Cruz being played with, spots him. And as he tries to get up onto the opposite side, gets taken down.
Yeah. The reason, you're absolutely right. The reason why we saw Jesse Bash not moving from Nest is it was only Cruz that was tagged by the tripwire, and Governor used no utilities, didn't make any noise up until that very last second. What a huge neural theft though as well from NDG and this lurk kill on Vash to open things up. It separated Talon well enough that you saw Talon was deciding either to give up control of their own spawn, wrap around, which they did, or go somewhere else, which allowed Team Secret to get that pinch play on Jet Boys. Thankfully enough, Vash is a good enough Hunter's Fury player that he did get that trade from such a far distance, because you saw how Jet Boys was able to deal with Envy so quickly with that one tap.
Oh, and this is a full send rotate here from Talon.
I must wait a moment.
Pretty much everybody making their way over towards A. They want to operate, kind of have this pack mentality, but then they don't really have any weaponry. And now the execute happens here onto the B site. Drone not going to spot anything, and pretty pretty soon Talon going to realize that they gambled towards the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, it's a 50-50, so, you know, does happen. Okay, I was gonna say, there is a chance that maybe we could see Ban use his dimensional drift, you know, let the rest of his team come in. He's got a lot of utility to work with it, but save it for a better round just in case. Still have some to work with, but TS, I mean, I'm already counting this a win because this looks like it's not going to be retakeable by Talon. So it's 11-7.
Yeah, this is going to be them getting to 11. As they swing in, Cruz trying to get jump there. On to Borkum, can't make it happen. Lenny going to be taken down. Jeremy, can he collect both kills? He's certainly going to try to. Running low on bullets, and Governor will be able to shut him down. It's a nice shot, but
one enemy remaining.
Stay put. Jesse Bash knows that he's dead, but he'll have enough to buy going into the next round. 3 players survive as Team Secret get 2 rounds away from taking this opening map.
That is so annoying to track, right? When you have the zoomies as that neon, it's so difficult for you to just, you know, to be able to track him and get the kill, especially with such a recoil-based gunplay like Valorant has. Anyways, timeout has been called. Really a different look here from Talon. Not as clean. I've been mentioning this every single time that we go on the timeout, but they really haven't had a clear-cut set of rounds that makes you think that Talon's going to mount that comeback in the 7-11 against Team Secret.
I mean, the closest was just, you know, them winning the pistol in the second half and getting the anti-eco. That's the only rounds that they've been able to get consecutively.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's been really scattered around when they're able to pick these up. Widely, Team Secret have just had a chokehold on this game's control. I mean, you can see that very clearly in the fact that they have not felt the need, even with those few rounds getting picked up, to call any kind of timeouts here. So, I mean, this is a big gamble from the side of Talon. Frost and Boy very much hoping and trusting that the players from here on out can get them back on course and not get knocked off course once again.
I think a big indicator as well is to know that Team Secret is in trouble is if they start just, you know, 5-man stacking something. And they haven't really done that in this game for the most part, right? It's been cool, calm, collected. They've been rotating a lot, all the pieces moving and getting very substantial kills here all across the board for Team Secret. So I think that's a good indicator that they do have that good bit of control. Bond, though.
Okay.
Ooh, that's big.
It took a second to line up, but eventually does get his mark. Borkum taken down. This is one of the things that we were seeing, you know, quite a bit from Talon in the opening series was the kind of interchangeability of this operator between Governor and Ban.
Yeah.
You are powerless.
Full command cancel there on the drone. Ban still hold his ground, but wide swing out. He doesn't get the shot. Second attempt though does get NDG, but then it's going to be gunned down as the Envy makes his way into the site. 2v2.
One enemy
Cruz,
remaining.
great headshot, taking down Vash as he tries to jump over the wall. That's going to get them over onto this spike, which is why Envy knows he's got to cut back over to main. Pushes out though, Governor will line it up. Op can be recovered, and that's going to be Talon holding on. So timeout does result in them getting the round victory.
Very true. And again, all stemmed by giving Bond that operator in his hands. Huh. Maybe they're just using this extra time as well to discuss a couple of things. But yeah, operator very successful here in the hands of the Yoru player, especially when Borkum did get a couple of those shots in. Van just stayed as calm as he could and just hit that nasty shot. And Cruz just getting that freebie kill as Vash repositions the back of the site, all leading to this one round for Talon.
Curious to see how they approach the ult economy though. Obviously 4 ults, nearly 5 with Governor, just 2 away from having that next overdrive available. Given that they're still in this deficit, want to try to avoid overtime, they need to make sure that they're using these really efficiently. So it looks like for the start, it's going to be Jit Boys. They've got the pit here, try to dissuade them from moving over towards A, because for the moment, they've got that kind of 3-man stack over towards the B side, with Ban up in Nest.
There is this Hall's control from Borkum, but like you said, because they do have that operator in the hands of Ban, they don't really want to check anything unless he shows himself. But the problem from Team Secret is they're just kind of holding a little bit here. As you mentioned, the Viper's Pit also adding a lot more delay for Team Secret. So they're burning down this clock, kind of hoping for something, maybe a peek out from Talon, but both teams are very much preserved in this round. They don't really want to overcommit anything at all.
Right here. Revealing area.
Just gonna see if he can spot anything there, but not in the corner.
He's really trying to spot something here.
Doesn't manage to find one. Governor pushing forward wisely, just clears out the drone. Ash will take the orb to try to get closer to that Hunter's Fury, and then steadily make his exit. He can then grab that spike and likely take it over to the B site.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's not just that. When you hear those kind of sounds that Jesse Vash is doing, you kind of expect that there's at least a couple of players here and there.
Oh, Jeremy. He's about to swing out. Oh, they spot each other, and Jeremy's got the faster shot. Takes him down, no one there to try to capitalize, and now the push comes through here onto the B site. 12 seconds remaining, Hunter's Fury goes across, it interrupts it, and he gets the kill. Follow-up shot would do it, Jesse Vash waiting, he drags it back over.
Right there.
Doesn't hit him.
Spike
Kill
planted.
not found, spike now planted, 0 point connecting on the 2 over here at the Arches. As the recon dart as well, getting that ping across. Talon have their work cut out for them. Reckoning is at the ready. Jesse taking quite a bit of damage, then managing to find Governor. Gets his back a kill. Reckoning rolling, NDG getting stunned up in the back lines. Jesse Vash eventually does fall.
so
Boys
far.
as well approaching from main. Finds himself a second kill. Fragment down from Envy. He swings out, but Lenny managing to take him down. It's on NDG now here within the site as Borkum arrives. Swinging through, tries to set up the fight, tries to bounce it over, and NDG gets the transfer, gets the 2 kills, and gets Team Secret to map point.
That's all NDG needed to do. He only needed to wait for Borkum. Borkum was so far from that Jet Boys was starting to heat up, and again, danger territory here for Team Secret. But in that final bout, he just held on, and this was also pretty unfortunate for Ban, because he was already about to check mid the same time that Jeremy did, but Jeremy was just half a second early. Truly, it was the goodest of goods for NDG there.
Yeah, and you know, I was just talking about trying to have that efficiency in the ult usage. Talon basically dumping everything. They still have the Dimensional Drift Governor nearly there with his ult as well. But now that Secret is at match point, they're going to have to dump them both in all likelihood and hope and pray that they end up working out. This game very much right now is in Secret's hands and has been.
There's a ping on Governor's spot too, on drop, and look at this, Borkum's right on top of him. If Jeremy even drops to this, there could be an insta-frag on
what
him.
A read.
I don't know if it's a read or they hurt him. Either way, right?
Either way.
Yeah. They were pinging.
Opening kill.
I know exactly
Getting ready to push, but can't really afford to do so anymore. Not as that neural theft comes through. Cruz as well having to back away. Second ping goes out. Ban now just saying, yep, they're coming this way. Sends out the flashes to try to slow them up. Playing with the dart, sending it a little bit early. It stops them from pushing forward for the time being. Jeremy does get pinged. Deep flash sent out. Ban avoiding that one. Shit boys. He's trying to be cheeky. He's trying to be unpredictable. He's getting himself tucked underneath the window. He's going to be hearing these footsteps, but he just has a sheriff in his hand. He needs to be so very accurate with these shots so far. They're not looking for him. Into the cyber cage. He has to let loose. Sends out one. Tries to send out the snake bite to interrupt, but then, oh no, draws the wall. He got the kill, but can the plant still come through? They're sprinting forward. They're grabbing the spike. The plant is going to be there. It's now all on Ban. A 1v3 to try to clutch this one up.
Oh man, imagine if it was just 2 seconds more and they could have actually clutched this round from that snake bite from Jet Boys. Oh, Ban, you're absolutely right. And look at Team Secret, they've spread themselves out thin. They know that he might have a weapon, but he doesn't have the numbers.
Envy's just spotted him. He was jiggling the corner. Right as Ban looked away. Just waiting on the wall. No util to work with. No hope either. Envy will be the finisher as Team Secret this time around. The score might stay the same, but it's them with the win. 13-8 on Breeze.
What an unfortunate round there for Jet Boys. He almost was able to transition that, then NDG through the Cyber Cage. Then he couldn't get the kill quickly enough. He did get it eventually. Unfortunately, that wasn't what he was hoping for. And Team Secret not gonna miss a beat. They're not gonna miss that chance to just continue pushing in. And all throughout this first game, and again, ladies and gentlemen, this is just the first game. We're not done just yet. Was such a Team Secret hold. Breeze, they struggled before. This time, it's a whole completely different spell. Jeremy's doing everything correctly. NDG, great anchoring at the back of the site. Anyways, we're gonna pass it to the desk to discuss this Breeze map even further.
And that's why Team Secret wanted to pick Breeze again. They said, okay, we have something planned specifically for you. We know you have these specific compositions, Coach Frost, for the side of Talon, but this is what we have prepared for you. Team Secret look like they're in top form.
Yeah, it was a lot more disciplined this time around. There wasn't any of that chaos and confusion that kind of really hampered them the first time around against Talon. This time around, Talon looked very befuddled. It looked like the communication was still kind of a problem. They were all over the place. I really like the way Team Secret came into this. A lot of lurks, a lot of flanks early, and then they did some really smart stuff with their defenses where they were setting up in places where Talon would hit and there'd be no one there. So all this util gets dumped for nothing, and then Team Secret would strike. So things like that really, really helped them get the ball rolling early.
I mean, so much of it also at the same time, Talon, like you mentioned, I think it's like bits of miscommunication. Sometimes it looks like Governor goes out on his own, and then the rest of the team is like kind of catching up to him because he's just so fast as a neon, and it makes you look as if like this whole Talon squad right now is really wild. Remember the one round also Borkum had a Viper's Pit and Talon tried to walk through. Borkum got like a quadruple kill. I mean, things like that. There's not much, you know, in terms of tactical play. It's not very safe. And it allows for Team Secret to come up with a much stronger defensive first half and then easier for them to close off. But there were some moments where Talon had like insane clutches.
Oh yeah, definitely. So a lot of moments where we jumped up and had to scream, including that one by Ban, where he managed to get that 2K even after being flashed. You know, there were those moments from Talon that were there. It's just that Team Secret, they definitely look very, very prepared. Jeremy definitely stepping up to the plate as well. And Borkum, we have to ask, what time is it, Quack? What time is it? It's Borkum time.
We are in EST for sure.
We are in
yeah,
EST.
yeah,
We
yeah.
are in Borkum Standard Time right now, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, he did have. It's nice that we brought him up during the pre-show because he definitely delivered. And you look on the other side where you have two controllers on the side of Talon, right? And you know, no Sentinel at all. So this definitely is like, you know, this definitely favors Team Secret because Borkum could stand the test against two more controllers on the side.
Oh yeah, he was incredible. I mean, making just brilliant maneuvers through his Viper's Pit, things like that, completely befuddling his opponents, reading what they wanted to do so well, coming up at the right times on the right angles to really punish Talon in moments where they don't expect him to be there at all. So all of these things put together, plus some really fancy shooting, added up to him being the MVP of the map. Well deserved. A 308 ACS on a Viper.
5 first kills with that too.
Disgusting.
Not to mention, Jit Boy is also holding his own. And, you know, you mentioned how Talon did have potentially some miscommunications. It didn't seem like everything was, like, gelled together just yet. And you have to bring up Jit Boy just because, you know, the language barrier is there. And he's usually the one that might be out on his own or might be prone to misinterpreting things, right? But he is here, definitely performing. And, you know, I even forgot at one point, it's like, oh, is Jit Boy on Sentinel or is he on Controller? Because he was playing like a Sentinel as well, right?
Yeah.
You could flex into that even on this agent.
Well, and Viper is somewhat of a Sentinel
That's
in a
true.
way.
That's
like,
true. You do hang
like
back a
Viper's,
bit.
Viper's more Sentinel than Sage, right?
That's very true. And Sage is more controller than Sentinel, right?
Exactly, yeah. But like, I mean, literally, I wrote down one thing in my notes, and it just says, Jit Boy's bailing Talon out. Like, so many times, he would just come up with these miraculous plays. I mean, it's phenomenal to see, but it's concerning for Talon that, like you said, man, that there's no help for Governor, or either they just can't keep up with him, whatever it is. Things like that are starting to really show the weaknesses in this Talon squad.
There was that round that Jit Boys did get an ace. But again, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of individual performances that look really great on their own. Ban getting the clutch. Oh my god, Jit Boys on their ace. It's still not like exactly safe tactical gameplay. And the whole team kind of falls apart a little bit because of it. And you see that at the statistics at the early part when you see that, well, Team Secret has 15 first kills. And that means that a lot of these fights, Team Secret's walking into them with numbers advantage. So Talon, there's like that slight bit of miscommunication, or sometimes they're just too wild and they need to kind of like what Coach Frost said, play as slow as they can, play fast. So I don't know, but right now it doesn't look like the same match that we saw from day one.
Yeah, and not to mention, Secret play this very actively. You know, you could see all 5 members at any one point in time just really managing to take control of whatever they could, right? You never felt that at any one point nobody was waiting for one another. You really felt the hive mind come in this time around.
I completely agree. I mean, this time around, it was like every time someone on Team Secret got killed, there was somebody to trade almost instantly every time. And they're making a lot of really, really smart plays. Even on that Van 1v2 at the end, it was brilliant, a brilliant flash from Envy.
Oh my god.
Just a beautiful flash. Van is full flash. He should be dead to rights. Somehow the shots don't land for Team Secret. So,
but it wasn't a bad play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was the right play. It's just the execution wasn't quite there. But that's good signs, because if you're doing the right plays, more often than not, they're going to come through and give you those wins.
Yeah, and this is looking really good for Team Secret, right? This was their map pick, though. So as we head on over to the next map, which will be Ascent, which I should say Team Secret, they are pretty confident on, but we saw how Talon plays this one.
I mean, that one was slightly different on that day 2 game, and at the same time, you're thinking about Team Secret. They have rehearsed this so much. They're so used to it. I just wonder if Talon, you know, again, like I mentioned before we went into the game, does Lenny have that on-the-fly adaptation? Does the whole team kind of have that coordination to really go along with this? Because Team Secret will throw you in for a loop. Team Secret has adapted. Team Secret has come up with new plans, and you even see sometimes Jeremy switching up his positions. There was one up on Breeze B, and he was up on top of the pillars. You don't really anticipate some things like that. And if you can't continue to, you know, evolve as you play, things might start to fall apart.
Yeah, not to mention that, of course, we saw that Talon, it worked the first time around, and Team Secret, they really did their homework. They knew exactly. It's almost like they reviewed it. They rehearsed every single round that was going to happen here. Next, they're going to do this. Next, they're going to do that. So I think that, Team Secret, after doing this homework, the improvement is just so massive. The young guns, NDG, Envy, and Jeremy, they have a lot more confidence. There's a lot more synergy. And on the side of Talon, as you mentioned, Quack, Lenny might still need a little bit more to hone in the IGLing, right? Because again, he's dealing with a very raw squad. This Team Secret has been playing together for like how long? And this Talon squad has been playing together only for months.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but I will say I was encouraged on Ascent yesterday with Talon, even though they lost, that I felt like they were reading the map pretty well. They were reading DRX's movements relatively well most of the time. So if they can do that again and then shore up some of the little things, some of the micromanagement plays that were kind of falling apart in DRX's executes, and look, they're not the first team to have that be a problem. DRX has dismantled some of the best in the world with their executes. But here with Team Secret, they're another team that can dial that kind of thing up, like you're talking about. Great synergy, been together for forever. So certainly you have to expect that they have a deep playbook to try to dissect Talon's defense when we get over to that side.
The one difference I will say, though, for this map veto and for this being Ascent is that Talon picks Ascent, Team Secret opts to start on defense. So that means that Talon starts on an attack, and if we look at the previous match, Talon won on defense a lot better. They started on defense, they ended the first half like 9-3. I don't know if they can do the same thing this time. That's the tricky part. So unless, they have a stronger attack, unless they are able to come in with that coordination, then maybe they'll be able to win. But if not, Team Secret starts to, get into their heads. Oh my God, that's gonna be bad.
Let's just not acknowledge that.
We don't need to discuss this.
No.
We've seen this.
Yeah. No, nothing new to see here, guys. In other news, the sky is blue. That's when,
the sky is blue? Wait,
and
what?
in other news, we are gonna toss it over to our casters as well, Azurai and Achilles.
Thank you very much. The sky may be blue most days, but now we have a nice little winter flurry happening outside. The snow is coming down here in Seoul, South Korea, really tying in to our Icebox theme for this event. But we're headed to Ascent. Icebox is banned in this series. Here's map 2. And as they were talking about last time, Talon dismantled them on this map.
Yeah, that was, what, 13-3, 13-5 or something?
13-3.
Yeah, crazy
Secret
stuff.
are looking very much alive, very much awake this time around.
I'm just going to say something about the weather, that my hands are just absolutely shaking every single time because of how the winter flurry is. What a cold, amazing weathered country this is. I mean, I would still pick this over the Philippines, which is always so insanely hot.
Hey, it gets that way here in the summertime as well, especially with the humidity. But for now, Secret first on this defense. Push coming up right now in towards mid. That's going to be the alarm bot cleared. Quick check with the 0 point, not spotting anybody up closest. Bash getting tagged up. Down to 63 HP, but that's a big reveal off the recon. Dart and Governor, who was spotted by Jeremy, but a little bit faster on the headshot, finds the kill. Jesse Bash, however, still trying to anchor things down here in Boathouse, ends up falling to ban, but not before he takes out the enemy Jet. Shit Boys will find NDG before that right click can come through, so the man advantage is going to be there as the spike gets planted.
No one has the anti-flank on B main though, so they might be able to sneak themselves in. Smoke to isolate a couple of the angles right now in the blades to get a bit more information.
Press in the flash as well, but Cruz playing up inside of the smoke, not going to be caught by that one, ends up finding Borkum, and now Envy is all on his lonesome. Found one, found the second, runs out of bullets though! Lenny, with 3 HP, manages to get the pistol win here for Talon. A higher power intervening to save his life, it would seem.
Envy was looking kind of shaky in the first part of that fight, and then you just start seeing him turn bot Envy. You can't see it from this perspective, from this replay, because yeah, that was the that was Lenny surviving with a hair of HP, but Talon squeezing that pistol round in is insanely important.
Shadows traveling.
I can see fairly hefty investment here from the side of Talon. Governor going for this Phantom, the Ares in the hands of Lenny. Two Bulldogs, just Ben who's really sitting back, but more util to be bought there for the KO. So make sure that he's got a little bit of everything there. Jit Boys, ooh, not quite able to get the catch, and he might actually be caught. Dash into the wall, Jeremy trying to stay alive. The 180 turn, Jit Boys still gonna be good for 2. In the meantime, Jesse Bash and Envy gonna be finding 1 apiece. Borkum taken down, however, outside of A. Spike is gonna be picked up. Brought forward here by Lenny, who's about to actually clash here with Jesse Bash. Governor with a very good sense of it. Spamming it through that smoke, knowing that Envy was gonna try to get in ahead of the door. And that is gonna be Talon, starting things off 2-0.
Yeah, there was still actually enough space, I think, and Governor, as you mentioned, very much realizes that Envy could just tuck himself in. Just a couple of bullets to make sure is never going to be a bad thing. But the pitch from Team Secret realizing that, again, they just have to be as proactive as they can. The one kill that really surprised me was Envy getting that shot off onto the top mid player of Talon while he was on short, just, again, using that Sheriff. So it was a little bit more expensive than I was expecting for Talon there.
Shock dart out to try to clear some of this util, but it's a bit of a further forward alarm bot here.
Enemy mark.
Will stay standing for the time being as that drone does get the check onto 1.
They're just hovering on the alarm bot for the moment. I wonder if they're going to be able to punish for this since they activated so early. Energy's right there. Nothing yet, though. Yeah, this is
recon.
Yeah, they're just baiting for Util.
Oh, Vash was swinging. He might have actually spotted Governor there for a brief moment, but as he continues swinging out, trying to take down Ban, he ends up falling. Jeremy, though, pushing forward, spotting one, finding the kill, trying to dash away, and Borkum there with the covering fire. Keeps Jeremy alive. Paranoia through now. NDG crashing forward, up by bench. It's the elimination, and Jit Boys has been spotted right as that smoke does bloom. Just the 1 kill so far. Oh, Jit Boys. Fired into the void, and the void fired back.
Yeah, this is difficult. 26 HP. Might as well just try to re-attack the same angle just in case anybody over-pushes.
Just trying to get any damage that he can deal. Take away 1 more of these weapons. But time
10
is going to
seconds
be running low. And can't quite find it. 4 members left standing. Team Secret will go ahead and take the bonus.
I actually thought that was going to be somewhat dangerous for Jeremy, as when he dashed away, supposedly into cover, there was still 1 player of Talon chasing him down, and then, whoa, Borkum comes in for the assistance. That's what he needed there, right then and there, and a beautiful timing on that Paranoia. Every other lurk from Talon has been plugged up. Team Secret claim their gun round very, very commandingly.
Now a chance for Secret to go ahead and tie things up. Still waiting for any ults to become available here. A couple players close, but no one quite having it yet. Full stack here at the B site. Just a quick clear on the dart. Start inching forward. Turret is set up. Take that initial contact and
Take flight.
Minor oopsie.
It could have been, you know, a bit of softening up toe for Talon too.
Jit Boys is going to be the one lingering here to try to maybe bait out Secret a little bit more. They just stuck within main. While the rest of the team
Take flight.
wants to try to cross over, but oh, Jeremy actually just pushing forward, finding that kill.
Exposed.
Cloudburst down, Flash not really catching much there. NDG, oh no, they're not really checking for him. Governor
Spike down.
dashing forward. Does manage to avoid getting taken down first and foremost, and then actually gets the answering fire. Nice paranoia cover there coming through from Cruz to help get the kill. Still with Governor so very low, this is so
30 seconds
incredibly
left.
winnable for the side of Team Secret, especially as Jeremy is waiting in boats.
Ooh, wait, that's Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy finding it. Let's get that kill. And now it's all on Lenny.
Spike down B.
I have the spike.
It's the first, grabs the spike. Rotating around the side, sends out a shock dart with the quick little bounce. Come facing, and there's no hope in hell. 2-2, Team Secret. We'll go ahead and tie us up.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Lenny already was giving so much information to Team Secret there because he already knew he didn't have time, so he had to bait a play. So both Jeremy and teammate Envy wasn't just holding. Thought this was going to be a 2-kill conversion from NDG. Unfortunately not. So that still allowed Talon somewhat to be able to transition into the into that B site. But again, because Team Secret have been getting these off-time kills to counteract the split that Talon have been doing, it's really disrupting the push for Talon for the most part.
Standing ahead.
Dart out, here comes the rush, gets the ping on the one, the Odin. Letting loose, Jesse Bash able to find one, and Governor going to be taken down by NDG. Knives get a bit of damage there onto the enemy Killjoy, but cannot find the elimination. Now the tag is in, Shock Dart to try to chase them out of main.
Shock dart.
Dan able to stay away from it.
Yeah, love that too, that you're using your own teammate's Nano Swarm to stop your opponents from pushing. And even though you take the, reduced damage, you still are able to continually damage Talon as they exit out. So it was kind of a lose-lose situation for Talon that if they chase Jesse Bash, they're going to have to chase him inside of that Nano Swarm.
On the check wine, 0 point.
Not ready yet.
Catch everybody else as the paranoia is ready to go here. Lenny not sending the drone over towards Tree. Be able to get the spot there on Envy, who now swings out, catching Lenny, trying to interrupt this plan. Pop flash out, does get the full blind there onto Envy, but now it is just Cruz left standing, and this doesn't have any kind of weaponry to get anything done. Cleanup will come through, the defuse will happen, and Team Secret will take the lead. Now 3 rounds consecutively for them.
Yeah, I wonder when Governor is going to try to go for an attack side operator, right? They've got the loss bonus already. 2,000-ish creds plus loss bonus should, I think, be enough, but again, maybe I'm just reading too much into things. But yeah, look at this. This is the play I was talking about, the Nano Swarm push out from Jesse Bash. He knows exactly that he's just going to be able to do that without getting traded, especially when NDG's right behind him that actually dealt with Governor, who dashed way past Jesse Bash, maybe to close the door or went straight for stairs on the B side.
Yeah, I felt like he should have been dead to rights, but having then seen NDG,
yeah,
his attention was turned over onto that Killjoy, so the Odin in the front line ends up finding value, and things just proceed to fall apart from there. Odin is going to be in the hands of Lenny, though. It's just an opening fragment sent over towards A main, trying to stop the push from coming through.
Blocking sight.
Kind of surprised to not see like a slight setup for Jit Boys. I mean, they want to have this presence to stop any encroachment coming through B main, but it's one off from having that lockdown. Maybe we'd see a play for it over at A.
Yeah, it's always how you want to see attackers play here on Ascent, clearing up that mid control to force something from the defenders. But Secret do realize this is why you see Borkham using one of his smokes for the one-way on A short that delays a little bit of something. And now that there's no contact for the past 10 to 15 seconds, Team Secret is just okay giving up a little bit more of that control, playing in the farther positions of each site.
Oh, Hunter's Fury opened up. I mean, they seem very convinced that this is going to be a push coming through from short. And Talon going to be very much happy to see that ult just go out for absolutely nothing, especially with Jit Boys is locked on the horizon, but it still might not be a good time for him. Jesse Bash able to find Ban, taking him down, but Governor and Jit Boys getting one apiece. Tornado Storms get lobbed in, NGG is lurking here within the smoke. Down to 30 HP, goes pushing forward, got the spot there onto the Killjoy, needs to clear the turret and does so before taking damage. Now lockdown going to be invested.
10 seconds left.
Counter lockdown coming through.
Right here.
Attacking one, already destroyed. They need to get rid of this defender one. Push forward, Jit Boys rushing, does manage to give his life for the cause. Get rid of that util. Get the quick tap here onto the KO, faking the res, but Borkum, it ends up costing him his life. And she's the last one standing. Swings out, no HP. Does end up falling, and Talon keep it now tied up at 3-3.
Great disruption there from Talon too. You saw up until the very last second that Secret had a very good read of what was happening. And then, sure, Jesse Bash uses Hunter's Fury so that he's pretty sure that no one's going to be pushing on A-Short. The problem with that is it also takes away at the hold and quick rotation that they could do if Talon decide to go elsewhere. And it just works in two birds, one stone kind of situation where Talon realizes, they're going to be more prepared for A-Short. Let's just go the other way.
Up now in the hands here of Jeremy. 3 players just outside of his reach as the drone gets ready to fly. So he's just going to hold the angle, clears it out. Now they know that there's an ult present. See how that affects the decision making here for Talon.
It's smoke again. They're going to go straight for this. Jesse Bash hears it.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're making so much noise. There's no ambiguity about this one, but the paranoia timing is damn good. They're looking to try to get this Hunter's Fury across, try to get the catch, but it's going to be Ban, who's a little bit faster. Finds the headshot. Cruz has to go on a cancel there from his ult. Is Borkum stuck here within Wine, but you can see where Cruz is looking. It seems like he's got a pretty good idea. There could be a player in that position. Now they absolutely know it. Paranoia sent. He's going to try to swing out, but he's not ready for Lenny. That added little bit coming through.
Yeah,
Jeremy on the flank just has to hightail it. Hold on to the op.
Yeah, but look at Jet Boys already. He's aware that Jeremy's going to be doing this, and Jeremy...
One enemy remaining.
He was preparing himself, but Jet Boys just too quick. Maybe NDG can fight Jet Boys and secure that operator, but... What an exit... just throws it into the oblivion, you know?
No chance. Yeah. So we'll just be NDG left sat here within the B site as the spike goes off, and Talon, they are going to take the lead.
What a call, though, too, as well. Vash, I think, preempted a pop shot. Either that or he got hit exactly by the paranoia as he backs away. And then the Hunter's Fury to also flush him out of the second fallback position that he has used, which in kind also forced out Jesse Vash to peek out the door and get knocked out. He was kind of hoping that maybe his, his sacrifice play, because he was already screwed to begin with, was gonna get maybe a kill, maybe a knockout. Did not work out. Talon, what a play coming in from that last round.
Revealing area.
Very nicely set up. 4-man push now. Coming down short, and that does identify Governor. Jit Boys was staying tucked away, not wanting to get darted. Paranoia goes across, does manage to find, I believe, 2 players there. The reveal is absolutely monstrous, though. NDG able to find Lenny. Some trade backs coming through here. Now equalizes, Cruz is able to pick up one. Jeremy gets taken down. That advantage now into the hands of Talon as Envy's desperately trying to chase in behind, but just couldn't quite get the shots through. They round the corner, they break line of sight. Now, he and Borkum try and see if they can retake this B side for themselves.
Spike planted.
2 different angles of attack for the defenders here. They just open the door for Borkum, but because of the one-way smoke, Envy immediately realizes maybe he can just find a different way of approach. Look at the pocketing here from Talon, playing every single direction. Okay, at least that blade should find the one in B main.
Oh, timing, but Envy waits, he swings back in. Headshot is good, and Ban goes down.
Last player standing.
Cruz, however, catching him, pushing up into the smoke. Borkum now gonna try his luck at it. He wins out the fight.
There's smoke.
Jit Boys now. Oh, just gets the timing. Checking right before that smoke blooms, ensuring that Borkum can't try to hide within it. Closes it out again. Just very close rounds. So much back and forth as soon as that initial contact comes through, but it is Talon persevering.
Yeah, and again, there were some moments where the shots could have connected, but then just, it just boils down to how well you can quickly trade. And as you mentioned, because it's been so close, cut-knit, and Talon being the one to be able to come out ever slightly on top, that was just enough for them to transition into a site, force that post plant, and keep winning these past 2 rounds.
Hang back to avoid that 0 point. A big creep forward as well. 3 players set outside of A main. Now, gonna go on a push. Recon comes down, they get the reveal at least onto 1.
Oop.
Damage not found yet. Now that tailwind going to be expiring, but Jeremy moving forward, still keeping himself here at Gelato. Doesn't want to go further. Gets yes, he jumps onto the corner, but he can't get the transition. Kills off Ban. Cruz there to equalize.
It's what they were kind of hoping for. Jeremy, though, ideally he wanted to get both of them, but definitely not gonna happen. I like how Governor's just on an outlaw, right? Realizes that this could be just somewhat of a weaker buy for Team Secret, so he's just banking on the body taps. Ooh, NDG, are you prepared for this peak?
He's prepared in the sense that he has armor, so the shot not going to get the instant kill. Governor taking a little bit of damage on the jump across, but does hold on to his life for now.
30 seconds left.
Dart setup here from Jesse Vash if they continue to push up onto mid. Thankfully enough, NDG did survive, so yep, exactly that. That alarm bot's gonna trigger. At least alert them that Cruz is lurking somewhere, but Envy Sissa. Snappy shot.
Yep, the dashboard, no one checking. Over onto the side, Governor as well. 2 HP remaining on him. Nearly able to find the kill. Fragment now going down, Governor inching forward. Needs to be careful with the dart. Lands at his feet.
What a paranoia.
Jesse finding the elimination, and Lenny can't get the lineup with the Outlaw. 1 kill found. As Secret, they will rally back, keep things neck and neck. We're almost.
Almost, yeah. At least not being able to find that extra kill, right, on that Outlaw really did hurt them, especially as I mentioned. NDG's alarm bot did give away Cruz's position. Cruz thought that maybe he could be able to find that first pick, but Envy's just too quick. And then we saw everything happen. Talon not able to clear the corners efficiently as they were just hoping to maybe get into the site as soon as they possibly can. Plant it, play the post, and then that's it. But it was a rough transition. They got damaged, they got bruised on their way in, picked off 1 by 1. So Talon's just going to be calling that timeout first.
Yeah, I was curious as to which side it was going to be calling this timeout, but I think it makes sense either way. Talon just wanting to stop Secret from being able to catch up here. I think Frost and Boy as well seeing some iffy tendencies that have been here, that have allowed for Secret to get that last round especially. So they want to just get in here, get in the player's ear real quick, and try to ensure that some of the mistakes that they're seeing aren't going to happen again. As you can see, Frost very animated there in the booth.
Yeah, I always love to see an animated coach, right? Just show how intense he is, but not saying that Orbers himself isn't intense. Again, this additional coach or this new coach, back in the day when he joined Team Secret, really changed up how Secret approached their fights. So, and you're kind of seeing that here and now with how they changed up and, dare I say it, just improved from that Secret that we saw from a couple of days ago.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's been pretty evident.
Oh, yeah.
0 point going to be eaten. They should have a decent idea that there's going to be an operator in Jeremy's hands, just given that he's been trying to use this a lot more than he normally would. Dash at the ready. They're watching to see if he goes for this deep push out onto the catwalk. But for now, he's just going to stay put. Doesn't want to overextend. We'll just hang back. Meantime, though, Talon getting ready for this execute. Flash goes in. NDG again backstairs. Sees the dash in from Governor. Puts him down low on HP. Trying to get the wall bang. Eventually he's able to find it. Jesse Bash in the meantime going to be eliminated. Ban coming in with the kills. Borkum. TP's into Boathouse here to try to reinforce NDG's position. They swing out on the back of the flash, but it's going to be Lenny and Jit Boys coming out on top. Envy now making his way over to switch. Damn. He had the double take in order to lock him down, but I'm not sure how Envy didn't spot him.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. So many tags as well from Team Secret. Just not able. Felt like they were just dunked head first into a pool, Talon's pool, and just got completely overwhelmed. Oh, this operator might not be long in Jeremy's hands.
Well, they're on the hunt for it. Double face in, but all the reload time, he tries to go for the no-scope. Would have been stylish, but in the end, it's nicely done. Ban getting the takedown. Talon now getting up to 6. 2 more rounds to go here in the half. Secret kicked back a bit economically. So the cash flow very much has been stemmed.
That's going to be huge too. Quick check on the replay. Vash was trying to hoping to get that value. And Borkham as well as the back of the site. He used them from the shadows, as we saw, to assist NDG here. But ultimately, I think they just kind of took each other's spaces. So that's why you saw them push out of boats in an awkward spot like that, right? So ultimately, Borkham's TP kind of hindered NDG from just having a bit more angles to work with.
Already, ball coming through. Go on this rotate. Just hearing from Vash. Ooh.
Right here.
Got the tag, trying to get the kill. Can't make it happen, so damage not going to be found in the end.
Not ready yet.
So Talon, I mean, just kind of going and then pumping the brakes, just pump faking Secret a little bit here.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of pump action.
Oh, the Blade spots out the 2 players outside of A main.
Our first Bucky of the year.
Really?
Jeremy holding the corner and kind of pushing over towards him. Smoke coming down. Drone as well. I mean, they're actually taking this spike forward into the A site. The swing out. Envy finding one, but Jeremy, as he rounds the corner, isn't quite ready. There's the TP. Recovery, and Jit Boys with a nice headshot on the Jesse Bash. 0 point tells all. They know that NDG is going to be over at boats here. Sheriff could do some damage, but the Nano Swarm goes off. He finds the headshot onto Ban, giving his teammates a bit of a chance as Envy has that Vandal in hand. Borkham now, however, sprinting down into the site, and Jit Boys now.
Ouch.
Looking for that ace. Can he find it? Yes, he can. Jit Boys coming up big. Puts him down and puts Talon even further in the lead.
In the half.
Second of the day for Jit Boys.
Second of the day. Second in this series.
Man, what a monster.
Carrier is dead.
You're absolutely right. The timing as well, so off. We've seen some teams actually utilize this same play that they have, right? Use your duelist to plant that spike. As long as you have your Omen alive with that from the shadows, you can always rotate that spike quickly to the other side of the map. And unfortunately for Jeremy there, he got the peek just to check. He thought they were far away, but they were absolutely not. They were right in his face.
Jesse Vash looking to hold this line. Does man to bind himself too before getting taken down. I mean, his life for the cause. An immense amount of value found. But this Fury not mattering too much. Now they're just going to wait for the rest to go off. Jit Boys trying to bring him back in, and NDG immediately puts Ban back down. Lockdown is available. There's no reason to not send it here, given that it is the last round of the half, so the investment will come through. Borkham, in the meantime, trying to wrap around the backside, get himself in a position for a quick response. And answering Lockdown is going to be invested as well. They have to just push out of the smokes, and yeah, it's just a shooting gallery. Envy will find the last 2 of the half, as we are 7-5 here on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that was Team Secret playing so that they would get the detain, but they will stop anybody pushing to punish that detain too, especially with Borkham's lockdown a few seconds after the lockdown of Jit Boys. Anyways, this half has ended into that 7-5, and boy, I really don't know how this is gonna unravel. Talon's been so good at readjusting things. Quick calls, great control in mid for the most part. Team Secret though, always somehow managing to disrupt Talon when Talon least expects it.
It's like 2 odd final rounds of the half. And Talon really just trying to sell, okay, this is going to be that A hit. Governor go in with a spike. We got the from the shadows, and we're actually going to fake it and go B. But then Secret was kind of already at B, but it didn't matter because Talon just had outgunned them and out-aimed them there. And then swinging before the Hunter's Fury comes across, delayed by half a second. They would have had that reveal on Jesse. Could have gotten that kill, potentially found themselves with an 8-4.
Yeah.
It's a little too overzealous swinging in when you know that Sova's going to have an Odin. But they do finish the half with a lead. Is it good enough to take us to a game 3 is the question, or will Secret be able to rally back here?
Of course. It all starts with this second half pistol. Ooh, Talon definitely desired to get this. Governor and Ban have been pretty impactful on these pistol rounds. Speaking of Governor, he is on that Sheriff once again, the only one purchased in this entire round. So he's looking for some value here. Question is where? Looks like A Heaven at least for the moment.
Secret looking like they're going to take the time. But now Spike is going to be stuck back over towards that attacker spawn. Just outside of Gelato. Pull back to avoid that 0 point. Secret wanting to see if they can get any kind of aggression out of Talon that they can swiftly punish.
Right here.
But Talon's not biting.
Yeah. Just holding for the most part. Vash even hasn't used his dart here, so it really is just a cut of noise. Probably just waiting for a couple more seconds and they're going to work their magic on here. I think this is the correct move for Talon as well, to just have Cruz somewhere on mid, but his contact was for that mid push, not to spot if anybody's going to be coming through mid through short.
Paranoia still held here by both of these Omens. There's that opening contact, and Lenny gets dropped. Jeremy under the headshot. Governor trying to get the punish. Finally does, but takes so much damage in exchange, and man just cannot stay alive here on the side. He gets taken down. Know that Governor has next to no health remaining.
30 seconds left.
Onus is very much on Jitboys and Cruz to try to get them back across the line here in this pistol round, but the Paranoia looking good. Slows them up. Turret now on top of Jen. Going to be cleared out. Jitboys dead. Envy going big. Finds 3. As Team Secret bring it back within 1.
Man, that was a lapse too for Governor there. He caught Jesse Vash red-handed, but just could not convert in time. And even, as you mentioned, got tagged down to 22. That's a huge lapse there from Talon. If he got that, he could have had a better pinch play with the rest of his team. Could have delayed the A main control, or could have delayed from A main and waited for the rest of his team. But again, Team Secret cutting all of that noise, leaving Talon to just wait for the quick contact play that far into their own side of the map was a very big lapse in the reads here of Talon.
Quad stack here over at A. Smoke set up, push coming through. Recon the try to scan. Nobody spotted. Governor gets closer and closer, just holding forward. They swing the corner. Cruz gonna be able to find 1, but now Borkum coming up with 2. Shuts down the push. Some damage dealt. Potential for Lenny and Jitboys to maybe get either Envy or Borkum, but widely looking like this should be Secret closing out the anti-eco with potentially just a single death.
That said though, look at Lenny.
It's got a shorty and 2 shock darts.
Yeah, if Vash doesn't, have a dart for that backside and someone checks it, there's a chance for Lenny to actually get a kill here.
Oh. Jitboy's gone. It's all on Lenny to see if he can get anything done. Finds 1. That's a weapon, as well as the spike dropped. Yeah, made the swap over to the Bulldog there, son, but that Guardian will get the penetrative shot through the wall as Envy finds himself back-to-back 3Ks, and we find ourselves tied up.
Could have been extra money though for Team Secret too if Borkum didn't drop down so he could plant that spike. Again, I'm just saying this ultimately because, again, they might be slightly light on the buy. That spray transfer from Borkum through to smoke too, securing at least the control back of A main that they did push out. So, these small things could lead up to something big. And that's something big is TS not really having that many weapons to play in this bonus round of theirs.
Governor looking to go aggro.
Here.
Not paying attention here towards top mid though, and now the swing comes in. Oh man, Bit of a trap set there, but back and forth, and never mind. I mean, Jeremy just blew this round wide open. Lenny now last man standing, does have the Odin. They're not checking for him. They don't look left. They're not MP turners. Lenny guns him down, and now he's got the spike, but his back is turned, and Jesse Vash, he says, just think of the rabbits, Lenny. Just think of the, look over there and just think of the rabbits.
I can't handle all this backstabbing. A stab for a back, stab on the back for a stab on the back there as a retaliation from Jesse Vash comes swift. But that spray transfer for Jeremy, that really solidified a huge control in that round. That was a bonus round too. And you're absolutely right. They saw that Governor was actually peeking out through mid, and he was hard pressed on checking tiles, which allowed Envy and the rest of Team Secret to just react accordingly to the push.
Well,
now they reset.
May you live in interesting times, as they say. We certainly do.
I mean, it is an upgraded Pacific League.
Absolutely unreal.
They're playing close.
Take flight.
Lenny, hello. No escape.
And Jeremy.
Another one.
Another one. Shit Boys getting shock darted down to 32. Maybe can get one. Yep, they will be able to lock down Jeremy as he dashes into the wall. Work cut out for them though here. That's NDG turn the flash, not even really getting caught by that one. Put some good damage down on the Governor before the headshot is received. Spamming through. NV dropping back down here towards the site. Weapons are covered for both. Potential chance here for a good amount of damage to be dealt by Talon.
30 seconds left.
Weapons already picked up. I do like how Vash is just, you know, playing at the back of the site. Also, hold on, Vash hasn't planted the spike.
No, they have not.
Yeah, so they're really, I think, just gonna buy as much time as they can.
Well,
wait, Vash?
Does he realize?
10 seconds left.
Well, Van gets one. Governor, last one standing.
Oh no.
Governor still
Spike
standing.
planted.
Jesse Vash does have that Odin. Dash activated. He tries to drag it down. He was just a pixel off. Jesse Vash is able to close out the round.
Okay,
On my
chat, calm down. I can only assume the reason why he wouldn't plan it that early because they didn't want to get exit fragged, I guess? That's the only reason. I think that's just a greedy move from Team Secret, right? Either that or if Vash started planning the spike, that's when the rest of the two players of Talon would have come in. So they wanted to play that 3 versus 2 for as long as possible. I can only assume those were the two reasons why they would try to delay the plan on the spike. But you know what? They won the round. It doesn't matter. Go next.
Lenny with the drone. Trying to spot anything outside of B main, but everyone held way back there from Team Secret. Actually over towards spawn to avoid it.
Take flight.
Where does the shock dart go? If it breaks any...
They got the alarm bot.
Yeah. That's pretty big.
Heavy commitment on the nanoswarms actually over towards Stream, but right now we can see, I mean, Secret, they very much want to commit in towards this B site.
Darts prepped by Lenny. You can see they're trying to exit the site slowly here, especially when that, yeah, the shock dart broke the alarm bot.
Lenny not ready for that flash, ends up eating all of it. Still able to help find one kill here on the entry. Spamming crew, but then he's out wide. Jeremy with his knives finishes him off. Warcom now up within the smoke. Jit Boys just on the other side. Decides to back away. Doesn't want to over-aggress here.
Big flank.
Yeah, and their backsides are exposed, so Paranoia going through. He's just going to get sat here at Lumber for the time being. Wait for that Paranoia to expire. Fragment to buy further time. Sent in from Envy. Dropping the push out of main, and he actually peeks into market. Venturing to find one. Envy getting himself a second. Governor crashes through, finds one with a shorty. But still, Jeremy and Jesse Vash left standing as Team Secret now move up to 10 rounds.
What a call from Team Secret, and again, not really a lapse of judgment here for Talon, but rather I think just again, Talon being overly cautious, right? And that kill that we saw from Jeremy was a result of Talon rotating their 2 players on that B site. Remind you, all of their B site players started walking up onto Market because of that break on the alarm bot. And again, Team Secret obviously didn't know, but the timing on the push out really caught them off guard. Sure, there'll be that one frag as Secret pours into the side, so on and so forth, but Secret still got so much priority as well as post-plant positioning that when Talent started coming into their own side to retake it, you saw Envy, Borkum, lots of crossfires. Jeremy, I think, was there. Other players of Team Secret was there to supplement that, and now double digits here for TS. It's looking very, very difficult, or very, very dangerous for Talon now that we are nearing this point for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, so far, the timeouts have been good. That buff has been there for Talon. Every time they call one, we have seen them get around win. But now it's dire straits. You're down by 3. Team Secret, they have that first map in their back pocket, and they're at double digits with 5 consecutive rounds here in the half. You have to be able to slow them down right here, right now, and you need the team to be able to just win out from here as well. Governor not going to be going for the buy, offers one up for his teammates, as he does have that Blade Storm available. A multitude of ults about to be online here for this out of town, but very similar to what I said on Breeze, we need to see good ult efficiency from them.
They allow Governor to solo hold B main for the time being as they rotate Jit Boys all the way through A. Not a bad idea though. Jit Boys can get a kill that will translate into having his lockdown very quickly. Vash though securing his own ultimate orb here will definitely help them in turn. It's going to be used to pinch something. I've never seen this blade used. Because it's been used, Governor's been spotted. Now they know that the blades are somewhere here on B.
Yeah, that's his knives gone. They get a quick clear there on the Nano Swarm. Have enough time to redraw. Just backing away for the time being. Dash at the ready. Smoke here to cover. Wants to try to go for the updraft. Yes, he does. One of them there into the shoulder of NDG. Now Hunter's Fury gonna be popped. Jesse Bash on the hunt, looking for the kill, and he's got it. Jit Boys taken down. He will have his lockdown in dash, but now Borkum having crept forward into the A site. It's another kill. Jeremy in the meantime, back over towards B, does get dropped. Ban finding that elimination. The run across, and oh man, somehow, some way, Envy getting the hell out of dodge. NDG pushes up, finds yet another kill, and with 12 seconds to spare, the plant comes down. It's Ban and Governor to try to win it out.
He's got the blade still. He's got to count for something.
Oh, actually, I think NDG, if he had fallen back and actually got tagged by that 0 point, it would have made them so cautious, but they're backing away anyway. They grab the Vandal. He'll opt to go for the save. But this time, timeout here from Talon is not going to get them a round win. Team Secret moving up to 11, 2 rounds away from keeping themselves in this tournament and eliminating Talon.
And this is a round that I think perfectly embodies a Team Secret play. Vash having his ultimate, Pinch coming in from everywhere, Borkum gets that timely lurk. This is, I think, what, again, Team Secret have done, cultivated for the most part with the plays that they have done over the years. There's not going to be that, you know, that courtesy kill for Ban, but it's 11-7, Achilles. Ooh, it's getting close to elimination.
The end is nigh right now. Talon needing to change their fate. Guardian here, Jit Boys, that lockdown, as stated, online. Hunter's Fury from Lenny might be able to find some openings here. But it seems like Team Secret right now just can do no wrong. Smoke going to be sent out. Over just outside of A main here. Spike is being ushered towards B lobby. Governor on a bit of a walkabout. His way forward, gets himself over here towards bench. Doctor to try to clear some of that util.
No breaks whatsoever. Borkum's lurking by himself on A main just before they start hitting here on B. Cautionary shock dart from Lenny. tags, no one on the offense. As they time this.
Spots him, they're moving their way forward, but Lenny able to find Jeremy before the door can shut. They'll destroy it very quickly. Secret, however, still making their way forward into the site. Lenny with a Hunter's Fury, does he send it to try to interrupt the plan? It looks like the answer's gonna be no. Spike does get planted here. NDG trying to hold back Alley. Able to find one, but then Jit Boys just managed to shut him down. Kill coming through, Governor.
Wow!
That is empty, he finds two! Cruz wanting to push forward. Fragment holding him at bay for the time being. Drone goes out, he's been spotted. Break can continue.
standing.
Jesse Bash melts him down through the wall, and Jit Boys doesn't stand a chance.
What a play from Indy. I didn't even realize that he just was able to pocket himself inside of all those smokes and somehow transition all of these kills. NDG did took a second to get that kill. Look at this 180. What a spray transfer. I thought he stopped firing and looked around and shot again, but no, it was...
Would you like to translate?
No, I will not.
Okay.
We are in the main broadcast. If I was in PH broadcast, fine, maybe.
Okay, I see. Say no more. I think we understand, even if we don't. Bash holding back. Going at the ready. I mean, Governor just peeks in. Jeremy takes his head off.
He's kind of hoping that maybe he could find a pick. Like an off-angle kill, especially with the pop shots that Jesse Bash was doing. But this is more of Talon now playing into the hands of Secret. Every bait play that they do seems like Talon is just biting it.
They're about to bite the dust. Down a player at match point. There's no idea in hell of where Secret wants to go. Start creeping forward, working their way now in towards B. Recon comes in.
Ooh, what a free fire.
Pre-fires it, but doesn't find any damage. Lenny just has to try to back away. Hunter's Fury is still there, that he hadn't used it in the previous round. 3 ults to try to utilize here for Talon. Yeah. They're gonna need every single one of them.
30
try to get
seconds
this
left.
retake.
Spike planted.
Call command out. Hunter's Fury gets attacked onto 1. Final shot, however, coming up short. Now NDG can also just utilize his own lockdown here as Jesse Nash will finally put Van down on the floor. Can they even get the res? They're looking for it. The reload goes in. He opens up once more, looking for some more targets. Takes them all dangerously low, and Envy puts down Cruz. Lockdown going through. Lenny taken out. The flashbang to try to buy some space, to buy some time, but there's just no way for Talon to get themselves forward into the site. Jeremy pushes Alley, finds Chit Boys for the 3K, and 13-7. Team Secret will keep themselves alive and in the tournament.
They could only really push through their own spawn. They didn't work their way to B main. They didn't wrap around. They didn't break door on market. So Secret, all their attention was just poured in at stopping that spawn push out from Talon. And sure, no one was getting that visual confirmation, but it was painfully obvious that all Bash had to do with the Odin was just suppressing fire for 30 seconds, and that was it, right? They couldn't push through it. My goodness, what a game from Team Secret. What a series it has been.
And it's just brings up more questions about what the hell happened on that opening series. Either way, they get their revenge. The birthday buff looks like it is very real here for Team Secret, so congratulations to them, and a happy birthday once more to Jesse Bash. For Talon, it was a really hot debut. A decent effort versus DRX just yesterday, but fortunately here at Kickoff, they can't stick around. They can't make it into that play-ins. So they have some extra time to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
And try to improve ahead of stage 1.
Team Secret, though, speaking of improvement, this team has, again, in just the span of a couple of days, has turned into a team that felt like they could have been at the bottom of the barrel to someone you have to look out for. Watch those VODs, be prepared, because Team Secret has qualified into the playoffs.
I mean, yeah, their day 1 performance, miserable. There was nothing good to glean from it, rather. But this is them looking a hell of a lot more like the team from last year, with the impact that they can have, the unpredictability that they can bring to the table, but also improve because I mean, NDG, again, starting off going negative 21 in that first series, he has been getting better and better with every single showing. But our interview is ready, so let's go ahead and throw over to Jen, who's standing by with the birthday boy himself.
Well, Team Secret move on to phase 2 with today's win. I'm standing here with the birthday boy, Jesse Bash. Maligayang bati. Hope I said that right. Happy birthday, Jesse Bash. Must be having a good birthday, yeah? So far, so good?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Well, what can you tell us about today's game? 제시베시 선수 생일 축하드립니다. 오늘 승리로 참 기분 좋은 하루를 보내고 있을 것 같은데요. 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하는지 얘기해 주시죠.
That's the question. I think actually everything that we did today, we didn't practice this. It's all about me telling them what we need to do to win the game. So I know that we are the better individual player. I have a better player than them. So I tell them to just play this like it's a ranked game. Okay. We don't gonna do some execution or strategy. We're not gonna use anything anymore. These 2 matches, we just play 1-1-1, kill everyone they can see, you know. Actually, yeah.
오늘 탈론을 상대로 딱히 준비해온 전략이나 뭔가 준비해온 것들을 하기보다는 사실 제시베시 선수가 선수들에게 뭐 어떻게 해라 그때그때 오더를 내리면서 선수들을 조종했던 게 굉장히 큰 승리 요인이었다고 얘기를 하고요. 오늘 전략을 정말 아무것도 쓰지 않았고 또 제시베시 선수 자체가 우리 팀에 있는 선수들이 상대 선수들보다 잘하고 좋은 선수들이라는 자신감이 있었기 때문에 선수들한테 가서 죽여라라고 얘기를 하면서 좀 그렇게 경기를 풀어갔다고 얘기를 합니다. Speaking of having better players though, of course Envy and Jeremy really popped off. But it seems like, last year you guys out-aimed everyone in the duels, but this year it looks like everyone's cracked. Do you feel that way as well? Do you feel like there's an elevation to firepower in Pacific in general? 오늘 인비 선수와 또 제르미 선수가 굉장히 매서운 모습을 보여주기도 했지만 사실 작년에는 정말 교전에서 모두를 찍어 누르던 팀 시크릿이었거든요. 근데 올해는 좀 교전 능력이 모든 팀에서 상향 평준화된 것 같습니다. 좀 체감되는 부분이 있을까요?
We still have actually we didn't show more. We didn't do. Wait again. Actually, we didn't show everything yet. I think there's still some first game jitters to NDG. Like in Breeze, he mistakenly pushed the camera button, so they get the clash. So we're still shaking here, but luckily we win today.
사실 선수들이 아직까지는 좀 긴장을 많이 하고 있어서 팀 시크릿의 저력을 다 보여주지 못한 것 같고 NDG 선수 같은 경우에도 좀 브리즈에서 실수로 사이코 카메라를 누르는 실수도 보여주기도 했는데 아직까지 좀 이 무대에 적응하는 시간을 가져야 할 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 또 you said you're hiding stuff, you're not using a lot of strats. Is that for later on in the kickoff? 그러면 오늘 전략을 사용하지 않았다고 했는데 좀 숨기고 있는 건지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
What's the question again?
Are you hiding the strats? Is that why you're...
No, I just feel like they're like example on Breeze. I think they have a bad agent comp and I feel like not having a sentinel, that's the best strategy we can do, where we just walk all sides of the map. Because I know they will look for a kill, so we just wait all sides of the map. That's why every time my call is we don't need to plant the spike anymore. We just need to find everyone and just wait for the reaction of every kill. Yeah.
You say a bad comp?
Yeah, because they don't have sentinel.
Okay,
so just playing super slow. They will they might panic. Yeah, they might.
일단 오늘 전략을 보여주지 않은 이유는 딱히 쓸 필요가 없어서라고 얘기를 하고요. 이게 좀 숨기려는 의도보다는 사실 탈론 쪽에서 감시자가 없는 조합을 썼기 때문에 저희가 좀 시간을 갖고 여유롭게 천천히 플레이를 하면은 어차피 정보 획득을 위해서 그쪽에서 나와줘야 하거든요. 그래서 팀 시크릿의 입장에서는 굳이 사이트 안으로 급하게 들어가서 플랜트를 하지 않아도 이제 전진 수비를 나오는 좀 탈론을 잡아먹거나 아니면은 또 오히려 맵 전체를 돌아다니면서 그냥 킬을 만들어내는 식으로 승리를 가져갈 수 있는 게 훨씬 더 좀 이득이 크고 소득이 큰 전략이었기 때문에 오늘 그렇게 좀 화끈한 교전을 보여줬다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그러면 이제 플레이-인 스테이지로 들어가게 됐는데요. 각오까지 들어보겠습니다. Lastly, your mindset heading into the play-ins?
Yeah, what?
Mindset?
Mindset. Well, hopefully we can be ourselves when we play in the planes. No more jitters or anything. Yeah, I think we have a chance to make it to the playoffs.
긴장을 하지 않고 저희가 저희 할 것만 잘한다면 플레이오프까지 충분히 갈 수 있다고 얘기했습니다. Thank you very much, Jesse Vash. 여기까지 제시 베시 선수 만나봤고요. Now we have the little plushies for you. Hope that was your birthday present, but it's actually for the fans. But yeah, we're gonna have it autographed, so anywhere you want. In the face? No, okay. All right, the fans telling you happy birthday. Okay, cool. You can give me the marker and throw it to wherever you want. Woo! Okay, it dropped down to the floor, but they picked it up. Happy birthday. Again, congratulations to the fan, and I'll toss it over to the desk.
Team Secret looking like they're in top form indeed with that 2-0. The road to Madrid is real indeed for Team Secret. And that was so surprising. As you saw, Jesse Vash mentioned, they didn't even really practice. It looks like they deal, spontaneity works well for them.
I don't know how much I believe him. I feel like there had to be some level of
It's
preparation.
his birthday, give him a pass.
Yeah, okay, all right, it's his birthday. You know what? Yeah, no, I mean,
Okay.
like, look, even if their game plan was to kind of just slow things down, just drag Talon down into the mud with them, that's fine. That worked. Like, there was a plan here today, and it really came through. It shined, and it helps that players like Envy and Borkum were absolutely going crazy today.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy coming in a little bit as well, but Envy towards the end of this game really racked up on those kills. I mean, let me tell you, we got to go into the stats pretty soon, and we have to look at those numbers. But apart from that, also just, I mean, how much did Team Secret really pull off? Astro was talking about it in the cast. They were just putting out baits, and Talon were just kind of biting on them for some reason. Apart from that, round 11, maybe we did have an ace from Jit Boys, but that kid is like... Oh, wow.
Yeah,
sorry.
My back.
Yeah.
Oh, my back definitely hurts as well. But I mean, you look at the stats, you look at how it went for Team Secret and how this was completely dominant once they were on attack.
I mean, and that's the crazy part, is that's the part of the map where they struggled mightily the last time. But this time around, they were really anticipating some of these push-outs that Talon wanted to do. It seemed like their crossfires were really good. Again, the coordination really good. Whether intentional or not, some of the individual plays really good. And the way that they were reading the map, I mean, again, Borkum all over the place in these spots that they're not expecting him. I can think towards the end there where Cruz walked out into A site and just got, hit from underneath hell where he was. And yeah, I mean, they were perfect on post plan. I mean, that's huge. It's a completely different team today than we saw on the first day. So I'm blown away. I'm really happy that they're able to bounce back like this, to be honest.
I mean, I really think it's a little bit of prep work also. Whatever Jesse Vash said might be true, but at the same time, it's just a lot more control, a lot more preparedness against a team like Talon Esports. So you saw all those first kills that Team Secret had, and it's not necessarily because they were aggressively pushing out, always looking for opening picks. No, they were just kind of hanging back. And sometimes Talon, especially on a map like this, not having the greatest start sometimes, and also just not quite being able to push through some of these choke points, especially on retakes. We saw that so many times, like you were talking about, Paper Thin. there were just moments where, you know, things were kind of smoked off, or B main, for example, and Talon just kind of tries to rush through.
Yeah.
And Jesse Vaj has an Odin, and he just sprays them all down.
Yeah, and real quick, I want to point out something that you might not have seen on your screen because it wasn't up there, is Borkum. Yes, he didn't have like a ton of kills, but he had 23 assists on that map. I mean, that is an insane amount of assists that he's putting up to help his team out.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, you know, you have Envy up there, you know, you guys did see that on your screens, right? It's so great to see Envy back in that comfort role as the KO, right? I really do love him on the KO. We know that he can flex, but this was really like him shining.
This
and
is
back to the Envy of like,
yes.
you know, the shining Envy of like, you know, 2023. It's definitely exciting for Team Secret, but the journey is not done for them just yet. They qualify over to play-ins, but let's find out who else joins them from this third series. It's gonna be ZETA Division versus Global Esports coming up next. So don't go anywhere, guys. VCT Pacific will be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけど、もう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
まあオフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたし、メンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったので、すごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じる、本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならば、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuffs. We can be a really solid team this year.
ゼータディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって、見てるだけでね、パワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね、本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので、前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけど、ぶっ倒すしかないんで、ビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので、緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. It's a new ZETA.
Secret onto phase 2, our play-ins. We're gonna find out whether it's gonna be ZETA Division or Global Esports. And for ZETA, it's really a testament to their young guns that they brought onto the roster. And for G, it's going to be validation on whether this experimental lineup from all over works.
Yeah, it is a really interesting mixture. Yeah,
Global.
Literally global. Like, it is living up to their name. And I think it's going to be really important here for just Global Esports, if they're going to get over the line against ZETA this time, to keep their spirits high, to come in with some energy. You know, that was something that I was talking to the coaches about, that they felt like that was lacking actually day one for them against ZETA, was that they didn't have kind of the energy they did when they went against Bleed. And so all of that feeds into itself, right? You're playing better, your comms are better, your decision making's better. All of those things are going to come into play against the ZETA team that, like you said, the young guns are already firing here on day one. They were the top performers in most categories. Depp right up there too, of course, but that's like a huge thing for ZETA, where we all thought, well, maybe it would take some time for ZETA to get these new players really fully built into this roster, get them fully flowing with them. Instead, it was like right off the bat, they were like popping, especially on Icebox.
Straight up direct upgrade. That's what it is. And you know, it's also the same thing of the core guys, Laz, Depp, Sugar Zero. Sugar Zero having some insane moments to it, an Omen outplay of all things. And it just shows you how much more ZETA has this time. Also, the other story is just like, without Masters Tokyo pressure, like they're a lot more loose, a lot more relaxed. But then sometimes up against old enemies like T1, it gets a little bit tough, and you know, you're always getting into your own head sometimes. But that's it. It is a lot more hope that you have for ZETA. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, like, nobody expected them to really like beat Bleed that way. None of us did on the desk.
No, the predictions were very, very red. You know?
Exactly. But, you know, they were incredibly strong that day. Russ was having some great calls, great supports. Polvi was, he's like literally the definition of an entry fragger, just dives right in. But yeah, although they were able to beat Bleed, who were looking a little bit off, can they do this, you know, kind of the same thing that Team Secret did to TLN? Can they do that against ZETA Division?
Yeah, you mentioned it, right? It might be similar to Team Secret versus TLN, wherein I'm not sure if it's because Global maybe did not know how to deal with the younger guns on ZETA, right? They probably didn't know how to deal with Euron and Heroron, because there was very little information on how to do that. And you've got to love the new pace that these two bring over to ZETA, because I feel like they're driving a lot of the aggression that ZETA has. So they feel very different now.
Yeah, exactly. And they've talked about it in their interviews a lot, where they've said that Heroron and Yuan, especially Heroron, are fearless. Like, they come in, they're willing to be aggressive. This is something that is very out of the norm for what we saw from ZETA last year, right? Like, it was a very slow, the slowest team in Pacific by far, took their time and really thought about rounds. Again, I sort of liken it to more of an EMEA style that they had brought in. Now it's a little bit different. Now you've also got Coach Carlisle coming in, bringing in some of that NA flair, America's flair. So it's like this combination now that seems to be going well. I mean, it didn't look bad at all against T1. I mean, they gave them a good fight. They just need to kind of keep growing, keep kind of turning the knobs, twisting the buttons and stuff like that, and getting everything where it needs to be, getting everything set.
Not to mention that you mentioned Coach Carlisle, right? And there was a big question for the longest time as to whether ZETA was just like a big fish in a small pond, you know, with regards to the region, right? But as VALORANT continues to grow, as VCT continues to grow, you're seeing this evolution, this sharing of information. And for Coach Carlisle to come from a region with that basically bred champions, right? That basically, you have the likes of Loud over there. So to have this like sharing of energy and information is just totally different for ZETA.
Precisely. You got a wee bit more structure, but at the same time, I mean, just this whole ZETA Division squad being that much more aggressive. You know, they have a lot more firepower now, and that's the main thing. Not only do they have that, they are still able to be flexible enough. I think, you know, some of the old flavors from ZETA started to show up a little bit in that T1 game. You get stopped by someone like X-Curate, and then you start to slow down, and sometimes against a team like Global Esports, I think that actually works, because, you know, Global Esports, you've got this sort of experimental or like truly global roster. You got Russ doing the calling, Polvi, who's just nuts sometimes, and ZETA can, you know, find those trades. ZETA can put a stop to Polvi, and even if Benkai does try to pull off some crazy lurks and trying to bait rotations over, doesn't quite work against a squad like ZETA, especially when you have Laz watching your 6, watching your flank. So I think Global Esports is another one of those teams where takes a bit of time. It's kind of like Talon Esports. New roster, you haven't had that much time together. There's not a lot of, or maybe not enough cohesion, and it takes a while to really get used to everyone.
I think that, you know, for ZETA, Global here, they need to watch out for those pop-up individual performances that I think Global relied a lot on, you know, for the previous matchup against Bleed, right? You had Benkai on Split, for example, you had Blaze King, and then you had Russ, as you mentioned, Quack. But I do feel like the team isn't working like a well-oiled machine just yet, right? Far from it. It's a good starting point. It's a very interesting starting point indeed. But as you can see from ZETA, in terms of like bringing everything together, there's a bit more cohesion here, as we can see from our favorite Pentagon.
Yeah. Like the scary thing about this is last year, Def, one of the best duelists, you know, constantly up there in terms of top ACS in our league throughout most of the season. The best player in the world after round 20. Literally, like, in every metric, he just, like, he gets better as the match goes on. He starts to really figure things out, gets a flow for the map. He can have these huge individual plays, these huge multi-kill rounds that can really change the destiny for ZETA for that individual map. And that's something that's very concerning. But on the other hand, you mentioned it, like, Blaze King, this is a player that I think a lot of people might not have really understood in the global stage or really knew a ton about. Yeah, he played like way back at like Champions 2021 with Boom, right? But this is a guy who is insane. He is cracked out of his mind, and we have seen it multiple times this year. Not just here in this stage, but also at Convergence where he had that crazy ace.
Yeah, not to mention Ascension as well. He did have a lot of great performances there. Stopped only by Bleed, of course, who is now here on Pacific. But yes, you know, this roster right here, this is a roster that I feel like I want them to surprise me, you know? Please prove me wrong. I would be so happy if this actually works, because it means so much for the entire state, actually, of Valorant.
Really, no kidding. I mean, there's a lot of talent in that roster. It's just a matter of how much time they need to really get to this standard, get to this Pacific level that ZETA Division is kind of already at. And that's why we expect them to beat them in that first game. But now you're seeing this Pentagon, and the comparison between the two of them. Depp, of course, I would still, paper thin, and I think this guy is our duelist.
Yes.
And, I don't know if Polvi can match up to that. Blaze King, is a close second. Blaze King is that initiator player, and he often does come in to trade out for the team. He has like really interesting sensing of how to push or when to push, and the timings at which he comes out, especially sometimes in and out of smokes, it's very unexpected. So although we're looking at the headshot percentage or some of the KDs, it's not all that much. It's not enough. The rating is the thing that I think Blaze King doesn't still have enough value in the team. So sometimes when they do have that cohesion, when the executes are flowing really nicely, then it works out. But if not, individually the team kind of starts to crumble.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're definitely going to see if Global has managed to solve that. And on the side of ZETA, I'm eager to see more from them, right? We've always been asking what is the next level for ZETA, and this, this mixture seems to be working very, very well. But let's take a closer look at our teams through our coach's insight, so let's throw it on stage.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with ZETA Division's Coach Carlo and also Global Esports Spin. Thank you guys for joining me. Now I'm gonna ask you first, Carlos. Close game against T1, but not quite the result that you wanted. So what do you think were the main takeaways from that last T1 series? 칼라오 코치님. 사실 T1전에서 상당히 좋은 경기력을 보여줬지만 승리까지 가져가지는 못했습니다. 직전 경기에서 어떤 점을 배울 수 있었을까요?
Yeah, we could start like hot in the series. We win Ascent, but when we go Lotus and Sunset was kind of like really hard for us because nothing that we could do, that we wanted to do worked. So we have some like issues as a team that was good for us because we could sit down, watch the whole game again, figure it out, and fix those mistakes, and come more prepared for this match and also the all year.
1세트에서는 분명히 좀 경기력이 좋았는데 2, 3세트 넘어가니까 사실 그 흐름을 이어가기가 상당히 힘들었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그 이유 중에 하나가 뭔가 하려고 했던 것이 잘 먹히지 않으면서 좀 무기력하게 경기를 치르는 흐름이 나오지 않았나라고 얘기를 합니다. 그래도 사실 미리 예방주사를 맞은 것 같은 게 이렇게 경기를 다시 되돌려보면서 그리고 복귀하면서 어떤 점이 문제였고 그리고 어떤 점을 고치면서 발전해 나갈 수 있을지 좀 롱텀 1년 주기로 이번 시즌 전체를 바라보면 그래도 좀 얻어가는 게 많았던 경기라고 얘기를 하는데요. Now, ZETA has done a complete 180 this year. So much improvement when it comes to skirmishes, especially as that's something you prioritized on coming into 2024. 일단 제타가 교전에서 상당히 놀라운 모습을 보여주고 있고 팀 스타일이 확 바뀌었거든요. 좀 이런 소규모 교전에서의 싸움 같은 게 좀 2024년에 집중적으로 준비했던 부분일까요?
Yeah, we're trying to put like so much focus in like details part of the game that is really important, like scrimmage, like skills, resources, teamwork, like everything that is team. We are trying like to be really good at it. So that's one thing that I really focus here, so we can like be better as a team in all the part of the game.
그 소규모 교전도 그렇고 이런 미니게임 그리고 자금 관리부터 시작해서 스킬을 어떻게 사용할지 어떻게 배분할지에 대해서도 이런 상당한 디테일 관련해서 많이 신경을 쓰고 있고 이런 세세한 부분을 이제 기본기로 잘 잡으면서 경기를 치러가고 또 팀의 스타일을 만들어가는 걸 좀 굉장히 집중하고 있다고 합니다. Thank you, Coach Carlo. Now I'm gonna turn to you, Spin. Polvi absolutely popped off. Incredible performance against Bleed. He was willing to take a lot of risks, which definitely paid off. But when it comes to ZETA, they're really good at punishing those risky plays. Are you worried at all today? 일단 제타가 상당히 좀 상대의 리스크 있는 플레이를 잡아먹는 걸 잘하는 팀인데 폴비 선수가 블리드 상대로 좋은 모습을 보여줬고 상당히 리스크 있는 플레이를 통해서 좀 팀에게 어드밴티지를 많이 가져다 줬습니다. 그런데 또 제타를 상대로 이게 좀 독이 되지 않을까 하는 생각도 들거든요. 어떻게 보시나요?
So Polvi's the kind of aggressive player that likes to take a lot of risks, as you mentioned. It's all about whether he's feeling confident. Playing on stage for the first time, or rather on the VCT Pacific stage for the first time, it's taken him a little bit to get into his groove. With every game, he's getting better and better, and taking those confident peaks, it will work out for him. I know how he plays, I see how he does it in scrims, and I've seen how he has done it for years, so I'm fully confident in his plays.
So you're telling him to go kill, right? 폴비 선수가 사실 첫 번째 경기, 두 번째 경기 상당히 좀 긴장한 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그런데 스크림에서도 그렇고 연습에서도 굉장히 공격적인 선수이기 때문에 자신감만 충분하다면 충분히 오늘 제타를 상대로도 그런 리스크 있는 플레이를 성공시킬 수 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 직전 경기는 퍼시픽 데뷔 무대이기도 했고 이런 무대에서 오프라인 경기를 치르는 경험이 많이 없는 선수였기 때문에 조금 그런 부분에 있어서 익숙해지고 흐름을 타는 것에 좀 집중을 했다면 오늘이야말로 정말 자신감 있게 제타를 상대할 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. Now that you got data on ZETA, what's your game plan heading into today's matchup then? 이제 상대에 대한 데이터가 좀 쌓였거든요. 어떻게 상대하면 좋을까요?
Obviously it changes a little bit because they've seen our game as well. So we have to approach the game a little bit differently. There's a lot more preparation that goes into it, whereas before when you haven't seen the team and they haven't seen you, it's all based on your own preparation. So it does change the approach, but obviously as it goes to the game plan, I'm not going to go into it with the other coach standing right beside him.
어떻게 상대할지는 좀 옆에 서 계시기 때문에 자세하게 얘기를 할 수는 없지만 사실 준비하는 과정에 있어서 서로가 서로의 경기를 봤었고 첫 번째 개막전 경기 때는 사실 아무것도 모른 채로 우리가 준비한 것만 보여줘야 하는 상황이었다면 현재는 상대를 카운터 치는 전략도 준비할 수 있고 상당히 더 많은 부분을 맞춤성으로 준비할 수 있기 때문에 오늘의 경기 접근 방법도 다르고 좀 준비성도 달랐다고 얘기를 합니다. Well, thank you coaches for the interview. Best of luck to both of you. Now I'm gonna toss it over to the desk. 네, 이렇게 양팀 감독 만나봤습니다.
ゼータディビジョンのレップです。そうですね、まあでも絶対勝てるっていう自信は俺はそんなになかったんで、うまいこといかなくて
とても残念です。でまあさて勝ってまたワンチャンあるんでそれ狙いですね。自分は枠をかけて、また G と戦います。前の試合は、自分のパフォーマンスがうまくいかなくてですね、1日休んでうまいこと進めば勝てるんじゃないかなとは思ってます。まあいい形で勝てるようにできる限り頑張ります。
My name is Abhirupal Chaudhary. My in-game name is Lightning Fast, and I'm a professional VALORANT player for Global Esports. The game against Bleed was very good in my opinion. Our game plan and strategies playing together was like fine, perfect. For the next match, the way we prepared was like we knew what we wanted to do, but we couldn't do it on the first game. So basically, about ZETA last game was that they played the game with much more confidence, but now that we have won against Bleed and we have the confidence going forward, I feel like ZETA should fear us all in our team, and we are ready to take our sweet revenge, and it's gonna be much different than last time. And we are gonna win it the GE fighting way.
Oh, I can't wait to see this match, especially when GE is coming in with all that energy. But at the same time, you heard it from Depp, right? That wasn't exactly the performance that they wanted, you know, versus T1. And of course, definitely versus GE. They can do so much better, even though they've already won this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at the ZETA team and already how they're playing so far this year. You have to imagine the ceiling is rather high. Already, you have the three mainstays of Laz, Depp, and Sugar Zero. We know that they're rather good. We've seen it before on not just here domestically in Pacific, but also internationally. Hero Ron and Yuan, so far so good. I mean, better than I expected, to be completely honest. So I'm really looking forward to this ZETA team. I think for me, the one thing I do want to see, the one thing I'm going to call out is I just, please just let Laz play a little bit of Chamber. Just a little bit.
we still haven't,
please.
you know, maybe they're saving
Just a little
it.
bit.
I don't know, maybe like, it's too early. It's too early to bring that out.
That's all I want for today. If he's on Chamber at least once, I'm a happy person.
Which map, though?
I don't know. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Just
we
pick
just have to
Chamber.
do a little bit, right? And we're definitely excited. As you can see, it's Z's all around over here in our predictions. Again, just a disclaimer that it doesn't actually reflect how difficult it is to predict, right? Okay, we see you over there on social media.
Yeah,
but,
calm down.
Right, okay, calm down. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, Global Esports is one of those teams that I would love to be proven wrong, right? Especially since you saw, you heard it from Spin earlier on the coach's interview. Polvi is such an aggressive duelist, and you know they mentioned that like things didn't exactly go to plan. I wonder what it's like when Polvi has that team that everything goes according to plan. That's gonna be pretty scary.
No, yeah, exactly. The pedigree's there for GE. They can absolutely do this. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, it's a slight edge to ZETA that I give. It's not a big one. I'd say like maybe 5%, right? 55%, 45% is where I'm leaning on that. So yes, GE can do this, guys. Like,
still
calm
showing
down.
the predictions.
Social media, calm down. We
Yeah,
think
yeah.
they can win. It's just we have to pick who
See
we
it
think has the higher
first.
percentage
They made us
chance.
say.
They make us do
Logically.
this. We don't want to really. Like,
Yeah, backstage, like, pick ZETA. Or else.
yeah, Carlisle's not
for
out
the
here like
script.
threatening us behind here.
Right. But yeah, I mean, like it is going to be very interesting to see these two, especially now that GE have that confidence back, right? They weren't prepared for the confidence that ZETA, you know, showed them. So now that they're like, you know, standing on their 2 feet a little bit more strongly, what's that going to be for GE?
I mean, that's really the thing. It's always confidence is a big factor. You can always have the strategies. That's what the coaches are for. On paper, you have everything all planned out. Valplant.gg, I don't know, something. But then in-game, everything's different because you got these slight different tendencies. Your opponent's trying to play their own game. So you're not always sure, like, when I have to do this or what's the timing, when should I be pushing out? And sometimes confidence affects that. You start to hesitate. But Global Esports now, after that win against Bleed that nobody thought they would win, now they're feeling much better. Maybe they'll be able to pull off the craziest upset against ZETA Division.
I mean, that's what I would call it, right? You know, if there's a crazy upset that's going to happen, it has to be this for Global Esports, especially with just how unpredictable they were in their match against Bleed. Again, prove us wrong. We are so here for it. And for ZETA Division, we are eager to see that next step. So let's get into it. Our final series of the day, ZETA Division and Global Esports coming at you right now.
Once again, the last hope for Japan. They've risen to the occasion before. Can they do so again? Please welcome ZETA Division! Hello, India. GE is fighting for a spot in the play-ins. Please welcome Global Esports to the stage.
Alright, so we'll now begin our map ban for our final match.
Map picks and bans here for ZETA and GE. I just love seeing the energy that the coaches bring to the stage, you know, rallying all of the players. You kind of saw Carlisle all smiles for the side of ZETA, really making them laugh and smile just before they step in. And you saw Spin, right, really trying to give that energy over to his team.
Oh, that's a big ban.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, it's a map they've lost twice, once against Bleed and previously to ZETA, so it makes a lot of sense to get rid of it. So they're going to go right back into bind, though, since it's left open. ZETA this time around, what's going to be your answer now that there's no icebox?
Yeah.
I don't know, Ascent or...
Yeah.
There is that option, but I hope that ZETA is
right.
also kind of boosted up their bind, because it feels as though Global Esports would be prepared for this.
Okay, Lotus, sir, yeah. This is a good map for them, too. This was banned last time by GE, so this makes sense. Yeah.
Are we getting the chamber on this one? That is
thing.
also a big question, right?
Well, and you mentioned this earlier, Quack, and I'm really glad you talked about this, that somebody needs to watch these flanks for Benkai, because he's all over the place. And that's great for GE, but you know, for ZETA, they got to be aware of it. And having Laz on a chamber in the past on Lotus has proven really powerful to be able to watch for those lurks.
Yeah, I think that's also the the thing that makes Global Esports stand out, right? This is a roster that has 4 IGLs on them. You know, that's like 4 brains there. And these are players that can definitely flex and, you know, follow like Russ, who is actually the IGL. But the rest, you know, you have BlazeKing, you have Benkai, you even have Lightning Fast, who has had IGL experience in the past. So anytime somebody needs to take over, anytime a new idea has come in, Global Esports can have that.
Yeah, and one thing I want to touch on real quick at the end of this is it's Sunset again for ZETA, which they kind of didn't do so good on against T1, so hopefully they've been able to figure it out in the meantime.
That's what I'm worried about. I mean, maybe not so much about the calling of the IGs. I believe the players should be able to do that, but apart from that, it's just ZETA, you know, they had a really rough time against T1 on some of these maps, so if they can't close out bind, that would be a bit of an issue, but the comp positions look good.
Well, comfort picks all around, but we're going to see how comfortable our teams are going to be as we step into our final series. So we'll pass it on over to our casters, Achilles and Aserai.
Alrighty, here we go. One more best of 3 to round out the evening. ZETA versus Global Esports once again. Now, one of the biggest concerns that we had off the back end of this map, where ZETA was able to find a victory when they first squared off, was this solo controller here from Lightning Fast on Bind.
How much are they going to be able to pierce through? It's the same exact situation. You know, a couple of the other series that we had today, even though some of them were the same maps, at least the side was changed. Here, it's just going to be the same. ZETA Division still going to be on defense. Starting it off here on B long as Hiroron now just checks it completely. A quick smoke here though, but he doesn't get close. Just waits for someone to maybe peek out, as seems like Global Esports do want to play that contact.
Oh, there it is. Headshot contacting into Russ's head. Hiroron finding that first blood here, and also a ton of damage now out here onto the members of GE. Lightning Fast down to 35, Polvi at 31. And this push in towards B completely stopped in its tracks. Benkai still on the lurk here. Cutting across short, drifting over towards his team to try to reinforce them here on this entry. Really deep trailblazing confused, and doesn't check left. So only sees the one player.
You can always go for that TP play. Look at how close the 4 players are, but
that's why we don't have that any movement here from Yuran and Laz as well.
Yeah.
Wary about it.
There it is.
Inching forward. A little bit of damage here onto Depp, who tries to get the second kill. Can't make it happen, but still put down a little bit of additional damage. Hiroron is going to be clearing out that wingman. Now they have to swing into him, but he can't nail the shots. Going to kill a piece for those bullets. Now does not manage to make it happen. Laz now arriving. As Yuran going to be going the long way around. Laz does find Blaze King.
They're about to double up here on elbow. Lightning Fast better be prepared with 5 HP. He needs that help from Benkai all the way from Hookah here. He does have an angle though, so this could actually still work for GE.
Very well might. Oh no, he checks behind. As they get themselves down here onto the side, Benkai able to set up the kill. Lightning Fast collecting it with 5 HP. Can he actually close this one out? The answer is going to be no. Hiroron will be able to take him down with a 3K, get the defuse. ZETA Division will once again win the pistol to start things off.
Yeah, that's the one timing check though too from Benkai. Fortunately peeks, or just wants to see if he's gonna get flanked himself. But that fadeaway shot from Hiroron, so nasty. And as mentioned, even able to break down the wingman, so somebody has to plant it for GE. And you saw as they were pushing up into the site, half of, or 2 of the players of GE inside the site itself was like down to like what, 20 HP, 30 HP? Pretty easy to deal with when you have pistols.
Yeah, less than 40 between the 2 of them, but you can see now again, Global, they've been very willing to go for these forced buys. Stinger might not be as busted as it once was, but still can do a decent amount of damage.
100%.
GE have been able to win out some of these surprise forces here. As Yuran going to be forced down off the top of 2. Across the wall, Dizzy in hand, Blaze King waiting to open things up, and so far, not going to make their way into the site. Looks like the initial rush, just trying to get a pick, but now that they don't find one, they're going to start shifting back over here, potentially towards A.
They can't really push, especially when they haven't gotten any control on B long. If they go through that, you can see Depth's there. The kid actually just throw the nade outside of Hookah and really deal some damage.
Smoke's down.
Blind there, Cam still is set up. Molly now lobbed in by Sugar Zero, trying to prevent that plant from coming through, and he does so. Once again, the wingman getting disrupted. So now, wait out the Molly. Creep up, try to grab this one. Sneak fight to try and dissuade them from pushing forward. Dizzy as well. This time it's a bit of a safer plant coming through as Polvi does get the spike on the ground, but now the spot comes in. Benkai revealed, taken out at range. Yuran starting things off.
Russ.
Finding one. That's the killer on the Yuran now. Lightning Fast as well. Going to be getting rid of Sugar Zero. Up on top of the box, however, is Depp. Trucker should say. Lightning Fast falls, and Depp will be good for 2. Scoop the defuse or hand it off to one of his teammates. We'll see what they opt to do. Looks like the call is going to be to build up towards that showstopper. ZETA not going to allow for that force buy to work against them.
Yeah. G's one of those teams that could have made it happen. And was close in a sense. Unfortunately, Russ got taken down. And again, I keep saying this in multiple games already when you're on bind. You have to get that backside control if you have opponents that have control on showers. And if you can't, you need somebody on Heaven. It supposedly was Rust, but he got dealt with so quickly that you saw GE starts to push out from lamps, and then because Step was on top of APC, it was just easy for him to take them down one by one because, again, they didn't have that clear-cut position at the back of the site.
Rust looking to push forward, just takes a peek in towards Hookah, and wise of him to back away. Unbeknownst to him, that Judge would have been waiting around the corner.
Okay. I mean, I do still love the setup here from Laz. They haven't pushed into his wires yet.
They found my
They might be able to now.
Start working their way forward. 0 point going to be cleared out. We force off the angle there as the paint shells come through. Man looking for the plant, but Sugar Zero with a quick little twist. Managing to find that transfer over onto Lightning Fast, which is classics in hand, limited util.
Right here.
GE, can they do more damage? Molly at the ready, going to be sent over in towards Lamps.
Careful.
That does force Blaze King back outside and up front. Laz finding one. Step back behind the peek in. Blaze King dead. The cleanup comes through. Sugar Zero with the 3K. Looks like the handoff here. Still wanting to go for that showstopper. Step will now have that online here going into round number 4.
So far, no real threats of lineups from Global Esports here. But I mean, to be fair, it is a save buy for them. But even the force buy that they didn't really place themselves to do that. I mean, I understand that they need to take the side by force because they were on that force buy. But maybe this time they're going to be a lot more controlled or have enough resources to make that happen because they do have the capability to do that. They got Lightning Fast, they got Russ, they got even Blaze King with a mosh pit to at least play that if they can, which they have been trying to do as they were relying a lot on the Wingman plans, but ZETA's just too aware of it.
Oh, what a flash out. Polvi flush up against the wall here. Dep's going to be able to find one. And looks like Lightning Fast as well, just equalizing. Finds himself two.
Oh no.
Yudon, however, sat here. Judge in hand. They're spraying away. Takes him very low, and Yudon will be able to get follow-up. Lightning Fast falls. Blaze King here in Hookah, looking for a target, but cannot find any. A very swift, aggressive round from the side of ZETA as they go ahead and move up 4-0. And this is one of the things that we've been talking about on the analyst desk in the last couple of days as ZETA's been playing, is that we're seeing more high-tempo performances from them where they're willing to really up the ante rather than sitting back, much like we saw from them so much of last season.
Courtesy of their coach, for sure, as we saw. And I mean, it's not like GE's, getting steamrolled here by ZETA. You saw Lightning Fast able to get those 2 kills coming into the players, pushing out of B long. Polvi does get flash, so he really couldn't assist Lightning Fast. But ZETA Division's calls to interrupt and disrupt the setup that Global Esports are doing is just working so well for them. And to kind of put a cherry on top, they always somehow manage to find the spike in transition, whether it's in the hands of the Wingman or some of the players of Global Esports. ZETA always forces GE to put in extra effort to pick up the spike once again and plant it on the site, which really is a difficult endeavor to do.
Yeah. Well, thank you, production. Got the right lower third there. And yeah, Global now looking to try to turn things around. I mean, already, thinking back to when these teams did first clash in their opening series, we saw Global have a pretty decent resurgence despite not being able to pick up the pistol round. They managed to get 5 on the attack, which for bind is not a bad half at all. Very defender-sided map typically. Right now, they need to find that magic. And a big part of that would be trying to shut down Hirodon, who so far has been having a whale of a time.
And at the same time, make Polvi, do Polvi things, but he's 0 kills at the moment. Man is not able to light up the bind map, at least for now. It's really hurt that offense that Global Esports are very much known for. I like this setup from Laz. Tripwires on both sides of the map just to, make your opponents guess where you are and also assist your teammates on the side itself with it.
Oh, look at this triple push out here short.
Oh, Lightning Fast.
They realize, oh yes they do. And Dep just lobbing in that showstopper behind him, is able to get the kill. Benkai now trying to take some free space over towards Showers as the Seekers are going to be let loose here by Hirodon. But Russ with a nice little linger will catch Yudon.
Oh, that's a great volley.
That it is. Polvi trying to jump up over on the side. Ends up getting gunned down. Laz with the kill. Orb going to be taken on the way out as Blaze King just going to be trying to build up towards that Thrash here. So far, it's just that one kill equalized. And we're still set.
Watching this spot.
Looks like they're just going to maybe try to wait out the Sky Smoke here a bit.
30 seconds left.
Still showing willingness to look to play for this one, and all three players going to be observed.
20 seconds, too.
Catch coming through off the 0 point. Wingman going for the plan. Dap wanting to push and try to interrupt that one. Turns away from the flash. They interrupt it indeed. Blaze King now stuck behind the box. Look, he for sure had the kill lined up there on the Dep, but Dep comes away with 3.
Stay in range of my stim beacon. Mow them.
Man, that was also GE trying to mix things up, right? They try to set up some bit of utility for lightning fast on A main, or on A site. Unfortunately,
Yes, this should
ZETA's plan was to try to go for
that goes there.
a push and catch, and it works out.
This is a nice.
Once they start hearing the setup being thrown by lightning fast, they're like, he's just right across the wall with us. We just go for the push here. Thankfully enough for GE, at least as a takeaway here, they did overcommit the showstopper just to take him down. So at least they don't have to worry about that as they push into this next round.
0 point not really identifying anything here. So no info gained for Global. A bit of a fadeaway, a fake, or just the call to push back over towards B. Seek some additional information. Dep has been set here for a while. That guiding light telling him quite a bit. There's the first kill. Nate at the ready, Hero covering fire. Guys, 9-0 now. Spike has been observed, dropped outside by Fountain. Bottle push forward. Benkai again just trying to lurk, trying to linger, trying to find any kind of opening that he possibly can, but given the cash and 2 players left alive, Benkai and Blaze King likely just gonna have to team up and find a nice little corner to huddle in.
I literally looked away for a second just to check something, and then everybody just gets killed by Heroron. And this is, you know, even through the nerfs on the Sky, by the way, Sky, I think, is dubbed as the queen of find B long. Right? You try to push it out, there's so many angles we can throw that guiding light. And one misstep, you know, you don't bait out correctly for your teammate, all of you are pushing at the same time, no one's hiding behind the wall, jiggle peeking, you just get hit by it, shot by it, and then people can just punish you unrelenting. And you see that happen here in this round. And as I mentioned, just leaving Benkai and Blaze King to save the weapons in their hands all the way back at spawn.
Dep on the hunt. Benkai observed. And dead. Hiroron again. I mean, this guy is just laser focused today.
Blaze King.
10 kills and, oh, okay. He will be able to give a parting gift and keep his life intact. That's about the only consolation that can be found. I mean, look at Dep. He doesn't mind. He's got 9,000 in the bank. So many players are about to be cash capped after this round, win or lose. And Hiroron is currently just got an infinite KD.
You cannot compute. Man. And this is just, again, ZETA Division. Oh, okay. I was just going to say, this is just ZETA Division at peak performance here, especially when they need to. Polvi's already up with the judge, up with the showstopper, but you can already see the tripwire is pretty much set up to counter that, just in case he tries to go for the double satchel through A short. Oh, there it is, Polvi.
Showstopper.
Oh no.
And yep, gets pulled, gets stunned.
No one kills him though.
Well, no one can because you got a showstopper, so they still have to respect this one. Hit now going to be dropped in. There's Wingman goes for the plant. They managed to get it through. Orbital strike called down, looking for a target, but no one was lurking within lamps. Global now their best chance at a round. Paint shells to further delay. But the damage coming through to the K as well. Going to start working them lower and lower here. Polvi finding one, gets himself on the board, taking down Trigger Zero, but Yonan finding that shower's controls. Polvi will find a second. Lightning fast, holding, finishing. Estimate the positioning of Laz. Finds the kill, and now Dep on his lonesome wants to try to deal additional damage if he can, but Well, he will be able to. He's also going to run out of time to try to take as many people away as he possibly can, but Polvi with the TP gets himself out to safety. Global Esports will get themselves a round win.
Again, that is a heavy investment for Global here. That was, what, 3 of their players, a Viper Pit, the Showstopper, but again, all to set up for this one round, maybe to swing things as well. And again, I have to say this, Lightning Fast in the backline has been doing so much damage from Global Esports. He's 7 kills right now. 5 kills above Russ, Polvi, and Blaze King. So man is doing work. So if they can find a contact, have Lightning Fast right behind him to assist, there's a good chance Global Esports can find the fight here.
Oh, the turn of the flash, Polvi, what an entry. Finding one, Laz trying to take him down, took him low, but can't get the kill quite just yet. Your point goes forward, Laz spotted, made flying, the reveal is in, Laz gets hounded down. Lightning Fast collecting the kills, the plant comes through. A fast hit, catching ZETA off guard. Global, like you said, maybe that's the round to get things going, and so far, it's looking like that is the case.
Oh yeah, this is the round that Global was definitely looking for. Now that they can play that post plan and just play so far back.
Where did it sink by land? Oh, it bounced that far forward, I see. I'm gonna say Polvi, he should have had him dead to rights with 5 HP. ZETA trying to clear the way. Fragment, however, does go out off the tap. Spots 1, gets 2. Can he get more? No. Russ will put an end to it. That is going to send Dep and Yoran packing back over towards the spawn. So Global finally able to get 2 rounds strung together on the board.
Polvi again. Definitely a magician. That quick double satchel setup from the box outside showers into showers itself. You can already see ZETA's just, yes, we did not expect this to happen. Zooming.
Perfectly timed turn on the flash as well.
True.
I mean, you can tell, you know, that's the kind of set play that this has been really worked a lot over and over again from the side of Global. So very nicely executed.
Here.
And maybe some steam here for Global Esports. We'll see if they can carry forward with it.
Yeah, but this is where you see ZETA Division have so much bank, right? Because even if they start losing these rounds, because they are maxed out, then they start getting the loss bonus, there's so much to kind of dip in terms of the bank.
Okay, well, Dep still with the op in hand, takes a quick little peek, managing to find 1. Kill comes through, now he's just going to be pivoting over towards Heaven here. As Lightning Fast has gotten himself situated in the cubby next to Teleporter.
Toxin screen down.
They just stopped. I like how Dep just, quickly repositioned, not even going through spawn, straight with the satchel, just because he wants to be on that spot as quickly as he can so that the rest of his teammates that are on the site can just look elsewhere. And of course, best spot I think to use your showstopper. Far position, zooming rocket, yes please. Global Esports, they're going to be going for the contact here, but he does see the blades come in.
Yeah, they wait out. A couple cooldowns. 0 point comes back up. Yoran just going to be sat here within lamps. Snake bite in hand. Realize that there's 2 people there, and as well as 1 behind him. Well, now they certainly do. Sugar's here, however, going to be able to find Blaze King. The pop comes in. Russ sending out that null command. Just trying to stop them from having any additional util to send their way. 2-man advantage, however, here for the side of ZETA. See if they're going to be able to try to overwhelm these numbers.
Ooh, Benkei went around.
Neural Theft coming in.
Remaining.
That's a showstopper right at Benkai's feet. They know exactly where Russ is at. He'll be flushed out. ZETA Division racking up another round, not allowing for Global to get 3 in a row. Dep with that operator always demands respect.
Truly. I was about to comment that, Benkei realizes that we are stacked too much on short here. I need to find another angle of attack. And then lo and behold, out of nowhere, there it is. Neural Theft right in the face of the players of Global Esports. I was wondering when we would see any of the watch parties. There it is for ZETA.
Glad to see the fans having a good time.
Truly. What's the next step here for Global? Right, it feels like, again, every step that they take, every move they make, they've been found out here by ZETA Division. Ooh.
Oh, still caught. You can see the expression there. He thought he was fine, but oh! He juked it! He sent it into the teleporter! What moment is that?
He's got an aid.
fragment in hand. Depp now has the TP out to safety, and he will be able to escape, but not before killing 2 and completely denying any value from the Thrash. Oh my goodness.
The Thrash went inside the TP, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh. And Depp still challenges for the 2, as you mentioned. What?
Re-peeks while there's a fragment being thrown at him.
Yeah, and G
Gets
don't
the kill
expect him
and
to do that too.
No, certainly not. Hiroron just holding the hard angle, finds one lightning fast with a quick reply. We'll be able to take him down, but Laz, not sure if he saw the top of his head or just had a great sense. Either way, he comes away with a kill, and we'll be able to get a second. Benkai gone, and ZETA now vastly improving upon the first time that we saw them on this map versus Global.
I go back to my point from the first series with ZETA and Global that I did mention how it feels like Benkai just, he was such a great player that lurks in their last game against Bleed. But here against ZETA, it feels like he can't find an answer against Laz. Every single time he gets thwarted here by, you know, pushing with the team, sure, whatnot. But when he lurks, he finds Laz, he loses the fight to Laz, and again, loses that opportunity to flank from the other corner. And because of that, he's been so passive this entire start of the first map.
Second timeout now. Having to be called by Global. Not a position that you want to be in, but one that they certainly do find themselves in. The course correction is not happening naturally. So spin big time, wanting to get involved. Get back here in the ears of the players and remind them of the game plan.
What is the game plan now that you have just 2 more rounds left in the first half?
Win the next 2 rounds.
Simple as, if it's only as simple as, it is as simple as that, but leading up to it.
We kill the Laz man. That's the plan, you know?
We're all saying that, but the highest deaths right now in ZETA has been Sugar Zero with 5, and everyone else is like 3. So it hasn't been as fruitful for Global Esports in that regard.
Certainly not.
They still haven't been able to deal with Depp's operator here now that he's played up right behind Euron.
Okay, well, he's going to make a swift exit from this position. Here's them coming in behind. Ups the pace a little bit, but with the orb and the snakebite combo here, Euron has his escape covered.
I do like that though. You know, just Euron making sure he doesn't get tagged by the knife, so all of his abilities, as you mentioned, just able to assist the team. But they do realize that he's there, so if they're fast enough to rotate to A, maybe they can out-rotate Depp, but he's already here, ready.
Up on top of the truck. Hearing that blast back, they should have a good idea of it. That's going to be the Dizzy trying to lead the way. The reveal tag onto one, and Blaze King able to outduel Laz there. Finds the headshot, opening things up, as well as the sight here for Global. Man now moving forward. Depp, find one, takes down Russ before getting dropped by Polvi. The plant comes in.
That's what G was kind of hoping for, you know, looking.
Ooh, Sugar Zero. Might have been given a bit of a gift here, but Polvi looks like he's going to have the timing, and he does. Swings in, paint shells down. Euron having to sprint ahead of this one. The Seeker helps keep him protected. Kill found. Mosh pit at the ready. Seeker still going. Euron now. Last one standing here for the team. Tap on the spike, has to dip back out, however. Finds one, looks for the other, puts some damage down on the lightning fast, swaps weapons. A little bit of spray. Trying to soften him up, swings back out, and oh man, lightning fast just playing around with time.
He knows.
Dink through the box. 4 bullets remaining. Euron gets it. He doesn't have the time remaining. Goes to the TP. 4K for him, but a 3rd round for GE.
Oh, I knew exactly that he was about to win that fight, especially when you saw the dink over the box on short. But I was just about to say that was the round that Global was hoping for, that they can outmaneuver Depp as soon as they spotted him somewhere due to the KO blade outside of Hookah. They started getting that contact, and Global Esports here get themselves that round. As they buy enough time, they can maybe replicate it again, because now there's a showstopper in the arsenal of Polvi. He can go ham onto a site.
I mean, maybe just a fast attack in towards Hookah. Seems like the answer is going to be no. 0 point, however, about to land on their heads, and there it is. Shut down. Can't pull out that snakebite fast enough. 0 point completely denies it away. Man now going for the plant here on the site. Global, once again, in a very strong position. Oh, Benkai! Ready and waiting. Gets himself his second kill of the map thus far. And as Global almost certainly have themselves a 4-8 half. Spot there from Sugar, onto Sugar Zero, I should say. Comes down a Sky Smoke, there's the bite locked in. And Benkai will be able to just get the wall bang. So 8-4, ZETA out in the lead. A one-round improvement compared to the last time that we saw these two teams face off.
Yeah, it's just them being less hesitant at creating that tempo. I think because of the timeouts that we've had from their coach, he just mentioned how slow they were going in the past couple of rounds. They were playing ZETA's push-out game, and this time they try to outpace them and outmaneuver as quickly as they can. They just need some key information. Again, figuring out where Dep was so they don't have to deal with that first contact operator. Next is, if they can bait a bit of utility, sure, that's going to be good. And then now we see Benkai also adding in those better lurks. Like I mentioned, if he can outpace Laz in this lurk versus lurk, sentinel versus sentinel bout that they've been having, this is a huge step in helping Global Esports string in a few more rounds.
Well, their work's still cut out for them, but Global rescuing this half just a little bit with these rounds that they were able to scoop up for themselves. So now they can kick things off with a pistol, perhaps the run back here on the defending side is going to be possible.
How effective is Lightning Fast going to be as that single controller? Pose this question at the start of this game. Especially when, again, they're going to be on the defending side, right? Because his smokes will be very much spread out across the map. You can't see, I think, that the play is... Wait. Has he not used his Toxic Screen yet? Yeah, he hasn't, so he is saving it, possibly for a retake.
Seems like we'll be doing just that. So holding it for now. Yuran's in the meantime, just segmenting that A site a bit. It looks like we're going to have a triple push in towards Showers here. For now, Lightning Fast just jiggling on the corner. Spotting two. We'll draw a snake bite out of him, so Util lost in the exchange there, and Orb going to be taken away by Dep.
Yeah. Camera also broken on B-Long, so GE knows something's up. But because they started backing away, ZETA Division, as Laz hasn't spotted any forward lurkers here from Global Esports, they call the rest of the boys back, the team back, and they're about to hit a massive push on this B site. Blazing is the only one holding B-Long. Never mind, he's actually got Rust right behind him. But the only utility between the two of them is the Dizzy and the Wingman.
Same two players going to be spotted. Wingman is at the ready. See what the call is going to be. Right next to each other, Wingman going out. Tap, however, two quick one taps finds the kill. Hirodon going to be taken down by the paint shells. Polvi does come away with one there.
That's on short.
Polvi going to be forced out of
30
position.
seconds left.
Good awareness. As the kill comes in, now the TPs come flying through. Lightning Fast sat here on site. Jump forward. Quick adjustment for that headshot. What was that reaction? A great kill for Lightning Fast, but the snake bite eventually does flush him out. Benkai.
One enemy remaining.
Now, last one standing here.
Spike down
Up
A.
against Laz. Gets the dart.
10 seconds left.
Tucks back behind the
He spot
box. He does. Because that he kind of has to stick for this one. And Benkai will be able to get it. The 3K for him, for Global to take their first pistol round.
Yeah, Benkai did spot him, but Laz did not, as he was, I think, just jumping around, hoping to maybe catch a glimpse, even through the minimap, but no, and again, because he just had like, what, single-digit seconds to plant that spike, he had to rush in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Lightning Fast, again, man, do pretty hefty things, even by himself. Through that really helped out Benkai, solidified at 1 versus 1. So solid pistol for GE, and this is what they were hoping for. This is what they're looking for.
Benkai just finalizing the setup here is Polvi swinging out here towards Long. Outlaw in a hand. Oh, as the jump peak, Russ spotting at least Dep. 0 point chucked out. Getting this press on to 2. Given that he had a visual confirmation, he knows that there's at least 3 here.
Yeah, they don't want to push B long. They don't want to reposition there, especially when Polvi's holding with the Outlaw. Blaze King. Just a quick little check.
Just thinking about it. There is some support here.
Oh, he's aware.
Yep, the volley at his feet. Not going to eat too much damage. Rest of the team getting ready to try to creep in. I mean, I say the rest of the team, they're still very much split, worlds apart. One trap wire cleared out. Benkai setting up the other one to try to catch whenever that plant does come down. Fast trying to beckon them forward into this.
30 seconds left.
Time dwindling, another snake bite to further delay. Cut back across, the 0-point catch onto all. And that's just massacre as the spray down comes through.
One enemy remaining.
Russ will be able to go ahead, pick up another 2, 3K in total, and now a 4th. 3 charges left to go as it's a flawless here from Global. Now just 2 rounds separating our squads.
Great calls from Global there not to really play too much on lamps. You saw Russ was holding for a couple of seconds, but then he repositions in the back of triple just to go hand in hand with Lightning Fast. And it does make a lot of sense. They had the smoke. You know that ZETA has to push because there was just like 20 seconds on the clock. And even if ZETA did over push to where the players of GE were on that A site, that tripwire should activate theoretically to just catch them off because, I mean, it's just such a niche position. I really like it, but it didn't activate at all that time.
Everybody pretty far back here.
Camera take it here.
At all far towards A. Players getting ready to move up here. Out Garden, nothing spotted, but they do catch Russ, a glimpse of him at the very end of that Trailblazer. Seems like maybe ZETA again just trying to bait some players over towards this side of the map, and then, okay.
Spike down.
I was going to say, and then take the teleporter. But Polvi has plans.
Yeah, this Outlaw's just too much value. They've cut the noise once again, and Polvi just went straight to the A side, probably thinking about a possible TP play, which it feels like it might happen, but because there's 2 players here of ZETA, maybe not. They don't have a flash.
No, they do not. Cam taken out. Blaze King doesn't fire. I'm not sure if they spotted him. It's like maybe, but either way, Yoran, as he tries to walk up, just gets domed multiple times by the Stinger.
30 seconds left.
Clear on the Dizzy. The double push coming through. They line up for him. The kills can't be found. Step now, last one standing. 180's managing to find the kill, but as he looks back over towards Hookah, he gets taken down. Global Esports continuing to run this back.
Oh, that was very messy for ZETA. Did not get a chance to, again, find that entryway, especially when Hiroron was the first one that got knocked out by Polvi. And because of that, no guiding light is available to take these angles. Now ZETA, they do want to go for these dry contacts, but they're doing it in positions where Global Esports have set their own crossfires, making it quite a difficult feat to do. So ZETA Division, as we see here, calls that time out. There needs to be some form of adjustment right now. They need to be able to figure out how to deal with Polvi, who, again, just needs to tuck himself in the back of the site, and somehow this man manages to still find that contact all the way from such a far distance.
He was playing around the world.
Yeah, he was.
From A to B to A. But ZETA, they're having this bonus conversion come through for Global Esports, using their first timeout here of the map. So Carlisle and Junior have to relay to them, as we're seeing a couple sheriff purchases coming through going into this next round, but knowing that Polvi's got that Outlaw, it's definitely a scary prospect as they get ready to go into this one.
Yeah. And that's in the same position that Polvi was during that first half. He just cannot find that entryway, right? They are still very much aware of the power that Lightning Fast utility can do. And I say this with Lightning Fast actually putting so much influence throughout this entire first game. He's 30 kills right now for GE. Man is doing work continuously.
Trailblazer come through and check. Not sure if it spotted him up on top of the truck. Either way, yep, there was the head, but that just draws his attention over, and Yuran's able to take him down at range with the Stinger.
They still can't find the tripwire.
No, they cannot. Ooh, head was spotted, but Dep.
That
what
one
a
he finds.
shot!
That one he gets.
And somehow, some way, it just starts looking fantastic here for ZETA in the eco. Still a chance, though, for GE to maintain control, but as I see that Russ creeping up towards Shower. Taken down, back of the head. Nate towards Blaze King, gonna do quite a bit of damage, knocking him down 23. Benkai now arriving. Flash goes in, Showstopper sent out. The funny thing is Laz was just trying to grab a gun.
Spike planted.
He's caught up there by that mosh pit for just a moment.
Realistically, the only one who actually has a gun is Laz. A rifle, at least, that he was able to pick up. Everyone else is just on something else.
Oh. There's Benkai with a quick turn, able to find one, looking for the second, but get it on. Will take him down. Blaze King with one shot, I was going to say, remaining, will fall to last. So ZETA Division, after the timeout, are able to break this win streak, which across both halves was 5 rounds consecutively for Global. They get themselves back into the driver's seat, but cash still very much in the hands of Global, so they can get another full buy. Oh.
Okay, was that just a hard read, or did they see him on the minimap?
I'm guessing Dep, when he jumped up, might have noticed it and made the call, or the minimap, as you say.
Yeah.
They would have had vision on him one way or the other.
I would have liked to see the Dep POV, though. The tap on this smoke. Okay, here's another interesting thing. Hiroron couldn't pick up any other rifles, so he's on an outlaw from Polvi. So I wonder how that's going to pan out.
We will see. I mean, Trapwires is set up to try to get this catch on the flank from behind. This is a very aggressive push. I mean, Global, they have all this information. Looks like they're going to say, okay, let's go swing out a little bit wider, where they will be met by yet another Trapwire.
They found my wire.
Okay, there's the trips. Oh!
Polvi makes it across. I think he had to use a blast pack to get over top of that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're not even looking in that general direction. They're only focused right in front of them. They don't know the flank is about to come.
Okay, plant is interrupted. Polvi moving his way forward. Sugar Zero not watching for this one at all. There's the shot.
Spike planted.
Kill comes in. Paint Shell going to be knocked into the corner. Laz forced to rotate out, and he actually wins the fight. Dep in the meantime watching from behind. Catches lightning fast. That's going to be the flankers.
Wow.
So now they just have to pay attention
exactly
towards the site itself.
Player
Dep goes out. Blaze King, the last one, will now be revealed. Swings out, looks for Dep, can't quite make it happen. ZETA Division will get themselves up to double digits.
Also a tricky situation for Laz there. Not just the flank from Polvi, but the Patriot as well. On that pocket that he was positioned at, he had to push forward. And there you go. And still manages to pick up the kill on Polvi. Captain. My captain. ZETA IGL making it work.
Quick chuckle of relief.
This goes here.
ZETA on the home stretch now. Global Esports can certainly slow them up as blast pack out, up in hand. Nobody else in this position. ZETA in the meantime, eyes very much set here on the A site. The Seekers are going to be let loose. Russ now starting to rotate back across. Try to reinforce this position here with the rest of his teammates.
Flank.
And there's the spike plant. Polvi with the showstopper, looking for a target. Sends it into the corner, has a good read, and takes down Sugar Zero. Gonna roll out into the open. Polvi finds himself a second. Just driving him forward now. It's gonna be Benkai's girl. Dep coming forward is Dep. Getting caught there. They get the wingman over onto the spike for the defuse. Detain comes across, the defuse still coming through, and it can't be interrupted. Blaze King and wingman will win out the round. Won't be able to carry his weapon forward. It's going to be a 4K for Yuran, but it is going to be Global hanging on.
At what cost, though? Look at that economic damage. Everyone is just hovering somewhere around 3,000 for Global here. The only one who could even purchase a rifle or a Vandal is Polvi. That forces him into the half shield.
That goes there.
I mean, yeah, sure, they were able to get that rounded. Super important, but this round is going to hurt economically speaking.
Certainly could. Step going out on a wide swing. Blaze King, though, a judge once more in hand. This ends up just being dry contact swing. This could be bad for them, and it is. Step going to be taken down first and foremost. Sugar Zero going to have to try to back away. Quick clear out on that Dizzy, stopping it from finding value, but Dep dead, already a big win here for Global.
Yeah, bait and switch works in the favor of Global there. Oh boy. I was starting to get slightly worried for Global here, but you got plenty of tricks up their sleeve. And Blaziken love the reposition here on Hookah. If Yoran even dares to step just an inch there, you can already see Blaziken very much prepared for it. That means the lurk from Laz gonna have to start to get that value on Shower. Though, yeah, Tripwire as well as the camera available here. He's gotta be careful that he doesn't get yeah, the battle of the cams. Who's got the higher definition? Hello.
My eyes are down.
Cam cleared, Dark to be removed.
30 seconds
Get it
left.
on. Oh, looks like he did spot Benkai. Benkai likely to have spotted him. Either way, they know that they're further forward now. This Trapwire gets cleared. Lightning Fast in the corner. Still holding on to the snake bites. Lets one go. But Hero pushes out of the smoke, managing to find the kill. Benkai still lingering. Orbital strike sent down. Polvi going to be forced back. Yodan just plans through it. On the wire, Laz, Yodan going to be finding one apiece. It's just Russ and Blaziken left standing. Russ going for the chase, trying to rush his way in towards Lamps. Comes up with one. Turns its sights back out, but he's going to be caught reloading, and Laz gets the punish. Now it's just Blaziken here. He's got a judge, and there's 3 players from ZETA completely scattered, so he will just rotate out.
He can even save a rifle if he wants to. There's that rifle steal, I believe, on B-Long when they got Dep.
Yeah.
But it was surprising that he wasn't able to pick it up, though. Maybe because he was already somewhere Hookah or repositioning to spawn. I didn't really see where he was when ZETA was pushing into the site, but I can only assume that's what happened. The one thing that really caught me off guard was, did Laz just put a delayed trip that actually caught Benkai? Because again, Benkai was just probably not hearing all of the utility because of just how much noise was happening around him. You know, the smokes, the orbital strike, and everything. And he got caught.
And I'll start with that. The aggro push out that clearly Lightning Fast just was not anticipating. Thought maybe he had himself covered with the smoke down, the snake bite as well.
Yeah.
But the aggression comes through. Sugar Zero very much rewarded for it. ZETA now up to 11. Global. Very limited tools. You can see that they do have that pit, but without the weaponry to back it up. You'd have Blaziken go absolutely crazy with this Phantom, this hero rifle. Benkai toggle onto the camera, managing to spot quite a many few players here from ZETA. Bot, we let loose. Trailblazer goes and checks all throughout showers. Nothing spotted, so Laz can start advancing forward.
There it is. That's the 5-stack from Global, 2 at the back of the site. Once these smokes dissipate, there is a chance for Global to make something happen. If Russ can set up a good flash, oh wow, that nade, ouch.
Shells will force that back. Swing in. Dep finds 2, Laz finds the others. Gets himself a 3rd. ZETA Division now moving up to map point.
Match point.
You knew Global was just hoping that ZETA would dry peek, dry push into Lamps. What wishful thinking that was. That nade clipped both of the Lamp players down to 50%. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you already know ZETA was just going to be cleaning up house. But not to this extent. It's a save, so maybe. But yeah, map point already.
Let's go.
Here we are. Ooh, first time we're going to see, I think, the operator in the hands of Polvi in this game.
Utilizing it once again. Let's see what kind of value you can find. But I mean, as he gets positioned here on that A site, everybody from ZETA starts shifting towards B. Trailblazer kind of getting logged there a little bit.
I think he Seal Lion booped the mosh pit.
Oh, Flash not finding its target, but Blaziken caught off guard by the push up there from Dep. More aggressive than he might have anticipated. The spray through actually also finding some connection there as Russ going to be knocked down to 85. Answering fire will soften up just a little bit as the snake bite prevents the retreat for the time being. Polvi with an opportunity here, but Flash goes in. Knocked down to 3 HP,
wow.
And Laz gets the punish. Oh, he's just so ready for it. Now the Neural Depth goes in. They stray away from the pit. Lightning Fast still just sat there on the B site. McKay just popped to try and delay, but Huron finding Benkai backside. Step up and over the top. The rocket goes in. And he flushes him out of lamps, and now it's all on lightning fast.
Spike planted.
Depp just around the corner here within the smoke. The push-up comes through. The first shorty, the second. He gets the 3K, he gets the 13th round. Zeta Division will get themselves a win on Bind.
I honestly thought that was a great position for Polvi to hit a shot with the operator, because it's obvious that Huron had to push out, you know, to bring the spike elsewhere. And then, of course, it's Zeta Division. They're going to be safe. They're actually going to throw out a flash, knowing that someone is looking to punish that swing out from Huron, and Laz just feeds off of the 1-2 punch play. And then everything just crumbles down here for Global Esports. You already see in the camera that Coach goes straight in to talk with these players. He's not wasting any time to build up some kind of counter strategy in that second map. Look at this. Yeah. Man is motivated. Anyways,
absolutely.
Yeah, we're just going to pass it on to our analyst to discuss this Bind map. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, GE might be struggling to find ways on how to defeat Zeta Division, but Zeta Division looking really, really good. There were so many good plays, and I feel like that map was more on, not exactly what GE was doing, right? But like more of like Zeta Division just made GE make the mistakes, and they just played into it.
Yeah, I mean, just quite frankly, a lot of times Zeta was just outplaying them, outthinking, outreacting to them. You know, great utility usage. Hirodon in particular started out hot, you know, went like 10-0 or something to start this before he finally died, but he was landing some really impactful flashes, and Depp is Depp. I mean, that play he had at B Teleporter was beyond belief. He dodges the thrash, gets the repeat kill, and then TP's out. Like
it was nothing.
That is unreal. And this is a thing that I've been really impressed with again, and I'm going to say it time and time again, is that his Raze is way better this year. Way better. And that was a great example of like one of those Raze plays that he did not make last year.
I mean, vastly improved. Basically carrying over whatever he had on Jet to Raze, you know, fast movement, fast reactions, knowing exactly what to do. But apart from that, I mean, the whole team, kind of like what Miko is saying, just operated really well. You can see that they really fixed a lot of, you know, some of the things from last year. You know, good standard operating procedures, especially because they had just the best start on defense. And I think that's the main thing about this map too. They managed to pick the right side. They had the great composition for it, and just the right protocols. Like Euron was really impressive to me because the way that he played Viper, the way he controlled the map, just like falling back bound by bound. If I think they're gonna come from short, I'll fall back to like lamps. I'll jiggle for footsteps. I'll throw out a snake bite. It's like for easy kills, dude. Like it's just so good. And of course, you know, Depp being the MVP.
Yeah, no doubter here. I mean, he was just unreal. I mean, that Sheriff shot he had from short up to A Heaven, like just, he's unbelievable right now. Like a 360, 350 ACS is out of control. He's just incredible. But it's teamwork here. I mean, and they have great senses. They have great timings. I mean, the time lads caught Russ reloading, like all of these things, like their ability to coordinate and work off of each other as well, just has gotten better in a very short amount of time, and that is very scary for everyone else left in this event.
I remember when we were talking a little bit earlier on about confidence too. I think because of such a great start that Zeta had, Global started to lose confidence a little bit, and as you go into the second half, there was this one round, I think it was round 16. Zeta lost like their bonus round and had to go for an eco, but off of the timeout, they were confident enough to come in with like movement as a team to throw off like Polvi's crosshair placement, and then just the most confident swings with the Sheriff, and they actually broke apart Global Esports defense that way.
Those are rounds that, of course, you know, no team should be winning, right? But at the same time, these are rounds that I think Zeta Division of last year would not be winning. It just goes to show how much they've improved, right? Especially with, again, Coach Carla coming in with something new and the new guns coming in. So it's working so well for Zeta, and I feel like on the side of Global Esports, you know, what more can they do? I don't think that, you know, the Zeta Division that everybody knew from last year does not exist anymore, paper thin.
No, it's even better so far. I mean, in my eyes, this is better in every aspect. And like even their comms are better, I think, because there was that one round where Polvi used the blast pack to hop over Laz's trap wire way at the back of B, right, in the alley, and then they wrap around, they get Sugar 0 in Octagon, and then immediately someone's there to turn and make sure that he isn't a problem. Like, so that to me is like good comms as on top of everything else that is going well.
Really flowing as a team. I will say though, the one thing that doesn't look so great sometimes,
yeah,
their attacking side.
Yeah.
It was a little bit rough. I mean, it is bind after all, but the other thing is just like sometimes like really rough. The way that they just like kind of what Asterai mentioned, just dry contact peeking into, no utility. Let's just walk out of a choke point. And Global Esports is like, hey, I'm on the other side. Welcome. I'll open the door for you, but you'll get shot. And that's basically what happens if we, go into the next map and ZETA is starting out on that attacking side. It's not going to be the greatest thing. Remember, this is Lotus. They played this against T1. They were completely stopped by Excurate and Rossi every step of the way. Every step of the way. It's a little bit rough. And I think maybe Global Esports got into their heads a little bit on this map. If they kind of come in with a refreshed, reset mindset, they'll be performing a lot better, and ZETA has to watch out.
Well, this is a ZETA Division's pick, right? So they must want to do this retake on Lotus. They want to see, like, hey, we can do even better than that. Excurate is not here, but that might give a hint for Global Esports, right? It gives a hint on, like, what would make ZETA Division stop in their tracks, and it's a player like Excurate who can fill those shoes on the side of Global Esports, right? Who's willing to take up that role to be that stopper for ZETA?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I think Depp is clearly on one today again, so he could be that guy like he has been many times in the past, but frankly, the young players as well have really stepped up today. Once again, Yuan and Hirodon came out the gate swinging and didn't let go. So, I mean, Laz does a great job on this Cypher. I really like some of the trick plays he has. So I'm pretty sure that Asterai was right. He caught it, that there was a late trapwire thrown that caught Benkai in one of those later rounds that threw him off, through all the smokes and confusion. So he's clearly gotten really good at this Cypher as well. But, last time we saw him in the Killjoy on Lotus. So is that going to be the same pick here? It's fine if he does it. I know.
Well, you just want the chamber.
I do.
You
but
just want
but
the
look what
chamber.
Excurate did to you. Just do that to the other team. It's easy.
That's true. That's true. I mean, yeah, it's definitely, it's definitely a good sign actually when your star player, somebody like Laz on the side of ZETA Division, isn't the star player or as much of a star player anymore, right? Because it shows that the rest of the team is definitely stepping up. It's exciting to see, especially since there's always been a lot of attention on Laz Quack. I mean, we saw him looking like the protagonist he is at the beginning of the match, right? He was meditating, he was really taking in everything and ready to attack.
I mean, that's definitely what ZETA Division does. You're expecting Depp, you're expecting Laz, and then new guns who are doing so darn well. For Global Esports, to your earlier point, Mika, I do think the ones to stop them, at least on the map like Lotus, has to be someone like Benkai. It's got to be lightning fast because they are the ones playing the defensive agents. And if they can delay, if they can put a stop to them, then it would be good. But, if Laz picks Chamber and then he out-snipes and out-ops them, it might be a different story. So Laz, Chamber or onegaishimasu.
Oh, we can wish for it. Who knows? Maybe it's too early to play that card. Maybe still, waiting it out a bit. But I do want to turn attention to Global Esports just a bit, right? Because we're talking about how much improvement there is on ZETA Division. And again, it's been, it's been how many matches so far for Global Esports. We're seeing teams slowly improve, like for example, Team Secret. But for Global Esports, it doesn't seem to be jiving just yet. And the question is, how much longer do we have to wait for this team to finally come together?
Yeah, I mean, I hope not long. I think there's good pieces in place here, but Benkai was struggling a little bit. And again, something that we talked about earlier is that ZETA clearly identified was to make sure to deal with his lurks, make sure to deal with some of his off angles that he tried to take. Every time he tried to take showers, it felt like that it was shut down by ZETA when they were on their defender side. They really keyed in and identified that as a position that they had to deal with quickly and effectively if they were going to get retakes successfully, and they did.
Yeah, to me, Global Esports sometimes looks like this team that you got all the right puzzle pieces. You just got to put them together. The other thing, is just Lotus. We don't have that much data on Global Esports as Lotus, except for last year, which is outdated. So
yeah,
this composition now. All right, we got Gecko coming in.
Sure.
And the fade.
Yeah, Gecko's good everywhere now. Just period. There's so many ways to combo off of it. It's really, really good.
Yeah, definitely.
No chamber, though.
We are no chamber just yet. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer. But right now, as we're seeing, double initiator on the side of Global and double control on the side of ZETA.
Yeah, this is pretty much kind of their styles, right? Like with the players they have in place, this is what they want to do.
Yeah, well, we're going to see exactly what they want to do as we head into what could potentially be the final map. Let's toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and Azurai.
Alrighty, here we go. ZETA Division up 1-0 in the series, looking to get that 2-0 push forward into the play-ins. Global fighting to survive, fighting to keep themselves here in the tournament. We will have ZETA first on the attack.
There is just that resounding disappointment that we're on Lotus and we don't see Laz on the chamber.
I think that's why I feel so low energy right now.
Well, give yourself some wings.
Laz on Killjoy, I sleep.
Yeah.
Now, he had a very good game there on Bind. Pretty much everybody did, honestly. We'll see how this goes, though. First and foremost, it's going to be that paranoia off the rip, and the rush forward here as Yuran spotting this out. He's going to go ahead and back away. Looks like he makes the call over to Hiroro and says, no, I'm good. You don't have to backpedal. The rest of the team now going to push their way forward here onto C-Site. Benkai over at range will get a little bit of damage done there onto Sugar Zero with that frenzy, but paranoia in, paint shells, pulling him down to 60, gets a headshot on the Hiroro, but cannot find the kill. Yuran in the meantime goes on this lurk, finds 3, looks for a little bit more. Will get taken down, but now it's just going to be Blaze King all on his lonesome.
Trying to find more, but he found the entire stash.
Oh, Depp up against the corner here. Is he ready? Yes, he is. He even gets him in the head, but right through the corner, so cannot find the kill. Depp will finish the round, and ZETA will go ahead and get themselves a second pistol win.
All these almosts, right? It's got to be frustrating for Global to be in Global Esports' shoes right about now, especially with Yuran hitting such sick shots. And yeah, again, so many tag players not able to convert into true kills.
What a celebration, a singular clap.
That's all he needs.
I did it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if we're talking semantics here, he's probably just like thinking, I need to get back my, my keyboard, my fingers to my keyboard and my mouse. Nah, I'm just trolling. Probably not.
You got enough time between the rounds. I think you can afford a couple extra claps there.
Just the one clap.
Well, some forward pressure outside of C, orb taken. Now everybody turn their sights back over here towards A, where Polvi is the closest player. That lets that paint shell go, which he does. Is this enough to tell him exactly where this is going? Sugar Zero still hovering around, but it seems like the call coming through. So the rotation's now going to be started here for Global. See what kind of damage they can deal.
Well, this is it for ZETA, right? I mean, the call was to kind of just 5-stack.
Oh, Depp finds one. There's the rest. He's going to be able to get away with 2 kills. Spectre is recovered. Russ taking that one up. See what kind of damage he can get. Swing up the corner. And she can find 2. Yuran swings out. The Guardian shots coming across. Just tag up Blaze King a bit, but doesn't find the kill. Now Sugar Zero on his lonesome. Low on HP though. Blaze King not able to find it, but this was still a good amount of damage dealt.
Absolutely. I was kind of fearing for Blaze King for the most part. Actually, in a minute. Sugar Zero, I mean. Because he was getting a lot closer to Blaze King. Especially when he only had 125 HP. There was a slim chance that a burst tap from the Classic could have gotten him at that distance.
Yeah. Every now and then the stars align for you. See, though, going into the bonus, ZETA still going to be heavily investing in these rifles. So now Blaze King going to be pushed back over onto the site. There's that really big push out from Global. Everybody rotating through Mound. Benkai will be forced away there for a brief little moment. Takes a little bit of damage, knocked down to 81 HP. So far, nobody really paying attention behind them here. So a potential opportunity for Global to get the jump on ZETA in this post plant.
There is Yuran holding the angle there on box though. You can't see already Depp has positioned for it. There was a point where Laz put the turret on Rubble, but I think ZETA decides, not to hold it. Just somewhere closer on the side would have been better, or would be better.
I think both volleys actually were committed over towards the revolving door there as Depp gets one with a showstopper. Round 3, by the way. And that one built up. He will get dropped. Blaze King once again going to be the last man standing. Given the investment here from Global, He's going to have to try to just drift away from this one. 1v4 just not plausible.
Yeah. So that's the reason why. Because again, I was mentioning, there was a point where they might have actually defended up until Rubble, but ZETA wanted to play compressed since Depp was already on that showstopper of his. So they wanted to coax Global Esports to push more into the site where I'm assuming they just wanted to trap them in these kind of tighter situations.
I'd have to look back at it. Maybe I'll be able to glance it in the replay, but I'm not sure if it was a snake bite from Yuran or if it was the volley that was sent outside of doors. Because if that's the case, then double stacked, you know, 2 of their nades in that position. Either way, then it's going to be another bonus conversion here from the side of ZETA. I mean, thinking back to Blind, we saw them pick up the first 6 rounds consecutively. See, it's just going to be that hero carryover rifle here from Blaze King.
Find you.
Yeah, there's the aggressive push out, but no one's home. All of ZETA Division on the other side of the map. And this one way, not really going to stop them for long. They're starting to creep up once again. And honestly, whether it's a straight push onto C long, you can see ZETA Division is prioritizing some form of orb control so that they can keep that, you know, that showstopper train rolling for Depp much quicker.
Again, just move up to C, grab orb for Depp, start working their way back over towards A. Global overcorrecting towards this side of the map. Blaze King this time, though.
He's so
bit of a different spot. The Prowler going to check around. Doesn't fully clear. Oh, right as he's getting ready to actually eat the damage from the snake bite, to try to catch them by surprise, Depp just checks the right side, gets him in the head instantly.
I think ZETA.
And now they're going back to C.
Yeah, I mean, at ZETA at this point, they're just so honed in.
30
right?
seconds
Every
left.
single corner they're gonna keep checking.
It's just the Global can catch a break here.
Yeah, they're trying to play tricky, right? They're pocketing themselves on corners. They're looking for certain angles, but ZETA has resources, has the time, has the capability to keep stretching Global Esports thin. On a 3-sided map like Lotus, it is very much more doable. And now...
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yuran.
4K?
2 away from having that all ready to go. Nice adjustment to get the headshot. Depp here to try to cover, but okay, giving up a couple of weapons here, so a chance for some more damage to be dealt.
Well, he's got ulti.
He does. Maybe if they can get one more kill, then they'd be willing to commit it, but the time actually is just, I think, a bit too low. Full shots, Sugar Zero still just trying to hold his ground here. And, yep, the swings will come in. The kills will be found, and ZETA will move up to 4.
Wow. Again, Global Esports just lost in the jungle.
I'm curious, you know, how far down this rabbit hole do we go before the timeout comes in this time? Last time, it was right around this mark. Yeah, it was right after round 4. And we saw the brakes get pumped. But seems like for now, not going to be the case.
Yeah, there's no light on stage.
Where to set up?
There's no calls just yet.
Oh boy.
Yikes. Yikes. Is that the op away too? They bought an op for Polvi.
If that's the case, then yeah, that thing's on the ground. Made the try to clear, lightning fast, getting caught by the paranoia, and Russ out front trying to get the tracking in. C's going to be connecting on to 2, I do believe. Step has no interest in connector. He's just staring over towards Baby Door. Now taking a position in top B.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing here when you have an Odin. Attack or defense doesn't matter. There's so many angles that you can use immediately at the start of the round to get some contact in. And that was, I think, the first time that we saw that.
Spike planted.
So GE probably wasn't anticipating it. They wanted to get the catch off, and it just blows up in their face. This is the kind of rounds where you're like, are they sus? Because it feels like they're reading us way too well. Do they know what we're doing? The hard reads from ZETA Division just countering out any single start of round they're kind of hoping for.
All right, well, the op does get recovered. It does get some value. Depp going to be taking down the TP up top. And Kai here within and gets himself a cheeky little kill. Swaps back over to the operator, 7 HP. He wants to hold on to this so desperately.
What a hero.
ZETA so badly wants to take it out of his hands. He knows that the door was open. Tries to get the timing there, and had Laz continued swinging out, I think he actually would have had the connection. Lightning fast, he'll hold on to his Phantom, but the op will be lost.
What a hero move there from Benkai. But yeah, there it is. I mean, I only saw a glimpse of it on the scoreboard, right? And I was like, yeah, a commitment. There's the timeout you were talking about. It was probably because they had a plan set with that sniper of theirs, and now losing it immediately, puts Global in critical thinking space. They need to change something up. Or maybe just take a breather, because ZETA Division, they've been setting the pace every single round.
That they have been. I mean, it's just completely been dictated by them the whole way throughout thus far. And every time Global tries to get some piece of utility, some weapon that it feels like it's going to give them an advantage, well, then, I mean, you saw it right there.
Yeah.
Odin spray through the wall. Operator on the floor. It's a nice little volley from Benkai at the end to be able to find those 3 kills, try to get that, that neural theft ready.
This goes here.
She does have, but that's been about it. Actually, I think he's had the neural theft.
Okay, they're still going to buy that operator for Polvi here.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
This time, though, he's going to be swinging out on C long, but... Well, no buts. There actually will be a spread out peak here, so there is an opportunity for Polvi to make contact happen, and he might actually go for the wider swing on Mound.
I expect that they're still going to haunt over the top. Or no, at least they're going to lead with a Prowler, which does not go deep enough to actually spot him behind this box. The Boombat as well expires.
So good.
But after that, they're going to start backing away. Forward position here for Lightning Fast, just in case they catch anybody trying to advance forward in towards B. This Poison Orb just going to be set up in stairs. Laz already up next to Orb here. Drifting away, and ZETA just keeping things very hush-hush.
But Polvi is getting a lot of information as he pushes further into Mound. Yeah, this is going to be that A execute.
I'll find you.
Paranoia at the ready, Haunt going out, not going to be spotting anything. Nate the check over at drop, trap wires, maybe to try to slow them up a little bit here. Just trying to fish for that camera there. Still is eluding them.
Where is it?
It's finally gone now, is okay. Dive over to the side there with the thrash, looking for the stun up, but they're not able to find it. Hero gets Benkai, Showstopper out to Polvi, but he's shut down. Depp gets the kill. Yoran finds Lightning Fast.
And they're out of the sight.
Yeah, I mean, the Tracers are there. Depp blast back and forward. Oh my goodness, he's just breaking Russ's wrist. Finds the kill, just sliding on past him. Now pushing up, looking for more, and he's got him. A flawless round where it seemed like it definitely should not have been. But ZETA Division continue onward, now 6-0.
Okay, so from my perspective, Polvi wanted to use his Showstopper through that smoke. I want to see the POV if we can from depth. Unfortunately, we could not.
Oh, just getting him while he's trying to recover his util.
Yeah, that thrash turned into his graveyard. But I mean, that's the strength as well as the change on the doors on Lotus, right? You hear those kind of utilities, you're like, open the door right now. They can exit very quickly. That punish play from Polvi just turned around on its head. And he's still on an operator.
One-way smoke set up here. It's just a couple of inches away from being spotted. Depp tapping the orb, backing off. Polvi not falling forward here.
Grenade!
Sends the paint shells just to try to clear. Goes for the peak, but and the smoke was up. And Depp just swinging back in. Blaze King trying to get a punish. Trying to catch these players that are rotating. Because, I mean, this maneuver has been done so many times now already from ZETA. They check over at C, try to grab the orb, rotate to A. Blaze King tries to intercept, but ends up getting caught. Now Benkai stuck in behind the tree, pops the cybercase. Prowlers confirm that he is still here, and he just gets flushed out. Russ actually pushing in behind his own. The wingman able to find a nice little punish. Gets himself a second kill. Yoran going to be taken down. Do they do it again? It was in round 7 that they were able to find their first round victory there on Bind.
There.
Maybe history bound to repeat itself here on Lotus. Polvi gets himself up onto the high ground. Spike plant resumes.
Spike planted.
2 from rope, 1 from stairs. Alarm bot is there from Laz to catch lightning fast on the push-up, however. He's going to drop down the smoke. Push up. There you go. Alarm bot triggered. Looking. Can't scope in fast enough to find Hierodon. Sugar Zero there to find the finisher. Cleans it up, and this time history will not repeat. ZETA will just continue looking dominant.
Wow. What control from ZETA Division here. And this is the, the saying for Global that everything that could go wrong will go wrong, and it has. Look at it. The timing for Global Esports should have been fine. Pushing out of stairs, sure, it's obvious now to ZETA Division. That's a very quick timeout to be called. I'm pretty sure it's again from Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, these are basically back-to-back, just 2 rounds separating. And I mean, that's just true.
Yeah.
Just desperation here.
Yeah, they are very much on red alert at this point. Again, I just wanted to say, they were coming into the site, and then Heron was just holding in near the spike himself, started to push forward once he heard the commotion coming in from stairs, and then the timing on Polvi's peak, he couldn't see him through the scope. Man, the percentage chance that actually happens on Polvi has happened way too many times. It really does suck to be in that position. And Global Esports, wow, I mean, it's still somewhat early to say, but it's turning into a game that ZETA Division will likely 13-0. First one in Kickoff. Again, too early to say.
I mean, good God, that was a rarity, last year. What, just the one?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if it happens here, maybe if ZETA pull that off, GE will go on to win champions. Works for EG, maybe that's the magic. Blaze King peeking back out. Does luckily get away without taking any damage. Orb lobbed in, smoke coming down, trying to further stop this push from coming in.
They can take their sweet time as well, because Showstopper is available for depth here, so I think they're just cooking again. Yeah, forcing some of these utilities to be spotted first. Maybe coaxing GE to play some crossfire angles in tricky spots, but since they do have, a player like Euron who has that Odin of his, now they know something's up.
Trap wire spotted. Forward position there in the stairs, taken, unscouted though. But never mind, Hierodon will be able to catch Russ. Step now, shorty in hand. Oh, just around the corner, that reload is going to be heard, but as they try to swing in, Laz, right out in front of main, is going to be able to gun down 2. Depp will eventually line up the shot there onto Benkai. It's going to be another flawless here. As ZETA will not be dissuaded. 8-0 out of dominance, but this is the round that the timeout's called for. This is the buy coming back in for GE.
Yeah. And once they started to see, once that Boombot actually spotted the trap wire, you immediately see the rotations from ZETA Division just go straight into the other side. They know already that there's something up there on that A side now that they've transitioned Benkai in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is going to be the round where they try to make something happen again.
On cleared, Polvi, fine for now. As Sugar Zero holding behind the boxes, waiting to see if there's going to be any more forward aggression coming through. See who's patient, where's thin first. Step up on top, maybe looking for a showstopper entry. Looks like, okay, Sugar Zero will back away. Prowler locking onto him there the very last second. GE get 3 players corralled, ready to intercept over here at A, but now it's looking like the call from ZETA might be to not attack this site at all.
Yeah, I mean, they're still pretty cautious that, funneling themselves in when they don't know where Blaze King is through that Nightfall is.
But have they read that Polvi is still going to be in this position?
Not yet.
There it is!
Oh!
Polvi in the 2 for 1. The Prowler does get its munch, but that is still damage dealt. Now the TP over. Lightning Fast arriving at the C site. Everybody else from Zeta pivoting back over towards
30
A.
seconds left.
Smoke coming down, top rope. Benkai potentially wary about the B hit. Is Paranoia going to be sent through over a tree. Camera still set up.
Welcome to my world.
They invested Yoran. Yep, they don't want to give this up. They want that perfect record.
They probably will try. Okay, let's see. Blaze King, excuse me, has the Nightfall. Prowler in hand, so he can at least trace one player if the Nightfall hits anybody, which it certainly might be if he just targets it inside that pit. Oh, the camera also gives them that information. Here comes the retake.
Laz needs to be careful. If they get that Neural Theft off, then that could allow them to flush Yoran out of this pit. Now that's going to be the Nightfall expiring. Yoran taking it low, trying to get the hell off of that Molly, but he cannot. Russ will take him out. Colby comes up with a 4K to get Global on the board at long last.
No chances for a perfect record here for Zeta Division, and you're absolutely right. That was, again, you know, blink it and you'll miss. The one who doesn't move gets paid the most. And Colby held this angle for half of that round, and he got 2 on a collateral. He will take it.
I mean, yeah, you have to take anything you can get right now. Let's be frank here. I mean, this is a very bad situation. I'm not going to be a snake oil salesman and say, like, things are going great. I think Global can come back in this. They're getting trashed right now. But they need more rounds like that. They need performances like that from Bolvi if they want to have any hope of turning this around. He's right back onto the same spot. Dizzy over the top, Laz tucking behind the box.
There.
Still coming down. Wingman instantly locking on. They're going to try to clear him. Laz will find one before getting taken out. Exchange is found.
Cage triggered.
The rest of the team, though, pushing their way forward onto A once more. Benkai crept up. Flush against the wall, inside stairs. Cam again situated over towards tree, not cleared for the moment.
Everyone's just quiet here from Zeta. They are not giving any information away. Thrash used by Russ here. Any value?
The scout spray coming down, but Taint not going to be found. Deb drawing out that showstopper, just trying to keep him at bay. He does get caught by the C's, but there's just nothing that Blaze King can do to try to get an angle here. Showstopper about to expire. He sends it around the corner, and he's just too close! Blaze King ends up getting taken out. Lightning Fast pushing point, however, will be able to find Yoran. 2v3. And before I can even say another word, Yoran and Sugar Zero will close out the round. Zeta Division just not allowing for GE to get a second in a row.
I felt like Poli was better off not having Russ with him pushing on C long. Because both of them were holding 2 different angles, even though they were kind of stacked up on top of each other. Sure, yeah, they get the trade immediately, but that's your star fragger down. And then Russ has to rotate all the way around, give up the A site, and sure, he has the Thrash,
oh
but...
boy. Oh,
Deja vu?
Oh.
Nah, they're aware of it.
Okay,
it's only going to happen one time. One time.
Fade out, Benkai does get clipped by that. Forces him back over towards the better spawn. Now the lockdown going to be dropped in by Laz. Benkai going to have to respect this in the end, as Depp gets himself very far forward through this smoke over at Waterfall, where Lightning Fast trying to use that Odin tech against him, and will be able to do so successfully. Everybody else going for the 4-man approach. Showstopper at the ready, jumping up over the top, and Laz gets the headshot before the rocket can be released.
Bring them down.
One of the tools taken away from them here. Now the 4v4. Dizzy not spotting anything. Lightning Fast on the spray. Finds another one. Sugar Zero going to be taken down. Zunon tries to swing back out. He gets dropped. The rest of Blaze King will find one apiece. The Fuse comes in, and Global get themselves a second round.
Huge retake there from Global Esports. They're feeding the ultimate here to Russ coming into this last round. He did good. That looked a little bit worrisome.
In the half.
There was this point where Benkai had his camera up. I think he was trying to give information for Polby. Polby just still wanted to check where he could reliably throw out his ultimate rather than just dash in and, you know, kind of be that spear tip for the rest of Global Esports to start pouring into the site for that retake. That being said, still going to be, again, a successful retake for Global Esports. They are stopping ZETA.
Last round of the half, Deb coming out here with the attack operator. Again, Yoran just poking and prodding over at A. Deb jumping forward, and he's going to peek in. Take down lightning fast. Says, yeah, I'll eat some damage just to be able to clear that Odin out. Will be another one in the hands of Benkai. As the door gets tapped, he's going to start rotating back over here towards Waterfall, but the smoke comes down and the Prowler goes in the chase.
Wow.
At the same time, just does get chomped. So I just pull back.
He gets away. Really timed that doorway. Anyways,
Okay.
Benkai. Master wallbanger.
Spray through, tap in. Polvi trying to approach from behind. Let's get taken down. Last with a nice little lurk. And the tap on here with the spike. Tap, however, holding the angle. Gets the shot across before the Dizzy can come in. Benkai picks up one. Now it's Depp and Laz to try to see if they can convert this and get a 10 in 2 half. Laz pushing forward. Gun barrel about to be spottable. Sees it, but Blaze King with the adjustment comes up with the kill.
30 seconds left.
Not revealing. Spike grabbed. Depp with everything to do. 76 HP to get it done. Benkai in the back. Doesn't see anything as he dips down below, and as he swings the corner, Benkai will get the 3K to get the third round.
That was a huge round given by Benkai. He stopped the plant on the spike, and he stops the plant on the possible plant, or stops the possible plant on the spike. Excuse me, I'm losing my words now. But with the help of the Odin. And because of that, they just held C even without touching the site itself. What an absolute god of wallbang Benkai has been for that one round. And 9-3, damage is done against Global, but it's been remedied somewhat in these past 3 rounds.
Just a bit, but there's still a lot of work to be done for GE and their fans watching. They are very much believing in curses.
I love the 9-3 curse. It does happen a lot. Well, it happened to this one, though.
The 9-3 curse isn't real. Comeback gameplay, that's what's real.
Ah, okay. The more scientific reasoning for it.
Yes.
Not superstitious. Okay.
Frequency is too low for it to be a curse. Anyway, we'll get ready to go into this one. ZETA now swap themselves over onto the defense, and it's looking like maybe a really big send here at the B site. Ping's coming down. Potentially going to route through connector, or at least warning that there could be a rotation coming through there once this round does begin.
Wow. Depth is 18 kills. I was just noticing that. Polvi, after that one round where he got the 4K, that's the only time that he got the continuous kills from that first half. The other one was just the 2, and then ZETA got like 8 rounds before he got that 4K. So
yeah.
Polvi's return here hasn't been the best.
On out, going to be cleared. Ford, just aggressive paint shell use there from Depp. As Russ about to some contact here onto the B site. Then jump forward. Yoran this time not able to line up the shots. Takes quite a bit of damage. Sends down a snake bite and push over top of the vulnerable. Colby will lose his life there. Break out through the baby door now as Depp, as well as Sugar Zero, come rotating in and lightning fast. He is surrounded inside of this smoke. They don't know about it. Laz finding Blaze King. His wingman gets the plant. The Dizzy goes up over the top. Blind's not going to be found. And right now, so much importance is being put here on lightning fast, but he's been spotted. No. Taking down Laz with the kill. Is he ready for the close angle? The answer is going to be no. He's just way too low on HP. Russ, however, now going to be paranoid.
Okay.
Does manage to find one. A decent parting gift, but the defuse is there. ZETA Division 3-1 in pistols and now 10-3 in rounds.
The reason why you see ZETA this not, quickly pouring into the side was, yeah, you were mentioning how Lightning Fast was lurking. If you look at the line of sight for Deb, he was actually looking towards the B side from Baby Door, very much aware of where a possible flank could be. But that one was huge. There was some overheating there, or some overreaching there for Polvi, where he really wanted to get that kill. Even pushing through the snake bite That's some wishful thinking, but it blows up in his face very quickly.
Thinking about it, there actually was a ping as they were rotating over towards A on that smoke that Lightning Fast was lurking within.
There you go.
Seems like the awareness there from ZETA.
They're so sharp this game.
Yeah, just layers upon layers. As right now, Deb, Benkai basically shoulder to shoulder. Judge v Stinger. We'll see if that fight does come to fruition. Nano used over here at C, and oh no, Russ, his head showing. Spike still there on the floor. Benkai gets the better of Deb off screen. As the door gets tapped, Yuran, oh, sees them already entering in here onto the site. Lands into the corner. Rush coming in. Benkai does manage to hound him down.
You let them fight, but at what cost? This is what, a force buy again from GE?
It is. It's times desperate measures, but if they can get the round win here, it will be very worth it. Prowler scouts onto one. On drops in, Sugar rushing off the back of that. Great timing between he and Hiroron to find the punish and give themselves the man advantage once more. On finding Blaze King and Sugar Zero getting Benkai. Unfortunately here for the side of GE, the force buy does not hold water.
So a couple of things. First one, kill by Laz through that smoke. That was Sugar Zero smoke. So that was an intentional smoke that they did so that Laz would have that specific angle to get that first kill. The other one is on that postman. Whoa, I didn't even realize how he got that second kill. Also, yeah, this postman right here, they played the farther angles with a Stinger and a Spectre. Farther angles with SMGs, not really the best when your opponents have Bulldogs.
Well, again, it's going to be the force up, just anything that they can try to scrape together. They want to stop ZETA from getting this up to match point. There's a jump across, step, force off the angle there with the Outlaw. As Russ can safely recover that Dizzy.
There.
Tap on the door, but already this really heavy presence here from the side of the ZETA division. If they were to go for a B pivot right now, honestly, wouldn't be a bad spot for GE. And now that they break down that baby door, that might just be the call. Step is just trying to fish for some shots here. He's only got 6 bullets left, so needs to be a bit careful on that one. And guys will get dropped. Snake bite to go ahead for the delay. Smoke comes in. Looks like for now, Yuran just going to lurk within it. To see over the top, but yet another snake bite, just keeping them locked in position. Wingman now will go forward to try to get the plant down. Head spotted, kill comes through.
Spike planted.
Plant is in for G.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Crash coming, paint shells at Dep's feet. Waits a very long time, but his Polvi goes pushing forward. Just gets stoned by Hiroron.
No.
Just wasn't ready for it at all. Paranoia now crashing across. Russ trying to watch up above. Does manage to put some damage down on the Yuran, and Benkai has so much pressure applied, but Hiroron turns back.
Defuse.
Gets the read, gets the kill, and the defuse is getting stuck. 4 bullets left. Not a hope in hell. ZETA Division take it up to match point.
I was about to say that buy for Global Esports, even though they did have the rifles, it felt like a desperation buy. Half shields all abound. ZETA realized it. I mean, there wasn't any big kills on the Outlaw, but come on.
Let's be clear. They've all been desperation buys. I'm not trying to be mean, but it ain't been good.
Yeah. I mean, these are, again, them wanting to turn somewhat the tide and hope to string a few rounds in. But it ultimately leads to ZETA having easier retakes for themselves, I feel.
The one-way. Should have heard that TP up, but enough util push their way to force them back. So Dep for now has to get off the angle. Paint shell is available, however.
They're still
It's
pushing
a full 5-man send outside of C at the moment. Boombot cleared. Dep down. It's going to be nade for nade. Let's get in. C's connecting. Smoke dissipating right as the Dizzy hits, but getting the blast pack out. Gets himself to safety, and Yuran swings the corner to confirm that nobody's made it into the site. The wingman now starting to advance forward. Cyber Cage comes up, but not fast enough. Yuran spots one, spots another. Double kill coming in. Nice answering fire. The spray looking decent. Comes up with some eliminations here for the side of GE. Laz finds another as those neural depth reveals
Benkai
come in.
Remaining.
Force finds him, and the wall bang from Yoran will finish the job. A 3K from him, 3 rounds for GE, Zeta Division. They keep themselves, they keep Japan in the tournament.
What a series for Zeta Division here. In that last round, you saw that Global Esports were so set into pushing into that C site. And I mean, I gotta give it to them. It looked like it was falling apart. Then they started getting kills. And then they just couldn't push through the smoke and it started falling apart even more. And then you were absolutely, I didn't even know where that tag came in and got that ping on Blaze King to get him shot through the wall. In any case, Zeta Division, what a showcase of force, of strength. And again, this team definitely someone to be reckoned with.
And it's just time and time again with this squad. You know, even with the newer players coming in, who played fantastically today, by the way, that when their backs are against the wall, when that elimination is there, they managed to rally back. We saw it from them at the LCQ. This was their chance to make it into the play-ins, to keep themselves afloat in this tournament.
Yeah.
And they rise to the occasion once more. Unfortunate here for the side of Global Esports, but of course, we can look forward to seeing more of them, an improved version of this team come stage 1.
Stage 1, for sure. I mean, this is the day of elimination, so really can't expect everybody to be coming into the playoffs. There is some hope there. There's some glimmer. We've seen some of the good games that, you know, Polvi and the rest of Global Esports were able to do when they had that match against Bleed. Man, the Zeta Division, with the kind of refreshed approach that they've had in the game with their coach, just something special, honestly.
And with every outing, they continue to just look a bit better and better. I mean, obviously still things very much that need to be improved based on what we saw from them versus T1.
Yeah.
Sunset in particular, I shared similar concerns as Paper Thin, who was talking about it on the analyst desk before this matchup. If this goes to 3, how much improvement could Zeta have found on that map in a very short period of time?
Yeah.
We'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out.
They have possible rematch to happen here. Of course, everybody just, again, you know, I believe these are the supporters for Zeta, showing what they got, showing the love that they have, the Japanese team. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us. We're going to give it to our interviewer on the stage to get some words from the players of Zeta Division.
And Zeta Division close out the night with a victory. With this, they move on to play-ins tomorrow. I'm standing with the man of the hour, Deb. Now, congratulations, Deb. Your race has been untouchable so far. A huge impact. So I just want to ask you about your race. Do you feel like your race has grown yourself? And if so, what do you think is the difference between your race this year and your race last year? 뎁 선수 오늘 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이렇게 오늘 승리를 가져가면서 플레이인 스테이지에 진입하게 됐는데요. 뎁 선수의 레이즈에 대해서 먼저 얘기를 드리고 싶은데 사실 굉장한 성장세를 보여주고 굉장한 임팩트를 보여주고 있습니다. 스스로도 이 성장세를 느끼고 있는지 그리고 작년에 뎁 선수의 레이즈에 비해서 좀 올해의 뎁 선수의 레이즈는 어떤 차이가 있는지 여쭤보고 싶네요.
まずはプレイン進出おめでとうございます。デプ選手のレイズが非常に上達しているというふうに感じるんですけれども、ご自身でまずそこどう思っているかっていうのと、去年と今年のレイズでの動きのなんか違いみたいなのってありますか？
そうですね去年と違うで言ったら、あんまオペを去年はレイズで出さなかったんですけど、今年はちょっと多めに出そうかなみたいな感じでやってました。はい。
So last year, when he was playing Raze, he didn't use the operator as much, but this year he's trying to hold it more.
작년에는 오퍼레이터를 많이 쓰지 않았는데 올해는 레이즈를 할 때 좀 오퍼를 조금 더 많이 쓰려고 한다고 얘기를 했는데요. 그렇다면 그 이유에 대해서 물어보도록 할게요. Can you explain a little bit more about why you're opting for operator more?
なんでより多めにオペレーターを持とうとしているかみたいなのって詳細にいただけますか？
そうですね、なんかチームの動き的にオペあった方が自分が動きやすいんで最近は、そういう感じでやってます。
So with the team's movement, having the op makes it easier for him to move around more.
이제 팀원들이 스타일도 많이 바뀌었고 또 팀의 스타일에 맞춰서 이 뎁 선수가 오퍼레이터를 들기에 굉장히 또 좋은 환경이 만들어져서라고 얘기를 하는데요. 자 그러면 이렇게 또 플레이인 스테이지에 진출하게 되면서 내일 제레미 선수와 텍스처 선수를 만나게 되는데 이 타격대 배틀에 대해서는 어떻게 느끼고 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Now moving on, heading into tomorrow, you'll be facing Jeremy and Texture. I want to get your thoughts on going up against them.
明日の試合で、ジェレミーやテクスチャーといったデュエリストの選手たちと対峙するかと思うんですけれど、何か意気込みみたいなのはありますか？
そうですね、去年、普通に戦えてたんで、今年も頑張ろうかなって思ってます。
So last year, he was actually going against them pretty well, so he's going to try his best as can to do it this year again.
작년에 이 선수들을 만났을 때도 굉장히 뎁 선수가 좋은 활약을 보여줬기 때문에 또 그런 흐름을 올해에도 이어가고 싶다고 얘기했습니다. Thank you, Deb, so much. Congratulations once again. 이렇게 뎁 선수 만나봤고요. Now we're gonna give you Dan the Penguin. Coming up. Okay. 사인 쿠다사이. That's it, very simple. Can I take it for a little bit? All right, it's signed. All right. Okay, throw it wherever. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Up to you. Oh! It came back! Okay. It came back! What? Okay. All right. Congratulations, man. Can I just ask him why he threw it upwards and it bounced twice?
なんでわざわざ上に投げて2回も跳ね返らせたんですか？
いやいや、ちょっと投げすぎちゃいました。力が入りすぎちゃいました。
He was powerful than he thought.
생각보다 힘이 세가지고 이렇게 좀 두 번 바운스 됐다고 얘기를 합니다. I mean, Deb said he was stronger than he thought, so you know he threw it up high, and the penguin ended up bouncing twice on the ground, but it found its owner. Congratulations once again, and that's it from all of us for day 5. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll toss it over to the desk. 네, 이렇게 5일차 마무리했고요. 뎁 선수 만나봤습니다.
You know what? That's exactly how I throw my paint shells.
I thought he was just practicing lineups.
He's pretty good with paint shells normally. I was a little surprised.
No, that's me on paint shells. Yeah, and I end up killing myself or whatever. All
Yeah. We all do.
Definitely. Yeah. That's why we're here on the desk speaking and not playing out there. But definitely, don't need to worry about Deb's paint shells because his performance on Raze was definitely something to look out for here. I would say he's one of the best in the tournament so far, perhaps even in Pacific if he goes on this trend.
Yeah, he's picking up right where he left off last year. It's kind of that duelist that I think last year he sort of went under the radar because ZETA was struggling a little bit. Like it was a very up and down year. So even though he was often having just phenomenal stats and he was very consistent, because ZETA wasn't really popping off, they're having some slow games, very close games.
Either.
Exactly. This year it's a completely different story. I mean, today's game, it's through the roof for both matches here today. Okay, 339 ACS across 2 maps for Dep. That's 2 maps. That's not 1 map. That's 2 maps. Okay, he's plus 24 in KD, 84% KAST, so he's participating in a ton of the kills. Obviously, he's getting most of them. And then he's plus 10 in first kills versus first deaths. That's bananas.
Yeah, just Dep doing everything. But, the whole team also, it's just operating as a unit, and everyone's coordinating really well together. I mean, you can see a lot of first kills, the post plants. I mean, like, what else can we say, Pika? Like, first kills, good. Post plants, good. Valorant, good.
ZETA Division, oh, so good, right? Unfortunately for GE, this means that they are out of the kickoff tournament. I still think that this roster has very interesting ideas. Again, it just seems a little bit too raw at this time.
I agree. I mean, we got to see them look a lot better against Bleed. Coming in here today, they just ran into a brick wall. Everybody on ZETA was clicking, it felt like. Laz also had a phenomenal performance here across both maps. Euron had an amazing day. Hurodon had a great day. Sugar Zero was quiet in terms of kills, but he put up a ton of assists. So this is like, can't ask for anything better for ZETA. This is one of their best days that I've ever seen.
They were, I mean, I was really impressed by how controlled and disciplined they were. I mean, reading the plays, but also kind of not overextending, at least on this map, you know, they
very rarely
overcommit. Yeah, they were rounds like, I think earlier on, round 6 or so, they got a kill, they didn't commit to pushing into A, full rotate to C. Global Esports just was lost and confused. They rotated over, nobody's here, what's going on? There was a round from Global Esports that did impress me a little bit. Polvi, I think, had a little bit of success. But Benkai, I think, was really nice too. I think one round, especially over in the second half, almost made it work by just kind of on his own, getting heads-up duels, trying to open sights up, and it kind of worked for a bit because he had a lurk kill against Depp. And that's, again, one of those things, sometimes it works for Global Esports, but just, again, it's not the whole piece of the pie. You know? It's just like a little sliver.
Also, Odin Gobert.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that pretty much works, right? But you're absolutely right. For ZETA Division, I love how they're so controlled. They know exactly when they're going to win fights and when they won't, so they hold back at just the right moment. And I'm surprised to even see the discipline coming in from the young guns, Euron and Hurodon, right? Because usually a common mistake is that, you know, your young guns might overheat, you know, younger players might, you know.
Whoa! No, okay.
I didn't say anything, but, you know, younger guns might tend to, like, you know, be out there, get a little greedy, get a little hungry. But these two were actually, like, you know, they very controlled, very disciplined.
I agree, and it showed, especially in their post plants here on this map. Their post plant protocols were extremely tight. There were rarely cracks in the defense. They were so good about making sure that once that plat got down, everybody's in the right place, looking at the right angles, covering their flanks, covering all the angles. Everybody's playing off of each other so well. Anytime, like, Depp would take a fight, somebody was right there to swing with him if he was going to get taken down. So altogether, I was thoroughly impressed with this team.
Well, now before we formally go over to playoffs, there is one thing that remains. It is going to be phase 2, and we have ZETA Division, we have Team Secret, and we have Gen G all facing each other tomorrow in a round robin. And Quack, this is going to be a test of endurance, because if we haven't had enough long days, it seems like it's going to be even longer for these teams tomorrow.
Like, what time is it in KST right now? It's 11:04.
It's 11:04.
They just ended. ZETA's got to go back, rest up as much as possible, come back, play the next day. I mean, Gen G, you know, at least following the schedule, it makes sense, but it is quite a bit of a marathon for some of these teams. Of course, they're gamers. They can do it, but you heard it in the interview with Gen. He's confident. He's had good scores against Gen G last year. He's going to do it again.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, ZETA Division, this kind of confidence is something that I would love to see from this team, especially since, you know, in 2023, everybody thought they knew exactly what to expect from ZETA Division. Now I love it that I don't know what to expect, and I can't wait to see more. Of course, though, we're going to be up against Team Secret and up against Gen G, and you're going to be having first up Gen G versus Team Secret. This is going to be really exciting, Favorite Thin.
I'm thoroughly excited. I mean, it's hard to express. I mean, especially that last match. I mean, Texture versus Depp is like the just icing on that cake.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's like smacking his lips already.
So good. I mean, also, like, think about, like, maybe Lakia versus Envy could be a really interesting storyline coming in for Gen G versus TS. ZETA, you know, Hurodon versus Envy, also a really, you know, interesting story. Some young guns that are going to come out there and try to get it done. So what can you say? Tomorrow should be awesome. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for the players because it'll be a long day for them, but for us as fans, it's going to be a great day.
Oh yeah,
Fun
oh
to
yeah.
watch.
And I think that, you know, it's also going to be a nail biter because this is for that singular slot into playoffs, right? Where they will be up against Paper Rex and T1 and I believe DRX as well. So it's going to be really dicey indeed. And as Kickoff slowly but surely comes to a very end, and that at the very end of that road are 2 slots to Masters Madrid. Quack, any final thoughts?
I mean, not too much. Just gotta like rest up, come back, watch more Valorant tomorrow.
Are you talking to yourself?
Actually, a little bit.
He's hyping
Yeah,
himself.
okay, okay. We're talking. All right. I'll
It's
accept
cold.
that. I'll accept that.
Mika's
I
freezing.
know, okay.
I love it. Get out of it. Like, I love the snow.
I'm going to the
I'm
beach
so
next
excited.
week, guys. Check next week. Paper thin?
Dap.
All right. I accept that as well.
Dab.
Cannot wait to see Dab, and we cannot wait to see more Valorant. That is tomorrow as we head into our play-ins, just steps closer and closer to that final spot at Kickoff and at Masters Madrid. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, Pacific.